Chapter 45 of The Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 45. The Corn Mother and the Corn Maiden in Northern Europe. It has been argued by W. Manhart that the first part of Demeter's name is derived from an alleged Cretan word, dei, barley, and that accordingly Demeter means neither more nor less than barley mother or corn mother, for the root of the word seems to have been applied to different kinds of grain by different branches of the Aryans. As Crete appears to have been one of the most ancient seats of the worship of Demeter, it would not be surprising if her name were of Cretan origin. But the etymology is open to serious objections, and it is safer therefore to lay no stress on it. Be that as it may, we have found independent reasons for identifying Demeter as the Corn Mother, and of two species of corn associated with her in Greek religion, namely barley and wheat. The barley has perhaps the better claim to be her original element. For not only would it seem to have been the staple food of the Greeks in the Homeric age, but there are grounds for believing that it is one of the oldest, if not the very oldest, cereal cultivated by the Aryan race. Certainly the use of barley in the religious ritual of the ancient Hindus, as well as of the ancient Greeks, furnishes a strong argument in favour of the great antiquity of its cultivation, which is known to have been practised by the lake dwellers of the Stone Age in Europe. Analogies to the corn mother or barley mother of ancient Greece have been collected in great abundance by W. Manhart from the folklore of modern Europe. The following may serve as specimens. In Germany the corn is very commonly personified under the name of the Corn Mother. Thus in spring, when the corn waves in the wind, the peasants say, "There comes the Corn Mother," or "The Corn Mother is running over the field," or "The Corn Mother is going through the corn." When children wish to go into the fields to pull the blue cornflowers or the red poppies, they are told not to do so, because the Corn Mother is sitting in the corn and will catch them. Or again she is called, according to the crop, the Rye Mother or the Pea Mother, and children are warned against straying in the rye or among the peas by threats of the Rye Mother or the Pea Mother. Again, the Corn Mother is believed to make the crop grow. Thus, in the neighbourhood of Magdeburg, it is sometimes said, "It will be a good year for flax, the Flax Mother has been seen." In a village of Styria, it is said that the Corn Mother, in the shape of a female puppet, made out of the last sheaf of corn and dressed in white, may be seen at midnight in the cornfields, which she fertilizes by passing through them. But if she is angry with a farmer, she withers up all his corn. Further, the Corn Mother plays an important part in harvest customs. She is believed to be present in the handful of corn which is left standing last on the field, and with the cutting of this last handful she is caught or driven away or killed. In the first of these cases, the last sheaf is carried joyfully home and honoured as a divine being. It is placed in the barn, and at threshing the corn spirit appears again. In the Hanoverian district of Hadeln, the reapers stand round the last sheaf and beat it with sticks in order to drive the Corn Mother out of it. They call to each other, "There she is, hit her! Take care she doesn't catch you!" The beating goes on till the grain is completely threshed out. Then the Corn Mother is believed to be driven away. In the neighbourhood of Danzig, the person who cuts the last ears of corn makes them into a doll, which is called the Corn Mother, or the Old Woman, and is brought home on the last waggon. In some parts of Holstein, the last sheaf is dressed in woman's clothes, and called the Corn Mother. It is carried home on the last waggon, and then thoroughly drenched with water. The drenching with water is doubtless a rain charm. In the district of Bruck in Styria, the last sheaf, called the Corn Mother, is made up into the shape of a woman by the oldest married woman in the village, of an age from 50 to 55 years. The finest ears are plucked out of it and made into a wreath, which, twined with flowers, is carried on her head by the prettiest girl of the village to the farmer or squire, while the corn mother is laid down in the barn to keep off the mice. In other villages of the same district, the corn mother, at the close of harvest, is carried by two lads at the top of a pole. They march behind the girl who wears the wreath to the squire's house, and while he receives the wreath and hangs it up in the hall, the corn mother is placed on the top of a pile of wood, where she is the centre of the harvest supper and dance. Afterwards she is hung up in the barn, and remains there till the threshing is over. The man who gives the last stroke at threshing is called the son of the corn mother. He is tied up in the corn mother, beaten, and carried through the village. The wreath is dedicated in church on the following Sunday, and on Easter Eve the grain is rubbed out of it by a 7-year-old girl and scattered amongst the young corn. At Christmas the straw of the wreath is placed in the manger to make the cattle thrive. Here the fertilizing power of the corn mother is plainly brought out by scattering the seed taken from her body, for the wreath is made out of the corn mother, among the new corn, and her influence over animal life is indicated by placing the straw in the manger. Amongst the Slavs also, the last sheaf is known as the rye mother, the wheat mother, the oats mother, the barley mother, and so on, according to the crop. In the district of Tarnow, Galicia, the wreath made out of the last stalks is called the wheat mother, rye mother, or pea mother. It is placed on a girl's head and kept till spring, when some of the grain is mixed with the seed corn. Here again the fertilizing power of the corn mother is indicated. In France also, in the neighbourhood of Auxerre, the last sheaf goes by the name of the mother of the wheat, mother of the barley, mother of the rye, or mother of the oats. They leave it standing in the field till the last waggon is about to wend homewards. Then they make a puppet out of it, dress it with clothes belonging to the farmer, and adorn it with a crown and a blue or white scarf. A branch of a tree is stuck in the breast of the puppet, which is now called the cerise. At the dance in the evening, the cerise is set in the middle of the floor, and the reaper who reaped fastest dances round it with the prettiest girl for his partner. After the dance a pyre is made. All the girls, each wearing a wreath, strip the puppet, pull it to pieces, and place it on the pyre, along with the flowers with which it was adorned. Then the girl who was the first to finish reaping sets fire to the pile, and all pray that Ceres may give a fruitful year. Here, as Manhart observes, the old custom has remained intact, though the name Ceres is a bit of schoolmaster's learning. In Upper Brittany the last sheaf is always made into human shape, but if the farmer is a married man, it is made double, and consists of a little corn puppet placed inside a large one. This is called the mother sheaf. It is delivered to the farmer's wife, who unties it and gives drink money in return. Sometimes the last sheaf is called not the corn mother, but the harvest mother, or the great mother. In the province of Osnabrück, Hanover, it is called the harvest mother. It is made up in female form, and then the reapers dance about with it. In some parts of Westphalia, the last sheaf at the rye harvest is made especially heavy by fastening stones in it. They bring it home on the last waggon and call it the Great Mother, though they do not fashion it into any special shape. In the district of Erfurt, a very heavy sheaf, not necessarily the last, is called the Great Mother, and is carried on the last waggon to the barn, where all hands lift it down amid a fire of jokes. Sometimes again the last sheaf is called the Grandmother, and is adorned with flowers, ribbons, and a woman's apron. In East Prussia, at the rye or wheat harvest, the reapers call out to the woman who binds the last sheaf, "You are getting the old grandmother." In the neighbourhood of Magdeburg, the men and women servants strive who shall get the last sheaf, called the grandmother. Whoever gets it will be married in the next year, but his or her spouse will be old. If a girl gets it, she will marry a widower. If a man gets it, he will marry an old crone. In Silesia, the grandmother, a huge bundle made up of 3 or 4 sheaves by the person who tied the last sheaf, was formerly fashioned into a rude likeness of the human form. In the neighbourhood of Belfast, the last sheaf sometimes goes by the name of Granny. It is not cut in the usual way, but all the reapers throw their sickles at it and try to bring it down. It is plaited and kept till the next autumn. Whoever gets it will marry in the course of the year. Often the last sheaf is called the old woman or the old man. In Germany it is frequently shaped and dressed as a woman, and the person who cuts it or binds it is said to get the old woman. At Altisheim in Swabia, when all the corn of a farm has been cut except a single strip, all the reapers stand in a row before the strip. Each cuts his share rapidly, and he who gives the last cut has the old woman. When the sheaves are being set up in heaps, the person who gets hold of the old woman, which is the largest and thickest of all the sheaves, is jeered at by the rest, who call out to him, "He has the old woman and must keep her." The woman who binds the last sheaf is sometimes herself called the old woman, and it is said that she will be married in the next year. In Neusaas, West Prussia, both the last sheaf, which is dressed up in jacket, hat, and ribbons, and the woman who binds it are called the old woman. Together they are brought home on the last waggon and are drenched with water. In various parts of North Germany, the last sheaf at harvest is made up into a human effigy and called the old man, and the woman who bound it is said to have the old man. In West Prussia, when the last rye is being raked together, the women and girls hurry with the work, for none of them likes to be the last and to get the old man, that is, a puppet made out of the last sheaf, which must be carried before the other reapers by the person who was the last to finish. In Silesia, the last sheaf is called the old woman or the old man, and is the theme of many jests. It is made unusually large, and is sometimes weighted with a stone. Among the Wends, the man or woman who binds the last sheaf at wheat harvest is said to have the old man. A puppet is made out of the wheaten straw and ears in the likeness of a man, and decked with flowers. The person who bound the last sheaf must carry the old man home, while the rest laugh and jeer at him. The puppet is hung up in the farmhouse, and remains till a new old man is made at the next harvest. In some of these customs, as Mannhardt has remarked, the person who is called by the same name as the last sheaf, and sits beside it on the last waggon, is obviously identified with it. He or she represents the corn spirit which has been caught in the last sheaf. In other words, the corn spirit is represented in duplicate by a human being and by a sheaf. The identification of the person with the sheaf is made still clearer by the custom of wrapping up in the last sheaf the person who cuts or binds it. Thus at Helmsdorf in Silesia it used to be the regular practice to tie up in the last sheaf the woman who had bound it. At Weiden in Bavaria it is the cutter, not the binder, of the last sheaf who is tied up in it. Here the person wrapped up in the corn represents the corn spirit, exactly as a person wrapped in branches or leaves represents the tree spirit. The last sheaf, designated as the old woman, is often distinguished from the other sheaves by its size and weight. Thus in some villages of West Prussia the old woman is made twice as long and thick as a common sheaf, and a stone is fastened in the middle of it. Sometimes it is made so heavy that a man can barely lift it. At Alt-Pilau in Samland, 8 or 9 sheaves are often tied together to make the old woman, and the man who sets it up grumbles at its weight. At Itzgrund in Saxe-Coburg, the last sheaf, called the old woman, is made large with the express intention of thereby securing a good crop next year. Thus the custom of making the last sheaf unusually large or heavy is a charm working by sympathetic magic to ensure a large and heavy crop at the following harvest. In Scotland, when the last corn was cut after Hallowmas, the female figure made out of it was sometimes called the Carlin or Carline, that is, the old woman. But if cut before Hallowmas, it was called the maiden. If cut after sunset, it was called the witch, being supposed to bring bad luck. Among the Highlanders of Scotland, the last corn cut at harvest is known either as the old wife, Cailleach, or as the maiden. On the whole, the former name seems to prevail in the western, and the latter in the central and eastern districts. Of the maiden we shall speak presently. Here we are dealing with the old wife. The following general account of the custom is given by a careful and well-informed inquirer, the Rev. J. G. Campbell, minister of the remote Hebridean island of Tiree. The harvest old wife, a Cailleach. In harvest there was a struggle to escape from being the last done with the shearing, and when tillage in common existed, instances were known of a ridge being left unshorn. No person would claim it, because of it being behind the rest. The fear entertained was having the famine of the farm, Gortawalye, in the shape of an imaginary old woman, Cailleach, to feed till next harvest. Much emulation and amusement arose from the fear of this old woman. The first done made a doll of some blades of corn, which was called the old wife, and sent it to his nearest neighbour. He in turn, when ready, passed it to another still less expeditious, and the person it last remained with had the old woman to keep for that year. In the island of Islay, the last corn cut goes by the name of the old wife, Cailleach, and when she has done her duty at harvest, she is hung up on the wall and stays there till the time comes to plough the fields for next year's crop. Then she is taken down, and on the first day when the men go to plough, she is divided among them by the mistress of the house. They take her in their pockets, and give her to the horses to eat when they reach the field. This is supposed to secure good luck for the next harvest, and is understood to be the proper end of the old wife. Usages of the same sort are reported from Wales. Thus in North Pembrokeshire a tuft of the last corn cut, from 6 to 12 inches long, is plaited and goes by the name of the hag, urach, and quaint old customs used to be practised with it within the memory of many persons still alive. Great was the excitement among the reapers when the last patch of standing corn was reached. All in turn threw their sickles at it, and the one who succeeded in cutting it received a jug of home-brewed ale. The hag, urach, was then hurriedly made and taken to a neighbouring farm, where the reapers were still busy at their work. This was generally done by the ploughman, but he had to be very careful not to be observed by his neighbours, for if they saw him coming, and had the least suspicion of his errand, they would soon make him retrace his steps. Creeping stealthily up behind a fence, he waited till the foreman of his neighbour's reapers was just opposite him, and within easy reach. Then he suddenly threw the hag over the fence, and if possible upon the foreman's sickle. At that he took to his heels, and made off as fast as he could run, and he was a lucky man if he escaped without being caught or cut by the flying sickles which the infuriated reapers hurled after him. In other cases the hag was brought home to the farmhouse by one of the reapers. He did his best to bring it home dry and without being observed, but he was apt to be roughly handled by the people of the house if they suspected his errand. Sometimes they stripped him of most of his clothes. Sometimes they would drench him with water which had been carefully stored in buckets and pans for the purpose. If, however, he succeeded in bringing the hag in dry and unobserved, the master of the house had to pay him a small fine, or sometimes a jug of beer from the cask next to the wall, which seems to have commonly held the best beer, would be demanded by the bearer. The hag was then carefully hung on a nail in the hall or elsewhere, and kept there all the year. The custom of bringing in the hag, urach, into the house, and hanging it up, still exists in some farms of North Pembrokeshire, but the ancient ceremonies which have just been described are now discontinued. in County Antrim down to some years ago, when the sickle was finally expelled by the reaping machine, the few stalks of corn left standing last on the field were plaited together. Then the reapers, blindfolded, threw their sickles at the plaited corn, and whoever happened to cut it through took it home with him and put it over his door. This bunch of corn was called the carly, probably the same word as carlin. Similar customs are observed by Slavonic peoples. Thus in Poland the last sheaf is commonly called the baba, that is, the old woman. In the last sheaf, it is said, sits the baba. The sheaf itself is also called the baba, and is sometimes composed of 12 smaller sheaves lashed together. In some parts of Bohemia, the baba, made out of the last sheaf, has the figure of a woman with a great straw hat. It is carried home on the last harvest waggon, and delivered, along with a garland, to the farmer by 2 girls. In binding the sheaves, the women strive not to be last, for she who binds the last sheaf will have a child next year. Sometimes the harvesters call out to the woman who binds the last sheaf, "She has the baba," or "She is the baba." In the district of Krakow, when a man binds the last sheaf, they say, "The grandfather is sitting in it." When a woman binds it, they say, "The baba is sitting in it." And the woman herself is wrapped up in the sheaf, so that only her head projects out of it. Thus encased in the sheaf, she is carried on the last harvest waggon to the house, where she is drenched with water by the whole family. She remains in the sheaf till the dance is over, and for a year she retains the name of baba. In Lithuania, the name for the last sheaf is boba, old woman, answering to the Polish name baba. The boba is said to sit in the corn which is left standing last. The person who binds the last sheaf or digs the last potato is the subject of much banter, and receives and long retains the name of the old rye woman or the old potato woman. The last sheaf, the boba, is made into the form of a woman, carried solemnly through the village on the last harvest waggon, and drenched with water at the farmer's house. Then everyone dances with it. In Russia also, the last sheaf is often shaped and dressed as a woman, and carried with dance and song to the farmhouse. Out of the last sheaf the Bulgarians make a doll, which they call the Corn Queen or Corn Mother. It is dressed in a woman's skirt, carried round the village, and then thrown into the river in order to secure plenty of rain and dew for the next year's crop. Or it is burnt, and the ashes strewn on the fields, doubtless to fertilize them. The name Queen, as applied to the last sheaf, has its analogies in Central and Northern Europe. Thus in the Salzburg district of Austria, at the end of the harvest, a great procession takes place, in which a queen of the corn ears, Ehrenkönigin, is drawn along in a little carriage by young fellows. The custom of the harvest queen appears to have been common in England. Milton must have been familiar with it, for in Paradise Lost he says, "Adam the while, waiting desirous her return, had wove of choicest flowers a garland to adorn her tresses, and her rural labours crown, as reapers oft are wont their harvest queen." Often customs of this sort are practised, not on the harvest field, but on the threshing floor. The spirit of the corn, fleeing before the reapers as they cut down the ripe grain, quits the reaped corn and takes refuge in the barn, where it appears in the last sheaf threshed, either to perish under the blows of the flail, or to flee thence to the still unthreshed corn of a neighbouring farm. Thus the last corn to be threshed is called the mother corn, or the old woman. Sometimes the person who gives the last stroke with the flail is called the old woman, and is wrapped in the straw of the last sheaf, or has a bundle of straw fastened on his back. Whether wrapped in the straw or carrying it on his back, he is carted through the village amid general laughter. In some districts of Bavaria, Thüringen, and elsewhere, the man who threshes the last sheaf is said to have the old woman or the old corn woman. He is tied up in straw, carried or carted about the village, and set down at last on the dunghill, or taken to the threshing floor of a neighbouring farmer, who has not finished his threshing. In Poland, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing is called baba, old woman. He is wrapped in corn and wheeled through the village. Sometimes in Lithuania the last sheaf is not threshed, but is fashioned into female shape and carried to the barn of a neighbour who has not finished his threshing. In some parts of Sweden, when a stranger woman appears on the threshing floor, a flail is put round her body, stalks of corn are wound round her head, a crown of ears is placed on her head, and the threshers call out, "Behold the corn woman!" Here the stranger woman, thus suddenly appearing, is taken to be the corn spirit, who has just been expelled by the flails from the corn stalks. In other cases, the farmer's wife represents the corn spirit. Thus in the commune of Saligny, Vendée, the farmer's wife, along with the last sheaf, is tied up in a sheet, placed on a litter, and carried to the threshing machine, under which she is shoved. Then the woman is drawn out, and the sheaf is threshed by itself, but the woman is tossed in the sheet, as if she were being winnowed. It would be impossible to express more clearly the identification of the woman with the corn than by this graphic imitation of threshing and winnowing her. In these customs, the spirit of the ripe corn is regarded as old, or at least as of mature age. Hence the names of mother, grandmother, old woman, and so forth. But in other cases the corn spirit is conceived as young. Thus at Saldern, near Wolfenbüttel, when the rye has been reaped, 3 sheaves are tied together with a rope so as to make a puppet with the corn ears for a head. This puppet is called the maiden, or the corn maiden. Sometimes the corn spirit is conceived as a child who is separated from its mother by the stroke of the sickle. This last appears in the Polish custom of calling out to the man who cuts the last handful of corn, "You have cut the navel string." In some districts of West Prussia, the figure made out of the last sheaf is called the bastard, and a boy is wrapped up in it. The woman who binds the last sheaf and represents the corn mother is told that she is about to be brought to bed. She cries like a woman in travail, and an old woman, in the character of grandmother, acts as midwife. At last a cry is raised that the child is born, whereupon the boy who is tied up in the sheaf whimpers and squalls like an infant. The grandmother wraps a sack, in imitation of swaddling bands, round the pretended baby, who is carried joyfully to the barn, lest he should catch cold in the open air. In other parts of North Germany, the last sheaf, or the puppet made out of it, is called the child, the harvest child, and so on, and they call out to the woman who binds the last sheaf, "You are getting the child." In some parts of Scotland, as well as in the north of England, the last handful of corn cut on the harvest field was called the kern, and the person who carried it off was said to win the kern. It was then dressed up like a child's doll, and went by the name of the kern baby, the kern doll, or the maiden. In Berwickshire, down to about the middle of the 19th century, there was an eager competition among the reapers to cut the last bunch of standing corn. They gathered round it at a little distance and threw their sickles in turn at it, and the man who succeeded in cutting it through gave it to the girl he preferred. She made the corn so cut into a kern dolly and dressed it, and the doll was then taken to the farmhouse and hung up there till the next harvest, when its place was taken by the new kern dolly. At Spottiswoode in Berwickshire, the reaping of the last corn at harvest was called cutting the queen almost as often as cutting the kern. The mode of cutting it was not by throwing sickles. One of the reapers consented to be blindfolded, and having been given a sickle in his hand, and turned twice or thrice about his fellows, he was bidden to go and cut the kern. His groping about and making wild strokes in the air with his sickle excited much hilarity. When he had tired himself out in vain and given up the task as hopeless, another reaper was blindfolded and pursued the quest, and so on, one after the other, till at last the kern was cut. The successful reaper was tossed up in the air with 3 cheers by his brother harvesters. To decorate the room in which the Kern supper was held at Spottiswoode, as well as the granary where the dancing took place, 2 women made Kern dollies or queens every year, and many of these rustic effigies of the corn spirit may be seen hanging up together. In some parts of the Highlands of Scotland, the last handful of corn that is cut by the reapers on any particular farm is called the maiden, or in Gaelic, Maidian Bwaine, literally the shorn maiden. Superstitions attach to the winning of the maiden. If it is got by a young person, they think it an omen that he or she will be married before another harvest. For that or other reasons, there is strife between the reapers as to who shall get the maiden, and they resort to various stratagems for the purpose of securing it. One of them, for example, will often leave a handful of corn uncut, and cover it up with earth to hide it from the other reapers, till all the rest of the corn on the field is cut down. Several may try to play the same trick, and the one who is coolest, and holds out longest, obtains the coveted distinction. When it has been cut, the maiden is dressed with ribbons into a sort of doll, and affixed to a wall of the farmhouse. In the north of Scotland the maiden is carefully preserved till Yule morning, when it is divided among the cattle, to make them thrive all the year round. In the neighbourhood of Balquhidder, Perthshire, the last handful of corn is cut by the youngest girl on the field, and is made into the rude form of a female doll, clad in a paper dress, and decked with ribbons. It is called the maiden, and is kept in the farmhouse, generally above the chimney, for a good while, sometimes till the maiden of the next year is brought in. The writer of this book witnessed the ceremony of cutting the maiden at Balquhidder in September 1888. A lady friend informed me that as a young girl she cut the maiden several times at the request of the reapers in the neighbourhood of Perth. The name of the maiden was given to the last handful of standing corn. A reaper held the top of the bunch while she cut it. Afterwards the bunch was plaited, decked with ribbons, and hung up in a conspicuous place on the wall of the kitchen till the next maiden was brought in. The harvest supper in this neighbourhood was also called the maiden. The reapers danced at it. On some farms on the Gairloch in Dumbartonshire, about the year 1830, the last handful of standing corn was called the maiden. It was divided in 2, plaited, and then cut with the sickle by a girl, who, it was thought, would be lucky, and would soon be married. When it was cut, the reapers gathered together, and threw their sickles in the air. The maiden was dressed with ribbons, and hung in the kitchen near the roof, where it was kept for several years, with the date attached. Sometimes 5 or 6 maidens might be seen hanging at once on hooks. The harvest supper was called the Kern. In other farms on the Gairloch, the last handful of corn was called the maidenhead, or the head. It was neatly plaited, sometimes decked with ribbons, and hung in the kitchen for a year, when the grain was given to the poultry. In Aberdeenshire, the last sheaf cut, or maiden, is carried home in merry procession by the harvesters. It is then presented to the mistress of the house, who dresses it up to be preserved till the first mare foals. The maiden is then taken down and presented to the mare as its first food. The neglect of this would have untoward effects upon the foal, and disastrous consequences upon farm operations generally for the season. In the north-east of Aberdeenshire, the last sheaf is commonly called the Clyack sheaf. It used to be cut by the youngest girl present, and was dressed as a woman. Being brought home in triumph, it was kept till Christmas morning, and then given to a mare in foal, if there was one on the farm, or, if there was not, to the oldest cow in calf. Elsewhere the sheaf was divided between all the cows and their calves, or between all the horses and the cattle of the farm. In Fifeshire, the last handful of corn, known as the maiden, is cut by a young girl and made into the rude figure of a doll, tied with ribbons, by which it is hung on the wall of the farm kitchen till the next spring. The custom of cutting the maiden at harvest was also observed in Inverness-shire and Sutherlandshire. A somewhat maturer, but still youthful age is assigned to the corn spirit by the appellations of bride, oats bride, and wheat bride, which in Germany are sometimes bestowed both on the last sheaf and on the woman who binds it. At wheat harvest, near Müglitz in Moravia, a small portion of the wheat is left standing after all the rest has been reaped. This remnant is then cut, amid the rejoicing of the reapers, by a young girl who wears a wreath of wheaten ears on her head and goes by the name of the wheat bride. It is supposed that she will be a real bride that same year. Near Rosslyn and Stonehaven in Scotland, the last handful of corn cut got the name of the bride, and she was placed over the bress or chimney-piece. She had a ribbon tied below her numerous ears, and another round her waist. Sometimes the idea implied by the name of bride is worked out more fully by representing the productive powers of vegetation as bride and bridegroom. Thus in the Four Hearts an oatsman and an oatswoman, swathed in straw, dance at the harvest feast. In South Saxony an oats bridegroom and an oats bride figure together at the harvest celebration. The oats bridegroom is a man completely wrapped in oats straw. The oats bride is a man dressed in woman's clothes, but not wrapped in straw. They are drawn in a waggon to the alehouse where the dance takes place. At the beginning of the dance, the dancers pluck the bunches of oats one by one from the oats bridegroom, while he struggles to keep them, till at last he is completely stripped of them, and stands bare, exposed to the laughter and jests of the company. In Austrian Silesia, the ceremony of the wheat bride is celebrated by the young people at the end of the harvest. The woman who bound the last sheaf plays the part of the wheat bride, wearing the harvest crown of wheat ears and flowers on her head. Thus adorned, standing beside her bridegroom in a waggon and attended by bridesmaids, she is drawn by a pair of oxen, in full imitation of a marriage procession, to the tavern, where the dancing is kept up till morning. Somewhat later in the season the wedding of the oats bride is celebrated with the like rustic pomp. About Neisse in Silesia, an oats king and an oats queen, dressed up quaintly as a bridal pair, are seated on a harrow and drawn by oxen into the village. In these last instances the corn spirit is personified in double form as male and female, but sometimes the spirit appears in a double form as both old and young, corresponding exactly to the Greek Demeter and Persephone, if my interpretation of these goddesses is right. We have seen that in Scotland, especially among the Gaelic-speaking population, the last corn cut is sometimes called the old wife and sometimes the maiden. Now, there are parts of Scotland in which both an old wife, cailleach, and a maiden are cut at harvest. The accounts of this custom are not quite clear and consistent, but the general rule seems to be that where both a maiden and an old wife, cailleach, are fashioned out of the reaped corn at harvest, the maiden is made out of the last stalks left standing, and is kept by the farmer on whose land it was cut, while the old wife is made out of other stalks, sometimes out of the first stalks cut, and is regularly passed on to a laggard farmer, who happens to be still reaping after his brisker neighbour has cut all his corn. Thus, while each farmer keeps his own maiden, as the embodiment of the young and fruitful spirit of the corn, he passes on the old wife as soon as he can to a neighbour, and so the old lady may make the round of all the farms in the district before she finds a place in which to lay her venerable head. The farmer with whom she finally takes up her abode is of course the one who has been the last of all the countryside to finish reaping his crops, and thus the distinction of entertaining her is rather an invidious one. He is thought to be doomed to poverty, or to be under the obligation of providing for the dearth of the township in the ensuing season. Similarly, we saw that in Pembrokeshire, Where the last corn cut is called not the maiden but the hag, she is passed on hastily to a neighbour who is still at work in his fields, and who receives his aged visitor with anything but a transport of joy. If the old wife represents the corn spirit of the past year, as she probably does wherever she is contrasted with and opposed to a maiden, it is natural enough that her faded charms should have less attractions for the husbandman than the buxom form of her daughter, who may be expected to become in her turn the mother of the golden grain, when the revolving year has brought round another autumn. The same desire to get rid of the effete mother of the corn, by palming her off on other people, comes out clearly in some of the customs observed at the closing of threshing, particularly in the practice of passing on a hideous straw puppet to a neighbour farmer who is still threshing his corn. The harvest customs just described are strikingly analogous to the spring customs which we reviewed in an earlier part of this work. 1. As in the spring customs the tree spirit is represented both by a tree and by a person, so in the harvest customs the corn spirit is represented both by the last sheaf and by the person who cuts or binds or threshes it. The equivalence of the person to the sheaf is shown by giving him or her the same name as the sheaf, by wrapping him or her in it, and by the rule observed in some places that when the sheaf is called the mother, it must be made up into human shape by the oldest married woman, but that when it is called the maiden, it must be cut by the youngest girl. Here the age of the personal representative of the corn spirit corresponds with that of the supposed age of the corn spirit, just as the human victims offered by the Mexicans to promote the growth of the maize varied with the age of the maize. For in the Mexican, as in the European custom, the human beings were probably representatives of the corn spirit rather than victims offered to it. 2. Again, the same fertilizing influence which the tree spirit is supposed to exert over vegetation, cattle, and even women, is ascribed to the corn spirit. Thus its supposed influence on vegetation is shown by the practice of taking some of the grain of the last sheaf, in which the corn spirit is regularly supposed to be present, and scattering it among the young corn in spring, or mixing it with the seed corn. Its influence on animals is shown by giving the last sheaf to a mare in foal, to a cow in calf, and to horses at the first ploughing. Lastly, its influence on women is indicated by the custom of delivering the mother sheaf, made into the likeness of a pregnant woman, to a farmer's wife, by the belief that the woman who binds the last sheaf will have a child next year, perhaps too by the idea that the person who gets it will soon be married. Plainly, therefore, these spring and harvest customs are based on the same ancient modes of thought, and form parts of the same primitive heathendom, which was doubtless practised by our forefathers long before the dawn of history. Amongst the marks of a primitive ritual we may note the following. 1. No special class of persons is set apart for the performance of the rites. In other words, there are no priests. The rites may be performed by anyone, as occasion demands. 2. No special places are set apart for the performance of the rites. In other words, there are no temples. The rites may be performed anywhere, as occasion demands. 3. Spirits, not gods, are recognized. A. As distinguished from gods, spirits are restricted in their operations to definite departments of nature. Their names are general, not proper. Their attributes are generic rather than individual. In other words, there is an indefinite number of spirits of each class, and the individuals of a class are all much alike. They have no definitely marked individuality. No accepted traditions are current as to their origin, life, adventures, and character. B. On the other hand, gods, as distinguished from spirits, are not restricted to definite departments of nature. It is true that there is generally some one department over which they preside as their special province, but they are not rigorously confined to it. They can exert their power for good or evil in many other spheres of nature and life. Again, they bear individual or proper names, such as Demeter, Persephone, Dionysus, and their individual characters and histories are fixed by current myths and the representations of art. 4. The rites are magical rather than propitiatory. In other words, the desired objects are attained, not by propitiating the favour of divine beings through sacrifice, prayer, and praise, but by ceremonies which, as I have already explained, are believed to influence the course of nature directly, through a physical sympathy or resemblance between the rite and the effect which it is the intention of the rite to produce. Judged by these tests, the spring and harvest customs of our European peasantry deserve to rank as primitive, for no special class of persons and no special places are set exclusively apart for their performance. They may be performed by anyone, master or man, mistress or maid, boy or girl. They are practised not in temples or churches, but in the woods and meadows, beside brooks, in barns, on harvest fields and cottage floors. The supernatural beings whose existence is taken for granted in them are spirits rather than deities. Their functions are limited to certain well-defined departments of nature. Their names are general, like the barley mother, the old woman, the maiden, not proper names like Demeter, Persephone, Dionysus. Their generic attributes are known, but their individual histories and characters are not the subject of myths, for they exist in classes rather than as individuals, and the members of each class are indistinguishable. For example, every farm has its corn mother, or its old woman, or its maiden, but every corn mother is much like every other corn mother, and so with the old woman and maidens. Lastly, in these harvest, as in the spring customs, the ritual is magical rather than propitiatory. This is shown by throwing the corn mother into the river in order to secure rain and dew for the crops, by making the old woman heavy in order to get a heavy crop next year, by strewing grain from the last sheaf amongst the young crops in spring, and by giving the last sheaf to the cattle to make them thrive. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 46. The Corn Mother in Many Lands. 1. The Corn Mother in America. European peoples, ancient and modern, have not been singular in personifying the corn as a mother goddess. The same simple idea has suggested itself to other agricultural races in distant parts of the world, and has been applied by them to other indigenous cereals than barley and wheat. If Europe has its wheat mother and its barley mother, America has its maize mother, and the East Indies their rice mother. These personifications I will now illustrate, beginning with the American personification of the maize. We have seen that among European peoples it is a common custom to keep the plaited cornstalks of the last sheaf, or the puppet which is formed out of them, in the farmhouse from harvest to harvest. The intention, no doubt, is, or rather originally was, by preserving the representative of the corn spirit, to maintain the spirit itself in life and activity throughout the year, in order that the corn may grow and the crops be good. This interpretation of the custom is at all events rendered highly probable by a similar custom observed by the ancient Peruvians, and thus described by the old Spanish historian Acosta. They take a certain portion of the most fruitful of the maize that grows in their farms, the which they put in a certain granary, which they do call pirua, with certain ceremonies, watching 3 nights. They put this maize in the richest garments they have, and being thus wrapped and dressed, they worship this Pirua and hold it in great veneration, saying it is the mother of the maize of their inheritances, and that by this means the maize augments and is preserved. In this month, the 6th month, answering to May, they make a particular sacrifice, and the witches demand of this Pirua if it hath strength sufficient to continue until the next year, and if it answers no, then they carry this maize to the farm to burn whence they brought it, according to every man's power. Then they make another Pirua, with the same ceremonies, saying that they renew it, to the end the seed of maize may not perish. And if it answers that it hath force sufficient to last longer, they leave it until the next year. This foolish vanity continueth to this day, and it is very common amongst the Indians to have these Piruas. In this description of the custom there seems to be some error. Probably it was the dressed-up bunch of maize, not the granary, Pirua, which was worshipped by the Peruvians, and regarded as the mother of the maize. This is confirmed by what we know of the Peruvian custom from another source. The Peruvians, we are told, believed all useful plants to be animated by a divine being who causes their growth. According to the particular plant, these divine beings were called the maize mother, Taramama, the quinoa mother, Quinoa Mama, the coca mother, Coca Mama, and the potato mother, Asho Mama. Figures of these divine mothers were made respectively of ears of maize and leaves of the quinoa and coca plants. They were dressed in women's clothes and worshipped. Thus the maize mother was represented by a puppet made of stalks of maize, dressed in full female attire, and the Indians believed that, as mother, it had the power of producing and giving birth to much maize. Probably, therefore, Acosta misunderstood his informant, and the mother of the maize, which he describes, was not the granary, Pirua, but the bunch of maize dressed in rich vestments. The Peruvian mother of the maize, like the harvest maiden at Balhuidar, was kept for a year in order that by her means the corn might grow and multiply. But lest her strength might not suffice to last till the next harvest, she was asked in the course of the year how she felt, and if she answered that she felt weak, she was burnt and a fresh mother of the maize made, to the end the seed of maize may not perish. Here, it may be observed, we have a strong confirmation of the explanation already given of the custom of killing the god, both periodically and occasionally. The mother of the maize was allowed, as a rule, to live through a year, that being the period during which her strength might reasonably be supposed to last unimpaired. But on any symptom of her strength failing, she was put to death, and a fresh and vigorous mother of the maize took her place, lest the maize, which depended on her for its existence, should languish and decay. 2. The rice mother in the East Indies. If the reader still feels any doubts as to the meaning of the harvest customs which have been practised within living memory by European peasants, these doubts may perhaps be dispelled by comparing the customs observed at the rice harvest by the Malays and Dyaks of the East Indies. For these eastern peoples have not, like our peasantry, advanced beyond the intellectual stage at which the customs originated. Their theory and their practice are still in unison. For them the quaint rites which in Europe have long dwindled into mere fossils, the pastime of clowns and the puzzle of the learned, are still living realities of which they can render an intelligible and truthful account. Hence a study of their beliefs and usages concerning the rice may throw some light on the true meaning of the ritual of the corn in ancient Greece and modern Europe. Now, the whole of the ritual which the Malays and Dyaks observe in connection with the rice is founded on the simple conception of the rice as animated by a soul like that which these people attribute to mankind. They explain the phenomena of reproduction, growth, decay, and death in the rice on the same principles on which they explain the corresponding phenomena in human beings. They imagine that in the fibres of the plant, as in the body of a man, there is a certain vital element, which is so far independent of the plant that it may for a time be completely separated from it without fatal effects, though if its absence be prolonged beyond certain limits, the plant will wither and die. This vital yet separable element is what, for the want of a better word, we must call the soul of a plant, just as a similar vital and separable element is commonly supposed to constitute the soul of man. And on this theory, or myth of the plant soul, is built the whole worship of the cereals, just as on the theory, or myth, of the human soul is built the whole worship of the dead, a towering superstructure reared on a slender and precarious foundation. Believing the rice to be animated by a soul like that of a man, the Indonesians naturally treat it with the deference and consideration which they show to their fellows. Thus they behave towards the rice in bloom as they behave towards a pregnant woman. They abstain from firing guns or making loud noises in the field, lest they should so frighten the soul of the rice that it would miscarry and bear no grain. And for the same reason they will not talk of corpses or demons in the rice fields. Moreover, they feed the blooming rice with foods of various kinds, which are believed to be wholesome for women with child. But when the rice ears are just beginning to form, they are looked upon as infants, and women go through the fields feeding them with rice pap, as if they were human babes. In such natural and obvious comparisons of the breeding plant to a breeding woman, and of the young grain to a young child, is to be sought the origin of the kindred Greek conception of the corn-mother and the corn-daughter, Demeter and Persephone. But if the timorous feminine soul of the rice can be frightened into a miscarriage even by loud noises, it is easy to imagine what her feelings must be at harvest, when people are under the sad necessity of cutting down the rice with the knife. At so critical a season, every precaution must be used to render the necessary surgical operation of reaping as inconspicuous and as painless as possible. For that reason, the reaping of the seed rice is done with knives of a peculiar pattern, such that the blades are hidden in the reaper's hands, and do not frighten the rice spirit till the very last moment, when her head is swept off almost before she is aware, and from a like delicate motive, the reapers at work in the fields employ a special form of speech, which the rice spirit cannot be expected to understand, so that she has no warning or inkling of what is going forward till the heads of rice are safely deposited in the basket. Among the Indonesian peoples who thus personify the rice, we may take the Kayans or Bahaus of central Borneo as typical. In order to secure and detain the volatile soul of the rice, the Kayans resort to a number of devices. Among the instruments employed for this purpose are a miniature ladder, a spatula, and a basket containing hooks, thorns, and cords. With the spatula the priestess strokes the soul of the rice down the little ladder into the basket, where it is naturally held fast by the hooks, the thorn, and the cord, and having thus captured and imprisoned the soul, she conveys it into the rice granary. Sometimes a bamboo box and a net are used for the same purpose. And in order to ensure a good harvest for the following year, it is necessary not only to detain the soul of all the grains of rice which are safely stored in the granary, but also to attract and recover the soul of all the rice that has been lost through falling to the earth, or being eaten by deer, apes, and pigs. For this purpose instruments of various sorts have been invented by the priests. One, for example, is a bamboo vessel provided with 4 hooks made from the wood of a fruit tree, by means of which the absent rice soul may be hooked and drawn back into the vessel, which is then hung up in the house. Sometimes 2 hands, carved out of the wood of a fruit tree, are used for the same purpose, and every time that a Kayan housewife fetches rice from the granary for the use of her household, she must propitiate the souls of the rice in the granary, lest they should be angry at being robbed of their substance. The same need of securing the soul of the rice, if the crop is to thrive, is keenly felt by the Karens of Burma. When a rice field does not flourish, they suppose that the soul, kella, of the rice, is in some way detained from the rice. If the soul cannot be called back, the crop will fail. The following formula is used in recalling the kella, soul, of the rice. "Oh, come, rice kella, come! Come to the field, come to the rice, with seed of each gender, come! Come from the river Kor, come from the river Kor, from the place where they meet, come! Come from the west, come from the east, from the throat of the bird, from the maw of the ape, from the throat of the elephant. Come from the sources of rivers and their mouths. Come from the country of the Shan and the Burman. From the distant kingdoms come. From all granaries come. O rice kella, come to the rice." The corn mother of our European peasants has her match in the rice mother of the Minangkabauers of Sumatra. The Minangkabauers definitely attribute a soul to rice, and will sometimes assert that rice pounded in the usual way tastes better than rice ground in a mill, because in the mill the body of the rice was so bruised and battered that the soul has fled from it. Like the Javanese, they think that the rice is under the special guardianship of a female spirit called Saning Sari, who is conceived as so closely knit up with the plant that the rice often goes by her name, as with the Romans the corn might be called ceres. In particular, Saning Sari is represented by certain stalks or grains called Indoea Padi, that is, literally, mother of rice, a name that is often given to the guardian spirit herself. This so-called mother of rice is the occasion of a number of ceremonies observed at the planting and harvesting of the rice, as well as during its preservation in the barn. When the seed of the rice is about to be sown in the nursery or bedding out ground, where under the wet system of cultivation it is regularly allowed to sprout before being transplanted to the fields, the best grains are picked out to form the rice mother. These are then sown in the middle of the bed, and the common seed is planted round about them. The state of the rice mother is supposed to exert the greatest influence on the growth of the rice. If she droops or pines away, the harvest will be bad in consequence. The woman who sows the rice mother in the nursery lets her hair hang loose and afterwards bathes, as a means of ensuring an abundant harvest. When the time comes to transplant the rice from the nursery to the field, the rice mother receives a special place either in the middle or in the corner of the field, and a prayer or charm is uttered as follows. Saning Sari, may a measure of rice come from a stalk of rice, and a basketful from a root. May you be frightened neither by lightning nor by passers-by. Sunshine make you glad. With the storm may you be at peace, and may rain serve to wash your face. While the rice is growing, the particular plant which was thus treated as the rice mother is lost sight of, but before harvest another rice mother is found. When the crop is ripe for cutting, the eldest woman of the family, or a sorcerer, goes out to look for her. The first stalks seen to bend under a passing breeze are the rice mother, and they are tied together, but not cut until the first fruits of the field have been carried home, to serve as a festal meal for the family and their friends, nay, even for the domestic animals, since it is Saning Sari's pleasure that the beasts also should partake of her good gifts. After the meal has been eaten, the rice mother is fetched home by persons in gay attire, who carry her very carefully under an umbrella in a neatly worked bag to the barn, where a place in the middle is assigned to her. Every one believes that she takes care of the rice in the barn, and even multiplies it not uncommonly. When the Tomori of central Celebes are about to plant the rice, they bury in the field some betel as an offering to the spirits who cause the rice to grow. The rice that is planted round this spot is the last to be reaped at harvest. At the commencement of the reaping, the stalks of this patch of rice are tied together into a sheaf, which is called the mother of the rice, inenopae, and offerings in the shape of rice, fowl's liver, eggs, and other things are laid down before it. When all the rest of the rice in the field has been reaped, the mother of the rice is cut down and carried with due honour to the rice barn, where it is laid on the floor, and all the other sheaves are piled upon it. The Tomori, we are told, regard the mother of the rice as a special offering made to the rice spirit Omonga, who dwells in the moon. If that spirit is not treated with proper respect, for example, if the people who fetch the rice from the barn are not decently clad, he is angry and punishes the offenders by eating up twice as much rice in the barn as they have taken out of it. Some people have heard him smacking his lips in the barn as he devoured the rice. On the other hand, the Toradjas of central Celebes, who also practice the custom of the rice mother at harvest, regard her as the actual mother of the whole harvest, and therefore keep her carefully, lest in her absence the garnered store of rice should all melt away and disappear. Again, just as in Scotland the old and the young spirit of the corn are represented as an old wife, Cailleach, and a maiden respectively, so in the Malay Peninsula we find both the rice mother and her child represented by different sheaves or bundles of ears on the harvest field. The ceremony of cutting and bringing home the soul of the rice was witnessed by Mr. W. W. Skeet at Chodoi in Selangor on the 28th of January 1897. The particular bunch or sheaf which was to serve as the mother of the rice soul had previously been sought and identified by means of the markings or shape of the ears. From this sheaf an aged sorceress, with much solemnity, cut a little bundle of 7 ears, anointed them with oil, tied them round with party-coloured thread, fumigated them with incense, and having wrapped them in a white cloth, deposited them in a little oval-shaped basket. These 7 ears were the infant soul of the rice, and the little basket was its cradle. It was carried home to the farmer's house by another woman, who held up an umbrella to screen the tender infant from the hot rays of the sun. Arrived at the house, the rice child was welcomed by the women of the family, and laid, cradle and all, on a new sleeping mat with pillows at the head. After that the farmer's wife was instructed to observe certain rules of taboo for 3 days, the rules being in many respects identical with those which have to be observed for 3 days after the birth of a real child. Something of the same tender care which is thus bestowed on the newly born rice child is naturally extended also to its parent, the sheaf from whose body it was taken. This sheaf, which remains standing in the field after the rice soul has been carried home and put to bed, is treated as a newly made mother. That is to say, young shoots of trees are pounded together and scattered broadcast every evening for 3 successive days, and when the 3 days are up, you take the pulp of a coconut and what are called goat flowers, mix them up, eat them with a little sugar, and spit some of the mixture out among the rice. So, after a real birth, the young shoots of the jackfruit, the rose apple, certain kinds of banana, and the thin pulp of young coconuts are mixed with dried fish, salt, acid, prawn condiment, and the like dainties to form a sort of salad, which is administered to mother and child for 3 successive days. The last sheaf is reaped by the farmer's wife, who carries it back to the house, where it is threshed and mixed with the rice soul. The farmer then takes the rice soul and its basket, and deposits it, together with the product of the last sheaf, in the big circular rice bin used by the Malays. Some grains from the rice soul are mixed with the seed which is to be sown in the following year. In this rice mother and rice child of the Malay Peninsula we may see the counterpart, and in a sense the prototype, of the Demeter and Persephone of ancient Greece. Once more, the European custom of representing the corn spirit in the double form of bride and bridegroom has its parallel in a ceremony observed at the rice harvest in Java. Before the reapers begin to cut the rice, the priest or sorcerer picks out a number of ears of rice, which are tied together, smeared with ointment, and adorned with flowers. Thus decked out, the ears are called the padi penganten, that is, the rice bride and the rice bridegroom. Their wedding feast is celebrated, and the cutting of the rice begins immediately afterwards. Later on, when the rice is being got in, a bridal chamber is partitioned off in the barn, and furnished with a new mat, a lamp, and all kinds of toilet articles. Sheaves of rice, to represent the wedding guests, are placed beside the rice bride and the rice bridegroom. Not till this has been done may the whole harvest be housed in the barn. And for the first 40 days after the rice has been housed, no one may enter the barn, for fear of disturbing the newly wedded pair. In the islands of Bali and Lombok, when the time of harvest has come, the owner of the field himself makes a beginning by cutting the principal rice with his own hands, and binding it into 2 sheaves, each composed of 108 stalks, with their leaves attached to them. One of the sheaves represents a man, and the other a woman, and they are called husband and wife. The male sheaf is wound about with thread, so that none of the leaves are visible, whereas the female sheaf has its leaves bent over and tied so as to resemble the roll of a woman's hair. Sometimes, for further distinction, a necklace of rice straw is tied round the female sheaf. When the rice is brought home from the field, the 2 sheaves representing the husband and wife are carried by a woman on her head, and are the last of all to be deposited in the barn. There they are laid to rest on a small erection, or on a cushion of rice straw. The whole arrangement, we are informed, has for its object to induce the rice to increase and multiply in the granary, so that the owner may get more out of it than he put in. Hence, when the people of Bali bring the 2 sheaves, the husband and wife, into the barn, they say, "Increase ye and multiply without ceasing." When all the rice in the barn has been used up, the 2 sheaves, representing the husband and wife, remain in the empty building till they have gradually disappeared or been devoured by mice. The pinch of hunger sometimes drives individuals to eat up the rice of these 2 sheaves, but the wretches who do so are viewed with disgust by their fellows, and branded as pigs and dogs. Nobody would ever sell these holy sheaves with the rest of their profane brethren. The same notion of the propagation of the rice by a male and female power finds expression among the Sis of Upper Burma. When the paddy, that is, the rice with the husks still on it, has been dried and piled in a heap for threshing, all the friends of the household are invited to the threshing floor, and food and drink are brought out. The heap of paddy is divided, and one half spread out for threshing, while the other half is left piled up. On the pile food and spirits are set, and one of the elders, addressing the father and mother of the paddy plant, prays for plenteous harvests in future, and begs that the seed may bear manyfold. Then the whole party eat, drink, and make merry. This ceremony at the threshing floor is the only occasion when these people invoke the father and mother of the paddy. 3. The spirit of the corn embodied in human beings. Thus the theory which recognises in the European corn mother, corn maiden, and so forth, the embodiment in the vegetable form of the animating spirit of the crops, is amply confirmed by the evidence of peoples in other parts of the world, who, because they have lagged behind the European races in mental development, retain for that very reason a keener sense of the original motives for observing those rustic rites which among ourselves have sunk to the level of meaningless survivals. The reader may, however, remember that according to Mannhardt, whose theory I am expounding, the spirit of the corn manifests itself not merely in vegetable, but also in human form. The person who cuts the last sheaf, or gives the last stroke at threshing, passes for a temporary embodiment of the corn spirit, just as much as the bunch of corn which he reaps or threshes. Now, in the parallels which have been hitherto adduced from the customs of people outside Europe, The spirit of the crops appears only in vegetable form. It remains therefore to prove that other races besides our European peasantry have conceived the spirit of the crops as incorporate in or represented by living men and women. Such a proof, I may remind the reader, is germane to the theme of this book. For the more instances we discover of human beings representing in themselves the life or animating spirit of the plants, the less difficulty will be felt at classing amongst them the king of the wood at Nemi. The Mandans and Minitaris of North America used to hold a festival in spring which they called the Corn Medicine Festival of the Women. They thought that a certain old woman who never dies made the crops to grow, and that, living somewhere in the south, she sent the migratory waterfowl in spring as her tokens and representatives. Each sort of bird represented a special kind of crop cultivated by the Indians. The wild goose stood for the maize, the wild swan for the gourds, and the wild duck for the beans. So, when the feathered messengers of the old woman began to arrive in spring, the Indians celebrated the Corn Medicine Festival of the Women. Scaffolds were set up, on which the people hung dried meat and other things by way of offerings to the old woman, and on a certain day the old women of the tribe, as representatives of the old woman who never dies, assembled at the scaffolds, each bearing in her hand an ear of maize fastened to a stick. They first planted these sticks in the ground, then danced round the scaffolds, and finally took up the sticks again in their arms. Meanwhile the old men beat drums and shook rattles as a musical accompaniment to the performance of the old women. Further, young women came and put dried flesh into the mouths of the old women, for which they received in return a grain of the consecrated maize to eat. 3 or 4 grains of the holy corn were also placed in the dishes of the young women, to be afterwards carefully mixed with the seed corn, which they were supposed to fertilize. The dried flesh hung on the scaffold belonged to the old women, because they represented the old woman who never dies. A similar corn medicine festival was held in autumn for the purpose of attracting the herds of buffaloes and securing a supply of meat. At that time every woman carried in her arms an uprooted plant of maize. They gave the name of the old woman who never dies both to the maize and to those birds which they regarded as symbols of the fruits of the earth, and they prayed to them in autumn, saying, "Mother, have pity on us. Send us not the bitter cold too soon, lest we have not meat enough. Let not all the game depart, that we may have something for the winter." In autumn, when the birds were flying south, the Indians thought that they were going home to the old woman, and taking to her the offerings that had been hung up on the scaffolds, especially the dried meat, which she ate. Here then we have the spirit or divinity of the corn conceived as an old woman, and represented in bodily form by old women, who, in their capacity of representatives, receive some at least of the offerings which are intended for her. In some parts of India the harvest goddess Gauri is represented at once by an unmarried girl and by a bundle of wild balsam plants, which is made up into the figure of a woman and dressed as such with mask, garments, and ornaments. Both the human and the vegetable representative of the goddess are worshipped, and the intention of the whole ceremony appears to be to ensure a good crop of rice. 4. The double personification of the corn as mother and daughter. Compared with the Corn Mother of Germany and the Harvest Maiden of Scotland, the Demeter and Persephone of Greece are late products of religious growth. Yet as members of the Aryan family, the Greeks must at one time or another have observed harvest customs like those which are still practised by Celts, Teutons, and Slavs, and which, far beyond the limits of the Aryan world, have been practised by the Indians of Peru and many peoples of the East Indies, a sufficient proof that the ideas on which these customs rest are not confined to any one race, but naturally suggest themselves to all untutored peoples engaged in agriculture. It is probable, therefore, that Demeter and Persephone, those stately and beautiful figures of Greek mythology, grew out of the same simple beliefs and practices which still prevail among our modern peasantry, and that they were represented by rude dolls made out of the yellow sheaves on many a harvest field, long before their breathing images were wrought in bronze and marble by the master hands of Phidias and Praxiteles. A reminiscence of that olden time, a scent, so to say, of the harvest field, lingered to the last in the title of the maiden, Kore, by which Persephone was commonly known. Thus, if the prototype of Demeter is the corn mother of Germany, the prototype of Persephone is the harvest maiden, which, autumn after autumn, is still made from the last sheaf on the braes of Balquhidder. Indeed, if we knew more about the peasant farmers of ancient Greece, we should probably find that even in classical times they continued annually to fashion their corn mothers, Demeters, and maidens, Persephones, out of the ripe corn on the harvest fields. But unfortunately the Demeter and Persephone whom we know were the denizens of towns, the majestic inhabitants of lordly temples. It was for such divinities alone that the refined writers of antiquity had eyes. The uncouth rites performed by rustics amongst the corn were beneath their notice. Even if they noticed them, they probably never dreamt of any connection between the puppet of cornstalks on the sunny stubble field and the marble divinity in the shady coolness of the temple. Still the writings even of these town-bred and cultured persons afford us an occasional glimpse of a Demeter as rude as the rudest that a remote German village can show. Thus the story that Iasion begat a child Plutus, wealth, abundance, by Demeter on a thrice-ploughed field, may be compared with the West Prussian custom of the mock birth of a child on the harvest field. In this Prussian custom, the pretended mother represents the corn mother, Zhitnia Matka, the pretended child represents the corn baby, and the whole ceremony is a charm to ensure a crop next year. The custom and the legend alike point to an older practice of performing, among the sprouting crops in the spring or the stubble in autumn, one of those real or mimic acts of procreation by which, as we have seen, primitive man often seeks to infuse his own vigorous life into the languid or decaying energies of nature. Another glimpse of the savage under the civilized Demeter will be afforded farther on, when we come to deal with another aspect of those agricultural divinities. The reader may have observed that in modern folk customs the corn-spirit is generally represented either by a corn-mother, old woman, etc., or by a maiden, harvest child, etc., not both by a corn-mother and by a maiden. Why then did the Greeks represent the corn both as a mother and a daughter? In the Breton custom, the mother sheaf, a large figure made out of the last sheaf with a small corn doll inside of it, clearly represents both the corn mother and the corn daughter, the latter still unborn. Again, in the Prussian custom just referred to, the woman who plays the part of the corn mother represents the ripe grain. The child appears to represent next year's corn, which may be regarded, naturally enough, as the child of this year's corn, since it is from the seed of this year's harvest that next year's crop will spring. Further, we have seen that among the Malays of the peninsula, and sometimes among the Highlanders of Scotland, the spirit of the grain is represented in double female form, both as old and young, by means of ears taken alike from the ripe crop. In Scotland, the old spirit of the corn appears as the carline or cailleach, the young spirit as the maiden, while among the Malays of the peninsula the two spirits of the rice are definitely related to each other as mother and child. Judged by these analogies, Demeter would be the ripe crop of this year, Persephone would be the seed corn taken from it, and sown in autumn to reappear in spring. The descent of Persephone into the lower world would thus be a mythical expression for the sowing of the seed. Her reappearance in spring would signify the sprouting of the young corn. In this way the Persephone of one year becomes the Demeter of the next, and this may very well have been the original form of the myth. But when, with the advance of religious thought, the corn came to be personified, no longer as a being that went through the whole cycle of birth, growth, reproduction, and death within a year, but as an immortal goddess, consistency required that one of the two personifications, the mother or the daughter, should be sacrificed. However, the double conception of the corn as mother and daughter may have been too old and too deeply rooted in the popular mind to be eradicated by logic, and so room had to be found in the reformed myth both for mother and daughter. This was done by assigning to Persephone the character of the corn sown in autumn and sprouting in spring, while Demeter was left to play the somewhat vague part of the heavy mother of the corn, who laments its annual disappearance underground and rejoices over its reappearance in spring. Thus, instead of a regular succession of divine beings, each living a year and then giving birth to her successor, the reformed myth exhibits the conception of two divine and immortal beings, one of whom annually disappears into and reappears from the ground, while the other has little to do but to weep and rejoice at the appropriate seasons. This theory of the double personification of the corn in Greek myth assumes that both personifications, Demeter and Persephone, are original. But if we suppose that the Greek myth started with a single personification, the aftergrowth of a second personification may perhaps be explained as follows. On looking over the harvest customs which have been passed under review, it may be noticed that they involve two distinct conceptions of the corn-spirit. For whereas in some of the customs the corn-spirit is treated as immanent in the corn, in others it is regarded as external to it. Thus, when a particular sheaf is called by the name of the corn-spirit, and is dressed in clothes and handled with reverence, the spirit is clearly regarded as immanent in the corn. But when the spirit is said to make the crops grow by passing through them, or to blight the grain of those against whom she has a grudge, she is apparently conceived as distinct from, though exercising power over, the corn. Conceived in the latter mode, the corn-spirit is in a fair way to become a deity of the corn, if she has not become so already. Of these two conceptions, that of the corn-spirit as immanent in the corn is doubtless the older, since the view of nature animated by indwelling spirits appears to have generally preceded the view of it as controlled by external deities. To put it shortly, animism precedes deism. In the harvest customs of our European peasantry, the corn-spirit seems to be conceived now as immanent in the corn, and now as external to it. In Greek mythology, on the other hand, Demeter is viewed rather as the deity of the corn than as the spirit immanent in it. The process of thought which leads to the change from the one mode of conception to the other is anthropomorphism, or the gradual investment of the immanent spirits with more and more of the attributes of humanity. As men emerge from savagery, the tendency to humanize their divinities gains strength, and the more human these become, the wider is the breach which severs them from the natural objects of which they were at first merely the animating spirits or souls. But in the progress upwards from savagery, men of the same generation do not march abreast, and though the new anthropomorphic gods may satisfy the religious wants of the more developed intelligences, the backward members of the community will cling by preference to the old animistic notions. Now, when the spirit of any natural object, such as the corn, has been invested with human qualities, detached from the object, and converted into a deity controlling it, the object itself is, by the withdrawal of its spirit, left inanimate. It becomes, so to say, a spiritual vacuum. But the popular fancy, intolerant of such a vacuum, in other words, unable to conceive anything as inanimate, immediately creates a fresh mythical being, with which it peoples the vacant object. Thus the same natural object comes to be represented in mythology by two distinct beings. First, by the old spirit, now separated from it and raised to the rank of a deity. Second, by the new spirit, freshly created by the popular fancy to supply the place vacated by the old spirit on its elevation to a higher sphere. In such cases, the problem for mythology is, having got two distinct personifications of the same object, what to do with them? How are their relations to each other to be adjusted, and room found for both in the mythological system? When the old spirit or new deity is conceived as creating or producing the object in question, the problem is easily solved. Since the object is believed to be produced by the old spirit and animated by the new one, the latter, as the soul of the object, must also owe its existence to the former. Thus the old spirit will stand to the new one as producer to produced, that is, in mythology, as parent to child, and if both spirits are conceived as female, their relation will be that of mother and daughter. In this way, starting from a single personification of the corn as female, mythic fancy might in time reach a double personification of it as mother and daughter. It would be very rash to affirm that this was the way in which the myth of Demeter and Persephone actually took shape, but it seems a legitimate conjecture that the reduplication of deities, of which Demeter and Persephone furnish an example, may sometimes have arisen in the way indicated. For example, among the pairs of deities dealt with in a former part of this work, it has been shown that there are grounds for regarding both Isis and her companion god Osiris as personifications of the corn. On the hypothesis just suggested, Isis would be the old corn spirit, and Osiris would be the newer one, whose relationship to the old spirit was variously explained as that of brother, husband, and son, for of course mythology would always be free to account for the coexistence of the two divinities in more ways than one. It must not, however, be forgotten that this proposed explanation of such pairs of deities as Demeter and Persephone, or Isis and Osiris, is purely conjectural, and is only given for what it is worth. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47a of The Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 47a. Lityerses. 1. Songs of the Corn Reapers. In the preceding pages, an attempt has been made to show that in the Corn Mother and Harvest Maiden of Northern Europe we have the prototypes of Demeter and Persephone, but an essential feature is still wanting to complete the resemblance. A leading incident in the Greek myth is the death and resurrection of Persephone. It is this incident which, coupled with the nature of the goddess as a deity of vegetation, links the myth with the cults of Adonis, Attis, Osiris, and Dionysus. And it is in virtue of this incident that the myth finds a place in our discussion of the dying god. It remains, therefore, to see whether the conception of the annual death and resurrection of a god, which figures so prominently in these great Greek and Oriental worships, has not also its origin or its analogy in the rustic rites observed by reapers and vine-dressers amongst the corn-shocks and the vines. Our general ignorance of the popular superstitions and customs of the ancients has already been confessed, but the obscurity which thus hangs over the first beginnings of ancient religion is fortunately dissipated to some extent in the present case. The worships of Osiris, Adonis, and Attis had their respective seats, as we have seen, in Egypt, Syria, and Phrygia, and in each of these countries certain harvest and vintage customs are known to have been observed, the resemblance of which to each other and to the national rites struck the ancients themselves, and, compared with the harvest customs of modern peasants and barbarians, seems to throw some light on the origin of the rites in question. It has been already mentioned, on the authority of Diodorus, that in ancient Egypt the reapers were wont to lament over the first sheaf cut, invoking Isis as the goddess to whom they owed the discovery of corn. To the plaintive song or cry sung or uttered by Egyptian reapers, the Greeks gave the name of Maneros, and explained the name by a story that Maneros, the only son of the first Egyptian king, invented agriculture, and, dying an untimely death, was thus lamented by the people. It appears, however, that the name Maneros is due to a misunderstanding of the formula Ma'anehra, come to the house, which has been discovered in various Egyptian writings, for example, in the Dirge of Isis in the Book of the Dead. Hence we may suppose that the cry Ma'anehra was chanted by the reapers over the cut corn as a dirge for the death of the corn spirit, Isis or Osiris, and a prayer for its return. As the cry was raised over the first ears reaped, it would seem that the corn spirit was believed by the Egyptians to be present in the first corn cut, and to die under the sickle. We have seen that in the Malay Peninsula and Java, the first ears of rice are taken to represent either the soul of the rice, or the rice bride and the rice bridegroom. In parts of Russia, the first sheaf is treated much in the same way that the last sheaf is treated elsewhere. It is reaped by the mistress herself, taken home, and set in the place of honour near the holy pictures. Afterwards it is threshed separately, and some of its grain is mixed with the next year's seed corn. In Aberdeenshire, while the last corn cut was generally used to make the clyack sheaf, it was sometimes, though rarely, the first corn cut that was dressed up as a woman and carried home with ceremony. In Phoenicia and Western Asia, a plaintive song, like that chanted by the Egyptian corn reapers, was sung at the vintage, and probably, to judge by analogy, also at harvest. This Phoenician song was called by the Greeks Linus, or Ailinus, and explained, like Maneros, as a lament for the death of a youth called Linus. According to one story, Linus was brought up by a shepherd, but torn to pieces by his dogs. But like Maneros, the name Linus, or Ailinus, appears to have originated in a verbal misunderstanding, and to be nothing more than the cry Ailanu, that is, woe to us, which the Phoenicians probably uttered in mourning for Adonis. At least Sappho seems to have regarded Adonis and Linus as equivalent. In Bithynia, a like mournful ditty called Bormus or Borimus was chanted by Mariandynian reapers. Bormus was said to have been a handsome youth, the son of King Upias, or of a wealthy and distinguished man. One summer day, watching the reapers at work in his fields, he went to fetch them a drink of water, and was never heard of more. So the reapers sought for him, calling him in plaintive strains, which they continued to chant at harvest ever afterwards. 2. Killing the corn spirit. In Phrygia, the corresponding song, sung by harvesters both at reaping and at threshing, was called Lityerses. According to one story, Lityerses was a bastard son of Midas, king of Phrygia, and dwelt at Calainae. He used to reap the corn, and had an enormous appetite. When a stranger happened to enter the cornfield, or to pass by it, Lityerses gave him plenty to eat and drink, then took him to the cornfield on the banks of the Meander, and compelled him to reap along with him. Lastly, it was his custom to wrap the stranger in a sheaf, cut off his head with a sickle, and carry away his body, swathed in the cornstalks. But at last Hercules undertook to reap with him, cut off his head with the sickle, and threw his body into the river. As Hercules is reported to have slain Lityerses in the same way as Lityerses slew others, we may infer that Lityerses used to throw the bodies of his victims into the river. According to another version of the story, Lityerses, a son of Midas, was wont to challenge people to a reaping match with him, and if he vanquished them, he used to thrash them. But one day he met with a stronger reaper, who slew him. There are some grounds for supposing that in these stories of Lityerses we have the description of a Phrygian harvest custom, in accordance with which certain persons, especially strangers passing the harvest field, were regularly regarded as embodiments of the corn spirit, and as such were seized by the reapers, wrapped in sheaves, and beheaded, their bodies, bound up in the cornstalks, being afterwards thrown into water as a rain charm. The grounds for this supposition are, first, the resemblance of the Lityerses story to the harvest customs of European peasantry, and second, the frequency of human sacrifices offered by savage races to promote the fertility of the fields. We will examine these grounds successively, beginning with the former. In comparing the story with the harvest customs of Europe, 3 points deserve special attention, namely, 1. The reaping match and the binding of persons in the sheaves, 2. The killing of the corn spirit or his representatives, 3. The treatment of visitors to the harvest field or of strangers passing it. 1. In regard to the first head, we have seen that in modern Europe the person who cuts or binds or threshes the last sheaf is often exposed to rough treatment at the hands of his fellow labourers. For example, he is bound up in the last sheaf, and, thus encased, is carried or carted about, beaten, drenched with water, thrown on a dunghill, and so forth. Or, if he is spared this horseplay, he is at least the subject of ridicule, or is thought to be destined to suffer misfortune in the course of the year. Hence the harvesters are naturally reluctant to give the last cut at reaping, or the last stroke at threshing, or to bind the last sheaf. And towards the close of the work this reluctance produces an emulation among the labourers, each striving to finish his task as fast as possible, in order that he may escape the invidious distinction of being last. For example, in the Mittelmark district of Prussia, when the rye has been reaped, and the last sheaves are about to be tied up, the binders stand in 2 rows facing each other, every woman with her sheaf, and her straw rope before her. At a given signal they all tie up their sheaves, and the one who is the last to finish is ridiculed by the rest. Not only so, but her sheaf is made up into human shape, and called the Old Man, and she must carry it to the farmyard, where the harvesters dance in a circle round her and it. Then they take the old man to the farmer, and deliver it to him with the words, "We bring the old man to the master. He may keep him till he gets a new one." After that the old man is set up against a tree, where he remains for a long time, the butt of many jests. At Aschbach in Bavaria, when the reaping is nearly finished, the reapers say, "Now we will drive out the old man." Each of them sets himself to reap a patch of corn as fast as he can. He who cuts the last handful, or the last stalk, is greeted by the rest with an exulting cry, "You have the old man!" Sometimes a black mask is fastened on the reaper's face, and he is dressed in women's clothes. Or if the reaper is a woman, she is dressed in man's clothes. A dance follows. At the supper the old man gets twice as large a portion of the food as the others. The proceedings are similar at threshing. The person who gives the last stroke is said to have the old man. At the supper given to the threshers he has to eat out of the cream ladle, and to drink a great deal. Moreover, he is quizzed and teased in all sorts of ways, till he frees himself from further annoyance by treating the others to brandy or beer. These examples illustrate the contests in reaping, threshing, and binding, which take place amongst the harvesters, from their unwillingness to suffer the ridicule and discomfort incurred by the one who happens to finish his work last. It will be remembered that the person who is last at reaping, binding, or threshing is regarded as the representative of the corn spirit, and this idea is more fully expressed by binding him or her in corn stalks. The latter custom has been already illustrated, but a few more instances may be added. At Klocksin, near Stettin, the harvesters call out to the woman who binds the last sheaf, "You have the old man and must keep him." As late as the first half of the 19th century, the custom was to tie up the woman herself in pease straw, and bring her with music to the farmhouse, where the harvesters danced with her till the pease straw fell off. In other villages round Stettin, when the last harvest waggon is being loaded, there is a regular race amongst the women, each striving not to be last. For she who places the last sheaf on the waggon is called the old man, and is completely swathed in corn stalks. She is also decked with flowers and a helmet of straw are placed on her head. In solemn procession she carries the harvest crown to the squire, over whose head she holds it, while she utters a string of good wishes. At the dance which follows, the old man has the right to choose his, or rather her, partner. It is an honour to dance with him. At Gommen, near Magdeburg, the reaper who cuts the last ears of corn is often wrapped up in corn stalks so completely that it is hard to see whether there is a man in the bundle or not. Thus wrapped up, he is taken by another stalwart reaper on his back, and carried round the field amidst the joyous cries of the harvesters. At Neuhausen, near Merseburg, the person who binds the last sheaf is wrapped in ears of oats and saluted as the oatman, whereupon the others dance round him. At Brie, Ile-de-France, the farmer himself is tied up in the first sheaf. At Dingelstedt, in the district of Erfurt, down to the first half of the 19th century, it was the custom to tie up a man in the last sheaf. He was called the old man, and was brought home on the last waggon, amid huzzas and music. On reaching the farmyard, he was rolled round the barn, and drenched with water. At Nördlingen, in Bavaria, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing is wrapped in straw, and rolled on the threshing floor. In some parts of Oberpfalz, Bavaria, he is said to get the old man, is wrapped in straw, and carried to a neighbour who has not yet finished his threshing. In Silesia, the woman who binds the last sheaf has to submit to a good deal of horseplay. She is pushed, knocked down, and tied up in the sheaf, after which she is called the corn puppet, Kornpoppel. In all these cases the idea is that the spirit of the corn, the old man of vegetation, is driven out of the corn last cut or last threshed, and lives in the barn during the winter. At sowing time he goes out again to the fields to resume his activity as animating force among the sprouting corn. 2. Passing to the second point of comparison between the Lityerses story and the European harvest customs, we have now to see that in the latter the corn spirit is often believed to be killed at reaping or threshing. In the Romsdal and other parts of Norway, when the haymaking is over, the people say that the old hayman has been killed. In some parts of Bavaria, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing is said to have killed the corn man, the oats man, or the wheat man, according to the crop. In the canton of Tillot, in Lorraine, at threshing the last corn, the men keep time with their flails, calling out as they thresh, "We are killing the old woman! We are killing the old woman!" If there is an old woman in the house, she is warned to save herself, or she will be struck dead. Near Ragnit, in Lithuania, the last handful of corn is left standing by itself, with the words, "The old woman, Boba, is sitting in there." Then a young reaper whets his scythe, and with a strong sweep cuts down the handful. It is now said of him that he has cut off the Boba's head, and he receives a gratuity from the farmer and a jugful of water over his head from the farmer's wife. According to another account, every Lithuanian reaper makes haste to finish his task, for the old rye woman lives in the last stalks, and whoever cuts the last stalks kills the old rye woman, and by killing her he brings trouble on himself. In Wilkischken, in the district of Tilsit, the man who cuts the last corn goes by the name of the killer of the rye woman. In Lithuania again, the corn spirit is believed to be killed at threshing as well as at reaping. When only a single pile of corn remains to be threshed, all the threshers suddenly step back a few paces, as if at the word of command. Then they fall to work, plying their flails with the utmost rapidity and vehemence, till they come to the last bundle. Upon this they fling themselves with almost frantic fury, straining every nerve, and raining blows on it till the word "Halt!" rings out sharply from the leader. The man whose flail is the last to fall after the command to stop has been given, is immediately surrounded by all the rest, crying out that he has struck the old rye woman dead. He has to expiate the deed by treating them to brandy, and, like the man who cuts the last corn, he is known as the killer of the old rye woman. Sometimes in Lithuania the slain corn spirit was represented by a puppet. Thus a female figure was made out of cornstalks, dressed in clothes, and placed on the threshing floor, under the heap of corn which was to be threshed last. Whoever thereafter gave the last stroke at threshing struck the old woman dead. We have already met with examples of burning the figure which represents the corn spirit. In the East Riding of Yorkshire, a custom called burning the old witch is observed on the last day of harvest. A small sheaf of corn is burnt on the field in a fire of stubble. Peas are parched at the fire, and eaten with a liberal allowance of ale, and the lads and lasses romp about the flames and amuse themselves by blackening each other's faces. Sometimes again the corn spirit is represented by a man who lies down under the last corn. It is threshed upon his body, and the people say that the old man is being beaten to death. We saw that sometimes the farmer's wife is thrust, together with the last sheaf, under the threshing machine, as if to thresh her, and that afterwards a pretence is made of winnowing her. At Volders in the Tyrol, husks of corn are stuck behind the neck of the man who gives the last stroke at threshing, and he is throttled with a straw garland. If he is tall, it is believed that the corn will be tall next year. Then he is tied on a bundle and flung into the river. In Carinthia, the thresher who gave the last stroke and the person who untied the last sheaf on the threshing floor are bound hand and foot with straw bands, and crowns of straw are placed on their heads. Then they are tied, face to face, on a sledge, dragged through the village, and flung into a brook. The custom of throwing the representative of the corn spirit into a stream, like that of drenching him with water, is, as usual, a rain charm. 3. Thus far the representatives of the corn spirit have generally been the man or woman who cuts, binds, or threshes the last corn. We now come to the cases in which the corn spirit is represented either by a stranger passing the harvest field, as in the Lityersis tale, or by a visitor entering it for the first time. All over Germany it is customary for the reapers or threshers to lay hold of passing strangers, and bind them with a rope made of cornstalks, till they pay a forfeit. And when the farmer himself or one of his guests enters the field or the threshing floor for the first time, he is treated in the same way. Sometimes the rope is only tied round his arm, or his feet, or his neck, but sometimes he is regularly swathed in corn. Thus at Solør in Norway, whoever enters the field, be he the master or a stranger, is tied up in a sheaf and must pay a ransom. In the neighbourhood of Soest, when the farmer visits the flax pullers for the first time, he is completely enveloped in flax. Passers-by are also surrounded by the women, tied up in flax and compelled to stand brandy. At Nördlingen, strangers are caught with straw ropes and tied up in a sheaf until they pay a forfeit. Among the Germans of Haselberg in West Bohemia, as soon as a farmer had given the last corn to be threshed on the threshing floor, he was swathed in it and had to redeem himself by a present of cakes. In the canton of Putange in Normandy, A pretence of tying up the owner of the land in the last sheaf of wheat is still practised, or at least was still practised, some quarter of a century ago. The task falls to the women alone. They throw themselves on the proprietor, seize him by the arms, the legs, and the body, throw him to the ground, and stretch him on the last sheaf. Then a show is made of binding him, and the conditions to be observed at the harvest supper are dictated to him. When he has accepted them, he is released and allowed to get up. At Brie, Île-de-France, when anyone who does not belong to the farm passes by the harvest field, the reapers give chase. If they catch him, they bind him in a sheaf, and bite him, one after the other, on the forehead, crying, "You shall carry the key of the field." To have the key is an expression used by harvesters elsewhere, in the sense of to cut, or bind, or thresh the last sheaf. Hence it is equivalent to the phrases, "You have the old man," "You are the old man," which are addressed to the cutter, binder, or thresher of the last sheaf. Therefore, when a stranger, as at Brie, is tied up in a sheaf and told that he will carry the key of the field, it is as much as to say that he is the old man, that is, an embodiment of the corn spirit. In hop picking, if a well-dressed stranger passes the hop yard, he is seized by the women, tumbled into the bin, covered with leaves, and not released till he has paid a fine. Thus, like the ancient Lityerses, modern European reapers have been wont to lay hold of a passing stranger and tie him up in a sheaf. It is not to be expected that they should complete the parallel by cutting off his head, but if they do not take such a strong step, their language and gestures are at least indicative of a desire to do so. For instance, in Mecklenburg, on the first day of reaping, if the master or mistress or a stranger enters the field, or merely passes by it, all the mowers face towards him, and sharpen their scythes, clashing their whetstones against them in unison, as if they were making ready to mow. Then the woman who leads the mowers steps up to him and ties a band round his left arm. He must ransom himself by payment of a forfeit. Near Ratzeburg, when the master or other person of mark enters the field or passes by it, all the harvesters stop work and march towards him in a body, the men with their scythes in front. On meeting him, they form up in line, men and women. The men stick the poles of their scythes in the ground, as they do in whetting them. Then they take off their caps and hang them on the scythes, while their leader stands forward and makes a speech. When he has done, they all whet their scythes in measured time very loudly, after which they put on their caps. Two of the women binders then come forward. One of them ties the master or stranger, as the case may be, with corn ears or with a silken band. The other delivers a rhyming address. The following are specimens of the speeches made by the reaper on these occasions. In some parts of Pomerania every passer-by is stopped, his way being barred with a corn rope. The reapers form a circle round him and sharpen their scythes, while their leader says, "The men are ready, the scythes are bent, the corn is great and small, the gentleman must be mowed." Then the process of whetting the scythes is repeated. At Ramin, in the district of Stettin, the stranger, standing encircled by the reapers, is thus addressed. "We'll stroke the gentleman with our naked sword, wherewith we shear meadows and fields. We shear princes and lords, labourers are often athirst. If the gentleman will stand beer and brandy, the joke will soon be over. But if our prayer he does not like, a sword has a right to strike." On the threshing floor, strangers are also regarded as embodiments of the corn spirit, and are treated accordingly. At Wiedingharde in Schleswig, when a stranger comes to the threshing floor, he is asked, "Shall I teach you the flail dance?" If he says yes, they put the arms of the threshing flail round his neck, as if he were a sheaf of corn, and press them together so tight that he is nearly choked. In some parishes of Värmland, Sweden, when a stranger enters the threshing floor, where the threshers are at work, they say that they will teach him the threshing song. Then they put a flail round his neck and a straw rope about his body. Also, as we have seen, if a stranger woman enters the threshing floor, the threshers put a flail round her body and a wreath of cornstalks round her neck, and call out, "See the corn woman! See! That is how the corn maiden looks!" Thus, in these harvest customs of modern Europe, the person who cuts, binds, or threshes the last corn is treated as an embodiment of the corn spirit by being wrapped up in sheaves, killed in mimicry by agricultural implements, and thrown into the water. These coincidences with the Lityerses story seem to prove that the latter is a genuine description of an old Phrygian harvest custom. But since in the modern parallels the killing of the personal representative of the corn spirit is necessarily omitted, or at most enacted only in mimicry, it is desirable to show that in rude society human beings have been commonly killed as an agricultural ceremony to promote the fertility of the fields. The following examples will make this plain. End of chapter 47a. Chapter 47b of The Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 47b. Lityerses. 3. Human sacrifices for the crops. The Indians of Guayaquil in Ecuador used to sacrifice human blood and the hearts of men when they sowed their fields. The people of Cañar, now Cuenca in Ecuador, used to sacrifice 100 children annually at harvest. The kings of Quito, the Incas of Peru, and for a long time the Spaniards, were unable to suppress the bloody rite. At a Mexican harvest festival, when the first fruits of the season were offered to the sun, a criminal was placed between two immense stones, balanced opposite each other, and was crushed by them as they fell together. His remains were buried, and a feast and dance followed. This sacrifice was known as the Meeting of the Stones. We have seen that the ancient Mexicans also sacrificed human beings at all the various stages in the growth of the maize, the age of the victims corresponding to the age of the corn. For they sacrificed newborn babes at sowing, older children when the grain had sprouted, and so on till it was fully ripe, when they sacrificed old men. No doubt the correspondence between the ages of the victims and the state of the corn was supposed to enhance the efficacy of the sacrifice. The Pawnees annually sacrificed a human victim in spring when they sowed their fields. The sacrifice was believed to have been enjoined on them by the morning star, or by a certain bird which the morning star had sent to them as its messenger. The bird was stuffed and preserved as a powerful talisman. They thought that an omission of this sacrifice would be followed by the total failure of the crops of maize, beans, and pumpkins. The victim was a captive of either sex. He was clad in the gayest and most costly attire, was fattened on the choicest food, and carefully kept in ignorance of his doom. When he was fat enough, they bound him to a cross in the presence of the multitude, danced a solemn dance, then cleft his head with a tomahawk, and shot him with arrows. According to one trader, the squaws then cut pieces of flesh from the victim's body, with which they greased their hoes. But this was denied by another trader, who had been present at the ceremony. Immediately after the sacrifice, the people proceeded to plant their fields. A particular account has been preserved of the sacrifice of a Sioux girl by the Pawnees in April 1837 or 1838. The girl was 14 or 15 years old, and had been kept for 6 months, and well treated. 2 days before the sacrifice she was led from wigwam to wigwam, accompanied by the whole council of chiefs and warriors. At each lodge she received a small billet of wood and a little paint, which she handed to the warrior next to her. In this way she called at every wigwam, receiving at each the same present of wood and paint. On the 22nd of April she was taken out to be sacrificed, attended by the warriors, each of whom carried 2 pieces of wood, which he had received from her hands. Her body having been painted half red and half black, she was attached to a sort of gibbet, and roasted for some time over a slow fire, then shot to death with arrows. The chief sacrificer next tore out her heart and devoured it. While her flesh was still warm, it was cut in small pieces from the bones, put in little baskets, and taken to a neighbouring cornfield. There the head chief took a piece of the flesh from a basket, and squeezed a drop of blood upon the newly deposited grains of corn. His example was followed by the rest, till all the seed had been sprinkled with the blood. It was then covered up with earth. According to one account, the body of the victim was reduced to a kind of paste, which was rubbed or sprinkled not only on the maize, but also on the potatoes, the beans, and other seeds, to fertilize them. By this sacrifice they hoped to obtain plentiful crops. A West African queen used to sacrifice a man and woman in the month of March. They were killed with spades and hoes, and their bodies buried in the middle of a field which had just been tilled. At Lagos in Guinea it was the custom annually to impale a young girl alive soon after the spring equinox, in order to secure good crops. Along with her were sacrificed sheep and goats, which, with yams, heads of maize, and plantains, were hung on stakes on each side of her. The victims were bred up for the purpose in the king's seraglio, and their minds had been so powerfully wrought upon by the fetish men that they went cheerfully to their fate. A similar sacrifice used to be annually offered at Benin in Guinea. The Marimos, a Bechuana tribe, sacrifice a human being for the crops. The victim chosen is generally a short, stout man. He is seized by violence, or intoxicated and taken to the fields, where he is killed amongst the wheat to serve as seed, so they phrase it. After his blood has coagulated in the sun, it is burnt along with the frontal bone, the flesh attached to it, and the brain. The ashes are then scattered over the ground to fertilize it. The rest of the body is eaten. The Bagobos of Mindanao, one of the Philippine islands, offer a human sacrifice before they sow their rice. The victim is a slave, who is hewn to pieces in the forest. The natives of Bontoc, in the interior of Luzon, one of the Philippine islands, are passionate headhunters. Their principal seasons for headhunting are the times of planting and reaping the rice. In order that the crop may turn out well, every farm must get at least 1 human head at planting and 1 at sowing. The headhunters go out in 2s or 3s, lie in wait for the victim, whether man or woman, cut off his or her head, hands, and feet, and bring them back in haste to the village, where they are received with great rejoicings. The skulls are at first exposed on the branches of 2 or 3 dead trees, which stand in an open space of every village, surrounded by large stones which serve as seats. The people then dance round them and feast and get drunk. When the flesh has decayed from the head, the man who cut it off takes it home and preserves it as a relic, while his companions do the same with the hands and the feet. Similar customs are observed by the Apoyaos, another tribe in the interior of Luzon. Among the Lota Naga, one of the many savage tribes who inhabit the deep, rugged, labyrinthine glens which wind into the mountains from the rich valley of Brahmaputra, it used to be a common custom to cut off the heads, hands, and feet of people they met with, and then stick up the severed extremities in their fields to ensure a good crop of grain. They bore no ill will whatever to the persons upon whom they operated in this unceremonious fashion. Once they flayed a boy alive, carved him in pieces, and distributed the flesh among all the villagers, who put it into their corn bins to avert bad luck and ensure plentiful crops of grain. The Gonds of India, a Dravidian race, kidnapped Brahmin boys and kept them as victims to be sacrificed on various occasions. At sowing and reaping, after a triumphal procession, one of the lads was slain by being punctured with a poisoned arrow. His blood was then sprinkled over the ploughed field or the ripe crop, and his flesh was devoured. The Oraons, or Uraons, of Chota Nagpur worship a goddess called Anakuari, who can give good crops and make a man rich, but to induce her to do so it is necessary to offer human sacrifices. In spite of the vigilance of the British government, these sacrifices are said to be still secretly perpetrated. The victims are poor waifs and strays, whose disappearance attracts no notice. April and May are the months when the catchpoles are out on the prowl. At that time strangers will not go about the country alone, and parents will not let their children enter the jungle or herd the cattle. When a catchpole has found a victim, he cuts his throat and carries away the upper part of the ring finger and the nose. The goddess takes up her abode in the house of any man who has offered her a sacrifice, and from that time his fields yield a double harvest. The form she assumes in the house is that of a small child. When the householder brings in his unhusked rice, he takes the goddess and rolls her over the heap to double its size. But she soon grows restless, and can only be pacified with the blood of fresh human victims. But the best known case of human sacrifices, systematically offered to ensure good crops, is supplied by the Kons or Khans, another Dravidian race, in Bengal. Our knowledge of them is derived from the accounts written by British officers, who, about the middle of the 19th century, were engaged in putting them down. The sacrifices were offered to the earth goddess, Tari Pennu, or Bera Pennu, and were believed to ensure good crops and immunity from all disease and accidents. In particular, they were considered necessary in the cultivation of turmeric, the Khons arguing that the turmeric could not have a deep red colour without the shedding of blood. The victim, or Meriah, as he was called, was acceptable to the goddess only if he had been purchased, or had been born of a victim, that is, the son of a victim father, or had been devoted as a child by his father or guardian. Khons, in distress, often sold their children for victims, considering the beatification of their souls certain, and their death, for the benefit of mankind, the most honourable possible. A man of the Panua tribe was once seen to load a Khond with curses, and finally to spit in his face, because the Khond had sold for a victim his own child, whom the Panua had wished to marry. A party of Khonds, who saw this, immediately pressed forward to comfort the seller of his child, saying, "Your child has died that all the world may live, and the earth goddess herself will wipe that spittle from your face." The victims were often kept for years before they were sacrificed. Being regarded as consecrated beings, they were treated with extreme affection, mingled with deference, and were welcomed wherever they went. A Meriah youth, on attaining maturity, was generally given a wife, who was herself usually a Meriah or victim, and with her he received a portion of land and farm stock. Their offspring were also victims. Human sacrifices were offered to the earth goddess by tribes, branches of tribes, or villages, both at periodical festivals and on extraordinary occasions. The periodical sacrifices were generally so arranged by tribes and divisions of tribes that each head of a family was enabled, at least once a year, to procure a shred of flesh for his fields, generally about the time when his chief crop was laid down. The mode of performing these tribal sacrifices was as follows. 10 or 12 days before the sacrifice, the victim was devoted by cutting off his hair, which, until then, had been kept unshorn. Crowds of men and women assembled to witness the sacrifice. None might be excluded, since the sacrifice was declared to be for all mankind. It was preceded by several days of wild revelry and gross debauchery. On the day before the sacrifice, the victim, dressed in a new garment, was led forth from the village in solemn procession, with music and dancing, to the Meria Grove, a clump of high forest trees standing a little way from the village and untouched by the axe. There they tied him to a post, which was sometimes placed between two plants of the sankisar shrub. He was then anointed with oil, ghee, and turmeric, and adorned with flowers, and a species of reverence which it is not easy to distinguish from adoration was paid to him throughout the day. A great struggle now arose to obtain the smallest relic from his person. A particle of the turmeric paste with which he was smeared, or a drop of his spittle, was esteemed of sovereign virtue, especially by the women. The crowd danced round the post to music, and, addressing the earth, said, "O God, we offer this sacrifice to you. Give us good crops, seasons, and health." Then, speaking to the victim, they said, "We bought you with a price, and did not seize you. Now we sacrifice you according to custom, and no sin rests with us." On the last morning, the orgies, which had been scarcely interrupted during the night, were resumed, and continued till noon, when they ceased, and the assembly proceeded to consummate the sacrifice. The victim was again anointed with oil, and each person touched the anointed part, and wiped the oil on his own head. In some places they took the victim in procession round the village, from door to door, where some plucked hair from his head, and others begged for a drop of his spittle, with which they anointed their heads. As the victim might not be bound, nor make any show of resistance, the bones of his arms, and if necessary his legs, were broken. But often this precaution was rendered unnecessary by stupefying him with opium. The mode of putting him to death varied in different places. One of the commonest modes seems to have been strangulation, or squeezing to death. The branch of a green tree was cleft several feet down the middle. The victim's neck, in other places his chest, was inserted in the cleft, which the priest, aided by his assistants, strove with all his force to close. Then he wounded the victim slightly with his axe, whereupon the crowd rushed at the wretch, and hewed the flesh from the bones, leaving the head and bowels untouched. Sometimes he was cut up alive. In Chinakimedi he was dragged along the fields, surrounded by the crowd, who, avoiding his head and intestines, hacked the flesh from his body with their knives till he died. Another very common mode of sacrifice in the same district was to fasten the victim to the proboscis of a wooden elephant, which revolved on a stout post, and, as it whirled round, the crowd cut the flesh from the victim while life remained. In some villages, Major Campbell found as many as 14 of these wooden elephants, which had been used at sacrifices. In one district, the victim was put to death slowly by fire. A low stage was formed, sloping on either side like a roof. Upon it they laid the victim, his limbs wound round with cords to confine his struggles. Fires were then lighted, and hot brands applied, to make him roll up and down the slopes of the stage as long as possible, for the more tears he shed, the more abundant would be the supply of rain. Next day the body was cut to pieces. The flesh cut from the victim was instantly taken home by the persons who had been deputed by each village to bring it. To secure its rapid arrival, it was sometimes forwarded by relays of men, and conveyed with postal fleetness 50 or 60 miles. In each village all who stayed at home fasted rigidly until the flesh arrived. The bearer deposited it in the place of public assembly, where it was received by the priest and the heads of families. The priest divided it into 2 portions, one of which he offered to the earth goddess by burying it in a hole in the ground, with his back turned and without looking. Then each man added a little earth to bury it, and the priest poured water on the spot from a hill gourd. The other portion of flesh he divided into as many shares as there were heads of houses present. Each head of a house rolled his shred of flesh in leaves, and buried it in his favourite field, placing it in the earth behind his back without looking. In some places each man carried his portion of flesh to the stream which watered his fields, and there hung it on a pole. For 3 days thereafter no house was swept, and in one district strict silence was observed, no fire might be given out, no wood cut, and no strangers received. The remains of the human victim, namely the head, bowels, and bones, were watched by strong parties the night after the sacrifice, and next morning they were burnt, along with a whole sheep, on a funeral pile. The ashes were scattered over the fields, laid as paste over the houses and granaries, or mixed with the new corn to preserve it from insects. Sometimes, however, the head and bones were buried, not burnt. After the suppression of the human sacrifices, inferior victims were substituted in some places. For instance, in the capital of Chinnakimedy, a goat took the place of a human victim. Others sacrifice a buffalo. They tie it to a wooden post in a sacred grove, dance wildly round it with brandished knives, then, falling on the live animal, hack it to shreds and tatters in a few minutes, fighting and struggling with each other for every particle of flesh. As soon as a man has secured a piece, he makes off with it at full speed to bury it in his fields, according to ancient custom, before the sun has set, and as some of them have far to go, they must run very fast. All the women throw clods of earth at the rapidly retreating figures of the men, some of them taking a very good aim. Soon the sacred grove, so lately a scene of tumult, is silent and deserted except for a few people who remain to guard all that is left of the buffalo, to wit, the head, the bones, and the stomach, which are burnt with ceremony at the foot of the stake. In these Khond sacrifices, the Meriahs are represented by our authorities as victims offered to propitiate the earth goddess. But from the treatment of the victims, both before and after death, it appears that the custom cannot be explained as merely a propitiatory sacrifice. A part of the flesh, certainly, was offered to the earth goddess, but the rest was buried by each householder in his fields, and the ashes of the other parts of the body were scattered over the fields, laid as paste on the granaries, or mixed with the new corn. These latter customs imply that to the body of the Meriah there was ascribed a direct or intrinsic power of making the crops to grow, quite independent of the indirect efficacy which it might have as an offering to secure the goodwill of the deity. In other words, the flesh and ashes of the victim were believed to be endowed with a magical or physical power of fertilizing the land. The same intrinsic power was ascribed to the blood and tears of the Meriah, his blood causing the redness of the turmeric, and his tears producing rain, for it can hardly be doubted that, originally at least, the tears were supposed to bring down the rain, not merely to prognosticate it. Similarly, the custom of pouring water on the buried flesh of the Meriah was no doubt a rain charm. Again, magical power, as an attribute of the Meriah, appears in the sovereign virtue believed to reside in anything that came from his person, as his hair or spittle. The ascription of such power to the Meriah indicates that he was much more than a mere man sacrificed to propitiate a deity. Once more, the extreme reverence paid him points to the same conclusion. Major Campbell speaks of the Meriah as being regarded as something more than mortal, and Major Macpherson says, a species of reverence which it is not easy to distinguish from adoration is paid to him. In short, the Meriah seems to have been regarded as divine. As such, he may originally have represented the earth goddess, or, perhaps, a deity of vegetation, though in later times he came to be regarded rather as a victim offered to a deity than as himself an incarnate god. This later view of the Meriah as a victim rather than a divinity may perhaps have received undue emphasis from the European writers who have described the Khond religion. Habituated to the later idea of sacrifice as an offering made to a god for the purpose of conciliating his favour, European observers are apt to interpret all religious slaughter in this sense, and to suppose that wherever such slaughter takes place, there must necessarily be a deity to whom the carnage is believed by the slayers to be acceptable. Thus their preconceived ideas may unconsciously colour and warp their description of savage rites. The same custom of killing the representative of a god, of which strong traces appear in the Khond sacrifices, may perhaps be detected in some of the other human sacrifices described above. Thus the ashes of the slaughtered Marimo were scattered over the fields, the blood of the Brahman lad was put on the crop and field, the flesh of the slain Naga was stowed in the corn bin, and the blood of the Sioux girl was allowed to trickle on the seed. Again, the identification of the victim with the corn, in other words, the view that he is an embodiment or spirit of the corn, is brought out in the pains which seem to be taken to secure a physical correspondence between him and the natural object which he embodies or represents. Thus the Mexicans killed young victims for the young corn, and old ones for the ripe corn. The Marimos sacrifice as seed a short, fat man, the shortness of his stature corresponding to that of the young corn, his fatness to the condition which it is desired that the crops may attain. And the Pawnees fattened their victims probably with the same view. Again, the identification of the victim with the corn comes out in the African custom of killing him with spades and hoes, and the Mexican custom of grinding him, like corn, between two stones. One more point in these savage customs deserves to be noted. The Pawnee chief devoured the heart of the Sioux girl, and the Marimos and Gonds ate the victim's flesh. If, as we suppose, the victim was regarded as divine, it follows that in eating his flesh his worshippers believed themselves to be partaking of the body of their god. End of chapter 47b. Chapter 47c. LIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 47c. LIII. 4. The corn spirit slain in his human representatives. The barbarous rites just described offer analogies to the harvest customs of Europe. Thus the fertilizing virtue ascribed to the corn spirit is shown equally in the savage custom of mixing the victim's blood or ashes with the seed corn, and the European custom of mixing the grain from the last sheaf with the young corn in spring. Again, the identification of the person with the corn appears alike in the savage custom of adapting the age and stature of the victim to the age and stature, whether actual or expected, of the crop. In the Scotch and Styrian rules, that when the corn spirit is conceived as the maiden, the last corn shall be cut by a young maiden, but when it is conceived as the corn mother, it shall be cut by an old woman. In the warning given to old women in Lorraine to save themselves when the old woman is being killed, that is, when the last corn is being threshed, and in the Tyrolese expectation that if the man who gives the last stroke at threshing is tall, the next year's corn will be tall also. Further, the same identification is implied in the savage custom of killing the representative of the corn spirit with hoes or spades, or by grinding him between stones, and in the European custom of pretending to kill him with the scythe or the flail. Once more the conned custom of pouring water on the buried flesh of the victim is parallel to the European customs of pouring water on the personal representative of the corn spirit, or plunging him into a stream. Both the conned and the European customs are rain charms. To return now to the Lityerses story. It has been shown that in rude society human beings have been commonly killed to promote the growth of the crops. There is therefore no improbability in the supposition that they may once have been killed for a like purpose in Phrygia and Europe. And when Phrygian legend and European folk custom, closely agreeing with each other, point to the conclusion that men were so slain, we are bound, provisionally at least, to accept the conclusion. Further, both the Lityerses story and European harvest customs agree in indicating that the victim was put to death as a representative of the corn spirit, and this indication is in harmony with the view which some savages appear to take of the victim slain to make the crops flourish. On the whole, then, we may fairly suppose that both in Phrygia and in Europe the representative of the corn spirit was annually killed upon the harvest field. Grounds have been already shown for believing that similarly in Europe the representative of the tree spirit was annually slain. The proofs of these two remarkable and closely analogous customs are entirely independent of each other. Their coincidence seems to furnish fresh presumption in favour of both. To the question, how was the representative of the corn spirit chosen, one answer has been already given. Both the Lityerses story and the European folk custom show that passing strangers were regarded as manifestations of the corn spirit escaping from the cut or threshed corn, and as such were seized and slain. But this is not the only answer which the evidence suggests. According to the Phrygian legend, the victims of Lityerses were not simply passing strangers, but persons whom he had vanquished in a reaping contest, and afterwards wrapped up in corn sheaves and beheaded. This suggests that the representative of the corn spirit may have been selected by means of competition on the harvest field, in which the vanquished competitor was compelled to accept the fatal honour. The supposition is countenanced by European harvest customs. We have seen that in Europe there is sometimes a contest amongst the reapers to avoid being last, and that the person who is vanquished in this competition, that is, who cuts the last corn, is often roughly handled. It is true we have not found that a pretence is made of killing him, but on the other hand we have found that a pretence is made of killing the man who gives the last stroke at threshing, that is, who is vanquished in the threshing contest. Now, since it is in the character of representative of the corn spirit that the thresher of the last corn is slain in mimicry, and since the same representative character attaches, as we have seen, to the cutter and binder as well as to the thresher of the last corn, and since the same repugnance is evinced by harvesters to be last in any one of these labours, we may conjecture that a pretence has been commonly made of killing the reaper and binder as well as the thresher of the last corn, and that in ancient times this killing was actually carried out. This conjecture is corroborated by the common superstition that whoever cuts the last corn must die soon. Sometimes it is thought that the person who binds the last sheaf on the field will die in the course of next year. The reason for fixing on the reaper, binder, or thresher of the last corn as the representative of the corn spirit may be this. The corn spirit is supposed to lurk as long as he can in the corn, retreating before the reapers, the binders, and the threshers at their work. But when he is forcibly expelled from his refuge in the last corn cut, or last sheaf bound, or the last grain threshed, he necessarily assumes some other form than that of the cornstalks, which had hitherto been his garment or body. And what form can the expelled corn spirit assume more naturally than that of the person who stands nearest to the corn from which he, the corn spirit, has just been expelled? but the person in question is necessarily the reaper, binder, or thresher of the last corn. He or she, therefore, is seized and treated as the corn spirit himself. Thus the person who was killed on the harvest field as the representative of the corn spirit may have been either a passing stranger or the harvester who was last at reaping, binding, or threshing. But there is a third possibility, to which ancient legend and modern folk custom alike point. Lityerses not only put strangers to death, he was himself slain, and apparently in the same way as he had slain others, namely by being wrapped in a corn sheaf, beheaded, and cast into the river, and it is implied that this happened to Lityerses on his own land. Similarly, in modern harvest customs, the pretence of killing appears to be carried out quite as often on the person of the master, farmer or squire, as on that of strangers. Now, when we remember that Lityerses was said to have been a son of the king of Phrygia, and that in one account he is himself called a king, and when we combine with this the tradition that he was put to death, apparently as a representative of the corn spirit, we are led to conjecture that we have here another trace of the custom of annually slaying one of those divine or priestly kings who are known to have held ghostly sway in many parts of Western Asia, and particularly in Phrygia. The custom appears, as we have seen, to have been so far modified in places that the king's son was slain in the king's stead. Of the custom thus modified, the story of Lityerses would be, in one version at least, a reminiscence. Turning now to the relation of the Phrygian Lityerses to the Phrygian Attis, it may be remembered that at Pessinus, the seat of a priestly kingship, the high priest appears to have been annually slain in the character of Attis, a god of vegetation, and that Attis was described by an ancient authority as a reaped ear of corn. Thus Attis, as an embodiment of the corn spirit, annually slain in the person of his representative, might be thought to be ultimately identical with Lityerses, the latter being simply the rustic prototype out of which the state religion of Attis was developed. It may have been so, but, on the other hand, the analogy of European folk custom warns us that amongst the same people two distinct deities of vegetation may have their separate representatives, both of whom are slain in the character of gods at different times of the year. For in Europe, as we have seen, it appears that one man was commonly slain in the character of the tree spirit in spring, and another in the character of the corn spirit in autumn. It may have been so in Phrygia also. Attis was especially a tree god, and his connection with corn may have been only such an extension of the power of a tree spirit as is indicated in customs like the harvest May. Again, the representative of Attis appears to have been slain in spring, whereas Lityerses must have been slain in summer or autumn, according to the time of the harvest in Phrygia. On the whole, then, while we are not justified in regarding Lityerses as the prototype of Attis, the two may be regarded as parallel products of the same religious idea, and may have stood to each other as in Europe the old man of harvest stands to the wild man, the leaf man, and so forth, of spring. Both were spirits or deities of vegetation, and the personal representatives of both were annually slain. But whereas the Attis worship became elevated into the dignity of a state religion and spread to Italy, the rites of Lityerses seem never to have passed the limits of their native Phrygia, and always retained their character of rustic ceremonies performed by peasants on the harvest field. At most a few villages may have clubbed together, as amongst the Khons, to procure a human victim to be slain as representative of the corn spirit for their common benefit. Such victims may have been drawn from the families of priestly kings or kinglets, which would account for the legendary character of Lityerses as the son of a Phrygian king, or as himself a king. When villages did not so club together, each village or farm may have procured its own representative of the corn spirit by dooming to death either a passing stranger or the harvester who cut, bound, or threshed the last sheaf. Perhaps in the olden time the practice of head-hunting as a means of promoting the growth of the corn may have been as common among the rude inhabitants of Europe and Western Asia as it still is, or was till lately, among the primitive agricultural tribes of Assam, Burma, the Philippine Islands, and the Indian archipelago. It is hardly necessary to add that in Phrygia, as in Europe, the old barbarous custom of killing a man on the harvest field or the threshing floor had doubtless passed into a mere pretence long before the classical era, and was probably regarded by the reapers and threshers themselves as no more than a rough jest which the licence of a harvest home permitted them to play off on a passing stranger, a comrade, or even on their master himself. I have dwelt on the Lityerses song at length, because it affords so many points of comparison with European and savage folk custom. The other harvest songs of Western Asia and Egypt, to which attention has been called above, may now be dismissed much more briefly. The similarity of the Bithynian Bormus to the Phrygian Lityerses helps to bear out the interpretation which has been given of the latter. Bormus, whose death, or rather disappearance, was annually mourned by the reapers in a plaintive song, was, like Lityerses, a king's son, or at least the son of a wealthy and distinguished man. The reapers whom he watched were at work on his own fields, and he disappeared in going to fetch water for them. According to one version of the story, he was carried off by the nymphs, doubtless the nymphs of the spring or pool or river whither he went to draw water. Viewed in the light of the Lityerses story and of European folk custom, this disappearance of Bormus may be a reminiscence of the custom of binding the farmer himself in a corn sheaf and throwing him into the water. The mournful strain which the reapers sang was probably a lamentation over the death of the corn spirit, slain either in the cut corn or in the person of a human representative, and the call which they addressed to him may have been a prayer that he might return in fresh vigour next year. The Phoenician Linus song was sung at the vintage, at least in the west of Asia Minor, as we learn from Homer, and this, combined with the legend of Sileus, suggests that in ancient times passing strangers were handled by vintagers and vine-diggers in much the same way as they are said to have been handled by the reaper Lityerses. The Lydian Sileus, so ran the legend, compelled passers-by to dig for him in his vineyard, till Hercules came and killed him and dug up his vines by the roots. This seems to be the outline of a legend like that of Lityerses, but neither ancient writers nor modern folk custom enable us to fill in the details. But further, the Linus song was probably sung also by Phoenician reapers, for Herodotus compares it to the Maneros song, which, as we have seen, was a lament raised by Egyptian reapers over the cut corn. Further, Linus was identified with Adonis, and Adonis has some claims to be regarded as especially a corn deity. Thus the Linus lament, as sung at harvest, would be identical with the Adonis lament. Each would be the lamentation raised by reapers over the dead spirit of the corn. But whereas Adonis, like Attis, grew into a stately figure of mythology, adored and mourned in splendid cities far beyond the limits of his Phoenician home, Linus appears to have remained a simple ditty sung by reapers and vintagers among the corn sheaves and the vines. The analogy of Lityerses and of folk custom, both European and savage, suggests that in Phoenicia the slain corn spirit, the dead Adonis, may formerly have been represented by a human victim, and this suggestion is possibly supported by the Harran legend that Tammuz, Adonis, was slain by his cruel lord, who ground his bones in a mill and scattered them to the wind. For in Mexico, as we have seen, the human victim at harvest was crushed between two stones, and both in Africa and India the ashes or other remains of the victim were scattered over the fields. But the Harran legend may be only a mythical way of expressing the grinding of corn in the mill and the scattering of the seed. It seems worth suggesting that the mock king who was annually killed at the Babylonian festival of the Sakiya on the 16th day of the month Lus may have represented Tammuz himself. For the historian Berosus, who records the festival and its date, probably used the Macedonian calendar, since he dedicated his history to Antiochus Soter, and in his day the Macedonian month Lus appears to have corresponded to the Babylonian month Tammuz. If this conjecture is right, the view that the mock king at Sakiya was slain in the character of a god would be established. There is a good deal more evidence that in Egypt the slain corn spirit, the dead Osiris, was represented by a human victim, whom the reapers slew on the harvest field, mourning his death in a dirge, to which the Greeks, through a verbal misunderstanding, gave the name of Maneros. For the legend of Busiris seems to preserve a reminiscence of human sacrifices once offered by the Egyptians in connection with the worship of Osiris. Busiris was said to have been an Egyptian king who sacrificed all strangers on the altar of Zeus. The origin of the custom was traced to a dearth which afflicted the land of Egypt for 9 years. A Cyprian seer informed Busiris that the dearth would cease if a man were annually sacrificed to Zeus. So Busiris instituted the sacrifice. But when Hercules came to Egypt and was being dragged to the altar to be sacrificed, he burst his bonds and slew Busiris and his son. Here then is a legend that in Egypt a human victim was annually sacrificed to prevent the failure of the crops, and a belief is implied that an omission of the sacrifice would have entailed a recurrence of that infertility which it was the object of the sacrifice to prevent. So the Pawnees, as we have seen, believed that an omission of the human sacrifice at planting would have been followed by a total failure of their crops. The name Busiris was in reality the name of a city, Per Asar, the house of Osiris, the city being so called because it contained the grave of Osiris. Indeed, some high modern authorities believe that Busiris was the original home of Osiris, from which his worship spread to other parts of Egypt. The human sacrifices were said to have been offered at his grave, and the victims were red-haired men, whose ashes were scattered abroad by means of winnowing fans. This tradition of human sacrifices offered at the tomb of Osiris is confirmed by the evidence of the monuments. In the light of the foregoing discussion, the Egyptian tradition of Busiris admits of a consistent and fairly probable explanation. Osiris, the corn spirit, was annually represented at harvest by a stranger, whose red hair made him a suitable representative of the ripe corn. This man, in his representative character, was slain on the harvest field, and mourned by the reapers, who prayed at the same time that the corn spirit might revive and return, Ma'a Nerha, Maneros, with renewed vigour in the following year. Finally, the victim, or some part of him, was burnt, and the ashes scattered by winnowing fans over the fields to fertilize them. Here the choice of the victim on the ground of his resemblance to the corn which he was to represent agrees with the Mexican and African customs already described. Similarly, the woman who died in the character of the Corn Mother at the Mexican midsummer sacrifice had her face painted red and yellow in token of the colours of the corn, and she wore a pasteboard mitre surmounted by waving plumes in imitation of the tassel of the maize. On the other hand, at the festival of the goddess of the white maize, the Mexicans sacrificed lepers. The Romans sacrificed red-haired puppies in spring to avert the supposed blighting influence of the dog star, believing that the crops would thus grow ripe and ruddy. The heathen of Harran offered to the sun, moon, and planets human victims who were chosen on the ground of their supposed resemblance to the heavenly bodies to which they were sacrificed. For example, the priests, clothed in red and smeared with blood, offered a red-haired, red-cheeked man to the red planet Mars, in a temple which was painted red and draped with red hangings. These and the like cases of assimilating the victim to the god or to the natural phenomenon which he represents are based ultimately on the principle of homeopathic or imitative magic, the notion being that the object aimed at will be most readily attained by means of a sacrifice which resembles the effect that it is designed to bring about. The story that the fragments of Osiris's body were scattered up and down the land and buried by Isis on the spots where they lay may very well be a reminiscence of a custom, like that observed by the Khonds, of dividing the human victim in pieces and burying the pieces, often at intervals of many miles from each other, in the fields. Thus, if I am right, the key to the mysteries of Osiris is furnished by the melancholy cry of the Egyptian reapers, which, down to Roman times, could be heard year after year sounding across the fields, announcing the death of the corn spirit, the rustic prototype of Osiris. Similar cries, as we have seen, were also heard on all the harvest fields of Western Asia. By the ancients they are spoken of as songs, but to judge from the analysis of the names Linus and Maneros, they probably consisted only of a few words uttered in a prolonged musical note, which could be heard at a great distance. Such sonorous and long-drawn cries, raised by a number of strong voices in concert, must have had a striking effect, and could hardly fail to arrest the attention of any wayfarer who happened to be within hearing. The sounds, repeated again and again, could probably be distinguished with tolerable ease, even at a distance. But to a Greek traveller in Asia or Egypt, the foreign words would commonly convey no meaning, and he might take them, not unnaturally, for the name of someone, Maneros, Linus, Lityerses, Bormus, upon whom the reapers were calling. And if his journey led him through more countries than one, as Bithynia and Phrygia, or Phoenicia and Egypt, while the corn was being reaped, he would have an opportunity of comparing the various harvest cries of the different peoples. Thus we can readily understand why these harvest cries were so often noted and compared with each other by the Greeks. Whereas, if they had been regular songs, they could not have been heard at such distances, and therefore could not have attracted the attention of so many travellers. And, moreover, even if the wayfarer were within hearing of them, he could not so easily have picked out the words. Down to recent times, Devonshire reapers uttered cries of the same sort, and performed on the field a ceremony exactly analogous to that in which, if I am not mistaken, the rites of Osiris originated. The cry and the ceremony are thus described by an observer who wrote in the first half of the 19th century. After the wheat is all cut, on most farms in the north of Devon, the harvest people have a custom of crying the neck. I believe that this practice is seldom omitted on any large farm in that part of the country. It is done in this way. An old man or someone else well acquainted with the ceremonies used on the occasion, when the labourers are reaping the last field of wheat, goes round to the shocks and sheaves, and picks out a little bundle of all the best ears he can find. This bundle he ties up very neat and trim, and plats and arranges the straws very tastefully. This is called the neck of wheat or wheaten ears. After the field is cut out, and the picture once more circulated, the reapers, binders, and the women stand round in a circle. The person with the neck stands in the centre, grasping it with both his hands. He first stoops and holds it near the ground, and all the men forming the ring take off their hats, stooping and holding them with both hands towards the ground. They then all begin at once in a very prolonged and harmonious tone to cry, "The neck!" at the same time slowly raising themselves upright and elevating their arms and hats above their heads, the person with the neck also raising it on high. This is done 3 times. They then change their cry to "Wei yen! Wei yen!" which they sound in the same prolonged and slow manner as before, with singular harmony and effect, 3 times. This last cry is accompanied by the same movements of the body and arms as in crying "the neck." After having thus repeated "the neck" 3 times, and "Wei yen" or "Wei yen" as often, they all burst out into a kind of loud and joyous laugh, flinging up their hats and caps into the air, capering about, and perhaps kissing the girls. One of them then gets "the neck," and runs as hard as he can down to the farmhouse, where the dairymaid, or one of the young female domestics, stands at the door prepared with a pail of water. If he who holds "the neck" can manage to get into the house, in any way unseen, or openly, by any other way than the door at which the girl stands with the pail of water, then he may lawfully kiss her, but if otherwise, he is regularly soused with the contents of the bucket. On a fine, still autumn evening, the crying of the neck has a wonderful effect at a distance, far finer than that of the Turkish muezzin, which Lord Byron eulogizes so much, and which he says is preferable to all the bells in Christendom. I have once or twice heard upwards of 20 men cry it, and sometimes joined by an equal number of female voices. About 3 years back, on some high grounds, where our people were harvesting, I heard 6 or 7 necks cried in one night, although I know that some of them were 4 miles off. They are heard through the quiet evening air at a considerable distance sometimes. Again, Mrs. Bray tells how, travelling in Devonshire, she saw a party of reapers standing in a circle on a rising ground, holding their sickles aloft. One in the middle held up some ears of corn tied together with flowers, and the party shouted 3 times, what she writes as, "Arnack, arnack, arnack, we haven, we haven, we haven." They went home accompanied by women and children, carrying boughs of flowers, shouting and singing. The manservant who attended Mrs. Bray said, "It was only the people making their games, as they always did, to the spirit of harvest." Here, as Miss Byrne remarks, "Arnack we haven," is obviously, in the Devon dialect, a neck or knack we haven. Another account of this old custom, written at Truro in 1839, runs thus. Now, when all the corn was cut at Helligan, the farming men and maidens come in front of the house, and bring with them a small sheaf of corn, the last that has been cut, and this is adorned with ribbons and flowers, and one part is tied quite tight, so as to look like a neck. Then they cry out, "Our side, my side," as loud as they can. Then the dairymaid gives the neck to the head farming man. He takes it and says very loudly 3 times, "I have him, I have him, I have him." Then another farming man shouts very loudly, "What have you? What have you? What have you?" Then the first says, "A neck, a neck, a neck." And when he has said this, all the people make a very great shouting. This they do 3 times, and after one famous shout, go away and eat supper, and dance, and sing songs. According to another account, all went out to the field when the last corn was cut, the neck was tied with ribbons and plaited, and they danced round it, and carried it to the great kitchen, where by and by the supper was. The words were as given in the previous account, and "Hip, hap, hat, heck, I have-ie, I have-ie, I have-ie." It was hung up in the hall. Another account relates that one of the men rushed from the field with the last sheaf, while the rest pursued him with vessels of water, which they tried to throw over the sheaf before it could be brought into the barn. In the foregoing customs, a particular bunch of ears, generally the last left standing, is conceived as the neck of the corn-spirit, who is consequently beheaded when the bunch is cut down. Similarly, in Shropshire, the name neck, or the gander's neck, used to be commonly given to the last handful of ears left standing in the middle of the field, when all the rest of the corn was cut. It was plaited together, and the reapers, standing 10 or 20 paces off, threw their sickles at it. Whoever cut it through was said to have cut off the gander's neck. The neck was taken to the farmer's wife, who was supposed to keep it in the house for good luck till the next harvest came round. Near Trèves, the man who reaps the last standing corn cuts the goat's neck off. At Faslane, on the Gairloch, Dumbartonshire, the last handful of standing corn was sometimes called the head. At Aurich, in East Friesland, the man who reaps the last corn cuts the hare's tail off. In mowing down the last corner of a field, French reapers sometimes call out, "We have the cat by the tail." In Bresse, Bourgogne, the last sheaf represented the fox. Beside it a score of ears were left standing to form the tail, and each reaper, going back some paces, threw his sickle at it. He who succeeded in severing it cut off the fox's tail, and a cry of "Yo-coo-coo" was raised in his honour. These examples leave no room to doubt the meaning of the Devonshire and Cornish expression "the neck," as applied to the last sheaf. The corn-spirit is conceived in human or animal form, and the last standing corn is part of its body, its neck, its head, or its tail. Sometimes, as we have seen, the last corn is regarded as the navel string. Lastly, the Devonshire custom of drenching with water the person who brings in the neck is a rain charm, such as we have had many examples of. Its parallel in the mysteries of Osiris was the custom of pouring water on the image of Osiris, or on the person who represented him. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48a of the Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 48a. The Corn-Spirit as an Animal. 1. Animal embodiments of the corn-spirit. In some of the examples which I have cited to establish the meaning of the term neck as applied to the last sheaf, the corn-spirit appears in animal form as a gander, a goat, a hare, a cat, and a fox. This introduces us to a new aspect of the corn-spirit, which we must now examine. By doing so, we shall not only have fresh examples of killing the god, but may hope also to clear up some points which remain obscure in the myths and worship of Adonis, Attis, Osiris, Dionysus, Demeter, and Virbius. Amongst the many animals whose forms the corn-spirit is supposed to take are the wolf, dog, hare, fox, cock, goose, quail, cat, goat, cow, ox, bull, pig, and horse. In one or other of these shapes the corn-spirit is often believed to be present in the corn, and to be caught or killed in the last sheaf. As the corn is being cut, the animal flees before the reapers, and if a reaper is taken ill on the field, he is supposed to have stumbled unwittingly on the corn-spirit, who has thus punished the profane intruder. It is said, "The rye-wolf has got hold of him. The harvest goat has given him a push." The person who cuts the last corn or binds the last sheaf gets the name of the animal, as the rye-wolf, the rye-sow, the oats-goat, and so forth, and retains the name sometimes for a year. Also the animal is frequently represented by a puppet made out of the last sheaf, or of wood, flowers, and so on, which is carried home amid rejoicings on the last harvest waggon. Even where the last sheaf is not made up in animal shape, it is often called the rye wolf, the hare, goat, and so forth. Generally, each kind of crop is supposed to have its special animal, which is caught in the last sheaf, and called the rye wolf, the barley wolf, the oats wolf, the pea wolf, or the potato wolf, according to the crop. But sometimes the figure of the animal is only made up once for all at getting in the last crop of the whole harvest. Sometimes the creature is believed to be killed by the last stroke of the sickle or scythe, but oftener it is thought to live so long as there is corn still unthreshed, and to be caught in the last sheaf threshed. Hence the man who gives the last stroke with the flail is told that he has got the corn sow, the threshing dog, or the like. When the threshing is finished, a puppet is made in the form of the animal, and this is carried by the thresher of the last sheaf to a neighbouring farm, where the threshing is still going on. This again shows that the corn spirit is believed to live wherever the corn is still being threshed. Sometimes the thresher of the last sheaf himself represents the animal, and if the people of the next farm, who are still threshing, catch him, they treat him like the animal he represents, by shutting him up in the pigsty, calling him with the cries commonly addressed to pigs, and so forth. These general statements will now be illustrated by examples. 2. The corn spirit as a wolf or a dog. We begin with the corn spirit conceived as a wolf or a dog. This conception is common in France, Germany, and Slavonic countries. Thus, when the wind sets the corn in wave-like motion, the peasants often say, "The wolf is going over, or through, the corn. The rye wolf is rushing over the field. The wolf is in the corn. The mad dog is in the corn. The big dog is there." When the children wish to go into the cornfields to pluck ears or gather the blue cornflowers, they are warned not to do so, for "the big dog sits in the corn," or "the wolf sits in the corn and will tear you to pieces." The wolf against whom the children are warned is not a common wolf, for he is often spoken of as the corn wolf, rye wolf, or the like. Thus they say, "The rye wolf will come and eat you up, children. The rye wolf will carry you off," and so forth. Still he has all the outward appearance of a wolf. For in the neighbourhood of Feilenhof, East Prussia, when a wolf was seen running through a field, the peasants used to watch whether he carried his tail in the air or dragged it on the ground. If he dragged it on the ground, they went after him and thanked him for bringing them a blessing, and even set titbits before him. But if he carried his tail high, they cursed him and tried to kill him. Here the wolf is the corn spirit, whose fertilizing power is in his tail. Both dog and wolf appear as embodiments of the corn spirit in harvest customs. Thus, in some parts of Silesia, the person who cuts or binds the last sheaf is called the wheat dog, or the peas pug. But it is in the harvest customs of the north-east of France that the idea of the corn dog comes out most clearly. Thus, when a harvester, through sickness, weariness, or laziness, cannot or will not keep up with the reaper in front of him, they say, "The white dog passed near him. He has the white bitch," or "The white bitch has bitten him." In the Vosges, the harvest May is called the dog of the harvest, and the person who cuts the last handful of hay or wheat is said to kill the dog. About Lons-le-Saunier, in the Jura, the last sheaf is called the bitch. In the neighbourhood of Verdun, the regular expression for finishing the reaping is, "They are going to kill the dog," and at Epinal they say, according to the crop, "We will kill the wheat dog," or the rye dog, or the potato dog. In Lorraine it is said of the man who cuts the last corn, "He is killing the dog of the harvest." At Dux, in the Tyrol, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing is said to "strike down the dog," and at Arnebergen, near Stade, he is called, according to the crop, corn pug, rye pug, wheat pug. So with the wolf. In Silesia, when the reapers gather round the last patch of standing corn to reap it, they are said to be about to catch the wolf. In various parts of Mecklenburg, where the belief in the corn wolf is particularly prevalent, everyone fears to cut the last corn, because they say that the wolf is sitting in it. Hence every reaper exerts himself to the utmost in order not to be the last, and every woman similarly fears to bind the last sheaf, because the wolf is in it. So both among the reapers and the binders there is a competition not to be the last to finish. And in Germany generally it appears to be a common saying that the wolf sits in the last sheaf. In some places they call out to the reaper, "Beware of the wolf!" Or they say, "He is chasing the wolf out of the corn." In Mecklenburg, the last bunch of standing corn is itself commonly called the wolf, and the man who reaps it has the wolf, the animal being described as the rye wolf, the wheat wolf, the barley wolf, and so on, according to the particular crop. The reaper of the last corn is himself called wolf, or the rye wolf if the crop is rye, and in many parts of Mecklenburg he has to support the character by pretending to bite the other harvesters, or by howling like a wolf. The last sheaf of corn is also called the wolf, or the rye wolf, or the oats wolf, according to the crop, and of the woman who binds it they say, "The wolf is biting her, she has the wolf, she must fetch the wolf," out of the corn. Moreover, she herself is called wolf. They cry out to her, "Thou art the wolf," and she has to bear the name for a whole year. Sometimes, according to the crop, she is called the rye wolf, or the potato wolf. In the island of Rügen, not only is the woman who binds the last sheaf called wolf, but when she comes home she bites the lady of the house and the stewardess, for which she receives a large piece of meat. Yet nobody likes to be the wolf. The same woman may be rye wolf, wheat wolf, or oats wolf, if she happens to bind the last sheaf of rye, wheat, and oats. At Baur, in the district of Cologne, it was formerly the custom to give to the last sheaf the shape of a wolf. It was kept in the barn till all the corn was threshed. Then it was brought to the farmer, and he had to sprinkle it with beer or brandy. At Brunshaupten, in Mecklenburg, the young woman who bound the last sheaf of wheat used to take a handful of stalks out of it, and make the wheat wolf with them. It was the figure of a wolf about 2 feet long, and half a foot high, the legs of the animal being represented by stiff stalks, and its tail and mane by wheat ears. This wheat wolf she carried back at the head of the harvesters to the village, where it was set up on a high place in the parlour of the farm, and remained there for a long time. In many places the sheaf called the wolf is made up in human form and dressed in clothes. This indicates a confusion of ideas between the corn spirit, conceived in human, and in animal form. Generally the wolf is brought home on the last waggon with joyful cries. Hence the last waggon load itself receives the name of the wolf. Again, the wolf is supposed to hide himself among the cut corn in the granary, until he is driven out of the last bundle by the strokes of the flail. Hence at Wansleben, near Magdeburg, after the threshing, the peasants go in procession, leading by a chain a man who is enveloped in the threshed-out straw, and is called the wolf. He represents the corn spirit who has been caught escaping from the threshed corn. In the district of Trèves, it is believed that the corn wolf is killed at threshing. The men thresh the last sheaf till it is reduced to chopped straw. In this way they think that the corn wolf, who was lurking in the last sheaf, has been certainly killed. In France also the corn wolf appears at harvest. Thus they call out to the reaper of the last corn, "You will catch the wolf." Near Chambéry they form a ring round the last standing corn and cry, "The wolf is there." In Finistère, when the reaping draws near an end, the harvesters cry, "There is the wolf, we will catch him." Each takes a swath to reap, and he who finishes first calls out, "I've caught the wolf." In Guyenne, when the last corn has been reaped, they lead a wether all round the field. It is called the wolf of the field. Its horns are decked with a wreath of flowers and corn ears, and its neck and body are also encircled with garlands and ribbons. All the reapers march, singing, behind it. Then it is killed on the field. In this part of France the last sheaf is called the coujoulage, which, in the patois, means a wether. Hence the killing of the wether represents the death of the corn spirit, considered as present in the last sheaf. But two different conceptions of the corn spirit, as a wolf and as a wether, are mixed up together. Sometimes it appears to be thought that the wolf, caught in the last corn, lives during the winter in the farmhouse, ready to renew his activity as corn spirit in the spring. Hence, at midwinter, when the lengthening days begin to herald the approach of spring, the wolf makes his appearance once more. In Poland, a man, with a wolf's skin thrown over his head, is led about at Christmas, or a stuffed wolf is carried about by persons who collect money. There are facts which point to an old custom of leading about a man enveloped in leaves, and called the wolf, while his conductors collected money. 3. The corn spirit as a cock. Another form which the corn spirit often assumes is that of a cock. In Austria, children are warned against straying in the cornfields, because the corncock sits there and will peck their eyes out. In North Germany they say that the cock sits in the last sheaf, and at cutting the last corn the reapers cry, "Now we will chase out the cock." When it is cut they say, "We have caught the cock." At Braller, in Transylvania, when the reapers come to the last patch of corn, they cry, "Here we shall catch the cock." At Fürstenwalde, when the last sheaf is about to be bound, the master releases a cock, which he has brought in a basket, and lets it run over the field. All the harvesters chase it till they catch it. Elsewhere the harvesters all try to seize the last corn cut. He who succeeds in grasping it must crow, and is called cock. Among the Wends it is, or used to be, customary for the farmer to hide a live cock under the last sheaf as it lay on the field, and when the corn was being gathered up, the harvester who lighted upon this sheaf had a right to keep the cock, provided he could catch it. This formed the close of the harvest festival, and was known as the cock-catching, and the beer which was served out to the reapers at this time went by the name of cock beer. The last sheaf is called cock, cock sheaf, harvest cock, harvest hen, autumn hen. A distinction is made between a wheat cock, bean cock, and so on, according to the crop. At Wünschensuhl in Thüringen, the last sheaf is made into the shape of a cock, and called the harvest cock. A figure of a cock, made of wood, pasteboard, ears of corn, or flowers, is borne in front of the harvest waggon, especially in Westphalia, where the cock carries in his beak fruits of the earth of all kinds. Sometimes the image of the cock is fastened to the top of a may-tree on the last harvest waggon. Elsewhere a live cock, or a figure of one, is attached to a harvest crown and carried on a pole. In Galicia and elsewhere, this live cock is fastened to the garland of corn ears or flowers, which the leader of the women reapers carries on her head as she marches in front of the harvest procession. In Silesia, a live cock is presented to the master on a plate. The harvest supper is called harvest cock, stubble cock, etc., and a chief dish at it, at least in some places, is a cock. If a waggoner upsets a harvest waggon, it is said that he has spilt the harvest cock, and he loses the cock, that is, the harvest supper. The harvest waggon, with the figure of the cock on it, is driven round the farmhouse before it is taken to the barn. Then the cock is nailed over, or at the side of, the house door, or on the gable, and remains there till the next harvest. In East Friesland, the person who gives the last stroke at threshing is called the clucking hen, and grain is strewed before him as if he were a hen. Again, the corn spirit is killed in the form of a cock. In parts of Germany, Hungary, Poland, and Picardy, the reapers place a live cock in the corn which is to be cut last, and chase it over the field, or bury it up to the neck in the ground. Afterwards they strike off its head with a sickle or scythe. In many parts of Westphalia, when the harvesters bring the wooden cock to the farmer, he gives them a live cock, which they kill with whips or sticks, or behead with an old sword, or throw into the barn to the girls, or give to the mistress to cook. If the harvest cock has not been spilt, that is, if no waggon has been upset, the harvesters have the right to kill the farmyard cock by throwing stones at it, or beheading it. Where this custom has fallen into disuse, it is still common for the farmer's wife to make cockyleeky for the harvesters, and to show them the head of the cock which has been killed for the soup. In the neighbourhood of Klausenburg, Transylvania, a cock is buried on the harvest field in the earth, so that only its head appears. A young man then takes a scythe and cuts off the cock's head at a single sweep. If he fails to do this, he is called the red cock for a whole year, and people fear that next year's crop will be bad. At LVIII, in Transylvania, a live cock is bound up in the last sheaf and killed with a spit. It is then skinned. The flesh is thrown away, but the skin and feathers are kept till next year, and in spring the grain from the last sheaf is mixed with the feathers of the cock and scattered on the field which is to be tilled. Nothing could set in a clearer light the identification of the cock with the spirit of the corn. By being tied up in the last sheaf and killed, the cock is identified with the corn, and its death with the cutting of the corn. By keeping its feathers till spring, then mixing them with the seed corn taken from the very sheaf in which the bird had been bound, and scattering the feathers, together with the seed, over the field, the identity of the bird with the corn is again emphasized, and its quickening and fertilizing power, as an embodiment of the corn spirit, is intimated in the plainest manner. Thus the corn spirit, in the form of a cock, is killed at harvest, but rises to fresh life and activity in spring. Again, the equivalence of the cock to the corn is expressed, hardly less plainly, in the custom of burying the bird in the ground and cutting off its head, like the ears of corn, with the scythe. 4. The corn spirit as a hare. Another common embodiment of the corn spirit is the hare. In Galloway, the reaping of the last standing corn is called cutting the hare. The mode of cutting it is as follows. When the rest of the corn has been reaped, a handful is left standing to form the hare. It is divided into 3 parts and plaited, and the ears are tied in a knot. The reapers then retire a few yards, and each throws his or her sickle in turn at the hare to cut it down. It must be cut below the knot, and the reapers continue to throw their sickles at it, one after the other, until one of them succeeds in severing the stalks below the knot. The hare is then carried home and given to a maidservant in the kitchen, who places it over the kitchen door on the inside. Sometimes the hare used to be thus kept till the next harvest. In the parish of Minnigaff, when the hare was cut, the unmarried reapers ran home with all speed, and the one who arrived first was the first to be married. In Germany also one of the names for the last sheaf is the hare. Thus, in some parts of Anhalt, when the corn has been reaped, and only a few stalks are left standing, they say, "The hare will soon come," or the reapers cry to each other, "Look how the hare comes jumping out." In East Prussia, they say that the hare sits in the last patch of standing corn, and must be chased out by the last reaper. The reapers hurry with their work, each being anxious not to have to chase out the hare, for the man who does so, that is, who cuts the last corn, is much laughed at. At Aurich, as we have seen, an expression for cutting the last corn is to cut off the hare's tail. He is killing the hare is commonly said of the man who cuts the last corn in Germany, Sweden, Holland, France, and Italy. In Norway, the man who is thus said to kill the hare must give hare's blood in the form of brandy to his fellows to drink. In Lesbos, when the reapers are at work in 2 neighbouring fields, each party tries to finish first in order to drive the hare into their neighbour's field. The reapers who succeed in doing so believe that next year the crop will be better. A small sheaf of corn is made up and kept beside the holy picture till next harvest. 5. The corn spirit as a cat. Again, the corn spirit sometimes takes the form of a cat. Near Kiel, children are warned not to go into the cornfields because the cat sits there. In the Eisenach Oberland, they are told, the corn cat will come and fetch you. The corn cat goes in the corn. In some parts of Silesia, at mowing the last corn, they say, the cat is caught, and at threshing, the man who gives the last stroke is called the cat. In the neighbourhood of Lyon, the last sheaf and the harvest supper are both called the cat. About Vesoul, when they cut the last corn, they say, we have the cat by the tail. At Briançon, in the Dauphiné, at the beginning of reaping, a cat is decked out with ribbons, flowers, and ears of corn. It is called the cat of the ball skin, le chat de peau de balle. If a reaper is wounded at his work, they make the cat lick the wound. At the close of the reaping, the cat is again decked out with ribbons and ears of corn. Then they dance and make merry. When the dance is over, the girls solemnly strip the cat of its finery. At Grüneberg in Silesia, the reaper who cuts the last corn goes by the name of the tomcat. He is enveloped in rye stalks and green withes, and is furnished with a long plaited tail. Sometimes as a companion he has a man similarly dressed, who is called the female cat. Their duty is to run after people whom they see, and to beat them with a long stick. Near Amiens, the expression for finishing the harvest is, they're going to kill the cat, and when the last corn is cut, they kill a cat in the farmyard. At threshing in some parts of France, a live cat is placed under the last bundle of corn to be threshed, and is struck dead with the flails. Then, on Sunday, it is roasted and eaten as a holiday dish. In the Vosges mountains, the close of haymaking or harvest is called catching the cat, killing the dog, or more rarely, catching the hare. The cat, the dog, or the hare is said to be fat or lean according as the crop is good or bad. The man who cuts the last handful of hay or of wheat is said to catch the cat or the hare, or to kill the dog. 6. The corn spirit as a goat. Further, the corn spirit often appears in the form of a goat. In some parts of Prussia, when the corn bends before the wind, they say, the goats are chasing each other. The wind is driving the goats through the corn. The goats are browsing there, and they expect a very good harvest. Again they say, the oats goat is sitting in the oats field. The corn goat is sitting in the rye field. Children are warned not to go into the cornfields to pluck the blue cornflowers, or amongst the beans to pluck pods, because the rye goat, the corn goat, the oats goat, or the bean goat is sitting or lying there, and will carry them away or kill them. When a harvester is taken sick or lags behind his fellows at their work, they call out, the harvest goat has pushed him. He has been pushed by the corn goat. In the neighbourhood of Braunsberg, East Prussia, at binding the oats, every harvester makes haste, lest the corn goat push him. At Erfoten, in Norway, each reaper has his allotted patch to reap. When a reaper in the middle has not finished reaping his piece after his neighbours have finished theirs, they say of him, he remains on the island. And if the laggard is a man, they imitate the cry with which they call a he-goat. If a woman, the cry with which they call a she-goat. Near Straubing, in Lower Bavaria, it is said of the man who cuts the last corn, that he has the corn goat, or the wheat goat, or the oats goat, according to the crop. Moreover, 2 horns are set up on the last heap of corn, and it is called the horned goat. At Kreutzburg, East Prussia, they call out to the woman who is binding the last sheaf, the goat is sitting on the sheaf. At Gablingen, in Swabia, when the last field of oats upon a farm is being reaped, the reapers carve a goat out of wood. Ears of oats are inserted in its nostrils and mouth, and it is adorned with garlands of flowers. It is set up on the field and called the oats goat. When the reaping approaches an end, each reaper hastens to finish his piece first. He who is the last to finish gets the oats goat. Again, the last sheaf is itself called the goat. Thus, in the valley of Wiesent, Bavaria, the last sheaf bound on the field is called the goat, and they have a proverb, "The field must bear a goat." At Spachbrücken, in Hesse, the last handful of corn which is cut is called the goat, and the man who cuts it is much ridiculed. At Dürenbüchig, and about Mosbach in Baden, the last sheaf is also called the goat. Sometimes the last sheaf is made up in the form of a goat, and they say, "The goat is sitting in it." Again, the person who cuts or binds the last sheaf is called the goat. Thus, in parts of Mecklenburg, they call out to the woman who binds the last sheaf, "You are the harvest goat." Near Uelzen in Hanover, the harvest festival begins with the bringing of the harvest goat. That is, the woman who bound the last sheaf is wrapped in straw, crowned with a harvest wreath, and brought in a wheelbarrow to the village, where a round dance takes place. About Lüneburg, also, the woman who binds the last corn is decked with a crown of corn ears, and is called the corn goat. At Munzersheim in Baden, the reaper who cuts the last handful of corn or oats is called the corn goat or the oats goat. In the Canton St. Gall, Switzerland, the person who cuts the last handful of corn on the field, or drives the last harvest wagon to the barn, is called the corn goat, or the rye goat, or simply the goat. In the Canton Thurgau, he is called the corn goat. Like a goat, he has a bell hung round his neck, is led in triumph and drenched with liquor. In parts of Styria also, the man who cuts the last corn is called corn goat, oats goat, or the like. As a rule, the man who thus gets the name of corn goat has to bear it a whole year, till the next harvest. According to one view, the corn spirit, who has been caught in the form of a goat or otherwise, lives in the farmhouse or barn over winter. Thus each farm has its own embodiment of the corn spirit. But according to another view, the corn spirit is the genius or deity not of the corn of one farm only, but of all the corn. Hence, when the corn on one farm is all cut, he flees to another where there is still corn left standing. This idea is brought out in a harvest custom which was formerly observed in Skye. The farmer who first finished reaping sent a man or woman with a sheaf to a neighbouring farmer who had not finished. The latter, in his turn, when he had finished, sent on the sheaf to his neighbour who was still reaping, and so the sheaf made the round of the farms till all the corn was cut. The sheaf was called the Gowyr Vacach, that is, the cripple goat. The custom appears not to be extinct at the present day, for it was reported from Skye not many years ago. The corn spirit was probably thus represented as lame because he had been crippled by the cutting of the corn. Sometimes the old woman who brings home the last sheaf must limp on one foot. But sometimes the corn spirit, in the form of a goat, is believed to be slain on the harvest field by the sickle or scythe. Thus, in the neighbourhood of Bernkastel, on the Moselle, the reapers determine by lot the order in which they shall follow each other. The first is called the fore-reaper, the last the tail-bearer. If a reaper overtakes the man in front, he reaps past him, bending round so as to leave the slower reaper in a patch by himself. This patch is called the goat, and the man for whom the goat is cut in this way is laughed and jeered at by his fellows for the rest of the day. When the tail-bearer cuts the last ears of corn, it is said, "He is cutting the goat's neck off." In the neighbourhood of Grenoble, before the end of the reaping, a live goat is adorned with flowers and ribbons, and allowed to run about the field. The reapers chase it and try to catch it. When it is caught, the farmer's wife holds it fast while the farmer cuts off its head. The goat's flesh serves to furnish the harvest supper. A piece of the flesh is pickled and kept till the next harvest, when another goat is killed. Then all the harvesters eat of the flesh. On the same day the skin of the goat is made into a cloak, which the farmer, who works with his men, must always wear at harvest time, if rain or bad weather sets in. But if a reaper gets pains in his back, the farmer gives him the goat skin to wear. The reason for this seems to be that the pains in his back, being inflicted by the corn spirit, can also be healed by it. Similarly, we saw that elsewhere, when a reaper is wounded at reaping, a cat, as the representative of the corn spirit, is made to lick the wound. Estonian reapers in the island of Mon think that the man who cuts the first ears of corn at harvest will get pains in his back, probably because the corn spirit is believed to resent especially the first wound. And in order to escape pains in the back, Saxon reapers in Transylvania gird their loins with the first handful of ears which they cut. Here again the corn spirit is applied to for healing or protection, but in his original vegetable form, not in the form of a goat or a cat. Further, the corn spirit, under the form of a goat, is sometimes conceived as lurking among the cut corn in the barn, till he is driven from it by the threshing flail. Thus in Baden, the last sheaf to be threshed is called the corn goat, the spelt goat, or the oats goat, according to the kind of grain. Again, near Marktl, in Upper Bavaria, the sheaves are called straw goats, or simply goats. They are laid in a great heap on the open field, and threshed by 2 rows of men standing opposite each other, who, as they ply their flails, sing a song in which they say that they see the straw goat amongst the corn stalks. The last goat, that is, the last sheaf, is adorned with a wreath of violets and other flowers, and with cakes strung together. It is placed right in the middle of the heap. Some of the threshers rush at it and tear the best of it out. Others lay on with their flails so recklessly that heads are sometimes broken. At Oberinthal, in the Tyrol, the last thresher is called goat. So at Haselberg, in West Bohemia, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing oats is called the oats goat. At Tettnang, in Württemberg, the thresher who gives the last stroke to the last bundle of corn before it is turned goes by the name of the he-goat, and it is said, "He has driven the he-goat away." The person who, after the bundle has been turned, gives the last stroke of all is called the she-goat. In this custom it is implied that the corn is inhabited by a pair of corn spirits, male and female. Further, the corn spirit, captured in the form of a goat at threshing, is passed on to a neighbour whose threshing is not yet finished. In Franche-Comté, as soon as the threshing is over, the young people set up a straw figure of a goat on the farmyard of a neighbour who is still threshing. He must give them wine or money in return. At Ellwangen, in Württemberg, the effigy of a goat is made out of the last bundle of corn at threshing. 4 sticks form its legs, and 2 its horns. The man who gives the last stroke with the flail must carry the goat to the barn of a neighbour who is still threshing, and throw it down on the floor. If he is caught in the act, they tie the goat on his back. A similar custom is observed at Indersdorf in Upper Bavaria. The man who throws the straw goat into the neighbour's barn imitates the bleating of a goat. If they catch him, they blacken his face and tie the goat on his back. At Saverne, in Alsace, when a farmer is a week or more behind his neighbours with his threshing, they set a real stuffed goat or fox before his door. Sometimes the spirit of the corn in goat form is believed to be killed at threshing. In the district of Traunstein, Upper Bavaria, they think that the oats goat is in the last sheaf of oats. He is represented by an old rake set up on end, with an old pot for a head. The children are then told to kill the oats goat. End of chapter 48a. Chapter 48b of The Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 48b. The Corn Spirit as an Animal. 7. The corn spirit as a bull, cow, or ox. Another form which the corn spirit often assumes is that of a bull, cow, or ox. When the wind sweeps over the corn, they say at Konitz, in West Prussia, the steer is running in the corn. When the corn is thick and strong in one spot, they say, in some parts of East Prussia, the bull is lying in the corn. When a harvester has overstrained and lamed himself, they say in the Graudenz district of West Prussia, the bull pushed him. In Lorraine they say, he has the bull. The meaning of both expressions is that he has unwittingly lighted upon the divine corn spirit, who has punished the profane intruder with lameness. So near Chambéry, when a reaper wounds himself with his sickle, it is said that he has the wound of the ox. In the district of Bunzlau, Silesia, the last sheaf is sometimes made into the shape of a horned ox, stuffed with tow and wrapped in corn ears. This figure is called the Old Man. In some parts of Bohemia, the last sheaf is made up in human form and called the buffalo bull. These cases show a confusion of the human with the animal shape of the corn spirit. The confusion is like that of killing a wether under the name of a wolf. All over Swabia, the last bundle of corn on the field is called the cow. The man who cuts the last ears has the cow, and is himself called cow, or barley cow, or oats cow, according to the crop. At the harvest supper he gets a nosegay of flowers and corn ears, and a more liberal allowance of drink than the rest. But he is teased and laughed at, so no one likes to be the cow. The cow was sometimes represented by the figure of a woman made out of ears of corn and cornflowers. It was carried to the farmhouse by the man who had cut the last handful of corn. The children ran after him, and the neighbours turned out to laugh at him, till the farmer took the cow from him. Here again the confusion between the human and the animal form of the corn spirit is apparent. In various parts of Switzerland, the reaper who cuts the last ears of corn is called wheat cow, corn cow, oats cow, or corn steer, and is the butt of many a joke. On the other hand, in the district of Rosenheim, Upper Bavaria, when a farmer is later of getting in his harvest than his neighbours, they set up on his land a straw bull, as it is called. This is a gigantic figure of a bull made of stubble on a framework of wood and adorned with flowers and leaves. Attached to it is a label on which are scrawled doggerel verses in ridicule of the man on whose land the straw bull is set up. Again, the corn spirit in the form of a bull or ox is killed on the harvest field at the close of the reaping. At Pouilly, near Dijon, when the last ears of corn are about to be cut, an ox, adorned with ribbons, flowers, and ears of corn, is led all round the field, followed by the whole troop of reapers dancing. Then a man, disguised as the devil, cuts the last ears of corn, and immediately slaughters the ox. Part of the flesh of the animal is eaten at the harvest supper, part is pickled and kept till the first day of sowing in spring. At Pont-à-Mousson and elsewhere, on the evening of the last day of reaping, a calf adorned with flowers and ears of corn is led thrice round the farmyard, being allured by a bait, or driven by men with sticks, or conducted by the farmer's wife with a rope. The calf chosen for this ceremony is the calf which was born first on the farm in the spring of the year. It is followed by all the reapers with their tools. Then it is allowed to run free. The reapers chase it, and whoever catches it is called king of the calf. Lastly, it is solemnly killed. At Lunéville, the man who acts as butcher is the Jewish merchant of the village. Sometimes again the corn-spirit hides himself amongst the cut corn in the barn, to reappear in bull or cow form at threshing. Thus at Wurmlingen in Thüringen, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing is called the cow, or rather the barley cow, oats cow, peas cow, or the like, according to the crop. He is entirely enveloped in straw, his head is surmounted by sticks in imitation of horns, and 2 lads lead him by ropes to the well to drink. On the way thither he must low like a cow, and for a long time afterwards he goes by the name of the cow. At Obermedlingen in Swabia, when the threshing draws near an end, each man is careful to avoid giving the last stroke. He who does give it gets the cow, which is a straw figure dressed in an old ragged petticoat, hood, and stockings. It is tied on his back with a straw rope. His face is blackened, and being bound with straw ropes to a wheelbarrow, he is wheeled round the village. Here again we meet with that confusion between the human and animal shape of the corn-spirit, which we have noted in other customs. In Canton Schaffhausen, the man who threshes the last corn is called the cow. In Canton Thurgau, the corn bull. In Canton Zürich, the thresher cow. In the last mentioned district he is wrapped in straw and bound to one of the trees in the orchard. At Arad in Hungary, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing is enveloped in straw and a cow's hide with horns attached to it. At Pesnitz in the district of Dresden, the man who gives the last stroke with the flail is called bull. He must make a straw man and set it up before a neighbour's window. Here, apparently, as in so many cases, the corn-spirit is passed on to a neighbour who has not finished threshing. So at Herbrechtingen in Thüringen, the effigy of a ragged old woman is flung into the barn of the farmer who is last with his threshing. The man who throws it in cries, "There's the cow for you!" If the threshers catch him, they detain him overnight and punish him by keeping him from the harvest supper. In these latter customs, the confusion between the human and the animal shape of the corn-spirit meets us again. Further, the corn-spirit in bull form is sometimes believed to be killed at threshing. At Auxerre, in threshing the last bundle of corn, they call out 12 times, "We are killing the bull!" In the neighbourhood of Bordeaux, where a butcher kills an ox on the field immediately after the close of the reaping, it is said of the man who gives the last stroke at threshing that he has killed the bull. At Chambéry, the last sheaf is called the sheaf of the young ox, and a race takes place to it, in which all the reapers join. When the last stroke is given at threshing, they say that the ox is killed, and immediately thereupon a real ox is slaughtered by the reaper who cut the last corn. The flesh of the ox is eaten by the threshers at supper. We have seen that sometimes the young corn-spirit, whose task it is to quicken the corn of the coming year, is believed to be born as a corn-baby on the harvest field. Similarly, in Berry, the young corn-spirit is sometimes supposed to be born on the field in calf form, for when a binder has not rope enough to bind all the corn in sheaves, he puts aside the wheat that remains over, and imitates the lowing of a cow. The meaning is that the sheaf has given birth to a calf. In Puy-de-Dôme, when a binder cannot keep up with the reaper whom he or she follows, they say, "He, or she, is giving birth to the calf." In some parts of Prussia, in similar circumstances, they call out to the woman, "The bull is coming," and imitate the bellowing of a bull. In these cases the woman is conceived as the corn-cow or old corn-spirit, while the supposed calf is the corn-calf or young corn-spirit. In some parts of Austria a mythical calf, Muhkälbchen, is believed to be seen amongst the sprouting corn in spring, and to push the children. When the corn waves in the wind, they say, "The calf is going about." Clearly, as Mannhardt observes, this calf of the springtime is the same animal which is afterwards believed to be killed at reaping. 8. The corn-spirit as a horse or mare. Sometimes the corn-spirit appears in the shape of a horse or mare. Between Calw and Stuttgart, When the corn bends before the wind, they say, "There runs the horse." At Bohlingen, near Radolfzell in Baden, the last sheaf of oats is called the oats stallion. In Hertfordshire, at the end of reaping, there is or used to be observed a ceremony called crying the mare. The last blades of corn left standing on the field are tied together and called the mare. The reapers stand at a distance and throw their sickles at it. He who cuts it through has the prize with acclamations and good cheer. After it is cut, the reapers cry thrice with a loud voice, "I have her!" Others answer thrice, "What have you?" "A mare, a mare, a mare." "Whose is she?" is next asked thrice. "A. B's," naming the owner thrice. "Whither will you send her?" "To C. D," naming some neighbour who has not reaped all his corn. In this custom, the corn spirit in the form of a mare is passed on from a farm where the corn is all cut to another farm where it is still standing, and where therefore the corn spirit may be supposed naturally to take refuge. In Shropshire the custom is similar. The farmer who finishes his harvest last, and who therefore cannot send the mare to anyone else, is said to keep her all winter. The mocking offer of the mare to a laggard neighbour was sometimes responded to by a mocking acceptance of her help. Thus an old man told an inquirer, "While we went at supper, a man come with a otter to fetch her away." At one place a real mare used to be sent, but the man who rode her was subjected to some rough treatment at the farmhouse to which he paid his unwelcome visit. In the neighbourhood of Lille, the idea of the corn spirit in horse form is clearly preserved. When a harvester grows weary at his work, it is said, "He has the fatigue of the horse." The first sheaf, called the cross of the horse, is placed on a cross of boxwood in the barn, and the youngest horse on the farm must tread on it. The reapers dance round the last blades of corn, crying, "See the remains of the horse." The sheaf made out of these last blades is given to the youngest horse of the parish, commune, to eat. This youngest horse of the parish clearly represents, as Mannhardt says, the corn spirit of the following year, the corn foal, which absorbs the spirit of the old corn horse by eating the last corn cut, for, as usual, the old corn spirit takes his final refuge in the last sheaf. The thresher of the last sheaf is said to beat the horse. 9. The corn spirit as a pig, boar, or sow. The last animal embodiment of the corn spirit which we shall notice is the pig, boar, or sow. In Thüringen, when the wind sets the young corn in motion, they sometimes say, "The boar is rushing through the corn." Among the Estonians of the island of Ursel, the last sheaf is called the rye boar, and the man who gets it is saluted with a cry of, "You have the rye boar on your back." In reply he strikes up a song in which he prays for plenty. At Kohlewinkel, near Augsburg, at the close of the harvest, the last bunch of standing corn is cut down, stalk by stalk, by all the reapers in turn. He who cuts the last stalk gets the sow, and is laughed at. In other Swabian villages also, the man who cuts the last corn has the sow, or has the rye sow. At Bohlingen, near Radolfzell in Baden, the last sheaf is called the rye sow or the wheat sow, according to the crop. And at Röhrenbach in Baden, the person who brings the last armful for the last sheaf is called the corn sow or the oats sow. At Fredingen in Swabia, the thresher who gives the last stroke is called sow, barley sow, corn sow, or the like, according to the crop. At Onstmettingen, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing has the sow. He is often bound up in a sheaf and dragged by a rope along the ground. And generally, in Swabia, the man who gives the last stroke with the flail is called sow. He may, however, rid himself of this invidious distinction by passing on to a neighbour the straw rope, which is the badge of his position as sow. So he goes to a house and throws the straw rope into it, crying, "There, I bring you the sow." All the inmates give chase, and if they catch him, they beat him, shut him up for several hours in the pigsty, and oblige him to take the sow away again. In various parts of Upper Bavaria, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing must carry the pig, that is, either a straw effigy of a pig, or merely a bundle of straw ropes. This he carries to a neighbouring farm where the threshing is not finished, and throws it into the barn. If the threshers catch him, they handle him roughly, beating him, blackening or dirtying his face, throwing him into filth, binding the sow on his back, and so on. If the bearer of the sow is a woman, they cut off her hair. At the harvest supper or dinner, the man who carried the pig gets one or more dumplings made in the form of pigs. When the dumplings are served up by the maidservant, all the people at table cry, "Suze, Suze, Suze," that being the cry used in calling pigs. Sometimes after dinner the man who carried the pig has his face blackened, and is set on a cart and drawn round the village by his fellows, followed by a crowd crying, "Suze, Suze, Suze," as if they were calling swine. Sometimes, after being wheeled round the village, he is flung on the dunghill. Again, the corn-spirit in the form of a pig plays his part at sowing time as well as at harvest. At Neuautz in Courland, when barley is sown for the first time in the year, the farmer's wife boils the chine of a pig along with the tail and brings it to the sower on the field. He eats of it, but cuts off the tail and sticks it in the field. It is believed that the ears of corn will then grow as long as the tail. Here the pig is the corn-spirit, whose fertilizing power is sometimes supposed to lie especially in his tail. As a pig he is put in the ground at sowing time, and as a pig he reappears amongst the ripe corn at harvest. For amongst the neighbouring Estonians, as we have seen, the last sheaf is called the rye boar. Sometimes similar customs are observed in Germany. In the Salza district, near Meiningen, a certain bone in the pig is called the Jew on the winnowing fan. The flesh of this bone is boiled on Shrove Tuesday, but the bone is put amongst the ashes which the neighbours exchange as presents on St. Peter's Day, the 22nd of February, and then mixed with the seed corn. In the whole of Hesse, Meiningen, and other districts, people eat pea soup with dried pig ribs on Ash Wednesday or Candlemas. The ribs are then collected and hung in the room till sowing time, when they are inserted in the sown field, or in the seed bag amongst the flax seed. This is thought to be an infallible specific against earth fleas and moles, and to cause the flax to grow well and tall. But the idea of the corn-spirit, as embodied in pig form, is nowhere more clearly expressed than in the Scandinavian custom of the Yule boar. In Sweden and Denmark, at Yule, Christmas, it is the custom to bake a loaf in the form of a boar pig. This is called the Yule boar. The corn of the last sheaf is often used to make it. All through Yule, the Yule boar stands on the table. Often it is kept till the sowing time in spring, when part of it is mixed with the seed corn and part given to the ploughmen and plough horses or plough oxen to eat, in the expectation of a good harvest. In this custom the corn-spirit, immanent in the last sheaf, appears at midwinter in the form of a boar made from the corn of the last sheaf, and his quickening influence on the corn is shown by mixing part of the Yule boar with the seed corn, and giving part of it to the ploughman and his cattle to eat. Similarly, we saw that the corn wolf makes his appearance at midwinter, the time when the year begins to verge towards spring. Formerly a real boar was sacrificed at Christmas, and apparently also a man in the character of the Yule boar. This, at least, may perhaps be inferred from a Christmas custom still observed in Sweden. A man is wrapped up in a skin and carries a wisp of straw in his mouth, so that the projecting straws look like the bristles of a boar. A knife is brought, and an old woman, with her face blackened, pretends to sacrifice him. On Christmas Eve, in some parts of the Estonian island of Ursel, they bake a long cake with the two ends turned up. It is called the Christmas boar, and stands on the table till the morning of New Year's Day, when it is distributed among the cattle. In other parts of the island the Christmas boar is not a cake, but a little pig born in March, which the housewife fattens secretly, often without the knowledge of the other members of the family. On Christmas Eve the little pig is secretly killed, then roasted in the oven, and set on the table standing on all fours, where it remains in this posture for several days. In other parts of the island, again, though the Christmas cake has neither the name nor the shape of a boar, it is kept till the New Year, when half of it is divided among all the members and all the quadrupeds of the family. The other half of the cake is kept till sowing time comes round, when it is similarly distributed in the morning among human beings and beasts. In other parts of Estonia, again, the Christmas boar, as it is called, is baked of the first rye cut at harvest. It has a conical shape, and a cross is impressed on it with a pig's bone or a key, or 3 dints are made in it with a buckle or a piece of charcoal. It stands with a light beside it on the table all through the festal season. On New Year's Day and Epiphany, before sunrise, a little of the cake is crumbled with salt and given to the cattle. The rest is kept till the day when the cattle are driven out to pasture for the first time in spring. It is then put in the herdsman's bag, and at evening is divided among the cattle to guard them from magic and harm. In some places the Christmas boar is partaken of by farm servants and cattle at the time of the barley sowing, for the purpose of thereby producing a heavier crop. 10. On the animal embodiments of the corn spirit. So much for the animal embodiments of the corn spirit as they are presented to us in the folk customs of northern Europe. These customs bring out clearly the sacramental character of the harvest supper. The corn spirit is conceived as embodied in an animal. This divine animal is slain, and its flesh and blood are partaken of by the harvesters. Thus the cock, the hare, the cat, the goat, and the ox are eaten sacramentally by the harvesters, and the pig is eaten sacramentally by ploughmen in spring. Again, as a substitute for the real flesh of the divine being, bread or dumplings are made in his image and eaten sacramentally. Thus pig-shaped dumplings are eaten by the harvesters, and loaves made in boar shape, the Yule boar, are eaten in spring by the ploughman and his cattle. The reader has probably remarked the complete parallelism between the conceptions of the corn spirit in human and in animal form. The parallel may be here briefly resumed. When the corn waves in the wind, it is said either that the corn mother or that the corn wolf, etc., is passing through the corn. Children are warned against straying in cornfields, either because the corn mother or because the corn wolf, etc., is there. In the last corn cut or the last sheaf threshed, either the corn mother or the corn wolf, etc., is supposed to be present. The last sheaf is itself called either the corn mother or the corn wolf, etc., and is made up in the shape either of a woman or of a wolf, etc. The person who cuts, binds, or threshes the last sheaf is called either the old woman or the wolf, etc., according to the name bestowed on the sheaf itself. As in some places a sheaf made in human form, and called the maiden, the mother of the maize, etc., is kept from one harvest to the next, in order to secure a continuance of the corn spirit's blessing, so in some places the harvest cock, and in others the flesh of the goat, is kept for a similar purpose from one harvest to the next. As in some places the grain taken from the corn mother is mixed with the seed corn in spring to make the crop abundant, so in some places the feathers of the cock, and in Sweden the Yule boar, are kept till spring and mixed with the seed corn for a like purpose. As part of the corn mother or maiden is given to the cattle at Christmas or to the horses at the first ploughing, so part of the Yule boar is given to the ploughing horses or oxen in spring. Lastly, the death of the corn spirit is represented by killing, or pretending to kill, either his human or his animal representative, and the worshippers partake sacramentally either of the actual body and blood of the representative of the divinity, or of bread made in his likeness. Other animal forms assumed by the corn spirit are the fox, stag, roe, sheep, bear, ass, mouse, quail, stork, swan, and kite. If it is asked why the corn spirit should be thought to appear in the form of an animal, or of so many different animals, we may reply that to primitive man the simple appearance of an animal or bird among the corn is probably enough to suggest a mysterious link between the creature and the corn, and when we remember that in the old days, before fields were fenced in, all kinds of animals must have been free to roam over them, we need not wonder that the corn spirit should have been identified even with large animals like the horse and cow, which nowadays could not, except by a rare accident, be found straying in an English cornfield. This explanation applies with peculiar force to the very common case in which the animal embodiment of the corn spirit is believed to lurk in the last standing corn. For at harvest a number of wild animals, such as hares, rabbits, and partridges, are commonly driven by the progress of the reaping into the last patch of standing corn, and make their escape from it as it is being cut down. So regularly does this happen, that reapers and others often stand round the last patch of corn, armed with sticks or guns, with which they kill the animals as they dart out of their last refuge among the stalks. Now, primitive man, to whom magical changes of shape seem perfectly credible, finds it most natural that the spirit of the corn, driven from his home in the ripe grain, should make his escape in the form of the animal, which is seen to rush out of the last patch of corn as it falls under the scythe of the reaper. Thus the identification of the corn spirit with an animal is analogous to the identification of him with a passing stranger. As the sudden appearance of a stranger near the harvest field or threshing floor is, to the primitive mind, enough to identify him as the spirit of the corn escaping from the cut or threshed corn, so the sudden appearance of an animal issuing from the cut corn is enough to identify it with the corn spirit escaping from his ruined home. The two identifications are so analogous that they can hardly be dissociated in any attempt to explain them. Those who look to some other principle than the one here suggested for the explanation of the latter identification are bound to show that their theory covers the former identification also. End of chapter 48b. Chapter 49a of The Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 49a. Ancient Deities of Vegetation as Animals. 1. Dionysus, the goat and the bull. However we may explain it, the fact remains that in peasant folklore the corn spirit is very commonly conceived and represented in animal form. May not this fact explain the relation in which certain animals stood to the ancient deities of vegetation, Dionysus, Demeter, Adonis, Attis, and Osiris? To begin with Dionysus. We have seen that he was represented sometimes as a goat and sometimes as a bull. As a goat he can hardly be separated from the minor divinities, the Pans, Satyrs, and Silenuses, all of whom are closely associated with him, and are represented more or less completely in the form of goats. Thus Pan was regularly portrayed in sculpture and painting with the face and legs of a goat. The satyrs were depicted with pointed goat ears and sometimes with sprouting horns and short tails. They were sometimes spoken of simply as goats, and, in the drama, their parts were played by men dressed in goat skins. Silenus is represented in art clad in a goat skin. Further, the fauns, the Italian counterpart of the Greek Pans and Satyrs, are described as being half goats, with goat feet and goat horns. Again, all these minor goat-formed divinities partake more or less clearly of the character of woodland deities. Thus Pan was called by the Arcadians the Lord of the Wood. The Silenuses kept company with the tree nymphs. The fauns are expressly designated as woodland deities, and their character as such is still further brought out by their association, or even identification, with Silvanus and the Silvanuses, who, as their name of itself indicates, are spirits of the woods. Lastly, the association of the Satyrs with the Silenuses, fauns, and Silvanuses proves that the Satyrs also were woodland deities. These goat-formed spirits of the woods have their counterparts in the folklore of northern Europe. Thus, the Russian wood spirits, called Liestie, from lies, wood, are believed to appear partly in human shape, but with the horns, ears, and legs of goats. The Liestie can alter his stature at pleasure. When he walks in the wood, he is as tall as the trees. When he walks in the meadows, he is no higher than the grass. Some of the Liestie are spirits of the corn as well as of the wood. Before harvest they are as tall as the cornstalks, but after it they shrink to the height of the stubble. This brings out, what we have remarked before, the close connection between tree spirits and corn spirits, and shows how easily the former may melt into the latter. Similarly, the fauns, though wood spirits, were believed to foster the growth of the crops. We have already seen how often the corn spirit is represented in folk custom as a goat. On the whole then, as Mannhardt argues, the Pans, Satyrs, and fauns perhaps belong to a widely diffused class of wood spirits conceived in goat form. The fondness of goats for straying in woods and nibbling the bark of trees, to which indeed they are most destructive, is an obvious and perhaps sufficient reason why wood spirits should so often be supposed to take the form of goats. The inconsistency of a god of vegetation subsisting upon the vegetation which he personifies is not one to strike the primitive mind. Such inconsistencies arise when the deity, ceasing to be immanent in the vegetation, comes to be regarded as its owner or lord, for the idea of owning the vegetation naturally leads to that of subsisting on it. Sometimes the corn spirit, originally conceived as immanent in the corn, afterwards comes to be regarded as its owner, who lives on it and is reduced to poverty and want by being deprived of it. Hence he is often known as the poor man or the poor woman. Occasionally the last sheaf is left standing on the field for the poor old woman, or for the old rye woman. Thus the representation of wood spirits in the form of goats appears to be both widespread and, to the primitive mind, natural. Therefore, when we find, as we have done, that Dionysus, a tree god, is sometimes represented in goat form, we can hardly avoid concluding that this representation is simply a part of his proper character as a tree god, and is not to be explained by the fusion of two distinct and independent worships, in one of which he originally appeared as a tree god, and in the other as a goat. Dionysus was also figured, as we have seen, in the shape of a bull. After what has gone before, we are naturally led to expect that his bull form must have been only another expression for his character as a deity of vegetation, especially as the bull is a common embodiment of the corn spirit in northern Europe, and the close association of Dionysus with Demeter and Persephone in the mysteries of Eleusis shows that he had at least strong agricultural affinities. The probability of this view will be somewhat increased if it can be shown that in other rites than those of Dionysus, the ancients slew an ox as a representative of the spirit of vegetation. This they appear to have done in the Athenian sacrifice known as the murder of the ox, bouphonia. It took place about the end of June or beginning of July, that is, about the time when the threshing is nearly over in Attica. According to tradition, the sacrifice was instituted to procure a cessation of drought and dearth which had afflicted the land. The ritual was as follows. Barley mixed with wheat, or cakes made of them, were laid upon the bronze altar of Zeus Polyeus on the Acropolis. Oxen were driven round the altar, and the ox which went up to the altar and ate the offering on it was sacrificed. The axe and knife with which the beast was slain had been previously wetted with water brought by maidens called water-carriers. The weapons were then sharpened and handed to the butchers, one of whom felled the ox with the axe, and another cut its throat with the knife. As soon as he had felled the ox, the former threw the axe from him and fled, and the man who cut the beast's throat apparently imitated his example. Meantime the ox was skinned, and all present partook of its flesh. Then the hide was stuffed with straw and sewed up. Next the stuffed animal was set on its feet and yoked to a plough, as if it were ploughing. A trial then took place in an ancient law court, presided over by the king, as he was called, to determine who had murdered the ox. The maidens who had brought the water accused the men who had sharpened the axe and knife. The men who had sharpened the axe and knife blamed the men who had handed these implements to the butchers. The men who had handed the implements to the butchers blamed the butchers, and the butchers laid the blame on the axe and knife, which were accordingly found guilty, condemned, and cast into the sea. The name of this sacrifice, the murder of the ox, the pains taken by each person who had a hand in the slaughter to lay the blame on someone else, together with the formal trial and punishment of the axe or knife, or both, prove that the ox was here regarded not merely as a victim offered to a god, but as itself a sacred creature, the slaughter of which was sacrilege or murder. This is borne out by a statement of Varro that to kill an ox was formerly a capital crime in Attica. The mode of selecting the victim suggests that the ox which tasted the corn was viewed as the corn deity taking possession of its own. This interpretation is supported by the following custom. In Beauce, in the district of Orléans, on the 24th or 25th day of April, they make a straw man called the Great Mondard. They say that the old Mondard is now dead, and it is necessary to make a new one. The straw man is carried in solemn procession up and down the village, and at last is placed upon the oldest apple tree. There he remains till the apples are gathered, when he is taken down and thrown into the water, or he is burnt, and his ashes cast into water. But the person who plucks the first fruit from the tree succeeds to the title of the Great Mondard. Here the straw figure, called the Great Mondard, and placed on the oldest apple tree in spring, represents the spirit of the tree, who, dead in winter, revives when the apple blossoms appear on the boughs. Thus the person who plucks the first fruit from the tree, and thereby receives the name of the Great Mondard, must be regarded as a representative of the tree spirit. Primitive peoples are usually reluctant to taste the annual first-fruits of any crop until some ceremony has been performed which makes it safe and pious for them to do so. The reason of this reluctance appears to be a belief that the first-fruits either belong to or actually contain a divinity. Therefore, when a man or animal is seen boldly to appropriate the sacred first-fruits, he or it is naturally regarded as the divinity himself in human or animal form, taking possession of his own. The time of the Athenian sacrifice, which fell about the close of the threshing, suggests that the wheat and barley laid upon the altar were a harvest offering, and the sacramental character of the subsequent repast, all partaking of the flesh of the divine animal, would make it parallel to the harvest suppers of modern Europe, in which, as we have seen, the flesh of the animal which stands for the corn spirit is eaten by the harvesters. Again, the tradition that the sacrifice was instituted in order to put an end to drought and famine is in favour of taking it as a harvest festival. The resurrection of the corn spirit, enacted by setting up the stuffed ox and yoking it to the plough, may be compared with the resurrection of the tree spirit in the person of his representative, the wild man. The ox appears as a representative of the corn spirit in other parts of the world. At Great Bassam in Guinea, 2 oxen are slain annually to procure a good harvest. If the sacrifice is to be effectual, it is necessary that the oxen should weep. So all the women of the village sit in front of the beasts, chanting, "The ox will weep, yes, he will weep." From time to time one of the women walks round the beasts, throwing manioc meal or palm wine upon them, especially into their eyes. When tears roll down from the eyes of the oxen, the people dance, singing, "The ox weeps, the ox weeps." Then 2 men seize the tails of the beasts and cut them off at one blow. It is believed that a great misfortune will happen in the course of the year if the tails are not severed at one blow. The oxen are afterwards killed, and their flesh is eaten by the chiefs. Here the tears of the oxen, like those of the human victims amongst the Khons and the Aztecs, are probably a rain charm. We have already seen that the virtue of the corn spirit, embodied in animal form, is sometimes supposed to reside in the tail, and that the last handful of corn is sometimes conceived as the tail of the corn spirit. In the Mithraic religion, this conception is graphically set forth in some of the numerous sculptures which represent Mithras kneeling on the back of a bull and plunging a knife into its flank. For on certain of these monuments the tail of the bull ends in 3 stalks of corn, and in one of them corn stalks instead of blood are seen issuing from the wound inflicted by the knife. Such representations certainly suggest that the bull, whose sacrifice appears to have formed a leading feature in the Mithraic ritual, was conceived, in one at least of its aspects, as an incarnation of the corn spirit. Still more clearly does the ox appear as a personification of the corn spirit in a ceremony which is observed in all the provinces and districts of China to welcome the approach of spring. On the first day of spring, usually on the 3rd or 4th of February, which is also the beginning of the Chinese New Year, the governor or prefect of the city goes in procession to the east gate of the city and sacrifices to the divine husbandman, who is represented with a bull's head on the body of a man. A large effigy of an ox, cow, or buffalo has been prepared for the occasion and stands outside of the east gate, with agricultural implements beside it. The figure is made up of differently coloured pieces of paper pasted on a framework either by a blind man or according to the directions of a necromancer. The colours of the paper prognosticate the character of the coming year. If red prevails, there will be many fires. If white, there will be floods and rain, and so with the other colours. The mandarins walk slowly round the ox, beating it severely at each step with rods of various hues. It is filled with 5 kinds of grain, which pour forth when the effigy is broken by the blows of the rods. The paper fragments are then set on fire, and a scramble takes place for the burning fragments, because the people believe that whoever gets one of them is sure to be fortunate throughout the year. A live buffalo is next killed, and its flesh is divided among the mandarins. According to one account, the effigy of the ox is made of clay, and after being beaten by the governor, is stoned by the people till they break it in pieces, from which they expect an abundant year. Here the corn spirit appears to be plainly represented by the cornfield ox, whose fragments may therefore be supposed to bring fertility with them. On the whole, we may perhaps conclude that both as a goat and as a bull, Dionysus was essentially a god of vegetation. The Chinese and European customs which I have cited may perhaps shed light on the custom of rending a live bull or goat at the rites of Dionysus. The animal was torn in fragments as the Khond victim was cut in pieces, in order that the worshippers might each secure a portion of the life-giving and fertilizing influence of the god. The flesh was eaten raw as a sacrament, and we may conjecture that some of it was taken home to be buried in the fields, or otherwise employed so as to convey to the fruits of the earth the quickening influence of the god of vegetation. The resurrection of Dionysus, related in his myth, may have been enacted in his rites by stuffing and setting up the slain ox, as was done at the Athenian Bouphonia. 2. Demeter, the pig and the horse. Passing next to the corn goddess Demeter, and remembering that in European folklore the pig is a common embodiment of the corn spirit, we may now ask whether the pig, which was so closely associated with Demeter, may not have been originally the goddess herself in animal form. The pig was sacred to her. In art she was portrayed carrying or accompanied by a pig, and the pig was regularly sacrificed in her mysteries, the reason assigned being that the pig injures the corn, and is therefore an enemy of the goddess. But after an animal has been conceived as a god, or a god as an animal, it sometimes happens, as we have seen, that the god sloughs off his animal form and becomes purely anthropomorphic, and that then the animal, which at first had been slain in the character of the god, comes to be viewed as a victim offered to the god on the ground of its hostility to the deity. In short, the god is sacrificed to himself on the ground that he is his own enemy. This happened to Dionysus, and it may have happened to Demeter also. And in fact the rites of one of her festivals, the Thesmophoria, bear out the view that originally the pig was an embodiment of the corn goddess herself, either Demeter or her daughter and double Persephone. The Attic Thesmophoria was an autumn festival celebrated by women alone in October, and appears to have represented, with mourning rites, the descent of Persephone, or Demeter, into the lower world, and with joy her return from the dead. Hence the name descent or ascent variously applied to the first, and the name Kalligeneia, fair born, applied to the third day of the festival. Now it was customary at the Thesmophoria to throw pigs, cakes of dough, and branches of pine trees into the chasms of Demeter and Persephone, which appear to have been sacred caverns or vaults. In these caverns or vaults there were said to be serpents, which guarded the caverns and consumed most of the flesh of the pigs and dough cakes which were thrown in. Afterwards, apparently at the next annual festival, the decayed remains of the pigs, the cakes, and the pine branches were fetched by women called drawers, who, after observing rules of ceremonial purity for 3 days, descended into the caverns, and, frightening away the serpents by clapping their hands, brought up the remains and placed them on the altar. Whoever got a piece of the decayed flesh and cakes, and sowed it with the seed corn in his field, was believed to be sure of a good crop. To explain the rude and ancient ritual of the Thesmophoria, the following legend was told. At the moment when Pluto carried off Persephone, a swineherd called Eubuleus chanced to be herding his swine on the spot, and his herd was engulfed in the chasm down which Pluto vanished with Persephone. Accordingly, at the Thesmophoria, pigs were annually thrown into caverns to commemorate the disappearance of the swine of Eubuleus. It follows from this that the casting of the pigs into the vaults at the Thesmophoria formed part of the dramatic representation of Persephone's descent into the lower world, and as no image of Persephone appears to have been thrown in, we may infer that the descent of the pigs was not so much an accompaniment of her descent as the descent itself, in short, that the pigs were Persephone. Afterwards, when Persephone, or Demeter, for the two are equivalent, took on human form, A reason had to be found for the custom of throwing pigs into caverns at her festival, and this was done by saying that when Pluto carried off Persephone, there happened to be some swine browsing near, which were swallowed up along with her. The story is obviously a forced and awkward attempt to bridge over the gulf between the old conception of the corn-spirit as a pig and the new conception of her as an anthropomorphic goddess. A trace of the older conception survived in the legend that when the sad mother was searching for traces of the vanished Persephone, the footprints of the lost one were obliterated by the footprints of a pig. Originally, we may conjecture, the footprints of the pig were the footprints of Persephone and of Demeter herself. A consciousness of the intimate connection of the pig with the corn lurks in the legend that the swineherd Eubuleus was a brother of Triptolemus, to whom Demeter first imparted the secret of the corn. Indeed, according to one version of the story, Eubuleus himself received, jointly with his brother Triptolemus, the gift of the corn from Demeter, as a reward for revealing to her the fate of Persephone. Further, it is to be noted that at the Thesmophoria the women appear to have eaten swine's flesh. The meal, if I am right, must have been a solemn sacrament or communion, the worshippers partaking of the body of the god. As thus explained, the Thesmophoria has its analogies in the folk customs of northern Europe, which have been already described. Just as at the Thesmophoria, an autumn festival in honour of the corn goddess, swine's flesh was partly eaten, partly kept in caverns till the following year, when it was taken up to be sown with the seed corn in the fields for the purpose of securing a good crop. So, in the neighbourhood of Grenoble, the goat killed on the harvest field is partly eaten at the harvest supper, partly pickled and kept till the next harvest. So at Pouilly, the ox killed on the harvest field is partly eaten by the harvesters, partly pickled and kept till the first day of sowing in spring, probably to be then mixed with the seed, or eaten by the ploughman, or both. So at Udvarhely, the feathers of the cock which is killed in the last sheaf at harvest are kept till spring, and then sown with the seed on the field. So in Hesse and Meiningen, the flesh of pigs is eaten on Ash Wednesday or Candlemas, and the bones are kept till sowing time, when they are put into the field, sown or mixed with the seed in the bag. So, lastly, the corn from the last sheaf is kept till Christmas, made into the Yule boar, and afterwards broken and mixed with the seed corn at sowing in spring. Thus, to put it generally, the corn-spirit is killed in animal form in autumn. Part of his flesh is eaten as a sacrament by his worshippers, and part of it is kept till next sowing time or harvest, as a pledge and security for the continuance or renewal of the corn-spirit's energies. If persons of fastidious taste should object that the Greeks never could have conceived Demeter and Persephone to be embodied in the form of pigs, it may be answered that in the cave of Phigalia in Arcadia, the black Demeter was portrayed with the head and mane of a horse on the body of a woman. Between the portrait of a goddess as a pig and the portrait of her as a woman with a horse's head, there is little to choose in respect of barbarism. The legend told of the Phigalian Demeter indicates that the horse was one of the animal forms assumed in ancient Greece, as in modern Europe, by the corn-spirit. It was said that in her search for her daughter, Demeter assumed the form of a mare to escape the addresses of Poseidon, and that, offended at his importunity, she withdrew in dudgeon to a cave not far from Phigalia in the highlands of western Arcadia. There, robed in black, she tarried so long that the fruits of the earth were perishing, and mankind would have died of famine if Pan had not soothed the angry goddess and persuaded her to quit the cave. In memory of this event, the Phigalians set up an image of the black Demeter in the cave. It represented a woman dressed in a long robe with the head and mane of a horse. The black Demeter, in whose absence the fruits of the earth perish, is plainly a mythical expression for the bare wintry earth stripped of its summer mantle of green. 3. Attis, Adonis, and the pig. Passing now to Attis and Adonis, we may note a few facts which seem to show that these deities of vegetation had also, like other deities of the same class, their animal embodiments. The worshippers of Attis abstained from eating the flesh of swine. This appears to indicate that the pig was regarded as an embodiment of Attis. And the legend that Attis was killed by a boar points in the same direction, for after the examples of the goat Dionysus and the pig Demeter, it may almost be laid down as a rule that an animal which is said to have injured a god was originally the god himself. Perhaps the cry of Hues Attis, Hues Attis, which was raised by the worshippers of Attis, may be neither more nor less than Pig Attis, Pig Attis. Hues being possibly a Phrygian form of the Greek hus, a pig. In regard to Adonis, his connection with the boar was not always explained by the story that he had been killed by the animal. According to another story, a boar rent with his tusk the bark of the tree in which the infant Adonis was born. According to yet another story, he perished at the hands of Hephaestus on Mount Lebanon while he was hunting wild boars. These variations in the legend serve to show that, while the connection of the boar with Adonis was certain, the reason of the connection was not understood, and that consequently different stories were devised to explain it. Certainly the pig ranked as a sacred animal among the Syrians. At the great religious metropolis of Hierapolis on the Euphrates, pigs were neither sacrificed nor eaten, and if a man touched a pig he was unclean for the rest of the day. Some people said this was because the pigs were unclean, others said it was because the pigs were sacred. This difference of opinion points to a hazy state of religious thought in which the ideas of sanctity and uncleanliness are not yet sharply distinguished, both being blent in a sort of vaporous solution to which we give the name of taboo. It is quite consistent with this that the pig should have been held to be an embodiment of the divine Adonis, and the analogies of Dionysus and Demeter make it probable that the story of the hostility of the animal to the god was only a late misapprehension of the old view of the god as embodied in a pig. The rule that pigs were not sacrificed or eaten by worshippers of Attis, and presumably of Adonis, does not exclude the possibility that in these rituals the pig was slain on solemn occasions as a representative of the god and consumed sacramentally by the worshippers. Indeed, the sacramental killing and eating of an animal implies that the animal is sacred, and that, as a general rule, it is spared. The attitude of the Jews to the pig was as ambiguous as that of the heathen Syrians towards the same animal. The Greeks could not decide whether the Jews worshipped swine or abominated them. On the one hand, they might not eat swine, but on the other hand, they might not kill them. And if the former rule speaks for the uncleanness, the latter speaks still more strongly for the sanctity of the animal. For whereas both rules may, and one rule must, be explained on the supposition that the pig was sacred, neither rule must, and one rule cannot, be explained on the supposition that the pig was unclean. If, therefore, we prefer the former supposition, we must conclude that, originally at least, the pig was revered rather than abhorred by the Israelites. We are confirmed in this opinion by observing that down to the time of Isaiah, some of the Jews used to meet secretly in gardens to eat the flesh of swine and mice as a religious rite. Doubtless this was a very ancient ceremony, dating from a time when both the pig and the mouse were venerated as divine, and when their flesh was partaken of sacramentally on rare and solemn occasions as the body and blood of gods. And in general, it may perhaps be said that all so-called unclean animals were originally sacred. The reason for not eating them was that they were divine. End of chapter 49a. Chapter 49b of The Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 49b. Ancient Deities of Vegetation as Animals. 4. Osiris, the Pig and the Bull. In ancient Egypt, within historical times, the pig occupied the same dubious position as in Syria and Palestine, though at first sight its uncleanness is more prominent than its sanctity. The Egyptians are generally said by Greek writers to have abhorred the pig as a foul and loathsome animal. If a man so much as touched a pig in passing, he stepped into the river with all his clothes on to wash off the taint. To drink pig's milk was believed to cause leprosy to the drinker. Swineherds, though natives of Egypt, were forbidden to enter any temple, and they were the only men who were thus excluded. No one would give his daughter in marriage to a swineherd, or marry a swineherd's daughter. The swineherds married amongst themselves. Yet once a year the Egyptians sacrificed pigs to the moon and to Osiris, and not only sacrificed them, but ate of their flesh, though on any other day of the year they would neither sacrifice them nor taste of their flesh. Those who were too poor to offer a pig on this day baked cakes of dough, and offered them instead. This can hardly be explained except by the supposition that the pig was a sacred animal which was eaten sacramentally by his worshippers once a year. The view that in Egypt the pig was sacred is borne out by the very facts, which, to moderns, might seem to prove the contrary. Thus the Egyptians thought, as we have seen, that to drink pig's milk produced leprosy, but exactly analogous views are held by savages about the animals and plants which they deem most sacred. Thus in the island of Wetar, between New Guinea and Celebes, people believe themselves to be variously descended from wild pigs, serpents, crocodiles, turtles, dogs, and eels. A man may not eat an animal of the kind from which he is descended. If he does so, he will become a leper and go mad. Amongst the Omaha Indians of North America, men whose totem is the elk believe that if they ate the flesh of the male elk, they would break out in boils and white spots in different parts of their bodies. In the same tribe, men whose totem is the red maize think that if they ate red maize, they would have running sores all round their mouths. The bush negroes of Suriname, who practise totemism, believe that if they ate the capiai, an animal like a pig, it would give them leprosy. Perhaps the capiai is one of their totems. The Syrians in antiquity, who esteemed fish sacred, thought that if they ate fish, their bodies would break out in ulcers, and their feet and stomach would swell up. The Chasas of Orissa believed that if they were to injure their totemic animal, they would be attacked by leprosy, and their line would die out. These examples prove that the eating of a sacred animal is often believed to produce leprosy or other skin diseases. So far, therefore, they support the view that the pig must have been sacred in Egypt, since the effect of drinking its milk was believed to be leprosy. Again, the rule that, after touching a pig, a man had to wash himself and his clothes, also favours the view of the sanctity of the pig, for it is a common belief that the effect of contact with a sacred object must be removed, by washing or otherwise, before a man is free to mingle with his fellows. Thus the Jews wash their hands after reading the sacred scriptures. Before coming forth from the tabernacle after the sin offering, the high priest had to wash himself and put off the garments which he had worn in the holy place. It was a rule of Greek ritual that in offering an expiatory sacrifice, the sacrificer should not touch the sacrifice, and that, after the offering was made, he must wash his body and his clothes in a river or spring before he could enter a city or his own house. The Polynesians felt strongly the need of ridding themselves of the sacred contagion, if it may be so called, which they caught by touching sacred objects. Various ceremonies were performed for the purpose of removing this contagion. We have seen, for example, how in Tonga a man who happened to touch a sacred chief, or anything personally belonging to him, had to perform a certain ceremony before he could feed himself with his hands. Otherwise it was believed that he would swell up and die, or at least be afflicted with scrofula or some other disease. We have seen, too, what fatal effects are supposed to follow, and do actually follow, from contact with a sacred object in New Zealand. In short, primitive man believes that what is sacred is dangerous. It is pervaded by a sort of electrical sanctity, which communicates a shock to, even if it does not kill, whatever comes in contact with it. Hence the savage is unwilling to touch, or even to see, that which he deems peculiarly holy. The Bechuanas of the crocodile clan think it hateful and unlucky to meet or see a crocodile. The sight is thought to cause inflammation of the eyes. Yet the crocodile is their most sacred object. They call it their father, swear by it, and celebrate it in their festivals. The goat is the sacred animal of the Madinasana Bushmen. Yet to look upon it would be to render the man for the time impure, as well as to cause him undefined uneasiness. The elk clan, among the Omaha Indians, believe that even to touch the male elk would be followed by an eruption of boils and white spots on the body. Members of the reptile clan in the same tribe think that if one of them touches or smells a snake, it will make his hair white. In Samoa, people whose god was a butterfly believed that if they caught a butterfly, it would strike them dead. Again, in Samoa, the reddish seared leaves of the banana tree were commonly used as plates for handing food, but if any member of the wild pigeon family had used banana leaves for this purpose, it was supposed that he would suffer from rheumatic swellings or an eruption all over the body like chicken pox. The Maori clan of the Bhils in central India worship the peacock as their totem, and make offerings of grain to it. Yet members of the clan believe that were they even to set foot on the tracks of a peacock, they would afterwards suffer from some disease, and if a woman sees a peacock, she must veil her face and look away. Thus the primitive mind seems to conceive of holiness as a sort of dangerous virus, which a prudent man will shun as far as possible, and of which, if he should chance to be infected by it, he will carefully disinfect himself by some form of ceremonial purification. In the light of these parallels, the beliefs and customs of the Egyptians touching the pig are probably to be explained as based on an opinion of the extreme sanctity rather than of the extreme uncleanness of the animal, or rather, to put it more correctly, they imply that the animal was looked on not simply as a filthy and disgusting creature, but as a being endowed with high supernatural powers, and that as such it was regarded with that primitive sentiment of religious awe and fear in which the feelings of reverence and abhorrence are almost equally blended. The ancients themselves seem to have been aware that there was another side to the horror with which swine seemed to inspire the Egyptians. For the Greek astronomer and mathematician Eudoxus, who resided 14 months in Egypt and conversed with the priests, was of opinion that the Egyptians spared the pig not out of abhorrence, but from a regard to its utility in agriculture. For, according to him, when the Nile had subsided, herds of swine were turned loose over the fields to tread the seed down into the moist earth. But when a being is thus the object of mixed and implicitly contradictory feelings, he may be said to occupy a position of unstable equilibrium. In course of time, one of the contradictory feelings is likely to prevail over the other, and according as the feeling which finally predominates is that of reverence or abhorrence, the being who is the object of it will rise into a god or sink into a devil. The latter, on the whole, was the fate of the pig in Egypt. For in historical times the fear and horror of the pig seems certainly to have outweighed the reverence and worship of which he may once have been the subject, and of which, even in his fallen state, he never quite lost trace. He came to be looked on as an embodiment of Set or Typhon, the Egyptian devil and enemy of Osiris. For it was in the shape of a black pig that Typhon injured the eye of the god Horus, who burnt him and instituted the sacrifice of the pig, the sun god Ra having declared the beast abominable. Again, the story that Typhon was hunting a boar when he discovered and mangled the body of Osiris, and that this was the reason why pigs were sacrificed once a year, is clearly a modernized version of an older story that Osiris, like Adonis and Attis, was slain or mangled by a boar, or by Typhon in the form of a boar. Thus the annual sacrifice of a pig to Osiris might naturally be interpreted as vengeance inflicted on the hostile animal that had slain or mangled the god. But in the first place, when an animal is thus killed as a solemn sacrifice once and once only in the year, it generally or always means that the animal is divine, that he is spared and respected the rest of the year as a god, and slain, when he is slain, also in the character of a god. In the second place, the examples of Dionysus and Demeter, if not of Attis and Adonis, have taught us that the animal which is sacrificed to a god on the ground that he is the god's enemy may have been, and probably was, originally the god himself. Therefore, the annual sacrifice of a pig to Osiris, coupled with the alleged hostility of the animal to the god, tends to show, first, that originally the pig was a god, and second, that he was Osiris. At a later age, when Osiris became anthropomorphic, and his original relation to the pig had been forgotten, the animal was first distinguished from him, and afterwards opposed as an enemy to him by mythologists, who could think of no reason for killing a beast in connection with the worship of a god, except that the beast was the god's enemy. Or, as Plutarch puts it, not that which is dear to the gods, but that which is the contrary, is fit to be sacrificed. At this later stage, the havoc which a wild boar notoriously makes amongst the corn would supply a plausible reason for regarding him as the foe of the corn-spirit, though originally, if I am right, the very freedom with which the boar ranged at will through the corn led people to identify him with the corn-spirit, to whom he was afterwards opposed as an enemy. The view which identifies the pig with Osiris derives not a little support from the sacrifice of pigs to him on the very day on which, according to tradition, Osiris himself was killed. For thus the killing of the pig was the annual representation of the killing of Osiris, just as the throwing of the pigs into the caverns at the Thesmophoria was an annual representation of the descent of Persephone into the lower world, and both customs are parallel to the Egyptian practice of killing a goat, cock, and so forth at harvest as a representative of the corn-spirit. Again, the theory that the pig, originally Osiris himself, afterwards came to be regarded as an embodiment of his enemy Typhon, is supported by the similar relation of red-haired men and red oxen to Typhon. For in regard to the red-haired men who were burnt and whose ashes were scattered with winnowing fans, we have seen fair grounds for believing that originally, like the red-haired puppies killed at Rome in spring, they were representatives of the corn-spirit himself, that is, of Osiris, and were slain for the express purpose of making the corn turn red or golden. Yet at a later time these men were explained to be representatives, not of Osiris, but of his enemy Typhon, and the killing of them was regarded as an act of vengeance inflicted on the enemy of the god. Similarly, the red oxen sacrificed by the Egyptians were said to be offered on the ground of their resemblance to Typhon, though it is more likely that originally they were slain on the ground of their resemblance to the corn-spirit Osiris. We have seen that the ox is a common representative of the corn-spirit, and is slain as such on the harvest field. Osiris was regularly identified with the bull Apis of Memphis and the bull Mnevis of Heliopolis. But it is hard to say whether these bulls were embodiments of him as the corn spirit, as the red oxen appear to have been, or whether they were not in origin entirely distinct deities who came to be fused with Osiris at a later time. The universality of worship of these two bulls seems to put them on a different footing from the ordinary sacred animals whose worships were purely local. But whatever the original relation of Apis to Osiris may have been, there is one fact about the former which ought not to be passed over in a disquisition on the custom of killing a god. Although the bull Apis was worshipped as a god with much pomp and profound reverence, he was not suffered to live beyond a certain length of time, which was prescribed by the sacred books, and on expiry of which he was drowned in a holy spring. The limit, according to Plutarch, was 25 years, but it cannot always have been enforced, for the tombs of the Apis bulls have been discovered in modern times, and from the inscriptions on them it appears that in the 22nd dynasty 2 of the holy steers lived more than 26 years. 5. Virbius and the horse. We are now in a position to hazard a conjecture as to the meaning of the tradition that Virbius, the first of the divine kings of the wood at Aricia, had been killed in the character of Hippolytus by horses. Having found, first, that spirits of the corn are not infrequently represented in the form of horses, and second, that the animal which in later legends is said to have injured the god was sometimes originally the god himself, we may conjecture that the horses by which Virbius or Hippolytus was said to have been slain were really embodiments of him as a deity of vegetation. The myth that he had been killed by horses was probably invented to explain certain features in his worship, amongst others the custom of excluding horses from his sacred grove. For myth changes while custom remains constant. Men continue to do what their fathers did before them, though the reasons on which their fathers acted have been long forgotten. The history of religion is a long attempt to reconcile old custom with new reason, to find a sound theory for an absurd practice. In the case before us, we may be sure that the myth is more modern than the custom, and by no means represents the original reason for excluding horses from the grove. From their exclusion, it might be inferred that horses could not be the sacred animals or embodiments of the god of the grove, but the inference would be rash. The goat was at one time a sacred animal or embodiment of Athena, as may be inferred from the practice of representing the goddess clad in a goatskin, aegis. Yet the goat was neither sacrificed to her as a rule, nor allowed to enter her great sanctuary, the Acropolis at Athens. The reason alleged for this was that the goat injured the olive, the sacred tree of Athena. So far, therefore, the relation of the goat to Athena is parallel to the relation of the horse to Virbius, both animals being excluded from the sanctuary on the ground of injury done by them to the god. But from Varro we learn that there was an exception to the rule which excluded the goat from the Acropolis. Once a year, he says, the goat was driven onto the Acropolis for a necessary sacrifice. Now, as has been remarked before, when an animal is sacrificed once, and once only in the year, it is probably slain, not as a victim offered to the god, but as a representative of the god himself. Therefore we may infer that if a goat was sacrificed on the Acropolis once a year, it was sacrificed in the character of Athena herself, and it may be conjectured that the skin of the sacrificed animal was placed on the statue of the goddess and formed the aegis, which would thus be renewed annually. Similarly, at Thebes in Egypt, rams were sacred and were not sacrificed. But on one day in the year a ram was killed, and its skin was placed on the statue of the god Ammon. Now, if we knew the ritual of the Arician grove better, we might find that the rule of excluding horses from it, like the rule of excluding goats from the Acropolis at Athens, was subject to an annual exception, a horse being once a year taken into the grove and sacrificed as an embodiment of the god Virbius. By the usual misunderstanding, the horse thus killed would come in time to be regarded as an enemy offered up in sacrifice to the god whom he had injured, like the pig which was sacrificed to Demeter and Osiris, or the goat which was sacrificed to Dionysus, and possibly to Athena. It is so easy for a writer to record a rule without noticing an exception, that we need not wonder at finding the rule of the Arician grove recorded without any mention of an exception such as I suppose. If we had only had the statements of Athenaeus and Pliny, we should have known only the rule which forbade the sacrifice of goats to Athena, and excluded them from the Acropolis, without being aware of the important exception which the fortunate preservation of Varro's work has revealed to us. The conjecture that once a year a horse may have been sacrificed in the Arician grove as a representative of the deity of the grove derives some support from the similar sacrifice of a horse which took place once a year at Rome. On the 15th of October in each year a chariot race was run on the field of Mars. Stabbed with a spear, the right-hand horse of the victorious team was then sacrificed to Mars for the purpose of ensuring good crops, and its head was cut off and adorned with a string of loaves. Thereupon the inhabitants of two wards, the Sacred Way and the Suburra, contended with each other who should get the head. If the people of the Sacred Way got it, they fastened it to a wall of the king's house. If the people of the Suburra got it, they fastened it to the Mamilian tower. The horse's tail was cut off and carried to the king's house with such speed that the blood dripped on the hearth of the house. Further, it appears that the blood of the horse was caught and preserved till the 21st of April, when the Vestal Virgins mixed it with the blood of the unborn calves which had been sacrificed 6 days before. The mixture was then distributed to shepherds, and used by them for fumigating their flocks. In this ceremony, the decoration of the horse's head with a string of loaves, and the alleged object of the sacrifice, namely to procure a good harvest, seems to indicate that the horse was killed as one of those animal representatives of the corn spirit, of which we have found so many examples. The custom of cutting off the horse's tail is like the African custom of cutting off the tails of the oxen and sacrificing them to obtain a good crop. In both the Roman and the African custom, the animal apparently stands for the corn spirit, and its fructifying power is supposed to reside especially in its tail. The latter idea occurs, as we have seen, in European folklore. Again, the practice of fumigating the cattle in spring with the blood of the horse may be compared with the practice of giving the old wife, the maiden, or the clyack sheaf, as fodder to the horses in spring, or the cattle at Christmas, and giving the Yule boar to the ploughing oxen or horses to eat in spring. All these usages aim at ensuring the blessing of the corn spirit on the homestead and its inmates, and storing it up for another year. The Roman sacrifice of the October horse, as it was called, carries us back to the early days when the Suburra, afterwards a low and squalid quarter of the great metropolis, was still a separate village, whose inhabitants engaged in a friendly contest on the harvest field with their neighbours of Rome, then a little rural town. The field of Mars on which the ceremony took place lay beside the Tiber, and formed part of the king's domain down to the abolition of the monarchy. For tradition ran that at the time when the last of the kings was driven from Rome, the corn stood ripe for the sickle on the crown lands beside the river, but no one would eat the accursed grain, and it was flung into the river in such heaps that, the water being low with the summer heat, it formed the nucleus of an island. The horse sacrifice was thus an old autumn custom, observed upon the king's cornfields at the end of the harvest. The tail and blood of the horse, as the chief parts of the corn spirit's representative, were taken to the king's house and kept there, just as in Germany the harvest cock is nailed on the gable or over the door of the farmhouse, and as the last sheaf, in the form of the maiden, is carried home and kept over the fireplace in the Highlands of Scotland. Thus the blessing of the corn spirit was brought to the king's house and hearth, and, through them, to the community of which he was the head. Similarly, in the spring and autumn customs of northern Europe, the maypole is sometimes set up in front of the house of the mayor or burgomaster, and the last sheaf at harvest is brought to him as the head of the village. But while the tail and blood fell to the king, the neighbouring village of the Suburra, which no doubt once had a similar ceremony of its own, was gratified by being allowed to compete for the prize of the horse's head. The Mamilian tower, to which the Suburrans nailed the horse's head when they succeeded in carrying it off, appears to have been a peel tower, or keep, of the old Mamilian family, the magnates of the village. The ceremony thus performed on the king's fields and at his house on behalf of the whole town and of the neighbouring village presupposes a time when each township performed a similar ceremony on its own fields. In the rural districts of Latium, the villages may have continued to observe the custom, each on its own land, long after the Roman hamlets had merged their separate harvest homes in the common celebration on the king's lands. There is no intrinsic improbability in the supposition that the sacred grove of Aricia, like the Field of Mars at Rome, may have been the scene of a common harvest celebration, at which a horse was sacrificed with the same rude rites on behalf of the neighbouring villages. The horse would represent the fructifying spirit both of the tree and of the corn, for the two ideas melt into each other, as we see in customs like the Harvest May. End of chapter 49.
Chapter 50 of The Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer, Chapter 50, Eating the God. Section 1. The Sacrament of First Fruits. We have now seen that the corn spirit is represented sometimes in human, sometimes in animal form, and that in both cases he is killed in the person of his representative and eaten sacramentally. To find examples of actually killing the human representative of the corn spirit, we had naturally to go to savage races, but the harvest suppers of our European peasants have furnished unmistakable examples of the sacramental eating of animals as representatives of the corn spirit. But further, as might have been anticipated, the new corn is itself eaten sacramentally, that is, as the body of the corn spirit. In Värmland, Sweden, the farmer's wife uses the grain of the last sheaf to bake a loaf in the shape of a little girl. This loaf is divided amongst the whole household and eaten by them. Here, the loaf represents the corn spirit conceived as a maiden, just as in Scotland the corn spirit is similarly conceived and represented by the last sheaf made up in the form of a woman and bearing the name of the maiden. As usual, the corn spirit is believed to reside in the last sheaf, and to eat a loaf made from the last sheaf is, therefore, to eat the corn spirit itself. Similarly, at La Palisse in France, a man made of dough is hung upon the fir tree which is carried on the last harvest wagon. The tree and the dough man are taken to the mayor's house and kept there till the vintage is over. Then the close of the harvest is celebrated by a feast at which the mayor breaks the dough man in pieces and gives the pieces to the people to eat. In these examples, the corn spirit is represented and eaten in human shape. In other cases, though the new corn is not baked in loaves of human shape, still the solemn ceremonies with which it is eaten suffice to indicate that it is partaken of sacramentally, that is, as the body of the corn spirit. For example, the following ceremonies used to be observed by the Lithuanian peasants at eating the new corn. About the time of the autumn sowing, when all the corn had been got in and the threshing had begun, each farmer held a festival called Sabarios, that is, the mixing or throwing together. He took 9 good handfuls of each kind of crop, wheat, barley, oats, flax, beans, lentils, and the rest, and each handful he divided into 3 parts. The 27 portions of each grain were then thrown on a heap and all mixed together. The grain used had to be that which was first threshed and winnowed, and which had been set aside and kept for this purpose. A part of the grain thus mixed was employed to bake little loaves, 1 for each of the household. The rest was mixed with more barley or oats and made into beer. The first beer brewed from this mixture was for the drinking of the farmer, his wife, and children. The second brew was for the servants. The beer being ready, the farmer chose an evening when no stranger was expected. Then he knelt down before the barrel of beer, drew a jug full of the liquor, and poured it on the bung of the barrel, saying, "O fruitful earth, make rye and barley and all kinds of corn to flourish." Next, he took the jug to the parlor where his wife and children awaited him. On the floor of the parlor lay bound a black or white or speckled, not a red, cock and a hen of the same color and of the same brood, which must have been hatched within the year. Then the farmer knelt down with the jug in his hand and thanked God for the harvest and prayed for a good crop next year. Next, all lifted up their hands and said, "O God, and thou, O earth, we give you this cock and hen as a free will offering." With that, the farmer killed the fowls with the blows of a wooden spoon, for he might not cut their heads off. After the first prayer, and after killing each of the birds, he poured out 1/3 of the beer. Then his wife boiled the fowls in a new pot which had never been used before. After that, a bushel was set, bottom upwards, on the floor, and on it were placed the little loaves mentioned above and the boiled fowls. Next, the new beer was fetched, together with a ladle and 3 mugs, none of which was used except on this occasion. When the farmer had ladled the beer into the mugs, the family knelt down round the bushel. The father then uttered a prayer and drank off the 3 mugs of beer. The rest followed his example. Then the loaves and the flesh of the fowls were eaten, after which the beer went round again, till everyone had emptied each of the 3 mugs 9 times. None of the food should remain over, but if anything did happen to be left, it was consumed next morning with the same ceremonies. The bones were given to the dog to eat, and if he did not eat them all up, the remains were buried under the dung in the cattle stall. This ceremony was observed at the beginning of December. On the day on which it took place, no bad word might be spoken. Such was the custom about 200 years or more ago. At the present-day Lithuania, when new potatoes or loaves made from the new corn are eaten, all the people at table pull each other's hair. The meaning of this last custom is obscure, but a similar custom was certainly observed by the heathen Lithuanians at their solemn sacrifices. Many of the Estonians on the island of Ossel will not eat bread baked of the new corn till they have first taken a bite at a piece of iron. The iron is here plainly a charm, intended to render harmless the spirit that is in the corn. In Sutherlandshire at the present day, when the new potatoes are dug, all the family must taste them, otherwise, "the spirits in them," the potatoes, "take offence, and the potatoes would not keep." In one part of Yorkshire it is still customary for the clergyman to cut the first corn, and my informant believes that the corn so cut is used to make the communion bread. If the latter part of the custom is correctly reported, and analogy is all in its favor, it shows how the Christian communion has absorbed within itself a sacrament which is doubtless far older than Christianity. The Aino or Ainu of Japan are said to distinguish various kinds of millet as male and female respectively, and these kinds taken together are called, "the divine husband and wife's cereal." Therefore, before millet is pounded and made into cakes for general eating, the old men have a few made for themselves first, to worship. When they are ready to pray to them very earnestly and say, O thou cereal deity, we worship thee. Thou hast grown very well this year, and thy flavor will be sweet. Thou art good. The goddess of fire will be glad, and we shall rejoice greatly. O thou God, O thou divine cereal, do thou nourish the people. I now partake of thee. I worship thee, and give thee thanks. After having thus prayed, they, the worshippers, take a cake and eat it, and from this time the people may all partake of the new millet. And so, with many gestures of homage and words of prayer, this kind of food is dedicated to the well-being of the Ainu. No doubt, the cereal offering is regarded as a tribute paid to a god, but that god is no other than the seed itself, and it is only a god insofar as it is beneficial to the human body. Close quote. At the close of the rice harvest in the East Indian island of Buru, each clan meets at a common sacramental meal, to which every member of the clan is bound to contribute a little of the new rice. This meal is called eating the soul of the rice, a name which clearly indicates the sacramental character of the repast. Some of the rice is also set apart and offered to the spirits. Amongst the Alfoors of Minahasa in Celebes, the priest sows the first rice seed, and plucks the first ripe rice in each field. This rice he roasts and grinds into meal, and gives some of it to each of the household. Shortly before the rice harvest, in Bolend Mongondo, another district of Celebes, an offering is made of a small pig or a fowl. Then the priest plucks a little rice, first on his own field and next on those of his neighbors. All the rice thus plucked by him he dries along with his own, and then gives it back to the respective owners, who have it ground and boiled. When it is boiled, the women take it back with an egg to the priest, who offers the egg in sacrifice and returns the rice to the women. Of this rice every member of the family, down to the youngest child, must partake. After this ceremony, everyone is free to get in his rice. Amongst the Burghers or Bedagas, a tribe of the Nilgiri hills in southern India, the first handful of seed is sown and the first sheaf reaped by a Kurambar, a man of a different tribe, and members of which the Burghers regard as sorcerers. The grain contained in the first sheaf, quote, is that day reduced to meal, made into cakes, and, being offered as a first-fruit oblation is, together with the remainder of the sacrificed animal, partaken of by the burgher and the whole of his family, as the meat of a federal offering and sacrifice. Close quote. Among the Hindus of southern India, the eating of the new rice is the occasion of a family festival called Pongal. The new rice is boiled in a new pot on a fire, which is kindled at noon on the day when, according to Hindu astrologers, the sun enters the Tropic of Capricorn. The boiling of the pot is watched with great anxiety by the whole family, for as the milk boils, so will the coming year be. If the milk boils rapidly, the year will be prosperous, but it will be the reverse if the milk boils slowly. Some of the new boiled rice is offered to the image of Ganesha, then everyone partakes of it. In some parts of northern India, the festival of the new crop is known as Nevan, that is, new grain. When the crop is ripe, the owner takes the omens, goes to the field, plucks 5 or 6 ears of barley in the spring crop and one of the millets in the autumn harvest. This is brought home, parched, and mixed with coarse sugar, butter, and curds. Some of it is thrown on the fire in the name of the village gods and deceased ancestors. The rest is eaten by the family. The ceremony of eating the new yams at Onitsha on the Niger is thus described. Quote, each headman brought out 6 yams, and cut down young branches of palm leaves and placed them before his gate, roasted 3 of the yams, and got some kola nuts and fish. After the yam is roasted, the Libya, or country doctor, takes the yam, scrapes it into a sort of meal, and divides it into halves. He then takes one piece and places it on the lips of the person who is going to eat the new yam. The eater then blows up the steam from the hot yam, and afterwards pokes the hole into his mouth and says, "I thank God for being permitted to eat the new yam." He then begins to chew it heartily, with fish likewise. Among the Nandi of British East Africa, when the Ulysine grain is ripening in autumn, every woman who owns a cornfield goes out into it with her daughters, and they all pluck some of the ripe grain. Each of the women then fixes one grain in her necklace and chews another, which she rubs on her forehead, throat, and breast. No mark of joy escapes them. Sorrowfully they cut a basketful of the new corn, and carrying it home, place it in the loft to dry. As the ceiling is of wickerwork, a good deal of the grain drops through the crevasses and falls into the fire, where it explodes with a crackling noise. The people make no attempt to prevent this waste, for they regard the crackling of the grain in the fire as a sign that the souls of the dead are partaking of it. A few days later, porridge is made from the new grain, and is served up with milk at the evening meal. All the members of the family take some of the porridge and dab it on the walls and roofs of the huts. Also, they put a little in their mouths and spit it out towards the east and on the outside of the huts. Then, holding up some of the grain in his hand, the head of the family prays to God for health and strength, and likewise for milk, and everybody present repeats the words of the prayer after him. Among the Kafres of Natal and Zululand, no one may eat of the new fruits till after a festival which marks the beginning of the Kafre year and falls at the end of December or the beginning of January. All the people assemble at the king's kraal, where they feast and dance. Before they separate, the dedication of the people takes place. Various fruits of the earth, as corn, mealies, and pumpkins, mixed with the flesh of a sacrificed animal and with medicine, are boiled in great pots, and a little of this food is placed in each man's mouth by the king himself. After thus partaking of the sanctified fruits, a man is himself sanctified for the whole year, and may immediately get in his crops. It is believed that if any man were to partake of the new fruits before the festival, he would die. If he were detected, he would be put to death, or at least all his cattle would be taken from him. The holiness of the new fruits is well marked by the rule that they must be cooked in a special pot which is used only for this purpose, and on a new fire kindled by a magician through the friction of two sticks which are called husband and wife. Among the Bechuanas, it is a rule that before they partake of the new crops they must purify themselves. The purification takes place at the commencement of the new year on a day in January which is fixed by the chief. It begins in the great kraal of the tribe, where all the adult males assemble. Each of them takes in his hand leaves of a gourd, called by the natives letrotse, described as something between a pumpkin and a vegetable marrow, and having crushed the leaves, he anoints with the expressed juice his big toes and his navel. Many people, indeed, apply the juice to all the joints of their body, but the better informed say that this is a vulgar departure from ancient custom. After this ceremony in the great kraal, every man goes home to his own kraal, assembles all the members of his family, men, women, and children, and smears them all with the juice of the letrotse leaves. Some of the leaves are also pounded, mixed with milk in a large wooden dish, and given to the dogs to lap up. Then the porridge plate of each member of the family is rubbed with the letrotse leaves. When this purification has been completed, but not before, the people are free to eat of the new crops. The Bororo Indians of Brazil think it would be certain death to eat the new maize before it has been blessed by the medicine man. The ceremony of blessing it is as follows. The half-ripe husk is washed and placed before the medicine man, who, by dancing and singing for several hours, and by incessant smoking, works himself up into a state of ecstasy, whereupon he bites into the husk, trembling in every limb and uttering shrieks from time to time. A similar ceremony is performed whenever a large animal or a large fish is killed. The Bororo are firmly persuaded that were any man to touch unconsecrated maize or meat before the ceremony had been completed, he and his whole tribe would perish. Amongst the Creek Indians of North America, The busk, or festival of first-fruits, was the chief ceremony of the year. It was held in July or August when the corn was ripe, and marked the end of the old year and the beginning of the new one. Before it took place, none of the Indians would eat or even handle any part of the new harvest. Sometimes each town had its own busk, sometimes several towns united to hold one in common. Before celebrating the busk, the people provided themselves with new clothes and new household utensils and furnitures. They collected their old clothes and rubbish, together with all the remaining grain and their old provisions, cast them together in one common heap, and consumed them with fire. As a preparation for the ceremony, all the fires in the village were extinguished, and the ashes swept clean away. In particular, the hearth or altar of the temple was dug up and the ashes carried out. Then the chief priest put some roots of the button snake plant, with some green tobacco leaves and a little of the new fruits, at the bottom of the fireplace, which he afterwards commanded to be covered up with white clay and wetted over with clean water. A thick arbor of green branches of young trees was then made over the altar. Meanwhile, the women at home were cleaning out their houses, renewing the old hearths, and scouring all the cooking vessels that they might be ready to receive the new fire and the new fruits. The public or sacred square was carefully swept of even the smallest crumbs of previous feasts, for fear of polluting the first fruit offerings. Also, every vessel that had contained or had been used about any food during the expiring year was removed from the temple before sunset. Then all the men who were not known to have violated the law of the first fruit offering and that of marriage during the year were summoned by a crier to enter the holy square and observe a solemn fast. But the women, except 6 old ones, the children, and all who had not attained the rank of warriors, were forbidden to enter the square. Sentinels were also posted at the corners of the square to keep out all persons deemed impure and all animals. A strict fast was then observed for 2 nights and a day, the devotees drinking a bitter concoction of button-snake root, in order to vomit and purge their sinful bodies. That the people outside the square might also be purified, one of the old men laid down a quantity of green tobacco at a corner of the square. This was carried off by an old woman, who distributed to the people without, who chewed and swallowed it, in order to afflict their souls. During this general fast, the women, children, and men of weak constitution were allowed to eat after midday, but not before. On the morning when the fast ended, the women brought a quantity of the old year's food to be outside of the sacred square. These provisions were then fetched in and set before the famished multitude, but all traces of them had to be removed before noon. When the sun was declining from the meridian, all the people were commanded by the voice of a crier to stay within doors, to do no bad act, and to be sure to extinguish and throw away every spark of the old fire. Universal silence now reigned. Then the high priest made the new fire by the friction of 2 pieces of wood, and placed it on the altar under the green arbor. This new fire was believed to atone for all past crimes except murder. Next, a basket of new fruits was brought. The high priest took a little of each sort of fruit, rubbed it with bear's oil, and offered it, together with some flesh, to the bountiful Holy Spirit of fire as a first fruit offering and an annual oblation for sin. He also consecrated the sacred emetics, the button snake root, and the cassina or black drink, by pouring a little of them into the fire. The persons who had remained outside now approached, without entering, the sacred square, and the chief priest thereupon made a speech, exhorting the people to observe their old rites and customs, announcing that the new divine fire had purged away the sins of the past year, and earnestly warning the women that, if any of them had not extinguished the old fire, or had contracted any impurity, they must forthwith depart, lest the divine fire should spoil both them and the people. Some of the new fire was then set down outside the holy square. The women carried it home joyfully and laid it on their unpolluted hearths. When several towns had united to celebrate the festival, the new fire might thus be carried for several miles. The new fruits were then dressed on the new fires and eaten with bear's oil, which was deemed indispensable. At one point of the festival, the men rubbed the new corn between their hands, then on their faces and breasts. During the festival which followed, the warriors, dressed in their wild martial array, their heads covered with white down and carrying white feathers in their hands, danced round the sacred arbor, under which burned the new fire. The ceremonies lasted 8 days, during which the strictest continence was practised. Towards the conclusion of the festival, the warriors fought a mock battle. Then the men and women together, in 3 circles, danced round the sacred fire. Lastly, all the people smeared themselves with white clay and bathed in running water. They came out of the water believing that no evil could now befall them for what they had done amiss in the past. So they departed in joy and peace. To this day also, the remnant of the Seminole Indians of Florida, a people of the same stock as the Creeks, hold an annual purification and festival called the Green Corn Dance, at which the new corn is eaten. On the evening of the first day of the festival, they quaff a nauseous black drink, as it is called, which acts both as an enemic and a purgative. They believe that he who does not drink of this liquor cannot safely eat the new green corn, and besides that he will be sick at some time in the year. While the liquor is being drunk, the dancing begins, and the medicine men join in. Next day they eat of the green corn. The following day they fast, probably from fear of polluting the sacred food in their stomachs by contact with common food. But the third day they hold a great feast. Even tribes which do not till the ground sometimes observe analogous ceremonies when they gather the first wild fruits or dig the first roots of the season. Thus, among the Salish and the Tina Indians of northwest America, quote, before the young people eat the berries or roots of the season, they always addressed the fruit or plant, and begged for its favor and aid. In some tribes, regular first-fruit ceremonies were annually held at the time of picking the wild fruit or gathering the roots, and also among the salmon-eating tribes when the run of the sockeye salmon began. These ceremonies were not so much thanksgivings as performances to ensure a plentiful crop or supply of the particular object desired. For if they were not properly and reverently carried out, there was danger of giving offense to the spirits of the objects, of being deprived of them. Close quote. For example, these Indians are fond of the young shoots or suckers of the wild raspberry, and they observe a solemn ceremony of eating the first of them in season. The shoots are cooked in a new pot. The people assemble and stand in a great circle with closed eyes, while the presiding chief or medicine man invokes the spirit of the plant, begging that it will be propitious to them and grant them a good supply of suckers. After this part of the ceremony is over, the cooked suckers are handed to the presiding officer in a newly carved dish, and a small portion is given to each person present, who reverently and decorously eats it. The Thompson Indians of British Columbia cook and eat the sunflower root Balsamorrhiza sagittata, but they used to regard it as a mysterious being, and observed a number of taboos in connection with it. For example, women who were engaged in digging or cooking the root must practice continence, and no man might come near the oven while the women were baking the root. When young men ate the first berries, roots, or other products of the season, they addressed a prayer to the sunflower root as follows, quote, I inform thee that I intend to eat thee. Mayest thou always help me to ascend, so that I may always be able to reach the tops of the mountains, and may I never be clumsy. I ask this from thee, sunflower root. Thou art the greatest of all in mystery. Close quote. To omit this prayer would make the eater lazy and cause him to sleep long in the morning. These customs of the Thompson and other Indian tribes of the Northwest America are instructive, because they clearly indicate the motive, or at least one of the motives, which underlies the ceremonies observed in eating the first fruits of the season. That motive, in the case of these Indians, is simply a belief that the plant itself is animated by a conscious and more or less powerful spirit, who must be propitiated before the people can safely partake of the fruits or roots which are supposed to be part of his body. Now, if this is true of wild fruits and roots, we may infer with some probability that it is also true of cultivated fruits and roots, such as yams, and in particular that it holds good of the cereals, such as wheat, barley, oats, rice, and maize. In all cases, it seems reasonable to infer that the scruples which savages manifest at eating the first fruits of any crop, and the ceremonies which they observe before they overcome their scruples, are due, at least in large measure, to a notion that the plant or tree is animated by a spirit or even a deity, whose leave must be obtained, or whose favor must be sought, before it is possible to partake with safety of the new crop. This, indeed, is plainly affirmed of the Aino. They call the millet the divine cereal, the cereal deity, and they pray to and worship him before they will eat of the cakes made from the new millet. And even where the indwelling divinity of the new fruits is not expressly affirmed, it appears to be implied both by the solemn preparations made for eating them and by the danger supposed to be incurred by persons who venture to partake of them without observing the prescribed ritual. In all such cases, accordingly, we may not improperly describe the eating of the new fruits as a sacrament or communion with a deity, or at all events with a powerful spirit. Among the usages which point to this conclusion are the custom of employing either new or specially reserved vessels to hold the new fruits, and the practice of purifying the persons of the communicants before it is lawful to engage in the solemn act of communion with the divinity. Of all the modes of purification adopted on these occasions, none perhaps brings out the sacramental virtue of the rite so clearly as the Greek and Seminole practice of taking a purgative before swallowing the new corn. The intention is thereby to prevent the sacred food from being polluted by contact with common food in the stomach of the eater. For the same reason Catholics partake of the Eucharist fasting, and among the pastoral Maasai of eastern Africa, the young warriors, who live on meat and milk exclusively, are obliged to eat nothing but milk for so many days, and then nothing but meat for so many more. And before they pass from the one food to the other, they must make sure that none of the old food remains in their stomachs. This they do by swallowing a very powerful purgative and emetic. In some of the festivals which we have examined, the sacrament of firstfruits is combined with a sacrifice or presentation of them to gods or spirits, and in course of time, the sacrifice of firstfruits tends to throw the sacrament into the shade, if not to supersede it. The mere fact of offering the firstfruits to the gods or spirits comes now to be thought a sufficient preparation for eating the new corn. The higher powers having received their share, man is free to enjoy the rest. This mode of viewing the new fruits implies that they are regarded no longer as themselves instinct with divine life, but merely as a gift bestowed by the gods upon man, who is bound to express his gratitude and homage to his divine benefactors by returning to them a portion of their bounty. Section 2. Eating the God among the Aztecs. The custom of eating bread sacramentally as the body of a god was practiced by the Aztecs before the discovery and conquest of Mexico by the Spaniards. Twice a year, in May and December, an image of the great Mexican god Huitzilopochtli, or Huitzilopochtli, was made of dough, then broken in pieces, and solemnly eaten by his worshippers. The May ceremony is thus described by the historian Acosta. Quote, "The Mexicans in the month of May made their principal feast to their god Huitzilopochtli, and 2 days before this feast the virgins whereof I have spoken, that which were shut up and secluded in the same temple, and were as it were religious women, did mingle a quantity of the seed of beets with roasted maize, and then they did mould it with honey, making an idol of that paste in bigness like to that of wood, putting instead of eyes grains of green glass, of blue or white, and for teeth grains of maize set forth with all the ornament and furniture that I have said. This being finished, all the noblemen came and brought it an exquisite and rich garment, like unto that of the idol, wherewith they did attire it. Being thus clad and decked, they did set it in an azured chair, and in a litter to carry it on their shoulders. The morning of this feast being come, an hour before day, all the maidens came forth attired in white, with new ornaments, that which that day were called the sisters of their god LVIII. They came crowned with garlands of maize roasted and parched, being like unto asahar, or the flower of orange. And about their necks they had great chains of the same, which went baldric-wise under their left arm. Their cheeks were dyed with vermilion, their arms from the elbow to the wrist were covered with red parrots' feathers. Young men, dressed in red robes, and crowned like the virgins with maize, then carried the idol in its litter to the foot of the great pyramid-shaped temple, up the steep and narrow steps of which it was drawn to the music of flutes, trumpets, cornets, and drums. While they mounted up the idol, all the people stood in the court with much reverence and fear, being mounted to the top, and that they had placed it in a little lodge of roses, which they held ready. Presently came the young men, which strewed many flowers of sundry kinds, wherewith they filled the temple both within and without. This done, all the virgins came out of their convent, bringing pieces of paste compounded of beets and roasted maize, which was of the same paste whereof their idol was made and compounded, and they were of the fashion of great bones. They delivered them to the young men, who carried them up and laid them at the idol's feet, wherewith they filled the whole place that it could receive no more. They called these morsels of paste the flesh and bones of LVIII. Having laid abroad these bones, presently came all the ancients of the temple, priests, Levites, and all the rest of the ministers, according to their dignities and antiquities. For herein there was a strict order amongst them, one after another, with their veils of divers colours and works, every one according to his dignity and office, having garlands upon their heads and chains of flowers about their necks. After them came their gods and goddesses whom they worshipped, of divers figures, attired in the same livery. Then putting themselves in order about those morsels and pieces of paste, they used certain ceremonies with singing and dancing, by means whereof they were blessed and consecrated for the flesh and bones of this idol. This ceremony and blessing, whereby they were taken for the flesh and bones of the idol, being ended, they honored those pieces in the same sort as their god. All the city came to this goodly spectacle, and there was a commandment very strictly observed throughout all the land, that the day of the feast of the idol of LVIII they should eat no other meat but this paste, with honey whereof the idol was made. And this should be eaten at the point of day, and they should drink no water, nor any other thing till afternoon. They held it for an ill sign, yea, for sacrilege to do the contrary. But after the ceremonies ended, it was lawful for them to eat anything. During the time of this ceremony, they hid the water from their little children, admonishing all such as had the use of reason not to drink any water, which, if they did, the anger of God would come upon them, and they should die, which they did observe very carefully and strictly. The ceremonies, dancing, and sacrifice ended, they went to unclothe themselves, and the priests and superiors of the temple took the idol of paste, which they spoiled of all the ornaments it had, and made many pieces, as well of the idol itself, as of the truncheons which they consecrated. And then they gave them to the people in manner of a communion, beginning with the greater, and continuing unto the rest, both men, women, and little children, who received it with such tears, fear, and reverence, as it was an admirable thing, saying that they did eat the flesh and bones of God, wherewith they were grieved. such as had any sick folks demanded thereof for them, and carried it with great reverence and veneration." Close quote. From this interesting passage, we learn that the ancient Mexicans, even before the arrival of Christian missionaries, were fully acquainted with the doctrine of transubstantiation, and acted upon it in the solemn rites of their religion. They believed that by consecrating bread, their priests could turn it into the very body of their god, so that all who thereupon partook of the consecrated bread entered into a mystic communion with the deity by receiving a portion of his divine substance into themselves. The doctrine of transubstantiation, or the magical conversion of bread into flesh, was also familiar to the Aryans of ancient India long before the spread and even the rise of Christianity. The Brahmans taught that the rice cakes offered in sacrifice were substitutes for human beings, and that they were actually converted into the real bodies of men by the manipulation of the priest. We read that, quote, "When it, the rice cake, still consists of rice meal, it is the hair. When he pours water on it, it becomes skin. When he mixes it, it becomes flesh, for then it becomes consistent, and consistent also is the flesh. When it is baked, it becomes bone, for then it becomes somewhat hard, and hard is the bone. And when he is about to take it off the fire, and sprinkles it with butter, he changes it into marrow. This is the completeness which they call the five-fold animal sacrifice." Close quote. Now, too, we can perfectly understand why, on the day of their solemn communion with the deity, the Mexicans refused to eat any other food than the consecrated bread which they revered as the very flesh and bones of their god, and why up till noon they might drink nothing at all, not even water. They feared, no doubt, to defile the portion of God in their stomachs by contact with common things. A similar pious fear led the Creek and Seminole Indians, as we saw, to adopt the more thorough-going expedient of rinsing out their bodies by a strong purgative before they dared to partake of the sacrament of first-fruits. At the festival of the winter solstice in December, the Aztecs killed their god Huitzilopochtli in effigy first, and ate him afterwards. As a preparation for this solemn ceremony, an image of the deity in the likeness of a man was fashioned out of seeds of various sorts, which were kneaded into a dough with the blood of children. The bones of the god were represented by pieces of acacia wood. This image was placed on the chief altar of the temple, and on the day of the festival the king offered incense to it. Early next day it was taken down and set on its feet in a great hall. Then a priest, who bore the name and acted the part of the god Quetzalcoatl, took a flint-tipped dart and hurled it into the breast of the dough image, piercing it through and through. This was called killing the god Huitzilopochtli, so that his body might be eaten. One of the priests cut out the heart of the image and gave it to the king to eat. The rest of the image was divided into minute pieces, of which every man, great and small, down to the male children, even in the cradle, received one to eat. But no woman might taste a morsel. The ceremony was called Tiocoalo, that is, God is eaten. At another festival, the Mexicans made little images, like men, which stood for the cloud-capped mountains. These images were molded of a paste of various seeds and were dressed in paper ornaments. Some people fashioned 5, others 10, others as many as 15 of them. Having been made, they were placed in the oratory of each house and worshipped. 4 times in the course of the night, offerings of food were brought to them in tiny vessels, and people sang and played the flute before them through all the hours of darkness. At break of day, the priests stabbed the images with a weaver's instrument, cut off their heads, and tore out their hearts, which they presented to the master of the house on a green saucer. The bodies of the images were then eaten by all the family, especially by the servants, quote, in order that by eating them they might be preserved from certain distempers, to which those persons who were negligent of worship to those deities conceived themselves to be subject. Close quote. Section 3. many at Aricia. We are now able to suggest an explanation of the proverb, there are many at Aricia. Certain loaves made in the shape of men were called by the Romans manae, and it appears that this kind of loaf was especially made at Aricia. Now mania, the name of one of these loaves, was also the name of the mother or grandmother of ghosts, to whom woolen effigies of men and women were dedicated at the festival of the Compitalia. These effigies were hung at the doors of all the houses in Rome. One effigy was hung up for every free person in the house, and one effigy of a different kind for every slave. The reason was that on this day the ghosts of the dead were believed to be going about, and it was hoped that, either out of good nature or through simple inadvertence, they would carry off the effigies at the door instead of the living people in the house. According to tradition, these woolen figures were substitutes for a former custom of sacrificing human beings. Upon data so fragmentary and uncertain, it is impossible to build with confidence, but it seems worth suggesting that the loaves in human form, which appear to have been baked at Aricia, were sacramental bread, and that in the old days, when the divine King of the Wood was annually slain, loaves were made in his image, like the paste figures of the gods in Mexico, and were eaten sacramentally by his worshippers. The Mexican sacraments, in honor of Huitzilopochtli, were also accompanied by the sacrifice of human victims. The tradition that the founder of the sacred grove at Aricia was a man named Manius, from whom many were descended, would thus be an etymological myth invented to explain the name Manet as applied to these sacramental loaves. A dim recollection of the original connection of the loaves with human sacrifices may perhaps be traced in the story that the effigies dedicated to Mania at the Compitalia were substitutes for human victims. The story itself, however, is probably devoid of foundation, since the practice of putting up dummies to divert the attention of ghosts or demons from living people is not uncommon. For example, the Tibetans stand in fear of innumerable earth demons, all of whom are under the authority of Old Mother Konma. This goddess, who may be compared to the Roman Mania, the mother or grandmother of ghosts, is dressed in golden yellow robes, holds a golden noose in her hand, and rides on a ram. In order to bar the dwelling house against the foul fiends, of whom Old Mother Konma is mistress, an elaborate structure, somewhat resembling a chandelier, is fixed above the door on the outside of the house. It contains a ram's skull, a variety of precious objects, such as gold leaf, silver, and turquoise, also some dry food, such as rice, wheat, and pulse, and finally images or pictures of a man, a woman, and a house. Quote, "The object of these figures of a man, wife, and house is to deceive the demons, should they still come in spite of this offering, and to mislead them into the belief that the foregoing pictures are the inmates of the house, so that they will wreak their wrath on these bits of wood, and to save the real human occupants." Close quote. When all is ready, a priest prays to Old Mother Konma that she would be pleased to accept these dainty offerings, and to close the open doors of the earth, in order that the demons may not come forth to infest and injure the household. Again, effigies are often employed as a means of preventing or curing sickness. The demons of disease either mistake the effigies for living people, or are persuaded or compelled to enter them, leaving the real men and women well and whole. Thus, the Alfoors of Minahassa in Celebes will sometimes transport a sick man to another house, while they leave on his bed a dummy made up of a pillow and clothes. This dummy the demon is supposed to mistake for the sick man, who consequently recovers. Cure or prevention of this sort seems to find especial favor with the natives of Borneo. Thus, when an epidemic is raging among them, The Dyaks of Kachongao River set up wooden images at their doors in the hope that the demons of the plague may be deluded into carrying off the effigies instead of the people. Among the Olo Nyaju of Borneo, when a sick man is supposed to be suffering from the assaults of a ghost, puppets of dough or rice meal are made and thrown under the house as substitutes for the patient, who thus rids himself of the ghost. In certain of the western districts of Borneo, if a man is taken suddenly and violently sick, the physician, who in this part of the world is generally an old woman, fashions a wooden image and brings it 7 times into contact with the sufferer's head, while she says, quote, "This image serves to take the place of the sick man. Sickness pass over into the image." Close quote. Then, with some rice, salt, and tobacco in a little basket, the substitute is carried to the spot where the evil spirit is supposed to have entered into the man. There it is set upright on the ground, after the physician has invoked the spirit as follows, quote, "O devil, here is an image which stands instead of the sick man. Release the soul of the sick man and plague the image, for it is indeed prettier and better than he." Close quote. Batak magicians can conjure the demon of disease out of the patient's body into an image made out of a banana tree with a human face and wrapped in magic herbs. The image is then hurriedly removed and thrown away or buried beyond the boundaries of the village. Sometimes the image, dressed as a man or a woman according to the sex of the patient, is deposited at a crossroad or other thoroughfare, in the hope that some passer-by, seeing it, may start and cry out, "Ah, so-and-so is dead!" For such an exclamation is supposed to delude the demon of disease into a belief that he has accomplished his fell purpose, so he takes himself off and leaves the sufferer to get well. The Mai Darat, a Sakai tribe of the Malay Peninsula, attribute all kinds of diseases to the agency of spirits, which they call the Nyani. Fortunately, however, the magician can induce these maleficent beings to come out of the sick person, and to take up their abode in rude figures of grass, which are hung up outside the houses in little bell-shaped shrines decorated with peeled sticks. During an epidemic of smallpox, the Yu Negroes will sometimes clear a space outside of the town, where they erect a number of low mounds and cover them with as many little clay figures as there are people in the place. Pots of food and water are also set out for the refreshment of the spirit of smallpox, who, it is hoped, will take the clay figures and spare the living folk, and to make assurance doubly sure the road into the town is barricaded against him. With these examples before us, we may surmise that the woolen effigies, which at the festival of the Compitalia might be seen hanging at the doors of all the houses in ancient Rome, were not substitutes for human victims who had formerly been sacrificed at this season, but rather vicarious offerings presented to the mother or grandmother of ghosts, in the hope that on her rounds through the city she would accept or mistake the effigies for the inmates of the house, and so spare the living for another year. It is possible that the puppets made of rushes, which in the month of May the pontiffs and vestal virgins annually threw into the Tiber from the old Sublician bridge at Rome, had originally the same significance, that is, that they may have been designed to purge the city from demoniac influence by diverting the attention of the demons from human beings to the puppets, and then toppling the whole uncanny crew, neck and crop, into the river, which would soon sweep them far out to sea. In precisely the same way, the natives of old Calabar used periodically to rid their town of the devils which infested it, by luring the unwary demons into a number of lamentable scarecrows, which they afterwards flung into the river. The interpretation of the Roman custom is supported to some extent by the evidence of Plutarch, who speaks of the ceremony as the greatest of purifications. End of chapter 50.
Chapter 51. of the Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 51. Homeopathic Magic of a Flesh Diet. The practice of killing a god has now been traced amongst peoples who have reached the agricultural stage of society. We have seen that the spirit of the corn, or of other cultivated plants, is commonly represented either in human or in animal form, and that in some places a custom has prevailed of killing annually either the human or the animal representative of the god. One reason for thus killing the corn spirit in the person of his representative has been given implicitly in an earlier part of this work. We may suppose that the intention was to guard him, or her, for the corn spirit is often feminine, from the enfeeblement of old age, by transferring the spirit, while still hale and hearty, to the person of a youthful and vigorous successor. Apart from the desirability of renewing his divine energies, the death of the corn spirit may have been deemed inevitable under the sickles or the knives of the reapers, and his worshippers may accordingly have felt bound to acquiesce in the sad necessity. But further, we have found a widespread custom of eating the god sacramentally, either in the shape of the man or animal who represents the god, or in the shape of bread made in human or animal form. The reasons for thus partaking of the body of the god are, from the primitive standpoint, simple enough. The savage commonly believes that by eating the flesh of an animal or man, he acquires not only the physical, but even the moral and intellectual qualities which were characteristic of that animal or man. So when the creature is deemed divine, our simple savage naturally expects to absorb a portion of its divinity, along with its material substance. It may be well to illustrate by instances this common faith in the acquisition of virtues or vices of many kinds through the medium of animal food, even when there is no pretence that the viands consist of the body or blood of a god. The doctrine forms part of the widely ramified system of sympathetic or homeopathic magic. Thus, for example, the Creeks, Cherokee, and kindred tribes of North American Indians believe that nature is possessed of such a property as to transfuse into men and animals the qualities either of the food they use or of those objects that are presented to their senses. He who feeds on venison is, according to their physical system, swifter and more sagacious than the man who lives on the flesh of the clumsy bear, or helpless dunghill fowls, the slow-footed tame cattle, or the heavy wallowing swine. This is the reason that several of their old men recommend and say that formerly their greatest chieftains observed a constant rule in their diet, and seldom ate of any animal of a gross quality, or heavy motion of body, fancying it conveyed a dullness through the whole system, and disabled them from exerting themselves with proper vigour in their martial, civil, and religious duties. The Zaparo Indians of Ecuador will, unless from necessity, in most cases not eat any heavy meats, such as tapir and peccary, but confine themselves to birds, monkeys, deer, fish, etc., principally because they argue that the heavier meats make them unwieldy, like the animals who supply the flesh, impeding their agility and unfitting them for the chase. Similarly, some of the Brazilian Indians would eat no beast, bird, or fish that ran, flew, or swam slowly, lest by partaking of its flesh they should lose their ability and be unable to escape from their enemies. The Caribs abstained from the flesh of pigs, lest it should cause them to have small eyes like pigs, and they refused to partake of tortoises, from a fear that if they did so, they would become heavy and stupid like the animal. Among the Fans of West Africa, men in the prime of life never eat tortoises for a similar reason. They imagine that if they did so, their vigour and fleetness of foot would be gone, But old men may eat tortoises freely, because, having already lost the power of running, they can take no harm from the flesh of the slow-footed creature. While many savages thus fear to eat the flesh of slow-footed animals lest they should themselves become slow-footed, the Bushmen of South Africa purposely ate the flesh of such creatures, and the reason which they gave for doing so exhibits a curious refinement of savage philosophy. They imagined that the game which they pursued would be influenced sympathetically by the food in the body of the hunter, so that if he had eaten of swift-footed animals, the quarry would be swift-footed also, and would escape him, whereas if he had eaten of slow-footed animals, the quarry would also be slow-footed, and he would be able to overtake and kill it. For that reason, hunters of gemsbok particularly avoided eating the flesh of the swift and agile springbok. Indeed, they would not even touch it with their hands, because they believed the springbok to be a very lively creature which did not go to sleep at night, and they thought that if they ate springbok, the gemsbok which they hunted would likewise not be willing to go to sleep, even at night. How then could they catch it? The Namaquas abstain from eating the flesh of hares, because they think it would make them faint-hearted as a hare. But they eat the flesh of the lion, or drink the blood of the leopard or lion, to get the courage and strength of these beasts. The Bushmen will not give their children a jackal's heart to eat, lest it should make them timid like the jackal, but they give them a leopard's heart to eat, to make them brave like the leopard. When a Wagogo man of East Africa kills a lion, he eats the heart in order to become brave like a lion, but he thinks that to eat the heart of a hen would make him timid. When a serious disease has attacked a Zulu kraal, the medicine man takes the bone of a very old dog, or the bone of an old cow, bull, or other very old animal, and administers it to the healthy as well as to the sick people, in order that they may live to be as old as the animal of whose bone they have partaken. So to restore the aged Ezon to youth, the witch Medea infused into his veins a decoction of the liver of the long-lived deer and the head of a crow that had outlived 9 generations of men. Among the Dyaks of northwest Borneo, young men and warriors may not eat venison, because it would make them as timid as deer, but the women and very old men are free to eat it. However, among the Kayans of the same region, who share the same view as to the ill effect of eating venison, men will partake of the dangerous viand, provided it is cooked in the open air, for then the timid spirit of the animal is supposed to escape at once into the jungle, and not to enter into the eater. The Ainu believe that the heart of the water ouzel is exceedingly wise, and that in speech the bird is most eloquent. Therefore, whenever he is killed, he should be at once torn open and his heart wrenched out and swallowed, before it has time to grow cold or suffer damage of any kind. If a man swallows it thus, he will become very fluent and wise, and will be able to argue down all his adversaries. In northern India, people fancy that if you eat the eyeballs of an owl, you will be able, like an owl, to see in the dark. When the Kansas Indians were going to war, a feast used to be held in the chief's hut, and the principal dish was dog's flesh, because, said the Indians, the animal who is so brave that he will let himself be cut in pieces in defence of his master, must needs inspire valour. Men of the Buru and Aru Islands, East Indies, eat the flesh of dogs in order to be bold and nimble in war. Amongst the Papuans of the Port Moresby and Motumotu districts, New Guinea, young lads eat strong pig, wallaby, and large fish, in order to acquire the strength of the animal or fish. Some of the natives of northern Australia fancy that by eating the flesh of the kangaroo or emu, they are enabled to jump or run faster than before. The Miris of Assam prize tiger's flesh as food for men. It gives them strength and courage, but it is not suited for women. It would make them too strong-minded. In Korea, the bones of tigers fetch a higher price than those of leopards as a means of inspiring courage. A Chinaman in Seoul bought and ate a whole tiger to make himself brave and fierce. In Norse legend, Ingild, son of King Ornund, was timid in his youth, but after eating the heart of a wolf, he became very bold. Hialto gained strength and courage by eating the heart of a bear and drinking its blood. In Morocco, lethargic patients are given ants to swallow, and to eat lion's flesh will make a coward brave. But people abstain from eating the hearts of fowls, lest thereby they should be rendered timid. When a child is late in learning to speak, the Turks of Central Asia will give it the tongues of certain birds to eat. A North American Indian thought that brandy must be a decoction of hearts and tongues, because, said he, after drinking it, I fear nothing and I talk wonderfully. In Java there is a tiny earthworm which now and then utters a shrill sound like that of the alarum of a small clock. Hence, when a public dancing girl has screamed herself hoarse in the exercise of her calling, the leader of the troop makes her eat some of these worms, in the belief that thus she will regain her voice and will, after swallowing them, be able to scream as shrilly as ever. The people of Darfur, in Central Africa, think that the liver is the seat of the soul, and that a man may enlarge his soul by eating the liver of an animal. Whenever an animal is killed, its liver is taken out and eaten, but the people are most careful not to touch it with their hands, as it is considered sacred. It is cut up in small pieces and eaten raw, the bits being conveyed to the mouth on the point of a knife or the sharp point of a stick. Any one who may accidentally touch the liver is strictly forbidden to partake of it, which prohibition is regarded as a great misfortune for him. Women are not allowed to eat liver because they have no soul. Again, the flesh and blood of dead men are commonly eaten and drunk to inspire bravery, wisdom, or other qualities for which the men themselves were remarkable, or which are supposed to have their special seat in the particular part eaten. Thus, among the mountain tribes of southeastern Africa, there are ceremonies by which the youths are formed into guilds or lodges, and among the rites of initiation there is one which is intended to infuse courage, intelligence, and other qualities into the novices. Whenever an enemy who has behaved with conspicuous bravery is killed, his liver, which is considered the seat of valour, his ears, which are supposed to be the seat of intelligence, the skin of his forehead, which is regarded as the seat of perseverance, his testicles, which are held to be the seat of strength, and other members, which are viewed as the seat of other virtues, are cut from his body and baked to cinders. The ashes are carefully kept in the horn of a bull, and during the ceremonies observed at circumcision are mixed with other ingredients into a kind of paste, which is administered by the tribal priest to the youths. By this means the strength, valour, intelligence, and other virtues of the slain are believed to be imparted to the eaters. When Basutos of the mountains have killed a very brave foe, they immediately cut out his heart and eat it, because this is supposed to give them his courage and strength in battle. When Sir Charles McCarthy was killed by the Ashantis in 1824, it is said that his heart was devoured by the chiefs of the Ashanti army, who hoped by this means to imbibe his courage. His flesh was dried and parcelled out among the lower officers for the same purpose, and his bones were long kept at Kumasi as national fetishes. The Noras Indians of New Granada ate the hearts of Spaniards when they had the opportunity, hoping thereby to make themselves as dauntless as the dreaded Castilian chivalry. The Sioux Indians used to reduce to powder the heart of a valiant enemy and swallow the powder, hoping thus to appropriate the dead man's valour. But while the human heart is thus commonly eaten for the sake of imbuing the eater with the qualities of its original owner, it is not, as we have already seen, the only part of the body which is consumed for this purpose. Thus warriors of the Thedora and Ngarigo tribes of southeastern Australia used to eat the hands and feet of their slain enemies, believing that in this way they acquired some of the qualities and courage of the dead. The Kamilaroi of New South Wales ate the liver as well as the heart of a brave man to get his courage. In Tonquin also there is a popular superstition that the liver of a brave man makes brave any who partake of it. With a like intent, the Chinese swallow the bile of notorious bandits who have been executed. The Dyaks of Sarawak used to eat the palms of the hands and the flesh of the knees of the slain in order to steady their own hands and strengthen their own knees. The Tolalaki, notorious headhunters of Central Celebes, drink the blood and eat the brains of their victims that they may become brave. The Italones of the Philippine Islands drink the blood of their slain enemies, and eat part of the back of their heads and of their entrails raw, to acquire their courage. For the same reason, the Ifugaos, another tribe of the Philippines, suck the brains of their foes. In like manner, the Kai of German New Guinea eat the brains of the enemies they kill in order to acquire their strength. Among the Kimbunda of Western Africa, when a new king succeeds to the throne, a brave prisoner of war is killed, in order that the king and nobles may eat his flesh, and so acquire his strength and courage. The notorious Zulu chief Matuana drank the gall of 30 chiefs, whose people he had destroyed, in the belief that it would make him strong. It is a Zulu fancy that by eating the centre of the forehead and the eyebrow of an enemy, they acquire the power of looking steadfastly at a foe. Before every warlike expedition, the people of Minahassa in Celebes used to take the locks of hair of a slain foe and dabble them in boiling water to extract the courage. This infusion of bravery was then drunk by the warriors. In New Zealand, the chief was an Atua, god, but there were powerful and powerless gods. Each naturally sought to make himself one of the former. The plan therefore adopted was to incorporate the spirits of others with their own. Thus, when a warrior slew a chief, he immediately gouged out his eyes and swallowed them, the Atua Tonga, or divinity, being supposed to reside in that organ. Thus he not only killed the body, but also possessed himself of the soul of his enemy, and consequently the more chiefs he slew, the greater did his divinity become. It is now easy to understand why a savage should desire to partake of the flesh of an animal or man whom he regards as divine. By eating the body of the god, he shares in the god's attributes and powers. And when the god is a corn god, the corn is his proper body. When he is a vine god, the juice of the grape is his blood. And so by eating the bread and drinking the wine, the worshipper partakes of the real body and blood of his god. Thus the drinking of wine in the rites of a vine god, like Dionysus, is not an act of revelry, it is a solemn sacrament. Yet a time comes when reasonable men find it hard to understand how anyone in his senses can suppose that by eating bread or drinking wine, he consumes the body or blood of a deity. When we call corn Ceres and wine Bacchus, says Cicero, we use a common figure of speech. But do you imagine that anybody is so insane as to believe that the thing he feeds upon is a god? End of chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of the Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 52. Killing the Divine Animal. 1. Killing the Sacred Buzzard. In the preceding chapters we saw that many communities which have progressed as far as to subsist mainly by agriculture have been in the habit of killing and eating their farinaceous deities either in the proper form of corn, rice, and so forth, or in the borrowed shapes of animals and men. It remains to show that hunting and pastoral tribes, as well as agricultural peoples, have been in the habit of killing the beings whom they worship. Among the worshipful beings or gods, if indeed they deserve to be dignified by that name, whom hunters and shepherds adore and kill, are animals pure and simple, not animals regarded as embodiments of other supernatural beings. Our first example is drawn from the Indians of California, who, living in a fertile country under a serene and temperate sky, nevertheless rank near the bottom of the savage scale. The Achagchemem tribe adored the great buzzard, and once a year they celebrated a great festival called Panis, or bird feast, in its honor. The day selected for the festival was made known to the public on the evening before its celebration, and preparations were at once made for the erection of a special temple, Vanquech, which seems to have been a circular or oval enclosure of stakes, with the stuffed skin of a coyote or prairie wolf set up on a hurdle to represent the god Chinig. When the temple was ready, the bird was carried into it in a solemn procession, and laid on an altar erected for the purpose. Then all the young women, whether married or single, began to run to and fro as if distracted, some in one direction and some in another, while the elders of both sexes remained silent spectators of the scene, and the captains, tricked out in paint and feathers, danced round their adored bird. These ceremonies being concluded, they seized upon the bird and carried it to the principal temple, all the assembly uniting in the grand display, and the captains dancing and singing at the head of the procession. Arrived at the temple, they killed the bird without losing a drop of its blood. The skin was removed entire and preserved with the feathers as a relic or for the purpose of making the festival garment or pailt. The carcass was buried in a hole in the temple, and the old women gathered round the grave weeping and moaning bitterly, while they threw various kinds of seeds or pieces of food upon it, crying out, "Why did you run away? Would you not have been better with us? You would have made pinole, a kind of gruel, as we do, and if you had not run away, you would have not become a panis," and so on. When this ceremony was concluded, the dancing was resumed and kept up for 3 days and nights. They said that Panis was a woman who had run off to the mountains and there been changed into a bird by the god Chinig. They believed that though they sacrificed the bird annually, she came to life again and returned to her home in the mountains. Moreover, they thought that as often as the bird was killed, it became multiplied, because every year all the different capitanes celebrated the same feast of Panis, and were firm in the opinion that the birds sacrificed were but one and same female. The unity in multiplicity, thus postulated by the Californians, is very noticeable and helps to explain their motive for killing the divine bird. The notion of the life of a species as distinct from that of an individual, easy and obvious as it seems to us, appears to be one which the Californian savage cannot grasp. He is unable to convince the life of the species otherwise than as an individual life, and therefore as exposed to the same dangers and calamities which menace and finally destroy the life of the individual. Apparently, he imagines that the species left to itself will grow old and die like an individual, and that therefore some step must be taken to save from extinction the particular species which he regards as divine. The only means he can think of to avert the catastrophe is to kill a member of the species in whose reins the tide of life is still running strong, and has not yet stagnated among the fens of old age. The life thus diverted from one channel will flow, he fancies, more freshly and freely in a new one. In other words, the slain animal will revive and enter on a new term of life with all the spring and energy of youth. To us this reasoning is transparently absurd, but so too is the custom. A similar confusion, it may be noted, between the individual life and the life of the species was made by the Samoans. Each family had for its god a particular species of animal, yet the death of one of these animals, for example an owl, was not the death of the god. He was supposed to be yet alive and incarnate in all the owls in existence. 2. Killing the sacred ram. The rude Californian rite, which we have just considered, has a close parallel in the religion of ancient Egypt. The Thebans and all other Egyptians who worshipped the Theban god Ammon held rams to be sacred and would not sacrifice them. But once a year at the festival of Ammon, they killed a ram, skinned it, and clothed the image of the god in the skin. Then they mourned over the ram and buried it in a sacred tomb. The custom was explained by a story that Zeus had once exhibited himself to Hercules, clad in the fleece and wearing the head of a ram. Of course, the ram in this case was simply the beast god of Thebes, as the wolf was the beast god of Lycopolis, and the goat was the beast god of Mendes. In other words, the ram was Ammon himself. On the monuments, it is true, Ammon appears in a semi-human form with the body of a man and the head of a ram, but this only shows that he was in the usual chrysalis state, through which beast gods regularly pass before they emerge as full-blown anthropomorphic gods. The ram, therefore, was killed not as a sacrifice to Ammon, but as the god himself, whose identity with the beast is plainly shown by the custom of clothing his image in the skin of the slain ram. The reason for thus killing the ram god annually may have been that which I have assigned for the general custom of killing God, and for the special Californian custom of killing the divine buzzard, as applied to Egypt. This explanation is supported by the analogy of the bull god Apis, who was not suffered to outlive a certain term of years. The intention of thus putting a limit to the life of a human god was, as I have argued, to secure him from the weakness and frailty of age. The same reasoning would explain the custom, probably an older one, of putting the beast god to death annually, as was done with the ram of Thebes. One point in the Theban ritual, the application of the skin to the image of the god, deserves particular attention. If the god was at first the living ram, his representation by an image must have originated later. But how did it originate? One answer to this question is perhaps furnished by the practice of preserving the skin of the animal which is slain as divine. The Californians, as we have seen, preserve the skin of the buzzard, and the skin of the goat, which is killed on the harvest field as a representative of the corn spirit, is kept for various superstitious purposes. The skin, in fact, was kept as a token or memorial of the god, or rather as containing in it part of the divine life, and it had only to be stuffed or stretched upon a frame to become a regular image of him. At first an image of this kind would be renewed annually, the new image being provided by the skin of the slain animal. But from annual images to permanent images the transition is easy. We have seen that the older custom of cutting a new maypole every year was superseded by the practice of maintaining a permanent maypole, which was, however, annually decked with fresh flowers and leaves, and even surmounted each year by a fresh young tree. Similarly, when the stuffed skin, as a representative of the god, was replaced by a permanent image of him in wood, stone, or metal, the permanent image was annually clad in the fresh skin of the slain animal. When this stage had been reached, the custom of killing the ram came naturally to be interpreted as a sacrifice offered to the image, and was explained by a story like that of Ammon and Hercules. 3. Killing the sacred serpent. West Africa appears to furnish another example of the annual killing of a sacred animal, and the preservation of its skin. The Negroes of Issapu, in the island of Fernando Po, regard the cobra capella as their guardian deity, who can do them good or ill, bestow riches or inflict disease and death. The skin of one of these reptiles is hung tail downwards from a branch of the highest tree in the public square, and the placing of it on the tree is an annual ceremony. As soon as the ceremony is over, all children born within the past year are carried out and their hands made to touch the tail of the serpent's skin. The latter custom is clearly a way of placing the infants under the protection of the tribal god. Similarly, in Senegambia, a python is expected to visit every child of the python clan within 8 days after birth, and the Psilli, a snake clan of ancient Africa, used to expose their infants to snakes in the belief that the snakes would not harm true-born children of the clan. 4. Killing the sacred turtles. In the Californian, Egyptians, and Fernando Po customs, the worship of the animal seems to have no relation to agriculture, and may therefore be presumed to date from the hunting or pastoral stage of society. The same may be said of the following custom, though the Zuni Indians of New Mexico, who practice it, are now settled in walled villages or towns of a peculiar type, and practice agriculture and the arts of pottery and weaving. But the Zuni custom is marked by certain features which appear to place it in a somewhat different class from the preceding cases. It may be well, therefore, to describe it at full length in the words of an eyewitness. With midsummer, the heat became intense. My brother, that is, adopted Indian brother, and I sat, day after day, in the cool under rooms of our house, the latter busy with his quaint forge and crude appliances, working Mexican coins into bangles, girdles, earrings, buttons, and what not, for savage ornaments. Though his tools were wonderfully rude, the work he turned out by dint of combined patience and ingenuity was remarkably beautiful. One day, as I sat watching him, a procession of 50 men went hastily down the hill and off westwards over the plain. They were solemnly led by a painted and shell-bedecked priest, and followed by the torch-bearing Shulu Witsi, or god of fire. After they had vanished, I asked old brother what it all meant. "They are going," said he, "to the city of Kaka, and the home of our others." 4 days after, towards sunset, costumed and masked in the beautiful paraphernalia of the Kakoshi, or good dance, they returned in file up the same pathway, each bearing in his arms a basket filled with living, squirming turtles, which he regarded and carried as tenderly as a mother would her infant. Some of the wretched reptiles were carefully wrapped in soft blankets, their heads and forefeet protruding, and mounted on the backs of the plume-bedecked pilgrims, made ludicrous but solemn caricatures of little children in the same position. While I was at supper upstairs that evening, the governor's brother-in-law came in. He was welcomed by the family as if a messenger from heaven. He bore in his tremulous fingers one of the much-abused and rebellious turtles. Pain still adhered to his hands and bare feet, which led me to infer that he had formed one with the sacred embassy. "So you went to LIII, did you?" I asked. "Aye," replied the weary man, in a voice husky with long chanting, as he sank, almost exhausted, on a roll of skins which had been placed for him, and tenderly laid the turtle on the floor. No sooner did the creature find itself at liberty than it made off as fast as its lame legs would take it. Of one accord, the family forsook dish, spoon, and drinking cup, and grabbing from a sacred meal bowl whole handfuls of the contents, hurriedly followed the turtle about the room, into dark corners, around water jars, behind the grinding troughs, and out into the middle of the floor again, praying and scattering meal on its back as they went. At last, strange to say, it approached the footsore man who had brought it. "Ha!" he exclaimed with emotion. "See, it comes to me again. Ah, what great favours the fathers of all grant me this day." And passing his hand gently over the sprawling animal, he inhaled from his palm deeply and long, at the same time invoking the favour of the gods. Then he leaned his chin upon his hand, and with large wistful eyes regarded his ugly captive as it sprawled about, blinking its meal-bedimmed eyes, and clawing the smooth floor in memory of its native element. At this juncture I ventured a question. "Why do you not let him go, or give him some water?" Slowly the man turned his eyes towards me, an odd mixture of pain, indignation, and pity on his face, while the worshipful family stared at me with holy horror. "Poor young brother," he said at last, "know you not how precious it is? It die? It will not die. I tell you it cannot die." "But it will die if you don't feed it and give it water." "I tell you it cannot die. It will only change houses tomorrow, and go back to the home of its brothers." "Ah, well, how should you know?" he mused, turning to the blinded turtle again. "Ah, my poor dear lost child or parent, my sister or brother to have been, who knows which, may be my own great-grandfather or mother." And with this he fell to weeping most pathetically, and tremulous with sobs, which were echoed by the women and children, he buried his face in his hands. Filled with sympathy for his grief, however mistaken, I raised the turtle to my lips and kissed its cold shell. Then, depositing it on the floor, hastily left the grief-stricken family to their sorrows. Next day, with prayers and tender beseechings, plumes and offerings, the poor turtle was killed, and its flesh and bones were removed and deposited in the little river, that it might return once more to eternal life among its comrades in the dark waters of the lake of the dead. The shell, carefully scraped and dried, was made into a dance rattle, and covered by a piece of buckskin. It still hangs from the smoke-stained rafters of my brother's house. Once a Navajo tried to buy it for a ladle. Loaded with indignant reproaches, he was turned out of the house. Were anyone to venture the suggestion that the turtle no longer lived, his remark would cause a flood of tears, and he would be reminded that it had only changed houses and gone to live forever in the home of our lost others. In this custom we find expressed in the clearest way a belief in the transmigration of human souls into the bodies of turtles. The theory of transmigration is held by the Moqui Indians, who belong to the same race as the Tsunis. The Moquis are divided into totem clans: the Bear clan, Deer clan, Wolf clan, Hare clan, and so on. They believe that the ancestors of the clans were bears, deer, wolves, hares, and so forth, and that at death the members of each clan become bears, deer, and so on, according to the particular clan to which they belonged. The Tsuni are also divided into clans, the totems of which agree closely with those of the Moquis, and one of their totems is the turtle. Thus their belief in transmigration into the turtle is probably one of the regular articles of their totem faith. What then is the meaning of killing a turtle, in which the soul of a kinsman is believed to be present? Apparently the object is to keep up communication with the other world, in which the souls of the departed are believed to be assembled in the form of turtles. It is a common belief that the spirits of the dead return occasionally to their old homes, and accordingly the unseen visitors are welcomed and feasted by the living, and then sent upon their way. In the Zuni ceremony, the dead are fetched home in the form of turtles, and killing the turtles is the way of sending back the souls to the spirit land. Thus the general explanation given above of the custom of killing a god seems inapplicable to the Zuni custom, the true meaning of which is somewhat obscure. Nor is the obscurity which hangs over the subject entirely dissipated by a later and fuller account which we possess of the ceremony. From it we learn that the ceremony forms part of the elaborate ritual which these Indians observe at the midsummer solstice, for the purpose of ensuring an abundant supply of rain for the crops. Envoys are dispatched to bring their other selves, the tortoises, from the sacred lake Kutluwalava, to which the souls of the dead are believed to repair. When the creatures have thus been solemnly brought to Tsuni, they are placed in a bowl of water, and dances are performed beside them by men in costume who personate gods and goddesses. After the ceremonial, the tortoises are taken home by those who caught them, and are hung by their necks to the rafters till morning, when they are thrown into pots of boiling water. The eggs are considered a great delicacy. The meat is seldom touched except as a medicine, which is curative for cutaneous diseases. Part of the meal is deposited in the river with kohakwa, white shell beads, and turquoise beads as offerings to the council of the gods. This account, at all events, confirms the inference that the tortoises are supposed to be reincarnations of the human dead, for they are called the other selves of the Tsuni. Indeed, what else should they be than the souls of the dead in the bodies of tortoises, seeing that they come from the haunted lake? As the principal objects of the prayers uttered and of the dances performed at these midsummer ceremonies appear to be to procure rain from the crops, it may be that the intention of bringing the tortoises to Tsuni and dancing before them is to intercede with the ancestral spirits, incarnate in the animals, that they may be pleased to exert their powers over the waters of heaven for the benefit of their living descendants. 5. Killing the sacred bear. Doubt also hangs at first sight over the meaning of the bear sacrifice offered by the Aino or Ainu, a primitive people who are found in the Japanese island of Yeso or Yeso, as well as in Sakhalin and the southern of the Kuril Islands. It is not quite easy to define the attitude of the Aino towards the bear. On the one hand, they give it the name of Kamui or God, but as they apply the same word to strangers, it may mean no more than a being supposed to be endowed with superhuman, or at all events extraordinary powers. Again, it is said that the bear is their chief divinity. In the religion of Ainu, the bear plays a chief part. Amongst the animals, it is especially the bear which receives an idolatrous veneration. They worship it after their fashion. There is no doubt that this wild beast inspires more of the feeling which prompts worship than the inanimate forces of nature, and the Aino may be distinguished as bear worshippers. Yet, on the other hand, they kill the bear whenever they can. In bygone years, the Aino considered bear hunting the most manly and useful way in which a person could possibly spend his time. The men spend their autumn, winter, and spring in hunting deer and bears. Part of their tribute or taxes is paid in skins. They subsist on the dried meat. Bear's flesh is indeed one of their staple foods. They eat it both fresh and salted, and the skins of bears furnish them with clothing. In fact, the worship of which writers on this subject speak appears to be paid chiefly to the dead animal. Thus, although they kill a bear whenever they can, in the process of dissecting the carcass they endeavour to reconciliate the deity, whose representative they have slain, by making elaborate obeisances and deprecatory salutations. When a bear has been killed, the Ainu sit down and admire it, make their salams to it, worship it, and offer presents of inao. When a bear is trapped or wounded by an arrow, the hunters go through an apologetic or propitiatory ceremony. The skulls of slain bears receive a place of honor in their huts, or are set up on sacred posts outside the huts, and are treated with much respect. Libations of millet beer and of sake, an intoxicating liquor, are offered to them, and they are addressed as divine preservers or precious divinities. The skulls of foxes are also fastened to the sacred posts outside the huts. They are regarded as charms against evil spirits, and are consulted as oracles. Yet it is expressly said, the live fox is revered just as little as the bear. Rather they avoid it as much as possible, considering it a wily animal. The bear can hardly, therefore, be described as a sacred animal of the Ainu, nor yet as a totem, for they do not call themselves bears, and they kill and eat the animal freely. However, they have a legend of a woman who had a son by a bear, and many of them who dwell in the mountains pride themselves on being descended from a bear. Such people are called descendants of the bear, Kimun Kamui Sanikiri, and in the pride of their heart they will say, "As for me, I am a child of the god of the mountains. I am descended from the divine one who rules in the mountains," meaning by the god of the mountains no other than the bear. It is therefore possible that, as our principal authority, the Reverend J. Batchelor, believes, the bear may have been the totem of the Aino clan, but even if that were so, it would not explain the respect shown for the animal by the whole Aino people. But it is the bear festival of the Aino which concerns us here. Towards the end of winter, a bear cub is caught and brought into the village. If it is very small, it is suckled by an Aino woman, but should there be no woman able to suckle it, the little animal is fed from the hand or the mouth. During the day it plays about in the hut with the children and is treated with great affection. But when the cub grows big enough to pain people by hugging or scratching them, he is shut up in a strong wooden cage, where he stays generally for 2 or 3 years, fed on fish and millet porridge, till it is time for him to be killed and eaten. But it is a peculiarly striking fact that the young bear is not kept merely to furnish a good meal, rather he is regarded and honored as a fetish, or even as a sort of higher being. In Yetso, the festival is generally celebrated in September or October. Before it takes place, the Aino apologize to their gods, alleging that they have treated the bear kindly as long as they could. Now they can feed him no longer, and are obliged to kill him. A man who gives a bear feast invites his relations and friends. In a small village, nearly the whole community takes part in the feast. Indeed, guests from distant villages are invited and generally come, allured by the prospect of getting drunk for nothing. The form of invitation runs somewhat as follows. "I, so-and-so, am about to sacrifice the dear little divine thing who resides among the mountains. My friends and masters, come ye to the feast. We will then unite in the great pleasure of sending the god away. Come." When all the people are assembled in front of the cage, an orator, chosen for the purpose, addresses the bear, and tells it that they are about to send it forth to its ancestors. He craves pardon for what they are about to do to it, hopes it will not be angry, and comforts it by assuring the animal that many of the sacred whittle sticks, inao, and plenty of cakes and wine will be sent with it on the long journey. One speech of this sort, which Mr. Batchelor heard, ran as follows. "O thou divine one, Thou wast sent into the world for us to hunt. O thou precious little divinity, we worship thee, please hear our prayer. We have nourished thee and brought thee up, with a deal of pains and trouble, all because we love thee so. Now as thou hast grown big, we are about to send thee to thy father and mother. When thou comest to them, please speak well of us, and tell them how kind we have been. Please come to us again, and we will sacrifice thee. Having been secured with ropes, the bear is then let out of the cage and assailed with a shower of blunt arrows in order to rouse it to fury. When it has spent itself in vain struggles, it is tied to a stake, gagged and strangled, its neck being placed between two poles, which are then violently compressed, all the people eagerly helping to squeeze the animal to death. An arrow is also discharged into the bear's heart by a good marksman, but so as not to shed blood, for they think that it would be very unlucky if any of the blood were to drip on the ground. However, the men sometimes drink the warm blood with the bear, that the courage and other virtues it possesses may pass into them, and sometimes they besmear themselves and their clothes with the blood in order to ensure success in hunting. When the animal has been strangled to death, it is skinned and its head is cut off and set in the east window of the house, where a piece of its own flesh is placed under its snout, together with a cup of its own meat, boiled, some millet dumplings, and dried fish. Prayers are then addressed to the dead animal. Amongst other things, it is sometimes invited, after going away to its father and mother, to return into the world in order that it may again be reared for sacrifice. When the bear is supposed to have finished eating his own flesh, the man who presides at the feast takes the cup containing the boiled meat, salutes it, and divides the contents between all the company present. Each person, young and old alike, must taste a little. The cup is called the cup of offering, because it has just been offered to the dead bear. When the rest of the flesh has been cooked, it is shared out in a like manner among all the people, everybody partaking of at least a morsel. Not to partake of the feast would be equivalent to excommunication. It would be to place the recreant outside the pale of Aino fellowship. Formerly every particle of the bear except the bones had to be eaten up at the banquet, but this rule is now relaxed. The head, on being detached from the skin, is set up on a long pole beside the sacred wands, inao, outside of the house, where it remains till nothing but the bare white skull is left. Skulls so set up are worshipped not only at the time of the festival, but very often as long as they last. The Aino assured Mr. Batchelor that they really do believe the spirits of the worshipful animals to reside in the skulls. That is why they address them as divine preservers and precious divinities. The ceremony of killing the bear was witnessed by Dr. B. Schoube on the 10th of August at Kunnui, which is a village on Volcano Bay in the island of Yeso or Yesso. As his description of the rite contains some interesting particulars not mentioned in the foregoing account, it may be worthwhile to summarize it. On entering the hut, he found about 30 Aino present, men, women, and children, all dressed in their best. The master of the house first offered a libation on the fireplace to the god of the fire, and the guests followed his example. Then a libation was offered to the house god in his sacred corner of the hut. Meanwhile the housewife, who had nursed the bear, sat by herself, silent and sad, bursting now and then into tears. Her grief was obviously unaffected, and it deepened as the festival went on. Next, the master of the house and some of the guests went out of the hut and offered libations before the bear's cage. A few drops were presented to the bear in a saucer, which he at once upset. Then the women and girls danced around the cage, their faces turned towards it, their knees slightly bent, rising and hopping on their toes. As they danced, they clapped their hands and sang a monotonous song. The housewife and a few old women, who might have nursed many bears, danced tearfully, stretching out their arms to the bear and addressing it in terms of endearment. The young folks were less affected. They laughed as well as sang. Disturbed by the noise, the bear began to rush about his cage and howl lamentably. Next libations were offered at the inabos, or sacred wands which stand outside of an Aino hut. These wands are about a couple of feet high, and are whittled at the top into spiral shavings. 5 new wands with bamboo leaves attached to them had been set up for the festival. This is regularly done when a bear is killed. The leaves mean that the animal may come to life again. Then the bear was let out of the cage, a rope was thrown around his neck, and he was led about in the neighborhood of the hut. While this was being done, the men, headed by a chief, shot at the beast with arrows tipped with wooden buttons. Dr. Shebe had to do so also. Then the bear was taken before the sacred ones, a stick was put in his mouth, 9 men knelt on him and pressed his neck against the beam. In 5 minutes the animal had expired without uttering a sound. Meantime the women and girls had taken posts behind the men, where they danced, lamenting and beating the men who were killing the bear. The bear's carcass was next placed on the mat before the sacred wands, and the sword and the quiver, taken from the wands, were hung round the beast's neck. Being a she-bear, it was also adorned with a necklace and earrings. Then food and drink were offered to it in the shape of millet broth, millet cakes, and a pot of sake. The men now sat down on mats before the dead bear, offered libations to it, and drank deep. Meanwhile the women and girls had laid aside all marks of sorrow, and danced merrily, none more merrily than the old women. When the mirth was at its height, 2 young Aino, who had let the bear out of his cage, mounted the roof of the hut and threw cakes of millet among the company, who all scrambled for them without distinction of age or sex. The bear was next skinned and disembowelled, and the trunk severed from the head, to which the skin was left hanging. The blood, caught in cups, was eagerly swallowed by the men. None of the women or children appeared to drink the blood, though custom did not forbid them to do so. The liver was cut in small pieces and eaten raw, with salt, the women and children getting their share. The flesh and the rest of the vitals were taken into the house to be kept till the next day but one, and then to be divided among the persons who had been present at the feast. Blood and liver were offered to Dr. Shebe. While the bear was being disembowelled, the women and girls danced the same dance which they had danced at the beginning, not however round the cage, but in front of the sacred ones. At this dance the old women, who had been merry a moment before, again shed tears freely. After the brain had been extracted from the bear's head and swallowed with salt, the skull detached from the skin was hung on a pole beside the sacred ones. The stick with which the bear had been gagged was also fastened to the pole, and so were the sword and quiver which had been hung on the carcass. The latter were removed in about an hour, but the rest remained standing. The whole company, men and women, danced noisily before the pole, and another drinking bout, in which the women joined, closed the festival. Perhaps the first published account of the bear feast of the Aino is one which was given to the world by a Japanese writer in 1652. It has been translated into French and runs thus. When they find a young bear, they bring it home, and the wife suckles it. When it is grown, they feed it with fish and fowl and kill it in winter for the sake of the liver, which they esteem an antidote to poison, the worms, colic, and disorders of the stomach. It is of a very bitter taste, and is good for nothing if the bear has been killed in summer. This butchery begins in the first Japanese month. For this purpose they put the animal's head between 2 long poles, which are squeezed together by 50 or 60 people, both men and women. When the bear is dead, they eat his flesh, keep the liver as a medicine, and sell the skin, which is black and commonly 6 feet long, but the longest measure 12 feet. As soon as he is skinned, the persons who nourish the beast begin to bewail him. Afterwards they make little cakes to regale those who helped them. The Aino of Sakhalin rear bear cubs and kill them with similar ceremonies. We are told that they do not look upon the bear as a god, but only as a messenger whom they dispatch with various commissions to the god of the forest. The animal is kept for about 2 years in a cage, and then killed at a festival, which always takes place in winter and at night. The day before the sacrifice is devoted to lamentation, all women relieving each other in the duty of weeping and groaning in the front of the bear's cage. Then about the middle of the night, or very early in the morning, an orator makes a long speech to the beast, reminding him how they have taken care of him, and fed him well, and bathed him in the river, and made him warm and comfortable. Now, he proceeds, we are holding a great festival in your honor. Be not afraid, we will not hurt you. We will only kill you, and send you to the god of the forest who loves you. We are about to offer you a good dinner, the best you have ever eaten amongst us, and we will all weep for you together. The Aino who will kill you is the best shot amongst us. There he is, he weeps and asks your forgiveness. You will feel almost nothing, it will be done so quickly. We cannot feed you always, as you will understand. We have done enough for you. It is now your turn to sacrifice yourself for us. We will ask God to send us, for the winter, plenty of otters and sables, and for the summer, seals and fish in abundance. Do not forget our messages. We love you much, and our children will never forget you. When the bear has partaken of his last meal amid the general emotion of the spectators, the old women weeping afresh and the men uttering stifled cries, he is strapped, not without difficulty and danger, and being let out of the cage, is led on a leash or dragged, according to the state of his temper, thrice round his cage, then round his master's house, and lastly round the house of the orator. Thereupon he is tied up to a tree, which is decked with sacred whittled sticks, enow of the usual sort, and the orator again addresses him in a long harangue, which sometimes lasts till the day is beginning to break. Remember, he cries, remember! I remind you of your whole life, and of the services we have rendered you. It is now for you to do your duty. Do not forget what I have asked of you. You will tell the gods to give us riches, that our hunters may return from the forest laden with rare furs and animals good to eat, that our fishers may find troops of seals on the shore and in the sea, and that their nets may crack under the weight of the fish. We have no hope but in you. The evil spirits laugh at us, and too often they are unfavourable and malignant to us, but they will bow before you. We have given you good food and joy and health. Now we kill you in order that you may return to send riches to us and to our children. To this discourse the bear, more and more surly and agitated, listens without conviction. Round and round the tree he paces and howls lamentably, till, just as the first beams of the rising sun light up the scene, an archer speeds an arrow to his heart. No sooner has he done so, than the marksman throws away his bow, and flings himself on the ground, and the old men and women do the same, weeping and sobbing. Then they offer the dead beast a repast of rice and wild potatoes, and having spoken to him in terms of pity and thanked him for what he has done and suffered, they cut off his head and paws and keep them as sacred things. A banquet on the flesh and blood of the bear follows. Women were formerly excluded from it, but now they share with the men. The blood is drunk warm by all present. The flesh is boiled. Custom forbids it to be roasted. And as the relics of the bear may not enter the house by the door, the Aino houses in Sakhalin have no windows. A man gets up on the roof and lets the flesh, the head, and the skin down through the smoke hole. Rice and wild potatoes are then offered to the head, and a pipe, tobacco, and matches are considerately placed beside it. Custom requires that the guests should eat up the whole animal before they depart. The use of salt and pepper at the meal is forbidden, and no morsel of the flesh may be given to the dogs. When the banquet is over, the head is carried away into the depths of the forest and deposited on a heap of bear skulls, the bleached and mouldering relics of similar festivals in the past. The Gilyaks, a Tungusian people of eastern Siberia, hold a bear festival of the same sort once a year in January. The bear is the object of the most refined solicitude of an entire village, and plays the chief part in their religious ceremonies. An old she-bear is shot and her cub is reared, but not suckled in the village. When the bear is big enough, he is taken from his cage and dragged through the village. But first they lead him to the bank of the river, for this is believed to ensure abundance of fish to each family. He is then taken into each house in the village, where fish, brandy, and so forth are offered to him. Some people prostrate themselves before the beast. His entrance into a house is supposed to bring a blessing, and if he sniffs at the food offered to him, this is also a blessing. Nevertheless, they tease and worry, poke and tickle the animal continually, so that he is surly and snappish. After being thus taken to every house, he is tied to a peg and shot dead with arrows. His head is then cut off, decked with shavings, and placed on the table where the feast is set out. Here they beg pardon of the beast and worship him. Then his flesh is roasted and eaten in special vessels of wood finely carved. They do not eat the flesh raw nor drink the blood as the Aino do. The brain and the entrails are eaten last, and the skull, still decked with shavings, is placed on a tree near the house. Then the people sing, and both sexes dance in ranks, as bears. One of these bear festivals was witnessed by the Russian traveller L. von Schrenck and his companions at the Gilyak village of Tebak in January 1856. From his detailed report of the ceremony, we may gather some particulars which are not noticed in the briefer accounts which I have just summarized. The bear, he tells us, plays a great part in the life of all the peoples inhabiting the region of the Amur and Siberia as far as Kamchatka, but among none of them is his importance greater than among the Gilyaks. The immense size which the animal attains in the valley of the Amur, his ferocity whetted by hunger, and the frequency of his appearance, all combine to make him the most dreaded beast of prey in the country. No wonder, therefore, that the fancy of the Gilyaks is busied with him and surrounds him, both in life and in death, with a sort of halo of superstitious fear. Thus, for example, it is thought that if a Gilyak falls in combat with a bear, his soul transmigrates into the body of the beast. Nevertheless, his flesh has an irresistible attraction for the Gilyak palate, especially when the animal has been kept in captivity for some time and fattened on fish, which gives the flesh, in the opinion of the Gilyaks, a particularly delicious flavour. But in order to enjoy this dainty with impunity, they deem it needful to perform a long series of ceremonies, of which the intention is to delude the living bear by a show of respect, and to appease the anger of the dead animal by the homage paid to his departed spirit. The marks of respect begin as soon as the beast is captured. He is brought home in triumph and kept in a cage, where all the villagers take it in turns to feed him. For although he may have been captured or purchased by one man, he belongs in a manner to the whole village. His flesh will furnish a common feast, and hence all must contribute to support him in his life. The length of time he is kept in captivity depends on his age. Old bears are kept only a few months. Cubs are kept till they are full grown. A thick layer of fat on the captive bear gives the signal of the festival, which is always held in winter, generally in December, but sometimes in January or February. At the festival witnessed by the Russian travellers, which lasted a good many days, 3 bears were killed and eaten. More than once the animals were led about in procession and compelled to enter every house in the village, where they were fed as a mark of honour, and to show that they were welcome guests. But before the beasts set out on this round of visits, the Gilyaks played at skipping rope in presence, and perhaps, as L. von Schrenck inclined to believe, in honour of the animals. The night before they were killed, the 3 bears were led by moonlight a long way on the ice of the frozen river. That night no one in the village might sleep. Next day, after the animals had again been led down the steep bank to the river, and conducted thrice around the hole in the ice from which the women of the village drew their water, they were taken to an appointed place not far from the village, and shot to death with arrows. The place of sacrifice or execution was marked as holy by being surrounded with whittled sticks, from the tops of which shavings hung in curls. Such sticks are with the Gilyaks, as with the Ainu, the regular symbols that accompany all religious ceremonies. When the house has been arranged and decorated for the reception, the skins of the bears, with their heads attached to them, are brought into it, not however by the door, but through a window, and then hung on a sort of scaffold opposite the hearth on which the flesh is to be cooked. The boiling of the bear's flesh among the Gilyaks is done only by the eldest men, whose high privilege it is. Women and children, young men and boys have no part in it. The task is performed slowly and deliberately, with a certain solemnity. On the occasion described by the Russian travellers, the kettle was first of all surrounded by a thick wreath of shavings, and then filled with snow, for the use of water to cook bear's flesh is forbidden. Meanwhile a large wooden trough, richly adorned with arabesques and carvings of all sorts, was hung immediately under the snouts of the bears. On one side of the trough was carved in relief a bear, on the other side a toad. When the carcasses were being cut up, each leg was laid on the ground in front of the bears, as if to ask their leave, before being placed in the kettle. And the boiled flesh was fished out of the kettle with an iron hook, and set in the trough before the bears, in order that they might be the first to taste of their own flesh. As fast, too, as the fat was cut in strips, it was hung up in front of the bears, and afterwards laid in a small wooden trough on the ground before them. Last of all, the inner organs of the beasts were cut up and placed in small vessels. At the same time the women made bandages out of party-coloured rags, and after sunset these bandages were tied round the bears' snouts just below the eyes, in order to dry the tears that flowed from them. As soon as the ceremony of wiping away poor Bruin's tears had been performed, the assembled Gilyaks set to work in earnest to devour his flesh. The broth obtained by boiling the meat had already been partaken of. The wooden bowls, platters, and spoons of which the Gilyaks eat the broth and flesh of the bears on these occasions are always made specially for the purpose at the festival, and only then. They are elaborately ornamented with carved figures of bears and other devices that refer to the animal of the festival, and the people have a strong superstitious scruple against parting with them. After the bones had been picked clear, they were put back in the kettle in which the flesh had been boiled, and when the festal meal was over, an old man took his stand at the door of the house with a branch of fir in his hand, with which, as the people passed out, he gave a light blow to every one who had eaten of the bear's flesh or fat, perhaps as a punishment for their treatment of the worshipful animal. In the afternoon the women performed a strange dance. Only one woman danced at a time, throwing the upper part of her body in the oddest postures, while she held in her hands a branch of fir or a kind of wooden castanets. The other women meanwhile played an accompaniment by drumming on the beams of the house with clubs. Von Schrenck believed that after the feast of the bear had been eaten, the bones and the skull are solemnly carried out by the eldest people to a place in the forest not far from the village. There all the bones except the skull are buried. After that the young tree is felled a few inches above the ground, its stump cleft, and the skull wedged into the cleft. When the grass grows over the spot, the skull disappears from view, and that is the end of the bear. Another description of the bear festivals of the Gilyaks has been given to us by Mr. Leo Sternberg. It agrees substantially with the foregoing accounts, but a few particulars of it may be noted. According to Mr. Sternberg, the festival is usually held in honor of a deceased relation. The next of kin either buys or catches a bear cub and nurtures it for 2 or 3 years till it is ready for the sacrifice. Only certain distinguished guests, Narchen, are privileged to partake of the bear's flesh, but the host and members of his clan eat the broth made from the flesh. Great quantities of this broth are prepared and consumed on the occasion. The guests of honor, Narchen, must belong to the clan into which the host's daughters and the other women of his clan are married. One of these guests, usually the host's son-in-law, is entrusted with the duty of shooting the bear dead with an arrow. The skin, head, and flesh of the slain bear are brought into the house not through the door, but through the smoke hole. A quiver full of arrows is laid under the head, and beside it are deposited tobacco, sugar, and other food. The soul of the bear is supposed to carry off the souls of these things with it on the far journey. A special vessel is used for cooking the bear's flesh, and the fire must be kindled by a sacred apparatus of flint and steel, which belongs to the clan and is handed down from generation to generation, but which is never used to light fires except on these solemn occasions. Of all the many viands cooked for the consumption of the assembled people, a portion is placed in a special vessel and set before the bear's head. This is called feeding the head. After the bear has been killed, dogs are sacrificed in couples of male and female. Before being throttled, they are fed and invited to go to their lord on the highest mountain, to change their skins, and to return next year in the form of bears. The soul of the dead bear departs to the same lord, who is also lord of the primeval forest. It goes away laden with the offerings that have been made to it, and attended by the souls of the dogs, and also by the souls of the sacred whittled sticks, which figure prominently at the festival. The Goldi, neighbors of the Gilyaks, treat the bear in much the same way. They hunt and kill it, but sometimes they capture a live bear and keep him in a cage, feeding him well and calling him their son and brother. Then, at the great festival, he is taken from his cage, paraded about with marked consideration, and afterwards killed and eaten. The skull, jawbones, and ears are then suspended on a tree as an antidote against evil spirits. But the flesh is eaten and much relished, for they believe that all who partake of it acquire a zest for the chase and become courageous. The Orochis, another Tungusian people of the region of the Amur, hold bear festivals of the same general character. Anyone who catches a bear cub considers it his bounden duty to rear it in a cage for about 3 years, in order, at the end of that time, to kill it publicly and eat the flesh with his friends. The feasts being public, though organized by individuals, the people try to have one in each Orochi village every year in turn. When the bear is taken out of his cage, he is led about by means of ropes to all the huts, accompanied by people armed with lances, bows, and arrows. At each hut, the bear and bear leaders are treated to something good to eat and drink. This goes on for several days until all the huts, not only in the village but also in the next, have been visited. The days are given up to sport and noisy jollity. Then the bear is tied to a tree or wooden pillar and shot to death by the arrows of the crowd, after which its flesh is roasted and eaten. Among the Orochis of the Tunja River, women take part in the bear feasts, while among the Orochis of the River V, the women will not even touch bear's flesh. In the treatment of the captive bear by these tribes, there are features which can hardly be distinguished from worship. Such, for example, are the prayers offered to it both alive and dead, the offerings of food, including portions of its own flesh, laid before the animal's skull, and the Giliac custom of leading the living beast to the river in order to ensure a supply of fish, and of conducting him from house to house in order that every family may receive his blessing. Just as in Europe, a May tree, or a personal representative of the tree spirit, used to be taken from door to door in spring, for the sake of diffusing among all and sundry the fresh energies of reviving nature. Again, the solemn participation in his flesh and blood, and particularly the Aino custom of sharing the contents of the cup which had been consecrated by being set before the dead beast, are strongly suggestive of a sacrament, and the suggestion is confirmed by the Giliac practice of reserving special vessels to hold the flesh and cooking it on a fire kindled by a sacred apparatus, which is never employed except on these religious occasions. Indeed, our principal authority on Aino religion, the Reverend John Batchelor, frankly describes as worship the ceremonious respect which the Aino paid to the bear, and he affirms that the animal is undoubtedly one of their gods. Certainly the Aino appear to apply their name for God, Kamui, freely to the bear, but as Mr. Batchelor himself points out, that word is used with many different shades of meaning, and is applied to a great variety of objects, so that from its application to the bear we cannot safely argue that the animal is actually regarded as a deity. Indeed, we are expressly told that the Aino of Sakhalin do not consider the bear to be a god, but only a messenger to the gods, and the message with which they charge the animal at its death bears out the statement. Apparently the Giliacs also look on the bear in the light of an envoy dispatched with presents to the Lord of the Mountain, on whom the welfare of the people depends. At the same time they treat the animal as a being of a higher order than man, in fact as a minor deity, whose presence in the village, so long as he is kept and fed, diffuses blessings, especially by keeping at bay the swarms of evil spirits, who are constantly lying in wait for people, stealing their goods and destroying their bodies by sickness and disease. Moreover, by partaking of the flesh, blood, or broth of the bear, the Giliacs, the Aino, and the Goldi are all of opinion that they acquire some portion of the animal's mighty powers, particularly his courage and strength. No wonder, therefore, that they should treat so great a benefactor with marks of the highest respect and affection. Some light may be thrown on the ambiguous attitude of the Aino by comparing the similar treatment which they accord to other creatures. For example, they regard the eagle owl as a good deity, who by his hooting warns men of threatened evil and defends them against it. Hence he is loved, trusted, and devoutly worshipped as a divine mediator between men and the Creator. The various names applied to him are significant both of his divinity and of his mediatorship. Whenever an opportunity offers, one of these divine birds is captured and kept in a cage, where he is greeted with the endearing titles of beloved God and dear little divinity. Nevertheless, the time comes when the dear little divinity is throttled and sent away in his capacity of mediator to take a message to the superior gods or to the Creator himself. The following is a formal prayer addressed to the eagle owl when it is about to be sacrificed. Beloved deity, we have brought you up because we loved you, and now we are about to send you to your father. We herewith offer you food, inao, wine, and cakes. Take them to your parent, and he will be very pleased. I have lived a long time among the Ainu, where an Ainu father and an Ainu mother reared me. I have now come to thee. I have brought a variety of good things. I saw while living in Ainu land a great deal of distress. I observed that some of the people were possessed by demons, some were wounded by wild animals, some were hurt by landslides, others suffered shipwreck, and many were attacked by disease. The people are in great straits. My father, hear me and hasten to look upon the Ainu and help them. If you do this, your father will help us. Again, the Ainu keep eagles in cages, worship them as divinities, and ask them to defend the people from evil. Yet they offer the bird in sacrifice, and when they are about to do so, they pray to him, saying, O precious divinity, O thou divine bird, pray listen to my words. Thou dost not belong to this world, for thy home is with the Creator and his golden eagles. This being so, I present thee with these inao and cakes and other precious things. Do thou ride upon the inao and descend to thy home in the glorious heavens. When thou arrivest, assemble the deities of thy own kind together, and thank them for us, for having governed the world. Do thou come again, I beseech thee, and rule over us, O my precious one, go thou quickly. Once more, the Ainu revere hawks, keep them in cages, and offer them in sacrifice. At the time of killing one of them, the following prayer should be addressed to the bird. O divine hawk, thou art an expert hunter. Please cause thy cleverness to descend on me. If a hawk is well treated in captivity and prayed to after this fashion when he is about to be killed, he will surely send help to the hunter. Thus the Ainu hopes to profit in various ways by slaughtering the creatures, which, nevertheless, he treats as divine. He expects them to carry messages for him to their kindred, or to the gods in the upper world. He hopes to partake of their virtues by swallowing parts of their bodies, or in other ways. And apparently he looks forward to their bodily resurrection in this world, which will enable him again to catch and kill them, and again to reap all the benefits which he has already derived from their slaughter. For in the prayers addressed to the worshipful bear and the worshipful eagle, before they are knocked on the head, the creatures are invited to come again, which seems clearly to point to a faith in their future resurrection. If any doubt could exist on this head, it would be dispelled by the evidence of Mr. Batchelor, who tells us that the Ainu are firmly convinced that the spirits of birds and animals killed in hunting or offered in sacrifice come and live again upon the earth clothed with a body, and they believe further that they appear here for the special benefit of men, particularly Ainu hunters. The Ainu, Mr. Batchelor tells us, confessedly slays and eats the beast that another may come in its place and be treated in a like manner. And at the time of sacrificing the creatures, prayers are said to them which form a request that they will come again and furnish viands for another feast, as if it were an honor to them to be thus killed and eaten, and a pleasure as well. Indeed, such is the people's idea. These last observations, as the context shows, refer especially to the sacrifice of bears. Thus among the benefits which the Ainu anticipates from the slaughter of the worshipful animals, not the least substantial is that of gorging himself on their flesh and blood, both on the present and on many a similar occasion hereafter, and that pleasing prospect again is derived from his firm faith in the spiritual immortality and bodily resurrection of the dead animals. A like faith is shared by many savage hunters in many parts of the world, and has given rise to a variety of quaint customs, some of which will be described presently. Meanwhile, it is not unimportant to observe that the solemn festivals at which the Ainu, the Gilyaks, and other tribes slaughter the tame caged bears with demonstrations of respect and sorrow, are probably nothing but an extension or glorification of similar rites which the hunter performs over any wild bear which he chances to kill in the forest. Indeed, with regard to the Gilyaks, we are expressly informed that this is the case. If we were understanding the meaning of the Gilyak ritual, says Mr. Sternberg, we must above all remember that the bear festivals are not, as is usually but falsely assumed, celebrated only at the killing of a house bear, but are held on every occasion when a Gilyak succeeds in slaughtering a bear in the chase. It is true that in such cases the festival assumes less imposing dimensions, but in its essence it remains the same. When the head and skin of a bear killed in the forest are brought into the village, they are according a triumphal reception with music and solemn ceremonial. The head is laid on a consecrated scaffold, fed and treated with offerings, just as at the killing of a house bear, and the guests of honor, Narchen, are also assembled. So too dogs are sacrificed, and the bones of the bear are preserved in the same place and with the same marks of respect as the bones of a house bear. Hence the great winter festival is only an extension of the rite which is observed at the slaughter of every bear. Thus the apparent contradiction in the practice of these tribes, who venerate and almost deify the animals which they habitually hunt, kill, and eat, is not so flagrant as at first sight it appears to us. The people have reasons, and some very practical reasons, for acting as they do. For the savage is by no means so illogical and unpractical as the superficial observers he is apt to seem. He has thought deeply on the questions which immediately concern him. He reasons about them, and though his conclusions often diverge very widely from ours, we ought not to deny him the credit of patient and prolonged meditation on some fundamental problems of human existence. In the present case, if he treats bears in general as creatures wholly subservient to human needs and yet singles out certain individuals of the species for homage, which almost amounts to deification, we must not hastily set him down as irrational and inconsistent, but must endeavour to place ourselves at his point of view, to see things as he sees them, and to divest ourselves of the prepossessions which tinge so deeply our own views of the world. If we do so, we shall probably discover that, however absurd his conduct may appear to us, the savage nevertheless generally acts on a train of reasoning which seems to him in harmony with the facts of his limited experience. This I propose to illustrate in the following chapter, where I shall attempt to show that the solemn ceremonial of the bear festival among the Ainos and other tribes of north-eastern Asia is only a particularly striking example of the respect which, on the principles of his rude philosophy, the savage habitually pays to the animals which he kills and eats. End of chapter 52. Recording by Måns Bro, Helsingfors, Finland. Chapter 53 of the Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 53. The propitiation of wild animals by hunters. The explanation of life by the theory of an indwelling and practically immortal soul is one which the savage does not confine to human beings, but extends to the animate creation in general. In so doing, he is more liberal, and perhaps more logical than the civilized man, who commonly denies to animals the privilege of immortality which he claims for himself. The savage is not so proud. He commonly believes that animals are endowed with feelings and intelligence like those of men, and that, like men, they possess souls which survive the death of their bodies, either to wander about as disembodied spirits, or to be born again in animal form. Thus to the savage, who regards all living creatures as practically on a footing of equality with man, the act of killing and eating an animal must wear a very different aspect from that which the same act presents to us, who regard the intelligence of animals as far inferior to our own, and deny them the possession of immortal souls. Hence, on the principles of his rude philosophy, the primitive hunter who slays an animal believes himself exposed to the vengeance, either of its disembodied spirit, or of all the other animals of the same species, whom he considers as knit together, like men, by the ties of kin and the obligations of the blood feud, and therefore as bound to resent the injury done to one of their number. Accordingly, the savage makes it a rule to spare the life of those animals which he has no pressing motive for killing, at least such fierce and dangerous animals as are likely to exact a bloody vengeance for the slaughter of one of their kind. Crocodiles are animals of this sort. They are only found in hot countries, where, as a rule, food is abundant, and primitive man has therefore little reason to kill them for the sake of their tough and unpalatable flesh, Hence it is a custom with some savages to spare crocodiles, or rather only to kill them in obedience to the law of blood feud, that is, as a retaliation for the slaughter of men by crocodiles. For example, the Dyaks of Borneo will not kill a crocodile unless a crocodile has first killed a man. For why, say they, should they commit an act of aggression, when he and his kindred can so easily repay them? But should the alligator take a human life, revenge becomes a sacred duty of the living relatives, who will trap the man-eater in the spirit of an officer of justice pursuing a criminal. Others, even then, hang back, reluctant to embroil themselves in a quarrel which does not concern them. The man-eating alligator is supposed to be pursued by a righteous nemesis, and whenever one is caught they have a profound conviction that it must be the guilty one, or his accomplice. Like the Dyaks, the natives of Madagascar never kill a crocodile, except in retaliation for one of their friends who have been destroyed by a crocodile. They believe that the wanton destruction of one of these reptiles will be followed by the loss of human life in accordance with the principle of lex talionis. The people who live near the lake Itassi in Madagascar make a yearly proclamation to the crocodiles, announcing that they will revenge the death of some of their friends by killing as many crocodiles in return, and warning all well-disposed crocodiles to keep out of the way, as they have no quarrel with them, but only with their evil-minded relations who have taken human life. Various tribes of Madagascar believe themselves to be descended from crocodiles, and accordingly they view the scaly reptile as, to all intents and purposes, a man and a brother. If one of the animals should so far forget himself as to devour one of his human kinsfolk, the chief of the tribe, or in his absence an old man familiar with the tribal customs, repairs at the head of the people to the edge of the water, and summons the family of the culprit to deliver him up to the arm of justice. A hook is then baited and cast into the river or lake. Next day the guilty brother, or one of his family, is dragged ashore, and after his crime has been clearly brought home to him by a strict interrogation, he is sentenced to death and executed. The claims of justice being thus satisfied, and the majesty of the law fully vindicated, the deceased crocodile is lamented and buried like a kinsman, a mound is raised over his relics, and a stone marks the place of his head. Again, the tiger is another of those dangerous beasts whom the savage prefers to leave alone, lest by killing one of the species he should excite the hostility of the rest. No consideration will induce a Sumatran to catch or wound a tiger except in self-defense, or immediately after a tiger has destroyed a friend or relation. When a European has set traps for tigers, the people of the neighborhood have been known to go by night to the place and explain to the animals that the traps are not set by them, nor with their consent. The inhabitants of the hills near Rajamahal in Bengal are very averse to killing a tiger unless one of their kinsfolk has been carried off by one of the beasts. In that case, they go out for the purpose of hunting and slaying a tiger, and when they have succeeded, they lay their bows and arrows on the carcass and invoke God, declaring that they slew the animal in retaliation for the loss of a kinsman. Vengeance having been thus taken, they swear not to attack another tiger except under similar provocation. The Indians of Carolina would not molest snakes when they came upon them, but would pass by on the other side of the path, believing that if they were to kill a serpent, the reptile's kindred would destroy some of their brethren, friends, or relations in return. So the Seminole Indians spared the rattlesnake, because they feared that the soul of the dead rattlesnake would incite its kinsfolk to take vengeance. The Cherokee regard the rattlesnake as the chief of the snake tribe, and fear and respect him accordingly. Few Cherokee will venture to kill a rattlesnake unless they cannot help it, and even then they must atone for the crime by craving pardon of the snake's ghost, either in their own person or through the mediation of a priest, according to a set formula. If these precautions are neglected, the kinsfolk of the dead snake will send one of their number as an avenger of blood, who will track down the murderer and sting him to death. No ordinary Cherokee dares to kill a wolf, if he can possibly help it, for he believes that the kindred of the slain beast would surely avenge its death, and that the weapon with which the deed has been done would be quite useless for the future, unless it were cleaned and exorcised by a medicine man. However, certain persons who know the proper rites of atonement for such a crime can kill wolves with impunity, and they are sometimes hired to do so by people who have suffered from the raids of the wolves on their cattle or fish traps. In Jebel Nuba, a district of the eastern Sudan, it is forbidden to touch the nests or remove the young of a species of blackbirds, resembling our blackbirds, because the people believe that the parent bird would avenge the wrong by causing a stormy wind to blow, which would destroy the harvest. But the savage clearly cannot afford to spare all animals. He must either eat some of them or starve, and when the question thus comes to whether he or the animal should perish, he is forced to overcome his superstitious scruples and take the life of the beast. At the same time, he does all he can to appease his victims and their kinsfolk. Even in the act of killing them, he testifies his respect for them, endeavors to excuse or even conceal his share in procuring their death, and promises that their remains will be honorably treated. By thus robbing death of its terrors, he hopes to reconcile his victims to their fate, and to induce their fellows to come and be killed also. For example, it was a principle with the Kamchatkans never to kill a land or sea animal without first making excuses to it and begging that the animal would not take it ill. Also, they offered it cedar nuts and so forth, to make it think that it was not a victim, but a guest at the feast. They believed that this hindered other animals of the same species from growing shy. For instance, after they had killed a bear and feasted on its flesh, the host would bring the bear's head before the company, wrap it in grass, and present it with a variety of trifles. Then he would lay the blame of the bear's death on the Russians, and bid the beast wreak his wrath upon them. Also he would ask the bear to inform the other bears how well he had been treated, that they too might come without fear. Seals, sea lions, and other animals were treated by the Kamchatkans with the same ceremonious respect. Moreover, they used to insert sprigs of a plant resembling bear's wort in the mouths of the animals they killed, after which they would exhort the grinning skulls to have no fear, but to go and tell it to their fellows, that they also might come and be caught and so partake of this splendid hospitality. When the Ostiaks have hunted and killed a bear, they cut off its head and hang it on a tree. Then they gather round in a circle and pay it divine honors. Next they run towards the carcass, uttering lamentations and saying, "Who killed you? It was the Russians. Who cut off your head? It was a Russian axe. Who skinned you? It was a knife made by the Russians." They explain too that the feathers which sped the arrow on its flight came from the wing of a strange bird, and that they did nothing but let the arrow go. They do all this because they believe that the wandering ghost of the slain bear would attack them on the first opportunity, if they did not thus appease it. Or they stuff the skin of the slain bear with hay, and after celebrating their victory with songs of mockery and insult, after spitting on and kicking it, they set it up on its hind legs, and then, for a considerable time, they bestow on it all the veneration due to a guardian god. When a party of Koryak have killed a bear or a wolf, they skin the beast and dress one of themselves in the skin. Then they dance around the skin-clad man, saying that it was not they who killed the animal, but someone else, generally a Russian. When they kill a fox, they skin it, wrap the body in grass, and bid him go tell his companions how hospitably he has been received, and how he has received a new cloak instead of his old one. A fuller account of the Koryak ceremonies is given by a more recent writer. He tells us that when a dead bear is brought to the house, the women come out to meet it, dancing with firebrands. The bear skin is taken off along with the head, and one of the women puts on the skin, dances in it, and entreats the bear not to be angry, but to be kind to the people. At the same time they offer meat on a wooden platter to the dead beast, saying, "Eat, friend." Afterwards the ceremony is performed for the purpose of sending the dead bear, or rather his spirit, away back to his home. He is provided with provisions for the journey in the shape of puddings or reindeer flesh packed in a grass bag. His skin is stuffed with grass and carried around the house, after which he is supposed to depart towards the rising sun. The intention of the ceremonies is to protect the people from the wrath of the slain bear and his kinsfolk, and so to ensure success in future bear hunts. The Finns used to try to persuade the slain bear that he had not been killed by them, but had fallen from a tree, or met his death in some other way. Moreover, they held a funeral festival in his honor, at the close of which bards expatiated on the homage that had been paid to him, urging him to report to the other bears the high consideration with which he had been treated, in order that they also, following his example, might come and be slain. When the Lapps had succeeded in killing a bear with impunity, they thanked him for not hurting them, and for not breaking the clubs and spears which had given him his death wounds, and they prayed that he would not visit his death upon them by sending storms or in any other way. His flesh then furnished a feast. The reverence of hunters for the bear, whom they regularly kill and eat, may thus be traced all along the northern region of the Old World, from Bering Strait to Lapland. It reappears in similar forms in North America. With the American Indians, a bear hunt was an important event, for which they prepared by long fasts and purgations. Before setting out, they offered expiatory sacrifices to the souls of bears slain in previous hunts, and besought them to be favorable to the hunters. When a bear was killed, the hunter lit his pipe, and putting the mouth of it between the bear's lips, blew into the bowl, filling the beast's mouth with smoke. Then he begged the bear not to be angry at having been killed, and not to thwart him afterwards in the chase. The carcass was roasted whole and eaten. Not a morsel of the flesh might be left over. The head, painted red and blue, was hung on a post and addressed by orators, who heaped praise on the dead beast. When men of the Bear clan in the Ottawa tribe killed a bear, they made him a feast of his own flesh, and addressed him thus: "Cherish us no grudge because we have killed you. You have sense, you see that our children are hungry. They love you and wish to take you into their bodies. Is it not glorious to be eaten by the children of a chief?" Among the Nootka Indians of British Columbia, when a bear had been killed, it was brought in and seated before the head chief in an upright posture, with the chief's bonnet, wrought in figures on its head, and its fur powdered over with white down. A tray of provisions was then set before it, and it was invited by words and gestures to eat. After that the animal was skinned, boiled, and eaten. A like respect is testified for other dangerous creatures by the hunters who regularly trap and kill them. When Caffrey hunters are in the act of showering spears on an elephant, they call out, "Don't kill us, great captain! Don't strike or tread upon us, mighty chief!" When he is dead, they make their excuses to him, pretending that his death was a pure accident. As a mark of respect, they bury his trunk with much solemn ceremony, for they say that the elephant is a great lord, his trunk is his hand. Before the Amaxosa Caffres attack an elephant, they shout to the animal and beg him to pardon them for the slaughter they are about to perpetrate, professing great submission to his person, and explaining clearly the need they have of his tusks to enable them to procure beads and supply their wants. When they have killed him, they bury in the ground, along with the end of his trunk, a few of the articles they have obtained for the ivory, thus hoping to avert some mishap that would otherwise befall them. Among some tribes of eastern Africa, when a lion is killed, the carcass is brought before the king, who does homage to it by prostrating himself on the ground and rubbing his face on the muzzle of the beast. In some parts of western Africa, if a Negro kills a leopard, he is bound fast and brought before the chiefs for having killed one of their peers. The man defends himself on the plea that the leopard is a chief of the forest and therefore a stranger. He is then set at liberty and rewarded. But the dead leopard, adorned with the chief's bonnet, is set up in the village, where nightly dances are held in its honor. The Baganda greatly fear the ghosts of buffaloes which they have killed, and they always appease these dangerous spirits. On no account will they bring the head of a slain buffalo into a village or into a garden of plantains. They always eat the flesh of the head in the open country. Afterwards they place the skull in a small hut built for that purpose, where they pour out beer as an offering and pray to the ghost to stay where he is and not to harm them. Another formidable beast, whose life the savage hunter takes with joy, yet with fear and trembling, is the whale. After the slaughter of a whale, the maritime Koryak of northeastern Siberia hold a communal festival, the essential part of which is based on the conception that the whale killed has come on a visit to the village, that it is staying for some time, during which it is treated with great respect, that it then returns to the sea to repeat its visit the following year, that it will induce its relatives to come along, telling them of the hospitable reception that has been accorded to it. According to the Koryak ideas, the whales, like all other animals, constitute one tribe, or rather family, of related individuals who live in villages like the Koryak. They avenge the murder of one of their number, and are grateful for kindnesses they may have received. When the inhabitants of the Isle of St. Mary, to the north of Madagascar, go whaling, they single out the young whales for attack, and humbly beg the mother's pardon, stating the necessity that drives them to kill her progeny, and requesting that she will be pleased to go below while the deed is doing, that her maternal feelings may not be outraged by witnessing what must cause her so much uneasiness. An Ajamba hunter, having killed a female hippopotamus on the lake Atsingo in West Africa, the animal was decapitated and its quarters and bowels removed. Then the hunter, naked, stepped into the hollow of the ribs, and kneeling down in the bloody pool, washed his whole body with the blood and excretions of the animal, while he prayed to the soul of the hippopotamus not to bear him a grudge for having killed her, and so blighted her hopes of future maternity. And he further entreated the ghost not to stir up other hippopotamuses to avenge her death by butting at and capsizing his canoe. The ounce, a leopard-like creature, is dreaded for its depredations by the Indians of Brazil. When they have caught one of these animals in a snare, they kill it and carry the body home to the village. There the women deck the carcass with feathers of many colors, put bracelets on its legs, and weep over it, saying, "I pray thee not to take vengeance on our little ones for having been caught and killed through thine own ignorance. For it was not we who deceived thee, it was thyself. Our husbands only set the trap to catch animals that are good to eat. They never thought to take thee in it. Therefore let not thy soul counsel thy fellows to avenge thy death on our little ones." When a Blackfoot Indian has caught eagles in a trap and killed them, he takes them home to a special lodge, called the Eagle's Lodge, which has been prepared for their reception outside of the camp. Here he sets the birds in a row on the ground, and propping up their heads on a stick, puts a piece of dried meat in each of their mouths in order that the spirits of the dead eagles may go and tell the other eagles how well they are being treated by the Indians. So when Indian hunters of the Orinoco region have killed an animal, they open its mouth and pour into it a few drops of the liquor they generally carry with them, in order that the soul of the dead beast may inform its fellows of the welcome it has met with, and that they too, cheered by the prospect of the same kind reception, may come with alacrity to be killed. When a Teton Indian is on a journey, and he meets a grey spider or spider with yellow legs, he kills it, because some evil would befall him if he did not. But he is very careful not to let the spider know that he kills it, for if the spider knew, his soul would go and tell the other spiders, and one of them would be sure to avenge the death of his relation. So in crushing the insect, the Indian says, "O grandfather spider, the thunder being kills you." And the spider is crushed at once and believes what is told him. His soul probably runs and tells the other spiders that the thunder beings have killed them, but no harm comes of that. For what can grey or yellow-legged spiders do to the thunder beings? But it is not merely dangerous creatures with whom the savage desires to keep on good terms. It is true that the respect which he pays to wild beasts is in some measure proportioned to their strength and ferocity. Thus the savage Stians of Cambodia, believing that all animals have souls which roam about after their death, beg an animal's pardon while they kill it, lest its soul should come and torment them. Also they offer it sacrifices, but these sacrifices are proportioned to the size and strength of the animal. The ceremonies which they observe at the death of an elephant are conducted with much pomp and last 7 days. Similar distinctions are drawn by North American Indians. The bear, the buffalo, and the beaver are manidos, divinities, which furnish food. The bear is formidable and good to eat. They render ceremonies to him, begging him to allow himself to be eaten, although they know he has no fancy for it. "We kill you, but you are not annihilated." His head and paws are objects of homage. Other animals are treated similarly from similar reasons. Many of the animal manidos, not being dangerous, are often treated with contempt, the terrapin, the weasel, polecat, etc. The distinction here is instructive. Animals which are feared, or are good to eat, or both, are treated with ceremonious respect. Those which are neither formidable nor good to eat are despised. We have had examples of reverence paid to animals which are both feared and eaten. It remains to prove that similar respect is shown to animals which, without being feared, are either eaten or valued for their skins. When Siberian sable hunters have caught a sable, no one is allowed to see it, and they think that if good or evil be spoken of the captured sable, no more sables will be caught. A hunter has been known to express his belief that the sables could hear what was said of them as far off as Moscow. He said that the chief reason why the sable hunt was now so unproductive was that some live sables had been sent to Moscow. There they had been viewed with astonishment as strange animals, and the sables cannot abide that. Another, though minor, cause of the diminished take of sables was, he alleged, that the world is now much worse than it used to be, so that nowadays a hunter will sometimes hide the sable which he has got instead of putting it into the common stock. This also, said he, the sables cannot abide. Alaskan hunters preserve the bones of sables and beavers out of reach of the dogs for a year, and then bury them carefully, lest the spirits who look after the beavers and sables should consider that they are regarded with contempt, and hence no more should be killed or trapped. The Canadian Indians were equally particular not to let their dogs gnaw the bones, or at least certain of the bones, of beavers. They took the greatest pains to collect and preserve these bones, and, when the beaver had been caught in a net, they threw them into the river. To a Jesuit who argued that the beavers could not possibly know what became of their bones, the Indians replied, "You know nothing about catching beavers, and yet you will be prating about it. Before the beaver is stone dead, his soul takes a turn in the hut of the man who is killing him, and makes a careful note of what is done with his bones. If the bones are given to the dogs, the other beavers would get word of it, and would not let themselves be caught. Whereas, if their bones are thrown into a fire or a river, they are quite satisfied, and it is particularly gratifying to the net which caught them." Before hunting the beaver, they offered a solemn prayer to the great beaver, and presented him with tobacco, and when the chase was over, an orator pronounced a funeral oration over the dead beavers. He praised their spirit and wisdom. "You will hear no more," said he, "the voice of the chieftains who commanded you, and whom you chose from among all the warrior beavers to give you laws. Your language, which the medicine men understand perfectly, will be heard no more at the bottom of the lake. You will fight no more battles with the otters, your cruel foes, no beavers. But your skins shall serve to buy arms. We will carry your smoked hams to our children. We will keep the dogs from eating your bones, which are so hard." The eland, deer, and elk were treated by the American Indians with the same punctilious respect, and for the same reason. Their bones might not be given to the dogs nor thrown into the fire, nor might their fat be dropped upon the fire, because the souls of the dead animals were believed to see what was done to their bodies, and tell it to the other beasts, living and dead. Hence, if their bodies were ill used, the animals of that species would not allow themselves to be taken, neither in this world nor in the world to come. Among the Chiquites of Paraguay, a sick man would be asked by the medicine man whether he had not thrown away some of the flesh of the deer or turtle, and if he answered yes, the medicine man would say, "That is what is killing you. The soul of the deer or turtle has entered into your body to avenge the wrong you did it." The Canadian Indians would not eat the embryos of the elk, unless at the close of the hunting season, otherwise the mother elks would be shy and refuse to be caught. In the Timor-Laut islands of the Indian archipelago, the skulls of all the turtles which a fisherman has caught are hung up under his hose. Before he goes out to catch another, he addresses himself to the skull of the last turtle that he killed, and having inserted the beetle between its jaws, he prays the spirit of the dead animal to incite its kinsfolk in the sea to come and be caught. In the Poso district of central Celebes, hunters keep the jawbones of deer and wild pigs, which they have killed, and hang them up in their houses near the fire. Then they say to the jawbones, "Ye cry after your comrades, that your grandfathers, or nephews, or children may not go away." Their notion is that the souls of the dead deer and pigs tarry near the jawbones, and attract the souls of living deers and pigs, which are thus drawn into the toils of the hunter. Thus the wily savage employs dead animals as decoys to lure living animals to their doom. The Lengua Indians of the Gran Chaco love to hunt the ostrich, but when they have killed one of these birds and are bringing home the carcass to the village, they take steps to outwit the resentful ghost of their victim. They think that when the first natural shock of death is past, the ghost of the ostrich pulls himself together and makes after his body. Acting on this sage calculation, the Indians pluck feathers from the breast of the bird and strew them at intervals along the track. At every bunch of feathers the ghost stops to consider, is this the whole of my body or only a part of it? The doubt gives him pause, and when at last he has made up his mind fully at all the bunches, and has further wasted valuable time by the zigzag course which he invariably pursues in going from one to another, the hunters are safe at home, and the bilked ghost may stalk in vain round about the village which he is too timid to enter. The Eskimos about Bering Strait believe that the souls of dead sea beasts, such as seals, walrus, and whales, remain attached to their bladders, and that by returning the bladders to the sea they can cause the souls to be reincarnated in fresh bodies, and so multiply the game which the hunters pursue and kill. Acting on this belief, every hunter carefully removes and preserves the bladders of all the sea beasts that he kills, and at a solemn festival held once a year in winter, these bladders, containing the souls of all the sea beasts that have been killed throughout the year, are honored with dances and offerings of food in the public assembly room, after which they are taken out on the ice and thrust through holes into the water. For the simple Eskimo, imagine that the souls of the animals, in high good humour at the kind treatment they have experienced, will thereafter be born again as seals, walrus, and whales, and in that form will flock willingly to be again speared, harpooned, or otherwise done to death by the hunters. For like reasons, a tribe which depends for its subsistence, chiefly or in part, upon fishing, is careful to treat the fish with every mark of respect and honour. The Indians of Peru adored the fish that they caught in greatest abundance, for they said that the first fish that was made in the world above, for so they named heaven, gave birth to all other fish of that species, and took care to send them plenty of its children to sustain their tribe. For this reason they worshipped sardines in one region, where they killed more of them than any other fish, in others the skate, in others the dogfish, in others the golden fish for its beauty, in others the crawfish, in others, for want of larger gods, the crabs, where they had no other fish, or where they knew not how to catch and kill them. In short, they had whatever fish was most serviceable to them as their gods. The Kwakiutl Indians of British Columbia think that whenever a salmon is killed, its soul returns to the salmon country. Hence they take care to throw the bones and offal into the sea, in order that the souls may reanimate them at the resurrection of the salmon. Whereas, if they burned the bones, the soul would be lost, and so it would be quite impossible for that salmon to rise from the dead. In like manner, the Ottawa Indians of Canada, believing that the souls of dead fish passed into other bodies of fish, never burned fish bones, for fear of displeasing the souls of the fish, who would come no more to the nets. The Hurons also refrained from throwing fish bones into the fire, lest the souls of the fish should go and warn the other fish not to let themselves be caught, since the Hurons would burn their bones. Moreover, they had men who preached to the fish and persuaded them to come and be caught. A good preacher was much sought after, for they thought that the exhortations of a clever man had a great effect in drawing the fish to the nets. In the Huron fishing village where the French missionary Sagard stayed, the preacher to the fish prided himself very much on his eloquence, which was of a florid order. Every evening after supper, having seen that all the people were in their places and that a strict silence was observed, he preached to the fish. His text was that the Hurons did not burn fish bones. Then, enlarging on this theme with extraordinary unction, he exhorted and conjured and invited and implored the fish to come and be caught, and to be of good courage, and to fear nothing, for it was all to serve their friends, who honoured them and did not burn their bones. The natives of the Duke of York Island annually decorate the canoe with flowers and ferns, lade it, or are supposed to lade it, with shell money, and set it adrift to compensate the fish for their fellows who have been caught and eaten. It is especially necessary to treat the first fish caught with consideration in order to conciliate the rest of the fish, whose conduct may be supposed to be influenced by the reception given to those of their kind which were the first to be taken. Accordingly, the Maoris always put back into the sea the first fish caught, with the prayer that it may tempt other fish to come and be caught. Still more stringent are the precautions taken when the fish are the first of the season. On salmon rivers, when the fish begin to run up the stream in spring, they are received with much deference by tribes who, like the Indians of the Pacific coast of North America, subsist largely upon a fish diet. In British Columbia, the Indians used to go out to meet the first fish as they came up the river. They paid court to them and would address them thus: "You fish, you fish. You are all chiefs. You are all chiefs." Among the Tlingit of Alaska, the first halibut of the season is carefully handled and dressed as a chief, and a festival is given in his honor, after which the fishing goes on. In spring, when the winds blow soft from the south and the salmon begin to run up the Klamath River, the Karoks of California dance for salmon to ensure a good catch. One of the Indians, called the Kareya or Godman, retires to the mountains and fasts for 10 days. On his return the people flee while he goes to the river, takes the first salmon of the catch, eats some of it, and with the rest kindles the sacred fire in the sweating house. No Indian may take a salmon before this dance is held, nor for 10 days after it, even if his family are starving. The Karoks also believe that the fisherman will take no salmon if the poles of which his spearing booth is made were gathered on the riverside where the salmon might have seen them. The poles must be brought from the top of the highest mountain. The fisherman will also labor in vain if he uses the same poles a second year in booths or weirs, because the old salmon will have told the young ones about them. There is a favorite fish of the Aino which appears in their rivers about May and June. They prepare for the fishing by observing rules of ceremonial purity, and when they have gone out to fish, the women at home must keep strict silence, or the fish would hear them and disappear. When the first fish is caught, he is brought home and passed through a small opening at the end of the hut, but not through the door, for if he were passed through the door, the other fish would certainly see him and disappear. This may partly explain the custom observed by other savages of bringing game in certain cases into their huts, not by the door, but by the window, the smoke hole, or by a special opening at the back of the hut. With some savages, a special reason for respecting the bones of game, and generally of the animals which they eat, is a belief that, if the bones are preserved, they will in course of time be reclothed with flesh, and thus the animal will come to life again. It is, therefore, clearly for the interest of the hunter to leave the bones intact, since to destroy them would be to diminish the future supply of game. Many of the Minetari Indians believe that the bones of those bisons which they have slain and divested of flesh rise again clothed with renewed flesh, and quickened with life, and become fat and fit for slaughter the succeeding June. Hence, on the western prairies of America, the skulls of buffaloes may be seen arranged in circles and symmetrical piles, awaiting their resurrection. After feasting on a dog, the Dakotas carefully collect the bones, scrape, wash, and bury them, partly, as it is said, to testify to the dog species, that in feasting upon one of their number, no disrespect was meant to the species itself, and partly also from the belief that the bones of the animal will rise and reproduce another. In sacrificing an animal, the Lapps regularly put aside the bones, eyes, ears, heart, lungs, sexual parts, if the animal was a male, and a morsel of flesh from each limb. Then, after eating the remainder of the flesh, they laid the bones and the rest in anatomical order in a coffin, and buried them with the usual rites, believing that the god to whom the animal was sacrificed would reclothe the bones with flesh and restore the animal to life in Jadmeaimo, the subterranean world of the dead. Sometimes, as after feasting on a bear, they seem to have contented themselves with thus burying the bones. Thus the Lapps expected the resurrection of the slain animal to take place in another world, resembling in this respect the Kamchatkans, who believed that every creature, down to the smallest fly, would rise from the dead and live underground. On the other hand, the North American Indians looked for the resurrection of the animals in the present world. The habit observed especially by Mongolian peoples, of stuffing the skin of a sacrificed animal or stretching it on a framework, points rather to a belief in a resurrection of the latter sort. The objection commonly entertained by primitive peoples to breaking the bones of the animals which they have eaten or sacrificed may be based either on a belief in the resurrection of the animal or on a fear of intimidating other creatures of the same species and offending the ghost of the slain animals. The reluctance of North American Indians and Eskimo to let dogs gnaw the bones of animals is perhaps only a precaution to prevent the bones from being broken. But after all, the resurrection of dead game may have its inconveniences, and accordingly some hunters take steps to prevent it by hamstringing the animal, so as to prevent it or its ghost from getting up and running away. This is the motive alleged for the practice by Kowi hunters in Laos. They think that the spells which they utter in the chase may lose their magical virtue, and that the slaughtered animal may consequently come to life again and escape. To prevent that catastrophe, they therefore hamstring the beast as soon as they have butchered it. When an Eskimo of Alaska has killed a fox, he carefully cuts the tendons of all the animal's legs in order to prevent the ghost from reanimating the body and walking about. But hamstringing the carcass is not the only measure which the prudent savage adopts for the sake of disabling the ghost of his victim. In old days, when the Aino went out hunting and killed the fox first, they took care to tie its mouth up tightly in order to prevent the ghost of the animal from sallying forth and warning its fellows against the approach of the hunter. The Gilyaks of the Amur River put out the eyes of the seals they have killed, lest the ghosts of the slain animals should know their slayers and avenge their death by spoiling the seal hunt. Besides the animals which primitive man dreads for their strength and ferocity, and those which he reveres on account of the benefits which he expects from them, there is another class of creatures which he sometimes deems it necessary to conciliate by worship and sacrifice. These are the vermin that infest his crops and his cattle. To rid himself of these deadly foes, the farmer has recourse to many superstitious devices, of which, though some are meant to destroy or intimidate the vermin, others aim at propitiating them and persuading them by fair means to spare the fruits of the earth and the herds. Thus Estonian peasants in the island of Ösel stand in great awe of the weevil, an insect which is exceedingly destructive to the grain. They give it a fine name, and if a child is about to kill a weevil, they say, "Don't do it. The more we hurt him, the more he hurts us." If they find a weevil, they bury it in the earth instead of killing it. Some even put the weevil under a stone in the field and offer corn to it. They think that thus it is appeased and does less harm. Amongst the Saxons of Transylvania, in order to keep sparrows from the corn, the sower begins by throwing the first handful of seed backwards over his head, saying, "That is for you, sparrows." To guard the corn against the attacks of leaf flies, he shuts his eyes and scatters 3 handfuls of oats in different directions. Having made this offering to the leaf flies, he feels sure that they will spare the corn. A Transylvanian way of securing the crops against all birds, beasts, and insects is this. After he has finished sowing, the sower goes once more from end to end of the field, imitating the gesture of sowing, but with an empty hand. As he does so, he says, "I sow this for the animals, I sow it for everything that flies and creeps, that walks and stands, that sings and springs, in the name of God the Father," etc. The following is a German way of freeing a garden from caterpillars. After sunset or at midnight, the mistress of the house, or another female member of the family, walks all round the garden dragging a broom after her. She may not look behind her, and must keep murmuring, "Good evening, Mother Caterpillar. You shall come with your husband to church." The garden gate is left open till the following morning. Sometimes in dealing with vermin, the farmer aims at hitting a happy mean between excessive rigor on the one hand and weak indulgence on the other. Kind but firm, he tempers severity with mercy. An ancient Greek treatise on farming advises the husbandman who would rid his land of mice to act thus. Take a sheet of paper and write on it as follows. "I adjure you, ye mice here present, that ye neither injure me, nor suffer any other mouse to do so. I give you yonder field. here you specified the field. But if I ever catch you here again, by the mother of the gods, I will rend you in 7 pieces. Write this and stick the paper on an unhewn stone in the field between sunrise, taking care to keep the written side up. In the Ardennes they say that to get rid of rats you should repeat the following words. Erat verbum apud deum vestrum. Male rats and female rats, I conjure you by the great God, to go out of my house, out of all my habitations, and to betake yourselves to such and such a place, and there to end your days. Decretis, reversis, et disembarassis virgo potens, clemens, justitiae. Then write the same words on pieces of paper, fold them up, and place one of them under the door by which the rats are to go forth, and the other on the road which they are to take. This exorcism should be performed at sunrise. Some years ago an American farmer was reported to have written a civil letter to the rats, telling them that his crops were short, that he could not afford to keep them through the winter, that he had been very kind to them, and that for their own good he thought that they had better leave him and go to some of his neighbors, who had more grain. This document he pinned to a post in his barn for the rats to read. Sometimes the desired object is supposed to be attained by treating with high distinction 1 or 2 chosen individuals of the obnoxious species, while the rest are pursued with relentless rigor. In the East Indian island of Bali, the mice which ravaged the rice fields are caught in great numbers and burned in the same way that corpses are burned. But 2 of the captured mice are allowed to live and receive a little packet of white linen. Then the people bow down before them, as before gods, and let them go. When the farms of the sea Dyaks or Ibans of Sarawak are much pestered by birds and insects, they catch a specimen of each kind of vermin, 1 sparrow, 1 grasshopper, and so on, put them in a tiny boat of bark well stocked with provisions, and then allow the little vessel with its obnoxious passengers to float down the river. If that does not drive the pests away, the Dyaks resort to what they deem a more effectual mode of accomplishing the same purpose. They make a clay crocodile as large as life and set it up in the fields, where they offer it food, rice spirit and cloth, and sacrifice a foal and pig before it. Mollified by these attentions, the ferocious animal very soon gobbles up all the creatures that devour the crops. In Albania, if the fields or vineyards are ravaged by locusts or beetles, some of the women will assemble with dishevelled hair, catch a few of the insects, and march with them in a funeral procession to a spring or stream, in which they drown the creatures. Then one of the women sings, O locusts and beetles, who have left us bereaved, and the dirge is taken up and repeated by all the women in chorus. Thus, by celebrating the obsequies of a few locusts and beetles, they hope to bring about the death of all of them. When caterpillars invaded a vineyard or field in Syria, the virgins were gathered, and one of the caterpillars was taken and the girl made its mother. Then they bewailed and buried it. Thereafter they conducted the mother to the place where the caterpillars were, consoling her in order that all the caterpillars might leave the garden. End of chapter 53. Recording by Måns Bro, Helsingfors, Finland. Chapters 54 and 55 of the Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 54. Types of Animal Sacrament. 1. The Egyptian and the Aino types of sacrament. We are now perhaps in a position to understand the ambiguous behavior of the Aino and Gilyaks toward the bear. It has been shown that the sharp line of demarcation which we draw between mankind and the lower animals does not exist for the savage. To him many of the other animals appear as his equals or even his superiors, not merely in brute force but in intelligence, and if choice or necessity leads him to take their lives, he feels bound, out of regard to his own safety, to do it in a way which will be as inoffensive as possible, not merely to the living animal, but to its departed spirit, and to all the other animals of the same species, which would resent an affront put upon one of their kind, much as a tribe of savages who would revenge an injury or insult offered to a tribesman. We have seen that among the many devices by which the savage seeks to atone for the wrong done by him to his animal victims, one is to show marked deference to a few chosen individuals of the species, for such behavior is apparently regarded as entitling him to exterminate with impunity all the rest of the species upon which he can lay hands. This principle perhaps explains the attitude, at first sight puzzling and contradictory, of the Aino towards the bear. The flesh and skin of the bear regularly affords them food and clothing, but since the bear is an intelligent and powerful animal, it is necessary to offer some satisfaction or atonement to the bear species for the loss which it sustains in the death of so many of its members. This satisfaction or atonement is made by rearing young bears, treating them, so long as they live, with respect, and killing them with extraordinary marks of sorrow and devotion. So the other bears are appeased, and do not resent the slaughter of their kind by attacking the slayers or deserting the country, which would deprive the Aino of one of their means of subsistence. Thus the primitive worship of animals conforms to two types, which are in some respects the converse of each other. On the one hand, animals are worshipped, and are therefore neither killed nor eaten. On the other hand, animals are worshipped because they are habitually killed and eaten. In both types of worship the animal is revered on account of some benefit, positive or negative, which the savage hopes to receive from it. In the former worship, the benefit comes either in the positive shape of protection, advice, and help, which the animal affords the man, or in the negative shape of abstinence from injuries, which it is in the power of the animal to inflict. In the latter worship, the benefit takes the material form of the animal's flesh and skin. The two types of worship are in some measure antithetical. In the one, the animal is not eaten because it is revered. In the other, it is revered because it is eaten. But both may be practiced by the same people, as we see in the case of North American Indians who, while they apparently revere and spare their totem animals, also revere the animals and fish upon which they subsist. The Aborigines of Australia have totemism in the most primitive form known to us, but there is no clear evidence that they attempt, like the North American Indians, to conciliate the animals which they kill and eat. The means which the Australians adopt to secure a plentiful supply of game appear to be primarily based, not on conciliation, but on sympathetic magic, a principle to which the North American Indians also resort for the same purpose. Hence, as the Australians undoubtedly represent a ruder and earlier stage of human progress than the American Indians, it would seem that before hunters think of worshipping the game as a means of ensuring an abundant supply of it, they seek to attain the same end by sympathetic magic. This again would show, what there is good reason for believing, that sympathetic magic is one of the earliest means by which man endeavors to adapt the agencies of nature to his needs. Corresponding to the two distinct types of animal worship, there are two distinct types of the custom of killing the animal god. On the one hand, when the revered animal is habitually spared, it is nevertheless killed, and sometimes eaten, on rare and solemn occasions. Examples of this custom have been already given and an explanation of them offered. On the other hand, when the revered animal is habitually killed, the slaughter of any one of the species involves the killing of the god, and is atoned for on the spot by apologies and sacrifices, especially when the animal is a powerful and dangerous one. And, in addition to this ordinary and everyday atonement, there is a special annual atonement, at which a select individual of the species is slain with extraordinary marks of respect and devotion. Clearly, the two types of sacramental killing, the Egyptian and the Aino types, as we may call them for distinction, are liable to be confounded by an observer, and, before we can say to which type any particular example belongs, it is necessary to ascertain whether the animal sacramentally slain belongs to a species which is habitually spared, or to one which is habitually killed by the tribe. In the former case, the example belongs to the Egyptian type of sacrament, in the latter to the Aino type. The practice of pastoral tribes appears to furnish examples of both types of sacrament. Pastoral tribes, says Adolf Bastian, being sometimes obliged to sell their herds to strangers who may handle the bones disrespectfully, seek to avert the danger which such a sacrilege would entail by consecrating one of the herd as an object of worship, eating it sacramentally in the family circle with closed doors, and afterwards treating the bones with all the ceremonious respect which, strictly speaking, should be accorded to every head of cattle, but which, being punctually paid to the representative animal, is deemed to be paid to all. Such family meals are found amongst various peoples, especially those in the Caucasus. When amongst the Abkhazes, the shepherds in spring eat their common meal, with their loins girt and their staves in their hands, this may be looked upon both as a sacrament and as an oath of mutual help and support. For the strongest of all oaths is that which is accompanied with the eating of a sacred substance, since the perjured person cannot possibly escape the avenging God whom he has taken into his body and assimilated. This kind of sacrament is of the Aino or expiatory type, since it is meant to atone to the species for the possible ill usage of individuals. An expiation, similar in principle but different in details, is offered by the Kalmuks to the sheep, whose flesh is one of their staple foods. Rich Kalmuks are in the habit of consecrating a white ram under the title the Ram of Heaven, or the Ram of the Spirit. The animal is never shorn and never sold, but when it grows old and its owner wishes to consecrate a new one, the old ram must be killed and eaten at a feast to which the neighbors are invited. On a lucky day, generally in autumn when the sheep are fat, a sorcerer kills the old ram after sprinkling it with milk. Its flesh is eaten, the skeleton, with a portion of the fat, is burned on a turf altar, and the skin, with the head and feet, is hung up. An example of the sacrament of the Egyptian type is furnished by the Todas, a pastoral people of southern India who subsist largely upon the milk of their buffaloes. Among them, the buffalo is to a certain degree held sacred, and is treated with great kindness, even with a degree of adoration, by the people. They never eat the flesh of the cow buffalo, and as a rule abstain from the flesh of the male. But to the latter rule there is a single exception. Once a year all the adult males of the village join in the ceremony of killing and eating a very young male calf, seemingly under a month old. They take the animal into the dark recesses of the village wood, where it is killed with a club made from the sacred tree of the Todas, the Millingtonia. A sacred fire having been made by the rubbing of sticks, the flesh of the calf is roasted on the embers of certain trees, and is eaten by the men alone, women being excluded from the assembly. This is the only occasion on which the Todas eat buffalo flesh. The Mahdi or Moru tribe of Central Africa, whose chief wealth is their cattle, though they also practice agriculture, appear to kill a lamb sacramentally on certain solemn occasions. The custom is thus described by Dr. Felkin. A remarkable custom is observed at stated times, once a year, I am led to believe. I have not been able to ascertain what exact meaning is attached to it. It seems, however, to relieve the people's minds, for beforehand they evince much sadness, and seem very joyful when the ceremony is duly accomplished. The following is what takes place. A large concourse of people of all ages assemble, and sit down round a table of stones, which is erected by the side of a road, really a narrow path. A very choice lamb is then fetched by a boy, who leads it 4 times round the assembled people. As it passes, they pluck off little bits of its fleece and place them in their hair, or on some other part of their body. The lamb is then led up to the stones, and there killed by a man belonging to a kind of priestly order, who takes some of the blood and sprinkles it 4 times over the people. He then applies it individually. On the children he makes a small ring of blood on the lower end of the breastbone. On women and girls he makes a mark above their breasts, and the men he touches on each shoulder. He then proceeds to explain the ceremony, and to exhort the people to show kindness. When this discourse, which is at times of great length, is over, the people rise, each places a leaf on or by the circle of stones, and they then depart with signs of great joy. The lamb's skull is hung on a tree near the stones, and its flesh is eaten by the poor. This ceremony is observed on a small scale at other times. If a family is in any great trouble, through illness or bereavement, their friends and neighbors come together and the lamb is killed. This is thought to avert further evil. The same custom prevails at the grave of departed friends, and also on joyful occasions, such as the return of a son home after a very prolonged absence. The sorrow thus manifested by the people at the annual slaughter of the lamb seems to show that the lamb slain is a sacred or divine animal, whose death is mourned by his worshippers, just as the death of the sacred buzzard was mourned by the Californians, and the death of the Theban ram by the Egyptians. The smearing each of the worshippers with the blood of the lamb is a form of communion with the divinity. The vehicle of the divine life is applied externally instead of being taken internally, as when the blood is drunk or the flesh eaten. 2. Processions with sacred animals. The form of communion, in which the sacred animal is taken from house to house, that all may enjoy a share of its divine influence, has been exemplified by the Gilead custom of promenading the bear through the village before it is slain. A similar form of communion with the sacred snake is observed by a snake tribe in the Punjab. Once a year in the month of September, the snake is worshipped by all castes and religions for 9 days only. At the end of August, the Mirasans, especially those of the snake tribe, make a snake of dough which they paint black and red and place on a winnowing basket. This basket they carry round the village, and on entering any house they say, "God be with you all, may every ill be far, may our patrons, Guga's word thrive." Then they present the basket with the snake, saying, "A small cake of flour, a little bit of butter. If you obey the snake, you and yours shall thrive." Strictly speaking, a cake and butter should be given, but it is seldom done. Everyone, however, gives something, generally a handful of dough or some corn. In houses where there is a new bride, or whence a bride has gone, or where a son has been born, it is usual to give a rupee and a quarter, or some cloth. Sometimes the bearers of the snake also sing, "Give the snake a piece of cloth, and he will send a lively bride." When every house has been thus visited, the dough snake is buried, and a small grave is erected over it. Thither during the 9 days of September the women come for worship. They bring a basin of curds, a small portion of which they offer at the snake's grave, kneeling on the ground and touching the earth with their foreheads. Then they go home and divide the rest of the curds among the children. Here the dough snake is clearly a substitute for a real snake. Indeed, in districts where snakes abound, the worship is offered, not at the grave of the dough snake, but in the jungles where snakes are known to be. Besides this yearly worship, performed by all the people, the members of the snake tribe worship in the same way every morning after a new moon. The snake tribe is not uncommon in the Punjab. Members of it will not kill a snake, and they say that its bite does not hurt them. If they find a dead snake, they put clothes on it and give it a regular funeral. Ceremonies closely analogous to this Indian worship of the snake have survived in Europe into recent times, and doubtless date from a very primitive paganism. The best known example is the hunting of the wren. By many European peoples, the ancient Greeks and Romans, the modern Italians, Spaniards, French, Germans, Dutch, Danes, Swedes, English, and Welsh, the wren has been designated the king, the little king, the king of birds, the hedge king, and so forth, and has been reckoned amongst those birds which it is extremely unlucky to kill. In England, it is supposed that if any one kills a wren or harries its nest, he will infallibly break a bone or meet with some dreadful misfortune within the year. Sometimes it is thought that the cows will give bloody milk. In Scotland, the wren is called the Lady of Heaven's Hen, and boys say, "Malisons, Malisons, mair than 10, that harry the Lady of Heaven's Hen." At St. Donan in Brittany, people believe that if children touch the young wrens in the nest, they will suffer from the fire of St. Lawrence, that is, from pimples on the face, legs, and so on. In other parts of France, it is thought that if a person kills a wren or harries its nest, his house will be struck by lightning, or that the fingers with which he did the deed will shrivel up and drop off, or at least be maimed, or that his cattle will suffer in their feet. Notwithstanding such beliefs, the custom of annually killing the wren has prevailed widely both in this country and in France. In the Isle of Man, down to the 18th century, the custom was observed on Christmas Eve, or rather Christmas morning. On the 24th of December, towards evening, all the servants got a holiday. They did not go to bed all night, but rambled about till the bells rang in the churches at midnight. When the prayers were over, They went to hunt the wren, and having found one of these birds, they killed it and fastened it to the top of a long pole with its wings extended. Thus they carried it in procession to every house, chanting the following rhyme. We hunted the wren for Robin the Bobbin, we hunted the wren for Jack of the Can. We hunted the wren for Robin the Bobbin, we hunted the wren for everyone. When they had gone from house to house and collected all the money they could, they led the wren on a bier and carried it in procession to the parish churchyard, where they made a grave and buried it with the utmost solemnity, singing dirges over her in the Manx language, which they call her Nell, after which Christmas begins. The burial over, the company outside the churchyard formed a circle and danced to music. A writer of the 18th century says that in Ireland the wren is still hunted and killed by the peasants on Christmas Day, and on the following, St. Stephen's Day, he is carried about, hung by the leg, in the centre of two hoops, crossing each other at right angles, and a procession made in every village of men, women, and children, singing an Irish catch, importing him to be the king of all birds. Down to the present time, the hunting of the wren still takes place in parts of Leinster and Connaught. On Christmas Day, or St. Stephen's Day, the boys hunt and kill the wren, fasten it in the middle of a mass of holly and ivy on the top of a broomstick, and on St. Stephen's Day go about with it from house to house singing, the wren, the king of all birds, St. Stephen's days was caught in the furs. Although he's little, his family is great. I pray you, good landlady, give us a treat. Money or food, bread, butter, eggs, etc. were given them, upon which they feasted in the evening. In the first half of the 19th century, similar customs were still observed in various parts of the south of France. Thus, at Carcassonne, every year on the first Sunday of December, the young people of the street Saint-Jean used to go out of the town armed with sticks, with which they beat the bushes looking for wrens. The first to strike down one of these birds was proclaimed king. Then they returned to the town in procession, headed by the king, who carried the wren on a pole. On the evening of the last day of the year, the king and all those who had hunted the wren marched through the streets of the town to the light of torches, with drums beating and fifes playing in front of them. At the door of every house they stopped, and one of them wrote with chalk on the door, Vive le Roi, with the number of the year which was about to begin. On the morning of 12th day, the king again marched in procession with great pomp, wearing a crown and a blue mantle, and carrying a sceptre. In front of him was borne the wren fastened to the top of a pole, which was adorned with a verdant wreath of olive, of oak, and sometimes of mistletoe grown on an oak. After hearing high mass in the parish church of St. Vincent, surrounded by his officers and guards, the king visited the bishop, the mayor, the magistrates, and the chief inhabitants, collecting money to defray the expenses of the royal banquet, which took place in the evening and wound up with a dance. The parallelism between this custom of hunting the wren and some of those which we have considered, especially the Gilyak procession with the bear and the Indian one with the snake, seems too close to allow us to doubt that they all belong to the same circle of ideas. The worshipful animal is killed with special solemnity once a year, and before or immediately after death he is promenaded from door to door, that each of his worshippers may receive a portion of the divine virtues that are supposed to emanate from the dead or dying god. Religious processions of this sort must have had a great place in the ritual of European peoples in prehistoric times, if we may judge from the numerous traces of them which have survived in folk custom. For example, on the last day of the year, or Hogmanay as it was called, it used to be customary in the highlands of Scotland for a man to dress himself up in a cow's hide, and thus attired, to go from house to house, attended by young fellows, each of them armed with a staff, to which a bit of raw hide was tied. Round every house, the hide-clad man used to run thrice, deisial, that is, according to the course of the sun, so as to keep the house on his right hand, while the others pursued him, beating the hide with their staves and thereby making a loud noise like the beating of a drum. In this disorderly procession they also struck the walls of the house. On being admitted, one of the party, standing within the threshold, pronounced the blessing on the family in these words, May God bless the house and all that belongs to it, cattle, stones, and timber, in plenty of meat, of bed and body clothes, and health of men may it ever abound. Then each of the party singed in the fire a little bit of the hide which was tied to his staff, and having done so, he applied the singed hide to the nose of every person and of every domestic animal belonging to the house. This was imagined to secure them from diseases and other misfortunes, particularly from witchcraft, throughout the ensuing year. The whole ceremony was called Kalluin, because of the great noise made in beating the hide. It was observed in the Hebrides, including St. Kilda, down to the second half of the 18th century at least, and it seems to have survived well into the 19th century. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55. The transference of evil. 1. The transference to inanimate objects. We have now traced the practice of killing a god among peoples in the hunting, pastoral, and agricultural stages of society, and I have attempted to explain the motives which led men to adopt so curious a custom. One aspect of the custom still remains to be noticed. The accumulated misfortunes and sins of a whole people are sometimes laid upon the dying god, who is supposed to bear them away forever, leaving the people innocent and happy. The notion that we can transfer our guilt and sufferings to some other beings who will bear them for us is familiar to the savage mind. It arises from a very obvious confusion between the physical and the mental, between the material and the immaterial. Because it is possible to shift a load of wood, stones, or what not, from our own back to the back of another, the savage fancies that it is equally possible to shift the burden of his pains and sorrows to another, who will suffer them in his stead. Upon this idea he acts, and the result is an endless number of very unamiable devices for palming off upon someone else the trouble which a man shrinks from bearing himself. In short, the principle of vicarious suffering is commonly understood and practiced by races who stand on a low level of social and intellectual culture. In the following pages, I shall illustrate the theory and the practice as they are found among savages in all their naked simplicity, undisguised by the refinements of metaphysics and the subtleties of theology. The devices to which the cunning and selfish savage resorts for the sake of easing himself at the expense of his neighbour are manifold. Only a few typical examples out of a multitude can be cited. At the outset, it is to be observed that the evil of which a man seeks to rid himself need not be transferred to a person. It may equally well be transferred to an animal or a thing, though in the last case the thing is often only a vehicle to convey the trouble to the first person who touches it. In some of the East Indian islands, they think that epilepsy can be cured by striking the patient on the face with the leaves of certain trees and then throwing them away. The disease is believed to have passed into the leaves and to have been thrown away with them. To cure toothache, some of the Australian blacks apply a heated spear thrower to the cheek. The spear thrower is then cast away, and the toothache goes with it in the shape of a black stone called karich. Stones of this kind are found in old mounds and sandhills. They are carefully collected and thrown in the direction of enemies in order to give them toothache. The Bahima, a pastoral tribe of Uganda, often suffer from deep-seated abscesses. Their cure for this is to transfer the disease to some other person by obtaining herbs from the medicine man, rubbing them over the place where the swelling is, and burying them in the road where people continually pass. The first person who steps over these buried herbs contracts the disease, and the original patient recovers. Sometimes, in case of sickness, the malady is transferred to an effigy as a preliminary to passing it on to a human being. Thus, among the Baganda, the medicine man would sometimes make a model of his patient in clay. Then a relative of the sick man would rub the image over the sufferer's body, and either bury it in the road or in the grass by the wayside. The first person who stepped over the image or passed by it would catch the disease. Sometimes the effigy was made out of a plantain flower, tied up so as to look like a person. It was used in the same way as the clay figure. But the use of images for this malefic purpose was a capital crime. Any person caught in the act of burying one of them in the public road would surely have been put to death. In the western district of the island of Timor, where men and women are making long and tiring journeys, they fan themselves with leafy branches, which they afterwards throw away on particular spots where their forefathers did the same before them. The fatigue which they felt is thus supposed to have passed into the leaves and to be left behind. Others use stones instead of leaves. Similarly, in the Babar archipelago, tired people will strike themselves with stones, believing that they thus transfer to the stones the weariness which they felt in their own bodies. Then they throw away the stones in places which are specially set apart for the purpose. A like belief and practice in many distant parts of the world have given rise to these cairns or heaps of sticks and leaves, which travellers often observe beside the path, and to which every passing native adds his contribution in the shape of a stone, or stick, or leaf. Thus, in the Solomon and Banks Islands, the natives are wont to throw sticks, stones, or leaves upon a heap at a place of steep descent, or where a difficult path begins, saying, "There goes my fatigue." The act is not a religious rite, for the thing thrown on the heap is not an offering to spiritual powers, and the words which accompany the act are not a prayer. It is nothing but a magical ceremony for getting rid of fatigue, which the simple savage fancies he can embody in a stick, leaf, or stone, and so cast it from him. 2. Transference to animals. Animals are often employed as a vehicle for carrying away or transferring the evil. When a Moor has a headache, he will sometimes take a lamb or a goat and beat it till it falls down, believing that the headache will thus be transferred to the animal. In Morocco, most wealthy Moors keep a wild boar in their stables, in order that the jinn and evil spirits may be diverted from the horses and enter into the boar. Among the Kaffirs of South Africa, when other remedies have failed, natives sometimes adopt the custom of taking a goat to the presence of the sick man, and confess the sins of the kraal over the animal. Sometimes a few drops of blood from the sick man are allowed to fall on the head of the goat, which is turned out into an uninhibited part of the veldt. The sickness is supposed to be transferred to the animal and to become lost in the desert. In Arabia, when the plague is raging, the people will sometimes lead a camel through all the quarters of the town in order that the animal may take the pestilence on itself. Then they strangle it in a sacred place and imagine that they have rid themselves of the camel and of the plague at one blow. It is said that when smallpox is raging, the savages of Formosa will drive the demon of the disease into a sow, then cut off the animal's ears and burn them or it, believing that in this way they rid themselves of the plague. Among the Malagasy, the vehicle for carrying away evils is called a faditra. The faditra is anything selected by the Sikidi, divining board, for the purpose of taking away hurtful evils or diseases that might prove injurious to an individual's happiness, peace, or prosperity. The faditra may be either ashes, cut money, a sheep, a pumpkin, or anything else the Sikidi may choose to direct. After the particular article is appointed, the priest counts upon it all the evils that may prove injurious to the person for whom it is made, and which he then charges the faditra to take away forever. If the faditra be ashes, it is blown to be carried away by the wind. If it be cut money, it is thrown to the bottom of deep water, or where it can never be found. If it be a sheep, it is carried away to a distance on the shoulders of a man, who runs with all his might, mumbling as he goes, as if in the greatest rage against the faditra, for the evils it is bearing away. If it be a pumpkin, it is carried on the shoulders to a little distance, and there dashed upon the ground with every appearance of fury and indignation. A Malagasy was informed by a diviner that he was doomed to a bloody death, but that possibly he might avert his fate by performing a certain rite. Carrying a small vessel full of blood upon his head, he was to mount upon the back of a bullock. While thus mounted, he was to spill the blood upon the bullock's head, and then send the animal away into the wilderness, whence it might never return. The Bataks of Sumatra have a ceremony which they call making the curse to fly away. When a woman is childless, a sacrifice is offered to the gods of 3 grasshoppers, representing a head of cattle, a buffalo, and a horse. Then a swallow is set free, with a prayer that the curse may fall upon the bird and fly away with it. The entrance into a house of an animal, which does not generally seek to share the abode of man, is regarded by the Malays as ominous of misfortune. If a wild bird flies into a house, it must be carefully caught and smeared with oil, and must then be released in the open air, a formula being recited, in which it is forbidden to fly away with all the ill luck and misfortunes of the occupier. In antiquity, Greek women seem to have done the same with swallows, which they caught in the house. They poured oil on them and let them fly away, apparently for the purpose of removing ill luck from the household. The Huzuls of the Carpathians imagine that they can transfer freckles to the first swallow they see in spring, by washing their face in flowing water and saying, "Swallow, swallow, take my freckles, and give me rosy cheeks." Among the Badagas of the Nilgiri hills in southern India, when a death has taken place, the sins of the deceased are laid upon a buffalo calf. For this purpose, the people gather round the corpse and carry it outside the village. There an elder of the tribe, standing at the head of the corpse, recites or chants a long list of sins such as any Badaga may commit, and the people repeat the last word of each line after him. The confession of sins is thrice repeated. By a conventional mode of expression, the sum total of sins a man may do is said to be 1300. Admitted that the deceased has committed them all, the performer cries aloud, "Stay not their flight to God's pure feet." As he closes, the whole assembly chants aloud, "Stay not their flight." Again the performer enters into details and cries, "He killed the crawling snake. It is a sin." In a moment the last word is caught up, and all people cry, "It is a sin." As they shout, the performer lays his hand upon the calf. The sin is transferred to the calf. Thus the whole catalogue is gone through in this impressive way. But this is not enough. After the last shout, "Let all be well," dies away, the performer gives place to another, and again confession is made, and all the people shout, "It is a sin." A third time it is done. Then, still in solemn silence, the calf is let loose. Like a Jewish scapegoat, it may never be used for secular work. At the Badaga funeral witnessed by the Reverend A.C. Clayton, the buffalo calf was led thrice round the bier, and the dead man's hand was laid upon its head. By this act the calf was supposed to receive all the sins of the deceased. It was then driven away to a great distance, that it might contaminate no one, and it was said that it would never be sold, but looked on as a dedicated sacred animal. The idea of this ceremony is that the sins of the deceased enter the calf, and that the task of his ablution is laid on it. They say that the calf very soon disappears, and that it is never heard of. 3. The transference to men. Again, men sometimes play the part of scapegoat by diverting to themselves the evils that threaten others. When a Sinhalese is dangerously ill, and the physicians can do nothing, a devil dancer is called in, who by making offerings to the devils, and dancing in the masks appropriate to them, conjures the demons of a disease, one after the other, out of the sick man's body and into his own. Having thus successfully extracted the cause of the malady, the artful dancer lies down in a bier, and shamming death is carried to an open place outside the village. Here, being left to himself, he soon comes to life again, and hastens back to claim his reward. In 1590, a Scotch witch of the name of Agnes Sampson was convicted of curing a certain Robert Kerrs of a disease laid upon him by a Westland warlock when he was at Dumfries, which sickness she took upon herself, and kept the same with great groaning and torment till the morn, at which time there was a great din heard in the house. The noise was made by the witch in her efforts to shift the disease, by means of clothes, from herself to a cat or dog. Unfortunately, the attempt partly miscarried. The deceased missed the animal and hit Alexander Douglas of Dalkeith, who dwindled and died because of it, while the original patient, Robert Kerrs, was made whole. In one part of New Zealand, an expiation for sin was felt to be necessary. A service was performed over an individual, by which all the sins of the tribe were supposed to be transferred to him. A fern stalk was previously tied to his person, with which he jumped into the river, and there unbinding, allowed it to float away to the sea, bearing their sins with it. In great emergencies, the sins of the Raja of Manipur used to be transferred to somebody else, usually to a criminal, who earned his pardon by his vicarious sufferings. To effect the transference, the Raja and his wife, clad in fine robes, bathed on a scaffold erected in the bazaar, while the criminal crouched beneath it. With the water which dripped from them on him, their sins also were washed away and fell on the human scapegoat. To complete the transference, the Raja and his wife made over their fine robes to their substitute, while they themselves, clad in new raiment, mixed with the people till evening. In Travancore, when a Raja is near his end, they seek out a holy Brahman, who consents to take upon himself the sins of the dying man in consideration of the sum of 10,000 rupees. thus prepared to immolate himself on the altar of duty. The saint is introduced into the chamber of death, and closely embraces the dying Raja, saying to him, "O king, I undertake to bear all your sins and diseases. May your highness live long and reign happily." Having thus taken to himself the sins of the sufferer, he is sent away from the country and never more allowed to return. At Uchkurgan in Turkestan, Mr. Schuyler saw an old man who was said to get his living by taking on himself the sins of the dead, and thenceforth devoting his life to prayers for their souls. In Uganda, when an army has returned from war, and the gods warned the king by their oracles that some evil has attached itself to the soldiers, it was customary to pick out a woman slave from the captives, together with a cow, a goat, a foal, and a dog from the booty, and to send them back under a strong guard to the borders of the country from which they had come. There their limbs were broken, and they were left to die, for they were too crippled to crawl back to Uganda. In order to ensure the transference of the evil to these substitutes, bunches of grass were rubbed over the people and cattle and then tied to the victims. After that the army was pronounced clean and was allowed to return to the capital. So on his accession, a new king of Uganda used to wound a man and send him away as a scapegoat to Bunyoro, to carry away any uncleanliness that might attach to the king or queen. 4. The transference of evil in Europe. The examples of the transference of evil hitherto adduced have been mostly drawn from the customs of savage or barbarous peoples. But similar attempts to shift the burden of disease, misfortune, and sin from one's self to another person, or to an animal or thing, have been common also among the civilized nations of Europe, both in ancient and modern times. A Roman cure for fever was to pare the patient's nails and stick the parings with wax on a neighbor's door before sunrise. The fever then passed from the sick man to his neighbor. Similar devices must have been resorted to by the Greeks for laying down laws for his ideal state. Plato thinks it too much to expect that men should not be alarmed at finding certain wax figures adhering to their doors, or to the tombstones of their parents, or lying at crossroads. In the 4th century of our era, Marcellus of Bordeaux prescribed a cure for warts, which has still a great vogue among the superstitious in various parts of Europe. You are to touch your warts with as many little stones as you have warts, then wrap the stones in an ivy leaf and throw them away in a thoroughfare. Whoever picks them up will get the warts, and you will be rid of them. People in the Orkney Islands will sometimes wash a sick man, and then throw the water down at a gateway, in the belief that the sickness will leave the patient, and be transferred to the first person who passes through the gate. A Bavarian cure for fever is to write upon a piece of paper, "Fever, stay away, I am not at home," and to put the paper in somebody's pocket. The latter then catches the fever, and the patient is rid of it. A Bohemian prescription for the same malady is this: take an empty pot, go with it to a crossroad, throw it down and run away. The first person who kicks against the pot will catch your fever, and you will be cured. Often in Europe, as among savages, an attempt is made to transfer a pain or malady from a man to an animal. Grave writers of antiquity recommended that, if a man be stung by a scorpion, he should sit upon an ass with his face to the tail, or whisper in the animal's ear, "A scorpion has stung me." In either case, they thought the pain would be transferred from the man to the ass. Many cures of this sort are recorded by Marcellus. For example, he tells us that the following is a remedy for toothache. Standing booted under the open sky on the ground, you catch a frog by the head, spit into its mouth, ask it to carry away the ache, and then let it go. But the ceremony must be performed on a lucky day, or at a lucky hour. In Cheshire, the ailment known as afta or thrush, which affects the mouth or throats of infants, is not uncommonly treated in much the same manner. A young frog is held for a few moments with its head inside the mouth of the sufferer, whom it is supposed to relieve by taking the malady to itself. "I assure you," said an old woman, who had often superintended such a cure, "we used to hear the poor frog whooping and coughing, mortal bad, for days after. It would have made your heart ache to hear the poor creature coughing as it did about the garden." A Northamptonshire, Devonshire, and Welsh cure for a cough is to put the hair of the patient's head between 2 slices of buttered bread and give the sandwich to a dog. The animal would thereupon catch the cough, and the patient will lose it. Sometimes an ailment is transferred to an animal by sharing food with it. Thus in Oldenburg, if you are sick of a fever, you set a bowl of sweet milk before a dog and say, "Good luck, you hound. May you be sick and I be sound." Then when the dog has lapped some of the milk, you take a swig at the bowl, and then the dog must lap again. And then you must swig again, and when you and the dog have done it a third time, he will have the fever and you will be quit of it. A Bohemian cure for fever is to go out into the forest before the sun is up and look for a snipe's nest. When you have found it, take out one of the young birds and keep it beside you for 3 days. Then go back into the wood and set the snipe free. The fever will leave you at once. The snipe has taken it away. So in Vedic times the Hindus of old sent consumption away with the blue jay. They said, "O consumption, fly away with the blue jay. With the wild rush of the storm and the whirlwind, oh, vanish away." In the village of Llandegla in Wales there is a church dedicated to the Virgin Martyr Saint Thecla, where the falling sickness is, or used to be, cured by being transferred to a foal. The patient first washed his limbs in a sacred well hard by, dropped 4pence into it as an offering, walked thrice around the well, and thrice repeated the Lord's Prayer. Then the foal, which was a cock or a hen, according as the patient was a man or a woman, was put into a basket and carried round first the well and afterwards the church. Next the sufferer entered the church and lay down under the communion table till break of day. After that he offered 6pence and departed, leaving the foal in the church. If the bird died, the sickness was supposed to have been transferred to it from the man or woman, who was now rid of the disorder. As late as 1855, the old parish clerk of the village remembered quite well to have seen the birds staggering about from the effects of the fits which had been transferred to them. Often the sufferer seeks to shift his burden or sickness or ill luck to some inanimate object. In Athens there is a little chapel of St. John the Baptist built against an ancient column. Fever patients resorted thither, and by attaching a waxed thread to the inner side of the column, believed that they transfer the fever from themselves to the pillar. In the Mark of Brandenburg, they say that if you suffer from giddiness, you should strip yourself naked and run thrice round the flax field after sunset. In that way the flax will get the giddiness, and you will be rid of it. But perhaps the thing most commonly employed in Europe as a receptacle for sickness and trouble of all sorts is a tree or bush. A Bulgarian cure for fever is to run thrice around a willow tree at sunrise, crying, "The fever shall shake thee, and the sun shall warm me." In the Greek island of Karpathus, the priest ties a red thread around the neck of a sick person. Next morning, the friends of the patient remove the thread and go out to the hillside, where they tie the thread to a tree, thinking that they thus transfer the sickness to the tree. Italians attempt to cure fever in a like manner, by tethering it to a tree. The sufferer ties the thread around his left wrist at night, and hangs the thread on a tree next morning. The fever is thus believed to be tied up to the tree, and the patient to be rid of it. But he must be careful not to pass by that tree again, otherwise the fever would break loose from its bonds and attack him afresh. A Flemish cure for the ague is to go early in the morning to an old willow, tie 3 knots in one of its branches, say, "Good morrow, old one, I give you the cold, good morrow, old one," then turn and run away without looking round. In Sonnenberg, if you would rid yourself of gout, you should go to a young fir tree and tie a knot in one of its twigs, saying, "God greet thee, noble fir, I bring thee my gout. Here will I tie a knot and bring my gout into it. In the name," etc. Another way of transferring gout from a man to a tree is this. Pare the nails of the sufferer's fingers and clip some hairs from his legs. Bore a hole in an oak, stuff the nails and hair in the hole, stop up the hole again, and smear it with cow's dung. If, for 3 months thereafter, the patient is free of gout, you may be sure the oak has it in his stead. In Cheshire, if you would be rid of warts, you have only to rub them with a piece of bacon, cut a slit in the bark of an ash tree, and slip the bacon under the bark. Soon the warts will disappear from your hand, only however to reappear in the shape of rough excrescences or knobs on the bark of the tree. At Berkhamsted, in Hertfordshire, there used to be certain oak trees, which were long celebrated for the cure of ague. The transference of the malady to the tree was simple but painful. A lock of the sufferer's hair was pegged into an oak, Then by a sudden wrench he left his hair and his egg behind him in the tree. End of chapter 55. Recording by Måns Bro, Helsingfors, Finland. Chapter 56 of the Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 56. The Public Expulsion of Evils. 1. The Omnipresence of Demons. In the foregoing chapter, the primitive principle of the transference of ills to another person, animal or thing, was explained and illustrated. But similar means have been adopted to free a whole community from diverse evils that affect it. Such attempts to dismiss at once the accumulated sorrows of a people are by no means rare or exceptional. On the contrary, they have been made in many lands, and from being occasional, they tend to become periodic and annual. It needs some effort on our part to realize the frame of mind which prompts these attempts. Bred in a philosophy which strips nature of personality and reduces it to the unknown cause of an orderly series of impressions on our senses, we find it hard to put ourselves in the place of the savage, to whom the same impressions appear in the guise of spirits, or the handiwork of spirits. For ages, the army of spirits, once so near, has been receding farther and farther from us, banished by the magic wand of science, from hearth and home, from ruined cell and ivied tower, from haunted glade and lonely mere, from the riven murky cloud that belches forth the lightning, and from those fairer clouds that pillow the silvery moon, or fret with flakes of burning red the golden eve. The spirits are gone even from the last stronghold in the sky, whose blue arch no longer passes, except with children, for the screen that hides from mortal eyes the glories of the celestial world. Only in poets' dreams or impassioned flights of oratory is it given to catch a glimpse of the last flutter of the standards of the retreating host, to hear the beat of their invisible wings, the sound of their mocking laughter, or the swell of angel music dying away in the distance. Far otherwise is it with the savage. To his imagination the world still teems with those motley beings whom a more sober philosophy has discarded. Fairies and goblins, ghosts and demons, still hover about him, both waking and sleeping. They dog his footsteps, dazzle his senses, enter into him, harass and deceive and torment him, in 1,000 freakish and mischievous ways. The mishaps that befall him, the losses he sustains, the pains he has to endure, he commonly sets down, if not to the magic of his enemies, to the spite or anger or caprice of the spirits. Their constant presence wearies him, their sleepless malignity exasperates him. He longs with an unspeakable longing to be rid of them altogether, and from time to time, driven to bay, his patience utterly exhausted, he turns fiercely on his persecutors, and makes a desperate effort to chase the whole pack of them from the land, to clear the air of their swarming multitudes, that he may breathe more freely, and go on his way unmolested, at least for a time. Thus it comes about that the endeavor of primitive people to make a clean sweep of all their troubles generally takes the form of a grand hunting out and expulsion of devils or ghosts. They think that if they can only shake off these their accursed tormentors, they'll make a fresh start in life, happy and innocent. The tales of Eden and the old poetic golden age will come true again. 2. The occasional expulsion of evils. We can therefore understand why those general clearances of evil, to which from time to time the savage resorts, should commonly take the form of a forcible expulsion of devils. In these evil spirits, primitive man sees the cause of many, if not most, of his troubles, and he fancies that if he can only deliver himself from them, things will go better with him. The public attempts to expel the accumulated ills of a whole community may be divided into 2 classes, according as the expelled evils are immaterial and invisible, or are embodied in a material vehicle or scapegoat. The former may be called the direct or immediate expulsion of evils, the latter the indirect or mediate expulsion, or the expulsion by scapegoat. We begin with examples of the former. In the island of Rook, between New Guinea and New Britain, when any misfortune has happened, all the people run together, scream, curse, howl, and beat the air with sticks to drive away the devil, who is supposed to be the author of the mishap. From the spot where the mishap took place, they drive him step by step to the sea, and on reaching the shore, they redouble their shouts and blows in order to expel him from the island. He generally retires to the sea or to the island of Lottin. The natives of New Britain ascribe sickness, drought, the failure of crops, and in short all misfortunes, to the influence of wicked spirits. So at times, when many people sicken and die, as at the beginning of the rainy season, all the inhabitants of a district, armed with branches and clubs, go out by moonlight into the fields, where they beat and stamp on the ground with wild howls till morning, believing that this drives away the devils, and for the same purpose they rush through the village with burning torches. The natives of New Caledonia are said to believe that all evils are caused by a powerful and malignant spirit. Hence, in order to rid themselves of him, they will from time to time dig a great pit, around which the whole tribe gathers. After cursing the demon, they fill up the pit with earth and trample on the top with loud shouts. This they call burying the evil spirit. Among the Dieri tribe of Central Australia, when a serious illness occurs, the medicine men expel Kuchi, or the devil, by beating the ground in and outside of the camp with the stuffed tail of a kangaroo, until they have chased the demon away to some distance from the camp. When a village has been visited by a series of disasters or a severe epidemic, the inhabitants of Minahassa in Celebes lay the blame upon the devils who are investing the village and who must be expelled from it. Accordingly, early one morning all the people, men, women, and children, quit their homes, carrying their household goods with them, and take up their quarters in temporary huts which have been erected outside the village. Here they spend several days, offering sacrifices and preparing for the final ceremony. At last the men, some wearing masks, others with their faces blackened, and so on, but all armed with swords, guns, pikes, or brooms, steal cautiously and silently back into the deserted village. Then, at the signal from the priest, they rush furiously up and down the streets and into and under the houses, which are raised on piles above the ground, yelling and striking on walls, doors, and windows to drive away the devils. Next the priest and the rest of the people come with the holy fire, and march 9 times round each house and thrice round the ladder that leads up to it, carrying the fire with them. Then they take the fire into the kitchen, where it must burn for 3 days continuously. The devils are now driven away, and general and great is the joy. The Alfoors of Halmahera attribute epidemics to the devil, who comes from other villages to carry them off. So, in order to rid the village of the disease, the sorcerer drives away the devil. From all the villagers he receives a costly garment and places it on 4 vessels, which he takes to the forest and leaves at the spot where the devil is supposed to be. Then, with mocking words, he bids the demon abandon the place. In the Kei Islands, to the southwest of New Guinea, the evil spirits, who are quite distinct from the souls of the dead, form a mighty host. Almost every tree and every cave is the lodging place of one of these fiends, who are moreover extremely irascible and apt to fly out on the smallest provocation. They manifest their displeasure by sending sickness and other calamities. Hence, in times of public misfortune, as when an epidemic is raging, and all other remedies have failed, the whole population go forth, with the priest at their head, to a place at some distance from the village. Here, at sunset, they erect a couple of poles with a crossbar between them, to which they attach bags of rice, wooden models of pivot guns, gongs, bracelets, and so on. Then, when everybody has taken his place at the poles, and a death-like silence reigns, the priest lifts up his voice and addresses the spirits, in their own language, as follows. Ho, ho, ho! Ye evil spirits who dwell in the trees, ye evil spirits who live in the grottos, ye evil spirits who lodge in the earth, we give you these pivot guns, these gongs, etc. Let the sickness cease, and not so many people die of it. Then everybody runs home as fast as their legs can carry them. In the island of Nias, when a man is seriously ill, and other remedies have been tried in vain, the sorcerer proceeds to exorcise the devil who is causing the illness. A pole is set up in front of the house, and from the top of the pole a rope of palm leaves is stretched to the roof of the house. Then the sorcerer mounts the roof with a pig, which he kills and allows to roll from the roof to the ground. The devil, anxious to get the pig, lets himself down hastily from the roof by the rope of palm leaves, and the good spirit, invoked by the sorcerer, prevents him from climbing up again. If this remedy fails, it is believed that other devils must still be lurking in the house. So a general hunt is made after them. All the doors and windows in the house are closed, except a single dormer window in the roof. The men, shut up in the house, hew and slash with their swords right and left in the clash of gongs and the rub-a-dub of drums. Terrified at this onslaught, the devils escape by the dormer window, and sliding down the rope of palm leaves, they take themselves off. As all the doors and windows, except the one in the roof, are shut, the devils cannot get into the house again. In the case of an epidemic, the proceedings are similar. All the gates of the village, except one, are closed. Every voice is raised, every gong and drum beaten, every sword brandished. Thus the devils are driven out, and the last gate is shut behind them. For 8 days thereafter the village is in a state of siege, no one being allowed to enter it. When cholera has broken out in a Burmese village, the able-bodied men scramble on the roofs and lay about them with bamboos and billets of wood, while all the rest of the population, old and young, stand below and thump drums, blow trumpets, yell, scream, beat floors, walls, tin pans, everything to make a din. This uproar, repeated on 3 successive nights, is thought to be very effective in driving away the cholera demons. When smallpox first appeared amongst the Kumis of southeastern India, they thought it was a devil come from the Arakan. The villages were placed in a state of siege, no one being allowed to leave or enter them. A monkey was killed by being dashed on the ground, and its body was hung at the village gate. Its blood, mixed with small river pebbles, was sprinkled on the houses. The threshold of every house was swept with the monkey's tail, and the fiend was adjured to depart. When an epidemic is raging on the Gold Coast of West Africa, the people will sometimes turn out, armed with clubs and torches, to drive the evil spirits away. At a given signal, the whole population begin, with frightful yells, to beat in every corner of the houses, then rush like mad into the streets, waving torches and striking frantically in the empty air. The uproar goes on till somebody reports that the cowed and daunted demons have made good their escape by a gate of the town or village. The people stream out after them, pursue them for some distance into the forest, and warn them never to return. The expulsion of the devils is followed by a general massacre of all the cocks in the village or town, lest by their unseasonable crowing they should betray to the banished demons the direction they must take to return to their old homes. When sickness was prevalent in a Huron village, and all other remedies had been tried in vain, the Indians had recourse to the ceremony called Lonou Roya, which is the principal invention, the most proper means, so they say, to expel from the town or village were the devils and evil spirits which cause, induce, and import all the maladies and infirmities which they suffer in body and mind. Accordingly, one evening the men would begin to rush like madmen about the village, breaking and upsetting whatever they came across in the wigwams. They threw fire and burning brands about the streets, and all night long they ran howling and singing without cessation. Then they all dreamed of something, a knife, dog, skin, or whatever it might be, and when morning came they went from wigwam to wigwam, asking for presents. These they received silently, till the particular thing was given to them, which they had dreamed about. On receiving it, they uttered a cry of joy, and rushed from the hut amidst the congratulations of all present. The health of those who received what they had dreamed of was believed to be assured, whereas those who did not get what they had set their hearts upon regarded their fate as sealed. Sometimes, instead of chasing the demon of disease from their homes, savages prefer to leave him in peaceable possession, while they themselves take to flight and attempt to prevent him from following in their tracks. Thus, when the Patagonians were attacked by smallpox, which they attributed to the machinations of an evil spirit, they used to abandon their sick and flee, slashing the air with their weapons and throwing water about in order to keep off the dreadful pursuer. And when after several days' march they reached a place where they hoped to be beyond his reach, they used by way of precaution to plant all their cutting weapons with the sharp edges turned towards the quarter from which they had come, as if they were repelling a charge of cavalry. Similarly, when the Lules or Tonocote Indians of the Gran Chaco were attacked by an epidemic, they regularly sought to evade it by flight, but in so doing, they always followed a sinuous, not a straight course, because they said that when the disease made after them, he would be so exhausted by the turnings and windings of the road that he would never be able to come up with them. When the Indians of New Mexico were decimated by smallpox or other infectious disease, they used to shift their quarters every day, retreating into the most sequestered parts of the mountains, and choosing thorniest thickets they could find, in the hope that the smallpox would be too afraid of scratching himself on the thorns to follow them. When some Chins on a visit to Rangoon were attacked by cholera, they went about with drawn swords to scare away the demon, and they spent the day hiding under bushes so that he might not be able to find them. 3. The periodic expulsion of evils. The expulsion of evils, from being occasional, tends to become periodic. It comes to be thought desirable to have a general riddance of evil spirits at fixed times, usually once a year, in order that the people may make a fresh start in life, freed from all the malignant influences which have been long accumulated about them. Some of the Australian blacks annually expelled the ghosts of the dead from their territory. The ceremony was witnessed by the Reverend W. Ridley on the banks of the river Barwon. A chorus of 20, old and young, were singing and beating time with boomerangs. Suddenly, from under a sheet of bark darted a man with his body whitened by pipe clay, his head and face coloured with lines of red and yellow, and a tuft of feathers fixed by means of a stick 2 feet above the crown of his head. He stood 20 minutes perfectly still, gazing upwards. An aboriginal who stood by told me he was looking for the ghosts of dead men. At last he began to move very slowly, and soon rushed to and fro at full speed, flourishing a branch as if to drive away some foes invisible to us. When I thought this pantomime must almost be over, 10 more, similarly adorned, suddenly appeared from behind the trees, and the whole party joined in a brisk conflict with their mysterious assailants. At last, after some rapid evolutions in which they put forth all their strength, they rested from the exciting toil which they had kept up all night, and for some hours after sunrise, they seemed satisfied that the ghosts were driven away for 12 months. They were performing the same ceremony at every station along the river, and I am told it is an annual custom. Certain seasons of the year mark themselves naturally out as appropriate moments for a general expulsion of devils. Such a moment occurs towards the close of an Arctic winter, when the sun reappears on the horizon after an absence of weeks or months. Accordingly, at Point Barrow, the most northerly extremity of Alaska, and nearly of America, the Eskimo choose the moment of the sun's reappearance to hunt the mischievous spirit Tunya from every house. The ceremony was witnessed by the members of the United States Polar Expedition, who wintered at Point Barrow. A fire was built in front of the council house, and an old woman was posted at the entrance to every house. The men gathered round the council house, while the young women and girls drove the spirit out of every house with their knives, stabbing viciously under the bunk and deerskins, and calling upon Tunya to be gone. When they thought he had been driven out of every hole and corner, they thrust him down the hole in the floor and chased him into the open air with loud cries and frantic gestures. Meanwhile, the old woman, at the entrance of the house, made passes with a long knife in the air to keep him from returning. Each party drove the spirit towards the fire, and invited him to go into it. All were by this time drawn up in a semicircle round the fire, when several of the leading men made specific charges against the spirit, and each after his speech brushed his clothes violently, calling on the spirit to leave him and go into the fire. 2 men now stepped forward with rifles loaded with blank cartridges, while a third brought a vessel of urine and flung it on the flames. At the same time, one of the men fired a shot into the fire, and as the cloud of steam rose, it received the other shot, which was supposed to finish Tunya for the time being. In the late autumn, when storms rage over the land and break the icy fetters by which the frozen seas as yet but slightly bound, when the loosened floes are driven against each other and break with loud crashes, and when the cakes of ice are piled in wild disorder upon one another, the Eskimos of Baffin Land fancy they hear the voices of the spirits who people the mischief-laden air. Then the ghosts of the dead knock wildly at the huts, which they cannot enter, and woo to the hapless wight whom they catch, he soon sickens and dies. Then the phantom of a huge hairless dog pursues the real dogs, which expire in convulsions and cramps at sight of him. All the countless spirits of evil are abroad striving to bring sickness and death, foul weather and failure in hunting, on the Eskimos. Most dreaded of all these spectral visitants are Sedna, mistress of the netherworld, and her father, to whose share dead Eskimos fall. While the other spirits fill the air and water, she rises from underground. It is then a busy season for the wizards. In every house you may hear them singing and praying, while they conjure the spirits, seated in a mystic gloom at the back of the hut, which is dimly lit by a lamp burning low. The hardest task of all is to drive away Sedna, and this is reserved for the most powerful enchanter. A rope is coiled on the floor of a large hut, in such a way as to leave a small opening at the top, which represents the breathing hole of a seal. 2 enchanters stand beside it, one of them grasping a spear as if he were watching a seal hole in winter, the other holding the harpoon line. A third sorcerer sits at the back of the hut, chanting a magic song to lure Sedna to the spot. Now she is heard approaching under the floor of the hut, breathing heavily. Now she emerges at the hole. Now she is harpooned and sinks away in angry haste, dragging the harpoon with her, while the 2 men hold on to the line with all their might. The struggle is severe, but at last, by a desperate wrench, she tears herself away and returns to her dwelling in Adilivoon. When the harpoon is drawn up of the hole, it is found to be splashed with blood, which the enchanters proudly exhibit as a proof of their prowess. Thus Sedna and the other evil spirits are at last driven away, and next day a great festival is celebrated by old and young in honor of the event. But they must still be cautious, for the wounded Sedna is furious, and will seize anyone she may find outside of his hut. So they all wear amulets on the top of their hoods to protect themselves against her. These amulets consist of pieces of the first garments that they wore after birth. The Iroquois inaugurated their new year in January, February, or March, the time varied, with a festival of dreams, like that which the Hurons observed on special occasions. The whole ceremonies lasted several days, or even weeks, and formed a kind of saturnalia. Men and women, variously disguised, went from wigwam to wigwam, smashing and throwing down whatever they came across. It was a time of general license. The people were supposed to be out of their senses, and therefore not to be responsible for what they did. Accordingly, many seized the opportunity of paying off old scores by belaboring obnoxious persons, drenching them with ice-cold water, and covering them with filth or hot ashes. Others seized burning brands or coals and flung them at the heads of the first person they met. The only way of escaping from these persecutors was to guess what they had dreamed of. On one day of the festival, the ceremony of driving away the evil spirits from the village took place. Men clothed in the skins of wild beasts, their faces covered with hideous masks, and their hands with the shells of a tortoise, went from hut to hut making frightful noises. In every hut they took the fuel from the fire and scattered the embers and ashes about the floor with their hands. The general confession of sins which preceded the festival was probably a preparation for the public expulsion of evil influences. It was a way of stripping the people of their mortal burdens, that these might be collected and cast out. In September, the Incas of Peru celebrated a festival called Situa, the object of which was to banish from the capital and its vicinity all disease and trouble. The festival fell in September, because the rains begin about this time, and with the first rains there was generally much sickness. As a preparation for the festival, the people fasted on the first day of the moon after the autumnal equinox. Having fasted during the day, and the night being come, they baked a coarse paste of maize. This paste was made of 2 sorts. One was kneaded with the blood of children, aged from 5 to 10 years, the blood being obtained by bleeding the children between the eyebrows. These 2 kinds of paste were baked separately, because they were for different uses. Each family assembled at the house of the eldest brother to celebrate the feast, and those who had no elder brother went to the house of their next relation of greater age. On the same night, all who had fasted during the day washed their bodies, and taking a little of the blood-kneaded paste, rubbed it over their head, face, breast, shoulders, arms, and legs. They did this in order that the paste might take away all their infirmities. After this, the head of the family anointed the threshold with the same paste, and left it there as a token that the inmates of the house had performed their ablutions and cleansed their bodies. Meantime, the high priest performed the same ceremonies in the temple of the sun. As soon as the sun rose, all the people worshipped and besought him to drive all evils out of the city, and then they broke the fast with the paste that had been kneaded without blood. When they had paid their worship and broken their fast, which they did at the stated hour, in order that all might adore the sun as one man, an Inca of the blood royal came forth from the fortress as a messenger of the sun, richly dressed, with his mantle girded round his body, and a lance in his hand. The lance was decked with feathers of many hues, extending from the blade to the socket, and fastened with rings of gold. He ran down the hill from the fortress, brandishing his lance, till he reached the center of the great square, where stood the golden urn, like a fountain, that was used for the sacrifice of the fermented juice of the maize. Here 4 other Incas of the blood royal awaited him, each with a lance in his hand, and his mantle girded up to run. The messenger touched the 4 lances with his lance, and told them that the sun bade them, as his messengers, drive the evils out of the city. The 4 Incas then separated, and ran down the 4 royal roads which led out of the city to the 4 quarters of the world. While they ran, all the people, great and small, came to the doors of their houses, and with great shouts of joy and gladness shook their clothes, as if they were shaking off dust, while they cried, "Let the evils be gone! How greatly desired has this festival been by us! O Creator of all things, permit us to reach another year, that we may see another feast like this." After they had shaken their clothes, they passed their hands over their heads, faces, arms, and legs, as if in the act of washing. All this was done to drive the evils out of their houses, that the messengers of the sun might banish them from the city, and it was done not only in the streets through which the Incas ran, but generally in all quarters of the city. Moreover, they all danced, the Inca himself amongst them, and bathed in the rivers and fountains, saying that their maladies would come out of them. Then they took great torches of straw, bound around with cords. These they lighted, and passed from one to the other, striking each other with them, and saying, "Let all harm go away." Meanwhile, the runners ran with their lances for a quarter of a league outside the city, where they found 4 other Incas ready, who received the lances from their hands, and ran with them. Thus the lances were carried by relays of runners for a distance of 5 or 6 leagues, at the end of which the runners washed themselves and their weapons in a river, and set up the lances, in sign of a boundary within which the banished evils might not return. The negroes of Guinea annually banished the devil from all their towns with much ceremony at a time set apart for the purpose. At Axim on the Gold Coast, this annual expulsion is preceded by a feast of 8 days, during which mirth and jollity, skipping, dancing, and singing prevail, and a perfect lampooning liberty is allowed, and scandal so highly exalted, that they may freely sing of all the faults, villainies, and frauds of their superiors, as well as inferiors, without punishment, or so much as the least interruption. On the 8th day, they hunt out the devil with a dismal cry, running after him and pelting him with sticks, stones, and whatever comes to hand. When they have driven him far enough out of the town, they all return. In this way, he is expelled from more than 100 towns at the same time. To make sure that he does not return to their houses, the women wash and scour all their wooden and earthen vessels, to free them from all uncleanliness and the devil. At Cape Coast Castle, on the Gold Coast, the ceremony was witnessed on the night of October, 1844, by an Englishman, who has described it as follows. Tonight the annual custom of driving the evil spirit, Abunsam, out of the town has taken place. As soon as the 8 o'clock gun fired in the fort, the people began firing muskets in their houses, turning all their furniture out of doors, beating about in every corner of the room with sticks, etc., and screaming as loudly as possible, in order to frighten the devil. Being driven out of the houses, as they imagined, they sallied forth into the streets, throwing lighted torches about, shouting, screaming, beating sticks together, rattling old pans, making the most horrid noise, in order to drive him out of the town into the sea. The custom is preceded by 4 weeks' dead silence. No gun is allowed to be fired, no drum to be beaten, no palaver to be made between man and man. If, during these weeks, two natives should disagree and make a noise in the town, they are immediately taken before the king and fined heavily. If a dog or pig, sheep or goat be found at large in the street, it may be killed or taken by another, the former owner not being allowed to demand any compensation. This silence is designed to deceive a one-some, that, being off his guard, he may be taken by surprise and frightened out of the place. If anyone die during the silence, his relatives are not allowed to weep until the 4 weeks have been completed. Sometimes the date of the annual expulsion of devils is fixed with reference to the agricultural seasons. Thus, amongst the Hos of Togoland in West Africa, the expulsion is performed annually before the people partake of the new yams. The chief summons the priests and magicians and tells them that the people are now to eat the new yams and be merry, therefore they must cleanse the town and remove the evils. Accordingly, the evil spirits, witches, and all the ills that infest the people are conjured into bundles of leaves and creepers, fastened to poles, which are carried away and set up in the earth on various roads outside the town. During the following night, no fire may be lit and no food eaten. Next morning the women sweep out their hearths and houses, and deposit the sweepings on broken wooden plates. Then the people pray, saying, "All ye sicknesses that are in our body and plague us, we have come today to throw you out." Thereupon they run as fast as they can in the direction of Mount Araklu, smiting their mouths and screaming, "Out today! Out today! That which kills anybody! Out today! Ye evil spirits! Out today! And all that causes our heads to ache! Out today! Anlo and Araklu are the places whither all ill shall betake itself." When they have come to a certain tree on Mount Araklu, they throw everything away and return home. At Kirivina, in southeastern New Guinea, when the new yams had been harvested, the people feasted and danced for many days, and a great deal of property, such as armlets, native money, and so forth, was displayed conspicuously on a platform erected for the purpose. When the festivities were over, all the people gathered together and expelled the spirits from the village by shouting, beating the posts of the houses, and overturning everything under which a vile spirit might be supposed to lurk. The explanation which the people gave to a missionary was that they had entertained and feasted the spirits and provided them with riches, and it was now time for them to take their departure. Had they not seen the dances and heard the songs, and gorged themselves on the souls of the yams, and appropriated the souls of the money and all the other fine things set out on the platform, what more could the spirits want? So out they must go. Among the Hos of northeastern India, the great festival of the year is the Harvest Home, held in January, when the granaries are full of grain, and all the people, to use their own expression, are full of devilry. They have a strange notion that at this period men and women are so overcharged with vicious propensities that it is absolutely necessary for the safety of the person to let off steam by allowing for a time full vent to the passions. The ceremonies open with the sacrifice to the village god of 3 foals, a cock and 2 hens, one of which must be black. Along with them are offered flowers of the palash tree, Butea frondosa, bread made from rice flour, and sesame seeds. These offerings are presented by the village priest, who prays that during the year about to begin, they and their children may be preserved from all misfortune and sickness, and that they may have seasonable rain and good crops. Prayer is also made in some places for the souls of the dead. At this time, an evil spirit is supposed to infest the place, and to get rid of it, men, women, and children go in procession round and through every part of the village with sticks in their hands, as if beating for game, singing a wild chant, and shouting vociferously, till they feel assured that the evil spirit must have fled. Then they give themselves up to feasting and drinking rice beer, till they are in a fit state for the wild debauch which follows. The festival now becomes a Saturnal, during which the servants forget their duty to the masters, children their reverence for parents, men their respect for women, and women all notions of modesty, delicacy, and gentleness. They became raging bacchantes. Usually the hosts are quiet and reserved in manner, decorous and gentle to women. But during this festival, their natures appear to undergo a temporary change. Son and daughters revile their parents in gross language, and parents their children. Men and women become almost like animals in the indulgence of their amorous propensities. The Mundaris, kinsmen and neighbors of the host, keep the festival in much the same manner. The resemblance to a Saturnale is very complete, as at this festival the firm labourers are feasted by their masters, and allowed the utmost freedom of speech in addressing them. It is the festival of the harvest home, the termination of 1 year's toil, and a slight respite from it before they commence again. Among some of the Hindu Kush tribes, as among the Hos and Mundaris, the expulsion of devils take place after harvest. When the last crop of autumn has been got in, it is thought necessary to drive away evil spirits from the granaries. A kind of porridge is eaten, and the head of the family takes his matchlock and fires it into the floor. Then, going outside, he sets to work loading and firing till his power horn is exhausted, while all his neighbours are similarly employed. The next day is spent in rejoicings. In Chitral, this festival is called devil driving. On the other hand, the Khonds of India expel the devils at seed time instead of at harvest. At this time they worship Pittaripennu, the god of increase and of gain in every shape. On the first day of the festival, a rude car is made of a basket, set upon a few sticks, tied upon the bamboo rollers for wheels. The priest takes this car first to the house of the lineal head of the tribe, to whom precedence is given in all ceremonies connected with agriculture. Here he receives a little of each kind of seed and some feathers. He then takes the car to all the other houses in the village, each of which contributes the same things. Lastly, the car is conducted to a field without the village, attended by all the young men, who beat each other and strike the air violently with long sticks. The seed thus carried out is called a share of the evil spirits, spoilers of the seed. These are considered to be driven out with the car, and when it and its contents are abandoned to them, they are held to have no excuse for interfering with the rest of the seed corn. The people of Bali, an island to the east of Java, have periodical expulsions of devils upon a great scale. Generally, the time chosen for the expulsion is the day of the dark moon in the 9th month. When the demons have been long unmolested, the country is said to be warm, and the priest issues orders to expel them by force, lest the whole of Bali should be rendered uninhabitable. On the day appointed, the people of the village or district assemble at the principal temple. Here, at a crossroad, offerings are set out for the devils. After prayers have been recited by the priests, the blast of a horn summons the devils to partake of the meal which has been prepared for them. At the same time, a number of men step forward and light their torches at the holy lamp which burns before the chief priest. Immediately afterwards, followed by the bystanders, they spread in all directions and march through the streets and lanes crying, "Depart! Go away!" Wherever they pass, the people who have stayed at home hasten, by a deafening clatter on doors, beams, rice blocks, and so forth, to take their share in the expulsion of devils. Thus chased from the houses, the fiends flee to the banquet which has been set out for them, but here the priest receives them with curses which finally drive them from the district. When the last devil has taken his departure, the uproar is succeeded by a dead silence, which lasts during the next day also. The devils, it is thought, are anxious to return to their old homes, and in order to make them think that Bali is not Bali but some desert island, no one may stir from his own abode for 24 hours. Even ordinary household work, including cooking, is discontinued. Only the watchmen may show themselves in the street. Wreaths of thorns and leaves are hung at all the entrances to warn strangers from entering. Not till the 3rd day is this state of siege raised, and even then it is forbidden to work at the rice fields or to buy and sell in the market. Most people will stay at home, whiling away the time with cards and dice. In Tonquin, a Tekudav, or general expulsion of malevolent spirits, commonly took place once a year, especially if there was a great mortality amongst men, the elephants or horses of the general stable, or the cattle of the country, the cause of which they attribute to the malicious spirits of such men as have been put to death for treason, rebellion, and conspiring the death of the king, general or princes, and that in revenge of the punishment they have suffered, they are bent to destroy everything and commit horrible violence. To prevent this, their superstition has suggested to them the institution of this Tekudav as a proper means to drive the devil away and purge the country of evil spirits. The day appointed for the ceremony was generally the 25th of February, 1 month after the beginning of the new year, which fell on the 25th of January. The intermediate month was a season of feasting, merrymaking of all kinds, and general license. During the whole month, the Great Seal was kept shut up in a box, face downwards, and the law was, as it were, laid asleep. All courts of justice were closed. Debtors could not be seized. Small crimes, such as petty larceny, fighting, and assault, escaped with impunity. Only treason and murder were taken account of, and the malefactors detained till the Great Seal should come into operation again. At the close of the Saturnalia, the wicked spirits were driven away. Great masses of troops and artillery having been drawn up with flying colours and all the pomp of war, the general beginneth then to offer meat offerings to the criminal devils and malevolent spirits, for it is usual and customary likewise amongst them to feast the condemned before their execution, inviting them to eat and drink, when presently he accuses them, in a strange language, by characters and figures, etc., of many offences and crimes committed by them, as to their having disquieted the land, killed his elephants and horses, etc., for all which they justly deserve to be chastised and banished from the country. Whereupon 3 great guns are fired as the last signal, upon which all the artillery and muskets are discharged, that, by their most terrible noise, the devils may be driven away, and they are so blind as to believe for certain that they really and effectually put them to flight. In Cambodia, the expulsion of evil spirits took place in March. Bits of broken statues and stones, considered as the abode of the demons, were collected and brought to the capital. Here as many elephants were collected as could be got together. On the evening of the full moon, volleys of musketry were fired, and the elephants charged furiously to put the devils to flight. The ceremony was performed in 3 successive days. In Siam, the banishment of demons is annually carried into effect on the last day of the old year. A signal gun is fired from the palace, it is answered from the next station, and so from station to station, till the firing has reached the outer gate of the city. Thus the demons are driven out step by step. As soon as this is done, a consecrated rope is fastened round the circuit of the city walls, to prevent the banished demons from returning. The rope is made of tough couch grass, and is painted in alternate stripes of red, yellow, and blue. Annual expulsions of demons, witches, or evil influences appear to have been common among the heathen of Europe, if we may judge from the relics of such customs among their descendants at the present day. Thus among the heathen Votyaks, a Finnish people of eastern Russia, all the young girls of the village assemble on the last day of the year, or on New Year's Day, armed with sticks, the ends of which are split in 9 places. With these they beat every corner of the house and yard, saying, "We're driving Satan out of the village." Afterwards the sticks are thrown into the river below the village, and as they float downstream, Satan goes with them to the next village, from which he must be driven out in turn. In some villages the expulsion is managed otherwise. The unmarried men receive from every house in the village groats, flesh, and brandy. These they take to the fields, light a fire under a fir tree, boil the groats, and eat of the food they have brought with them, after pronouncing the words, "Go away into the wilderness, come not into the house." Then they return to the village, and enter every house where there are young women. They take hold of the young women, and throw them into the snow, saying, "May the spirits of disease leave you." The remains of the groats and other food are then distributed among all the houses in proportion to the amount that each contributed, and each family consumes its share. According to the Votyak, or the Malmys district, the young women throw into the snow whomever they found in the houses, and this is called driving out Satan. Moreover, some of the boiled groats are cast into the fire with the words, "O God, afflict us not with sickness and pestilence. Give us not up as prey to the spirits of the wood." But the most antique form of the ceremony is that observed by the Votyaks of the Kazan government. First of all a sacrifice is offered to the devil at noon. Then all the men assemble on horseback in the center of the village, and decide with which house they shall begin. When this question, which often gives rise to hot disputes, is settled, they tether their horses to the paling, and arm themselves with whips, clubs of lime wood, and bundles of lighted twigs. The lighted twigs are believed to have the greatest terrors for Satan. Thus armed, they proceed with frightful cries to beat every corner of the house and yard, then shut the door and spit at the ejected fiend. So they go from house to house, till the devil has been driven from everyone. Then they mount their horses and ride out of the village, yelling wildly and brandishing their clubs in every direction. Outside of the village, they fling away the clubs and spit once more at the devil. The Cheremis, another Finnish people of eastern Russia, chase Satan from their dwellings by beating the walls with cudgels of lime wood. For the same purpose they fire guns, stab their ground with knives, and insert burning chips of woods in the crevices. Also they leap over bonfires, shaking out their garments as they do so, and in some districts they blow on long trumpets of lime tree bark to frighten them away. When he has fled to the wood, they pelt the trees with some of the cheesecakes and eggs which furnished the feast. In Christian Europe, the old heathen custom of expelling the powers of evil at certain times of the year has survived to modern times. Thus, in some villages of Calabria, the month of March is inaugurated with the expulsion of witches. It takes place at night to the sound of the church bells, and people running about the streets and crying, "March is come!" They say that the witches roam about in March, and the ceremony is repeated every Friday evening during the month. Often, as might have been anticipated, the ancient pagan rite has attached itself to church festivals. In Albania on Easter Eve, the young people light torches of resinous wood and march in procession, swinging them through the village. At last they throw the torches into the river, crying, "Ha, Kore, we throw you into the river, like these torches, that you may never return." Silesian peasants believe that on Good Friday the witches go their rounds and have great power for mischief. Hence about Oels, near Strehlitz, the people on that day arm themselves with old brooms and drive the witches from house and home, from farmyard and cattle stall, making a great uproar and clatter as they do so. In Central Europe, the favorite time for expelling the witches is, or was, Walpurgis night, the eve of May Day, when the baleful powers of these mischievous beings were supposed to be at their height. In the Tyrol, for example, as in other places, the expulsion of the powers of evil at this season goes by the name of burning out the witches. It takes place on May Day, but people have been busy with their preparations 4 days before. On a Thursday at midnight, bundles are made up of resinous splinters, black and red spotted hemlock, Kappersberg, rosemary, and twigs of the sloe. These are kept and burned on May Day by men who must first have received plenary absolution from the church. On the last 3 days of April, all the houses are cleansed and fumigated with juniper berries and rue. On May Day, when the evening bell has rung and the twilight is falling, the ceremony of burning out the witches begins. Men and boys make a racket with whips, bells, pots, and pans. The women carry censers. The dogs are unchained and run barking and yelping about. As soon as the church bell begins to ring, the bundles of twigs fastened on poles are set on fire and the incense is ignited. Then all the house bells and dinner bells are rung, pots and pans are clashed, dogs bark, everyone must make a noise. And amid this hubbub all scream at the pitch of their voices, "Witch, flee, flee from here, or it will go ill with thee." Then they run 7 times around the houses, the yard, and the village. So the witches are smoked out of their lurking places and driven away. The custom of expelling the witches on Walpurgis night is still, or was down to recent years, observed in many parts of Bavaria and among the Germans of Bohemia. Thus in the Böhmerwald mountains, all the young fellows of the village assemble after sunset on some height, especially at the crossroad, and crack whips for a while in unison with all their strength. This drives away the witches, for so far as the sound of the whips is heard, these malefic beings can do no harm. In some places, while the young men are cracking their whips, the herdsmen wind their horns, and the long-drawn notes, heard far off in the silence of the night, are very effectual for banning the witches. Another witching time is the period of 12 days between Christmas and Epiphany. Hence, in some parts of Silesia, the people burn pine resin all night long between Christmas and the New Year, in order that the pungent smoke may drive witches and evil spirits far away from house and homestead. And on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, they fire shots over fields and meadows, into shrubs and trees, and wrap straw around the fruit trees, to prevent the spirits from doing them harm. On New Year's Eve, which is St. Sylvester's Day, Bohemian lads, armed with guns, form themselves into circles and fire thrice into the air. This is called shooting the witches, and is supposed to frighten the witches away. The last of the mystic 12 days is Epiphany, or 12th night, and it has been selected as a proper reason for the expulsion of the powers of evil in various parts of Europe. Thus at Brunnen, on the lake of Lucerne, boys go about in procession on 12th night, carrying torches and making a great noise with horns, bells, whips, and so forth, to frighten away 2 female spirits of the wood, Strudeli and Strateli. The people think that if they do not make enough noise, there will be little fruit that year. Again, in La Bruguière, a canton of southern France, on the eve of 12th day, the people run through the streets, jangling bells, clattering kettles, and doing everything to make a discordant noise. Then, by the light of torches and blazing faggots, they set up a prodigious hue and cry, an ear-splitting uproar, hoping thereby to chase all the wandering ghosts and devils from the town. End of chapter 56. Recording by Måns Bro, Helsingfors, Finland.
The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer, Chapter 57. Public Scapegoats. Section 1. The Expulsion of Embodied Evils. Thus far, we have dealt with that class of the general expulsion of evils, which I have called direct or immediate. In this class, the evils are invisible, at least to common eyes, and the mode of deliverance consists for the most part in beating the empty air and raising such a hubbub as may scare the mischievous spirits and put them to flight. It remains to illustrate the second class of expulsions, in which the evil influences are embodied in a visible form, or are at least supposed to be loaded upon a material medium, which acts as a vehicle to draw them off from the people, village, or town. The Pomos of California celebrate an expulsion of devils every 7 years, at which the devils are represented by disguised men. Quote, 20 or 30 men array themselves in harlequin rig and barbaric paint, and put vessels of pitch on their heads. Then they secretly go out into the surrounding mountains. These are to personify the devils. A herald goes up to the top of the assembly house and makes a speech to the multitude. At a signal agreed upon in the evening, the masqueraders come in from the mountains, with the vessels of pitch flaming on their heads, and with all the frightful accessories of noise, motion, and costume which the savage mind can devise in representation of demons. The terrified women and children flee for life. The men huddle them inside a circle, and, on the principle of fighting the devil with fire, they swing blazing firebrands in the air, yell, whoop, and make frantic dashes at the marauding and bloodthirsty devils, so creating a terrific spectacle, and striking great fear into the hearts of the assembled hundreds of women, who are screaming and fainting and clinging to their valorous protectors. Finally, the devils succeed in getting into the assembly house, and the bravest of the men enter and hold a parley with them. As a conclusion of the whole farce, the men summon courage, the devils are expelled from the assembly house, and with a prodigious row and racket of sham fighting, are chased away into the mountains. Close quote. In spring, as soon as the willow leaves were full grown on the banks of the river, the Mandan Indians celebrated their great annual festival, one of the features of which was the expulsion of the devil. A man, painted black to represent the devil, entered the village from the prairie, chased and frightened the women, and acted the part of a buffalo bull in the buffalo dance, the object of which was to ensure a plentiful supply of buffaloes during the ensuing year. Finally, he was chased from the village, the women pursuing him with hisses and jibes, beating him with sticks and pelting him with dirt. Some of the native tribes of central Queensland believe in a noxious being called Molonga, who prowls unseen and would kill men and violate women if certain ceremonies were not performed. These ceremonies last for 5 nights and consist of dances in which only men, fantastically painted and adorned, take part. On the 5th night, Molonga himself, personified by a man tricked out with red ochre and feathers and carrying a long feather-tipped spear, rushes forth from the darkness at the spectators and makes as if he would run them through. Great is the excitement, loud are the shrieks and shouts, but after another feigned attack the demon vanishes in the gloom. On the last night of the year, the palace of the kings of Cambodia is purged of devils. Men painted as fiends are chased by elephants about the palace courts. When they have been expelled, a consecrated thread of cotton is stretched round the palace to keep them out. In Manzurabad, a district of Mysore in southern India, when cholera or smallpox has broken out in a parish, the inhabitants assemble and conjure the demon of the disease into a wooden image, which they carry, generally at midnight, into the next parish. The inhabitants of that parish, in like manner, pass the image on to their neighbors, and thus the demon is expelled from one village after another, until he comes to the bank of a river into which he is finally thrown. Oftener, however, the expelled demons are not represented at all, but are understood to be present invisibly in the material and visible vehicle which conveys them away. Here again it will be convenient to distinguish between occasional and periodical expulsions. We begin with the former. Section 2. The occasional expulsion of evils in a material vehicle. The vehicle which conveys away the demons may be of various kinds. A common one is a little ship or boat. Thus, in the southern district of the island of Ceram, when a whole village suffers from sickness, a small ship is made and filled with rice, tobacco, eggs, and so forth, which have been contributed by all the people. A little sail is hoisted on the ship. When all is ready, a man calls out in a very loud voice, "O all ye sicknesses, ye smallpoxes, agues, measles, etc., who have visited us so long and wasted us so sorely, but who now cease to plague us, we have made ready this ship for you, and we have furnished you with provender sufficient for the voyage. Ye shall have no lack of food, nor of betel leaves, nor of areca nuts, nor of tobacco. Depart, and sail away from us directly. Never come near us again, but go to a land which is far from here. Let all the tides and winds waft you speedily thither, and so convey you thither that for the time to come we may live sound and well, and that we may never see the sun rise on you again." The 10 or 12 men carry the vessel to the shore and let it drift away with the land breeze, feeling convinced that they are free from sickness forever, or at least till the next time. If sickness attacks them again, they are sure it is not the same sickness but a different one, which in due time they dismiss in the same manner. When the demon-laden bark is lost to sight, the bearers return to the village, whereupon a man cries out, "The sicknesses are now gone, vanished, expelled, and sailed away." At this, all the people come running out of their houses, passing the word from one to the other with great joy, beating on gongs and on tinkling instruments. Similar ceremonies are commonly resorted to in other East Indian islands. Thus in Timor-Laut, to mislead the demons who are causing sickness, a small proa, containing the image of a man and provisioned for a long voyage, is allowed to drift away with wind and tide. As it is being launched, the people cry, "O sickness, go from here, turn back. What do you here in this poor land?" 3 days after this ceremony, a pig is killed, and part of the flesh is offered to Dudilaa, who lives in the sun. One of the oldest men says,
Old sir, I beseech you, make well the grandchildren, children, women, and men, that we may be able to eat pork and rice, and to drink palm wine. I will keep my promise. Eat your share, and make all the people in the village well. If the proa is stranded at any inhabited spot, the sickness will break out there. Hence, a stranded proa excites much alarm amongst the coast population, and they immediately burn it, because demons fly from fire. In the island of Buru, the proa which carries away the demons of disease is about 20 feet long, rigged out with sails, oars, anchors, and so on, and well stocked with provisions. For a day and a night the people beat gongs and drums, and rush about to frighten the demons. Next morning 10 stalwart young men strike the people with branches, which have been previously dipped in an earthen pot of water. As soon as they have done so, they run down to the beach, put the branches on board the proa, launch another boat in great haste, and tow the disease-burdened bark far out to sea. There they cast it off, and one of them calls out, "Grandfather Smallpox, go away, go willingly away, go visit another land. We have made you food ready for the voyage. We have now nothing more to give." When they have landed, all the people bathe together in the sea. In this ceremony, the reason for striking the people with the branches is clearly to rid them of the diseased demons, which are then supposed to be transferred to the branches. Hence, the haste with which the branches are deposited on the proa and towed away to sea. So in the island districts of Ceram, when smallpox or other sickness is raging, the priest strikes all the houses with consecrated branches, which are then thrown into the river to be carried down to the sea, exactly as amongst the wotyaks of Russia, the sticks with which have been used for expelling the devils from the village are thrown into the river, that the current may sweep the baleful burden away. The plan of putting puppets in the boat to represent sick persons in order to lure the demons after them is not uncommon. For example, most of the pagan tribes on the coast of Borneo seek to drive away epidemic disease as follows. They carve one or more rough human images from the pith of the sago palm, and place them on a small raft or boat or full-rigged Malay ship, together with rice or other food. The boat is decked with blossoms of areca palm, and with ribbons made from its leaves, and thus adorned, the little craft is allowed to float out to sea with the ebb tide, bearing, as the people fondly think or hope, the sickness away with it. Often, the vehicle which carries away the collected demons or ills of the whole community is an animal or scapegoat. In the central provinces of India, when cholera breaks out in the village, everyone retires after sunset to his house. The priests then parade the streets, taking from the roof of each house a straw, which is burnt with an offering of rice, ghee, and turmeric, at some shrine to the east of the village. Chickens daubed with vermilion are driven away in the direction of the smoke, and are believed to carry the disease with them. If they fail, goats are tied, and last of all, pigs. When cholera rages among the Bars, Malans, and Kurmis of India, they take a goat or a buffalo. In either case, the animal must be a female, and as black as possible. Then, having tied some grain, cloves, and red lead in a yellow cloth on its back, they turn it out of the village. The animal is conducted beyond the boundary and not allowed to return. Sometimes the buffalo is marked with a red pigment and driven to the next village, where he carries the plague with him. Amongst the Dinkas, a pastoral people of the West Nile, each family possesses a sacred cow. When the country is threatened with war, famine, or any other public calamity, the chiefs of the village require a particular family to surrender their sacred cow to serve as a scapegoat. The animal is driven by the women to the brink of the river and across it to the other bank, there to wander in the wilderness and fall prey to ravening beasts. Then the women return in silence, and without looking behind them. Were they to cast a backward glance, they imagined that the ceremony would have no effect. In 1857, when the Aymara Indians of Bolivia and Peru were suffering from a plague, they loaded a black llama with the clothes of the plague-stricken people, sprinkled brandy on the clothes, and then turned the animal loose on the mountains, hoping that it would carry the pest away with it. Occasionally, the scapegoat was a man. For example, from time to time the gods used to warn the king of Uganda that his foes, the Banyoro, were working magic against him and his people to make them die of disease. To avert such a catastrophe, the king would send a scapegoat to the frontier of Bunyoro, the land of the enemy. The scapegoat consisted of either a man and a boy, or a woman and her child, chosen because of some mark or bodily defect, which the gods had noticed and by which the victims were to be recognized. With the human victims were sent a cow, a goat, a fowl, and a dog, and a strong guard escorted them to the land which the god had indicated. There the limbs of the victims were broken, and they were left to die a lingering death in the enemy's country, being too crippled to crawl back to Uganda. The disease or plague was thought to have been thus transferred to the victims and to have been conveyed back in their persons to the land from which it came. Some of the aboriginal tribes of China, as a protection against pestilence, select a man of great muscular strength to act the part of scapegoat. Having besmeared his face with paint, he performs many antics with the view of enticing all pestilential and noxious influences to attach themselves to him only. He is assisted by a priest. Finally, the scapegoat, hotly pursued by men and women beating gongs and tom-toms, is driven with great haste out of the town or village. In the Punjab, a cure for the murrain is to hire a man of the Chumar caste, turn his face away from the village, brand him with a red-hot sickle, and let him go out into the jungle, taking the murrain with him. He must not look back. Section 3. The periodic expulsion of evils in a material vehicle. The immediate expulsion of evils by means of a scapegoat or other material vehicle, like the immediate expulsion of them in invisible form, tends to become periodic, and for like reason. Thus, every year, generally in March, the people of Leti, Moa, and Lakor, islands of the Indian archipelago, send away all their diseases to sea. They make a proa about 6 feet long, rig it with sails, oars, rudder, and other gear, and every family deposits in it some rice, fruit, a fowl, 2 eggs, insects that ravage the field, and so on. Then they let it drift away to sea, saying, "Take away from here all kinds of sickness. Take them to other islands, to other lands. Distribute them in places that lie eastward where the sun rises." The Biajas of Borneo annually send to sea a little bark laden with the sins and misfortunes of the people. The crew of any ship that falls in with the ill-omened bark at sea will suffer all the sorrows with which it is laden. A like custom is annually observed by the Dusans of the Taurain district in British North Borneo. The ceremony is the most important of the whole year. The aim is to bring good luck to the villages during the ensuing year, by solemnly expelling all the evil spirits that may have collected in or about the houses throughout the last 12 months. The task of routing out the demons and banishing them devolves chiefly on women. Dressed in their finest array, they go in procession through the village. One of them carries a small sucking pig in a basket on her back, and all of them bear wands with which they belabor the little pig at the appropriate moment. Its squeals help to attract the vagrant spirits. At every house the women dance and sing, clashing castanets or cymbals of brass and jingling bunches of little brass bells in both hands. When the performance has been repeated at every house in the village, the procession defiles down to the river, and all the evil spirits, which the performers have chased from the houses, follow them to the edge of the water. There a raft has been made, ready and moored to the bank. It contains offerings of food, cloth, cooking pots, and swords, and the deck is crowded with figures of men, women, animals, and birds, all made out of the leaves of the sago palm. The evil spirits now embark on the raft, and when they are all aboard, it is pushed off and allowed to float down with the current, carrying the demons with it. Should the raft run aground near the village, it is shoved off with all speed, lest the invisible passengers should seize the opportunity of landing and returning to the village. Finally, the sufferings of the little pig, whose squeals serve to decoy the demons from their lurking places, are terminated by death, for it is killed and its carcass thrown away. Every year, at the beginning of the dry season, the Nicobar Islanders carry the model of a ship through their villages. The devils are chased out of the huts and driven on board the little ship, which is then launched and suffered to sail away with the wind. The ceremony has been described by a catechist, who witnessed it at Car Nicobar in July 1897. For 3 days the people were busy preparing 2 very large floating cars, shaped like canoes, fitted with sails, and loaded with certain leaves which possessed the valuable property of expelling devils. While the young people were thus engaged, the exorcists and the elders sat in a house singing songs by turns, but often they would come forth, pace the beach armed with rods, and forbid the devil to enter the village. The 4th day of the solemnity bore a name which means expelling the devil by sails. In the evening all the villagers assembled, the women bringing baskets of ashes and bunches of devil-expelling leaves. These leaves were then distributed to everybody, old and young. When all was ready, a band of robust men, attended by a guard of exorcists, carried one of the cars down to the sea on the right side of the village graveyard, and set it floating in the water. As soon as they had returned, another band of men carried the other car to the beach, and floated it similarly in the sea to the left of the graveyard. The demon-laden barks being now launched, the women threw ashes from the shore, and the whole crowd shouted, saying, "Fly away, devil, fly away! Never come again!" The wind and the tide being favourable, the canoes sailed quickly away, and that night all the people feasted together with great joy, because the devil had departed in the direction of Chaura. A similar expulsion of devils takes place once a year in other Nicobar villages, but the ceremonies are held at different times in different places. Amongst many of the aboriginal tribes of China, a great festival is celebrated in the 3rd month of every year. It is held by way of a general rejoicing over what the people believe to be a total annihilation of the ills of the past 12 months. The destruction is supposed to be effected in the following way. A large earthenware jar filled with gunpowder, stones, and bits of iron is buried in the earth. A train of gunpowder, communicating with the jar, is then laid, and a match being applied, the jar and its contents are blown up. The stones and bits of iron represent the ills and disasters of the past year, and the dispersion of them by the explosion is believed to remove the ills and disasters themselves. The festival is attended with much revelling and drunkenness. At Old Calabar on the coast of Guinea, the devils and ghosts are, or used to be, publicly expelled once in 2 years. Among the spirits thus driven from their haunts are the souls of all the people who died since the last lustration of the town. About 3 weeks or a month before the expulsion, which according to one account takes place in the month of November, rude effigies representing men and animals such as crocodiles, leopards, elephants, bullocks, and birds are made of wickerwork or wood, and being hung with strips of cloth and bedizened with gewgaws, are set before the door of every house. About 3 o'clock in the morning of the day appointed for the ceremony, the whole population turns out into the streets, and proceeds with a deafening uproar and in a state of the wildest excitement to drive all lurking devils and ghosts into the effigies, in order that they may be banished with them from the abodes of men. For this purpose, bands of people roam through the streets, knocking on doors, firing guns, beating drums, blowing on horns, ringing bells, clattering pots and pans, shouting and hallooing with might and main, in short, making all the noise it is possible for them to raise. The hubbub goes on till the approach of dawn, when it gradually subsides and ceases altogether at sunrise. By this time the houses have been thoroughly swept, and all the frightened spirits are supposed to have huddled into the effigies or their fluttering drapery. In these wicker figures are also deposited the sweepings of the houses and the ashes of yesterday's fires. Then the demon-laden images are hastily snatched up, carried in tumultuous procession down to the brink of the river, and thrown into the water to the tuck of drums. The ebb tide bears them away seaward, and thus the town is swept clean of ghosts and devils for another 2 years. Similar annual expulsions of embodied evils are not unknown in Europe. On the evening of Easter Sunday, the gypsies of southern Europe take a wooden vessel, like a bandbox, which rests cradle-wise on 2 cross pieces of wood. In this they place herbs and simples, together with the dried carcass of a snake or lizard, which every person present must have touched with his fingers. The vessel is then wrapped in white and red wool, carried by the oldest man from tent to tent, and finally thrown into running water, not, however, before every member of the band has spat into it once, and the sorceress has uttered some spell over it. They believe that by performing this ceremony they dispel all the illnesses that would otherwise have afflicted them in the course of the year, and that if any one finds the vessel and opens it out of curiosity, he and his will be visited by all the maladies which the others have escaped. The scapegoat by means of which the accumulated ills of a whole year are publicly expelled is sometimes an animal. For example, among the Garos of Assam, quote, "Besides the sacrifices for individual cases of illness, there are certain ceremonies which are observed once a year by a whole community or village, and are intended to safeguard its members from dangers of the forest, and from sickness and mishap during the coming 12 months. The principal of these is the Asangtata ceremony. Close to the outskirts of every big village a number of stones may be noticed stuck into the ground, apparently without order or method. These are known by the name of Asang, and on them is offered the sacrifice which the Asangtata demands. The sacrifice of a goat takes place, and a month later that of the langur, or a bamboo rat, is considered necessary. The animal chosen has a rope fastened round its neck, and is led by 2 men, one on each side of it, to every house in the village. It is taken inside each house in turn, the assembled villagers meanwhile beating the walls from the outside to frighten and drive out any evil spirits which may have taken up their residence within. The round of the village having been made in this manner, the monkey or rat is led to the outskirts of the village, killed by a blow of a dowel, which disembowels it, and then crucified on bamboos set up in the ground. Round the crucified animal, long sharp bamboo stakes are placed, which form chevaux de frise round about it. These commemorate the days when such defences surrounded the villages on all sides to keep off human enemies, and they are now a symbol to ward off sickness and dangers to life from the wild animals of the forest. The langur required for the purpose is hunted down some days before, but should it be found impossible to catch one, a brown monkey may take its place. A hulak may not be used." Close quote. Here the crucified ape or rat is the public scapegoat, which, by its vicarious sufferings and death, relieves the people from all sickness and mishap in the coming year. Again, on one day of the year, the Bhotiyas of Juhar in the western Himalayas take a dog, intoxicate him with spirits and bhang or hemp, and having fed him with sweetmeats, lead him round the village and let him loose. Then they chase and kill him with sticks and stones, and believe that, when they have done so, no disease or misfortune will visit the village during the year. In some parts of Breadalbane, it was formerly the custom on New Year's Day to take a dog to the door, give him a bit of bread, and drive him out, saying, "Get away, you dog! whatever death of men or loss of cattle would happen to this house to the end of the present year, may it all light on your head. On the Day of Atonement, which was the 10th day of the 7th month, the Jewish high priest laid both his hands on the head of a live goat, confessed over it all the iniquities of the children of Israel, and having thereby transferred the sins of the people to the beast, sent it away into the wilderness. The scapegoat upon whom the sins of the people are periodically laid may also be a human being. At Onitsha on the Niger, 2 human beings used to be annually sacrificed to take away the sins of the land. The victims were purchased by public subscription. All persons who, during the past year, had fallen into gross sins, such as incendiarism, theft, adultery, witchcraft, and so forth, were expected to contribute 28 mugas, or a little over 2 pounds. The money thus collected was taken into the interior of the country and expended in the purchase of 2 sickly persons, quote, to be offered as a sacrifice for all these abominable crimes, one for the land and one for the river. Close quote. A man from a neighboring town was hired to put them to death. On the 27th of February, 1858, the Reverend G. C. Taylor witnessed the sacrifice of one of these victims. The sufferer was a woman, about 19 or 20 years of age. They dragged her alive along the ground, face downward, from the king's house to the river, a distance of 2 miles. The crowds who accompanied her crying, "Wickedness! Wickedness!" The intention was, quote, to take away the iniquities of the land. The body was dragged along in a merciless manner, as if the weight of all their wickedness was thus carried away. Close quote. Similar customs are said to be still secretly practiced every year by many tribes in the delta of the Niger, in spite of the vigilance of the British government. Among the Yoruba Negroes of West Africa, quote, the human victim chosen for sacrifice, and who may be either a freeborn or a slave, a person of noble or wealthy parentage, or one of humble birth, is, after he has been chosen and marked out for the purpose, called an aluwo. He is always well fed and nourished, and supplied with whatever he should desire during the period of his confinement. When the occasion arrives for him to be sacrificed and offered up, he is commonly led about and paraded through the streets of the town or city of the sovereign, who would sacrifice him for the well-being of his government, and of every family and individual under it, in order that he might carry off the sin, guilt, misfortune, and death of all without exception. Ashes and chalk would be employed to hide his identity by the one being freely thrown over his head, and his face painted with the latter, whilst individuals would often rush out of their houses to lay their hands upon him, that they might thus transfer to him their sin, guilt, trouble, and death. Close quote. This parade over, he is taken to an inner sanctuary and beheaded. His last words or dying groans are the signal for an outburst of joy among the people assembled outside, who believe that the sacrifice has been accepted and the divine wrath appeased. In Siam, it used to be the custom on one day of the year to single out a woman broken down by debauchery and carry her on a litter through all the streets to the music of drums and hautboys. The mob insulted her and pelted her with dirt, and after having carried her through the whole city, they threw her on a dunghill or a hedge of thorns outside the ramparts, forbidding her ever to enter the walls again. They believed that the woman thus drew upon herself all the malign influences of the air and of evil spirits. The Bataks of Sumatra offer either a red horse or a buffalo as a public sacrifice to purify the land and obtain the favor of the gods. Formerly, it is said, a man was bound to the same stake as the buffalo, and when they killed the animal, the man was driven away. No one might receive him, converse with him, or give him food. Doubtless, he was supposed to carry away the sins and misfortunes of the people. Sometimes the scapegoat is a divine animal. The people of Malabar share the Hindu reverence for the cow, to kill and eat which, quote, they esteem to be the crime as heinous as homicide or wilful murder. Close quote. Nevertheless, the quote, Brahmans transfer the sins of the people into one or more cows, which they are then carried away, both the cows and the sins wherewith the beasts are charged, to what place the Brahman shall appoint. Close quote. When the ancient Egyptians sacrificed a bull, they invoked upon its head all the evils that might otherwise befall themselves and the land of Egypt, and thereupon they either sold the bull's head to the Greeks or cast it into the river. Now it cannot be said that in times known to us the Egyptians worshipped bulls in general, for they seem to have commonly killed and eaten them. But a good many circumstances point to the conclusion that originally all cattle, bulls as well as cows, were held sacred by the Egyptians. For not only were the cows esteemed holy by them and never sacrificed, but even bulls might not be sacrificed unless they had certain natural marks. A priest examined every bull before it was sacrificed. If it had the proper marks, he put his seal on the animal in token that it might be sacrificed. And if a man sacrificed a bull which had not been sealed, he was put to death. Moreover, the worship of the black bulls Apis and Nevis, especially the former, played an important part in Egyptian religion. All bulls that died a natural death were carefully buried in the suburbs of the city, and their bones were afterwards collected from all parts of Egypt and interred in a single spot. And at the sacrifice of a bull in the great rites of Isis, all the worshippers beat their breasts and mourned. On the whole, then, we are perhaps entitled to infer that bulls were originally, as cows were always, esteemed sacred by the Egyptians, and that the slain bull upon whose head they laid the misfortunes of the people was once a divine scapegoat. It seems not improbable that the lamb annually slain by the Medes of Central Africa is a divine scapegoat, and the same supposition may partly explain the Zuni sacrifice of the turtle. Lastly, the scapegoat may be a divine man. Thus, in November, the Goans of India worship Gansim Deo, the protector of the crops, and at the festival the god himself is said to descend on the head of one of the worshippers, who was suddenly seized with a kind of fit, and after staggering about, rushes off into the jungle, where it is believed that, if left to himself, he would die mad. However, they bring him back, but he does not recover his senses for 1 or 2 days. The people think that one man is thus singled out as a scapegoat for the sins of the rest of the village. In the Temple of the Moon, the Albanians of the eastern Caucasus kept a number of sacred slaves, of whom many were inspired and prophesied. When any one of these men exhibited more than the usual symptoms of inspiration or insanity, and wandered solitary up and down the woods, like the Gond in the jungle, the high priest had him bound with a sacred chain and maintained him in luxury for a year. At the end of the year he was anointed with unguents, and led forth to be sacrificed. A man whose business it was to slay these human victims, and to whom practice had given dexterity, advanced from the crowd and thrust a sacred spear into the victim's side, piercing his heart. From the manner in which the slain man fell, omens were drawn as to the welfare of the commonwealth. Then the body was carried to a certain spot, where all the people stood upon it as a purificatory ceremony. This last circumstance clearly indicates that the sins of the people were transferred to the victim, just as the Jewish priest transferred the sins of the people to the scapegoat by laying his hands on the animal's head, and since the man was believed to be possessed by a divine spirit, we have here an undoubted example of a man-god slain to take away the sins and misfortunes of the people. In Tibet, the ceremony of the scapegoat presents some remarkable features. The Tibetan New Year begins with the new moon, which appears about the 15th of February. For 23 days afterwards, the government of Lhasa, the capital, is taken out of the hands of the ordinary rulers and entrusted to the monk of the Dibang monastery, who offers to pay the highest sum for the privilege. The successful bidder is called the Jalno, and he announces his ascension to power in person, going through the streets of Lhasa with a silver stick in his hand. Monks from all the neighboring monasteries and temples assemble to pay him homage. The Jalno exercises his authority in the most arbitrary manner for his own benefit, as all the fines which he exacts are his by purchase. The profit he makes is about 10 times the amount of the purchase money. His men go about the streets in order to discover any conduct on the part of the inhabitants that can be found fault with. Every house in Lhasa is taxed at this time, and the slightest offence is punished with unsparing rigour by fines. The severity of the Jalno drives all working classes out of the city till the 23 days are over. But if the laity go out, the clergy come in. All the Buddhist monasteries of the country for miles round about open their gates and disgorge their inmates. All the roads that lead down into Lhasa from the neighbouring mountains are full of monks carrying to the capital, some on foot, some on horseback, some riding asses or lowing oxen, all carrying their prayer books and culinary utensils. In such multitudes do they come that the streets and squares of the city are encumbered with their swarms and incarnadined with their red cloaks. The disorder and confusion are indescribable. Bands of the holy men traverse the streets chanting prayers or uttering wild cries. They meet, they jostle, they quarrel, they fight. Bloody noses, black eyes, and broken heads are freely given and received. All day long, too, from before the peep of dawn till after darkness has fallen, these red cloak monks hold services in the dim, incense-laden air of the great Machendranath temple, the cathedral of Lhasa, and thither they crowd thrice a day to receive their doles of tea and soup and money. The cathedral is a vast building, standing in the centre of the city and surrounded by bazaars and shops. The idols in it are richly inlaid with gold and precious stones. 24 days after the Jalno has ceased to have authority, he assumes it again, and for 10 days acts in the same arbitrary manner as before. On the first of the 10 days, the priests again assemble at the cathedral, pray to the gods to prevent sickness and other evils among the people, and as a peace offering sacrifice one man. The man is not killed purposely, but the ceremony he undergoes often proves fatal. Grain is thrown against his head, and his face is painted half white, half black. Thus, grotesquely disguised and carrying a coat of skin on his arm, he is called the King of the Years, and sits daily in the marketplace, where he helps himself to whatever he likes, and goes about shaking a black yak's tail over the people, who thus transfer their bad luck to him. On the 10th day, all the troops of Lhasa march to the great temple and form in line before it. The King of the Years is brought forth from the temple and receives small donations from the assembled multitude. He then ridicules the Jalno, saying to him, "Whatever we perceive through the 5 senses is no illusion. All you teach is untrue," and the like. The Jalno, who represents the Grand Lama for the time being, contests these heretical opinions. The dispute waxes warm, and at last both agree to decide the question at issue by a cast of the dice, the Jalno offering to change places with the scapegoat should the throw be against him. If the King of the Years wins, much evil is prognosticated, but if the Jalno wins, there is great rejoicing, for it proves that his adversary has been accepted by the gods as a victim to bear all the sins of the people of Lhasa. Fortune, however, always favours the Jalno, who throws 6s with unvarying success, while his opponent turns up only 1s. Nor is this so extraordinary as at first sight as it might appear, for the Jalno's dice are marked with nothing but sixes, and his adversaries with nothing but ones. When he sees the finger of Providence thus plainly pointed against him, the King of Years is terrified, and flees away upon a white horse, with a white dog, a white bird, salt, and so forth, which have all been provided for him by the government. His face is still painted half white and half black, and he still wears his leathern coat. The whole populace pursues him, hooting, yelling, and firing blank shots and volleys after him. Thus driven out of the city, he is detained for 7 days in the great chamber of horrors at the Samyas monastery, surrounded by monstrous and terrific images of devils and skins of huge serpents and wild beasts. Thence he goes away into the mountains of Chitang, where he is to remain an outcast for several months or a year in a narrow den. If he dies before the time is out, the people say it is an auspicious omen, but if he survives, he may return to Lhasa and play the part of scapegoat over again the following year. This quaint ceremonial, still annually observed in the secluded capital of Buddhism, the Rome of Asia, is interesting because it exhibits, in a clearly marked religious stratification, a series of divine redeemers, themselves redeemed, of vicarious sacrifices, vicariously atoned for, of gods undergoing a process of fossilization, who, while they retain the privileges, have disburdened themselves of the pains and penalties of divinity. In the Jalno, we may without undue straining discern a successor of those temporary kings, those mortal gods who purchase a short lease of power and glory at the price of their lives. That he is the temporary substitute of the Grand Lama is certain. That he is, or was once, liable to act as a scapegoat for the people is made nearly certain by his offer to change places with the real scapegoat, the King of Years, if the arbitrament of the dice should go against him. It is true that the conditions under which the question is now put to the hazard have reduced the offer to an idle form. But such forms are no mere mushroom growths, springing up of themselves in a night. If they are now lifeless formalities, empty husks devoid of significance, we may be sure that they once had a life and a meaning. If at the present day they are blind alleys leading nowhere, we may be certain that in former days they were paths that led somewhere, if only to death. That death was the goal to which of old the Tibetan scapegoat passed after his brief period of license in the marketplace is a conjecture that has much to commend it. Analogy suggests it. The blank shots fired after him, the statement that the ceremony often proves fatal, the belief that his death is a happy omen, all confirm it. We need not wonder then that the Jalno, after paying so dear to act as deputy deity for a few weeks, should have preferred to die by deputy rather than in his own person when his time was up. The painful but necessary duty was accordingly laid on some poor devil, some social outcast, some wretch with whom the world had gone hard, who readily agreed to throw away his life at the end of a few days, if only he might have his fling in the meantime. For observe that while the time allowed to the original deputy, the Jalno, was measured by weeks, the time allowed to the deputy's deputy was cut down to days, 10 days according to one authority, 7 days according to another. So short a rope was doubtless thought a long enough tether for so black or sickly a sheep, so few sands in the hourglass, slipping so fast away, sufficed for one who had wasted so many precious years. Hence, in the jack-pudding who now masquerades with motley countenance in the market-place of Lhasa, sweeping up a misfortune with a black yak's tail, we may fairly see the substitute of a substitute, the vicar of a vicar, the proxy on whose back the heavy burden was laid when it had been lifted from nobler shoulders. But the clue, if we have followed it aright, does not stop at the Jalno. It leads straight back to the Pope of Lhasa himself, the Grand Lama, of whom the Jalno was merely the temporary vicar. The analogy of many customs in many lands points to the conclusion that, if this human divinity stooped to resign his ghostly power for a time into the hands of a substitute, it is, or rather was once, for no other reason than that the substitute might die in his stead. Thus, through the mist of ages, unillumined by the lamp of history, the tragic figure of the Pope of Buddhism, God's vicar on earth for Asia, looms dim and sad as the man-god who bore his people's sorrows, the good shepherd who laid down his life for the sheep. Section 4. On scapegoats in general. The foregoing survey of the custom of publicly expelling the accumulated evils of a village or town or country suggests a few general observations. In the first place, it will not be disputed that what I have called the immediate and the mediate expulsions of evil are identical in intention. In other words, that whether the evils are conceived of as invisible or as embodied in a material form is a circumstance entirely subordinate to the main object of the ceremony, which is simply to effect a total clearance of all the ills that have been infesting a people. If any link were wanting to connect the two kinds of expulsions, it would be furnished by such a practice as that of sending the evils away in a litter or a boat. For here, on the one hand, the evils are invisible and intangible, and on the other hand there is a visible and tangible vehicle to convey them away, and the scapegoat is nothing more than such a vehicle. In the second place, when a general clearance of evils is resorted to periodically, the interval between the celebrations of the ceremony is commonly a year, and the time of year when the ceremony takes place usually coincides with some well-marked change of season, such as the beginning or end of winter in the Arctic and temperate zones, and the beginning or end of the rainy season in the tropics. The increased mortality which such climatic changes are apt to produce, especially amongst ill-fed, ill-clothed, and ill-housed savages, is set down by primitive man to the agency of demons, who must accordingly be expelled. Hence, in the tropical regions of New Britain and Peru, the devils are or were driven out at the beginning of the rainy season. Hence, on the dreary coasts of Baffin land, they are banished at the approach of the bitter Arctic winter. When a tribe has taken to husbandry, the time for the general expulsion of devils is naturally made to agree with one of the great epochs of the agricultural year, as sowing or harvest. But as these epochs themselves naturally coincide with changes of season, it does not follow that the transition from the hunting or pastoral to the agricultural life involves any alteration in the time of celebrating this great annual rite. Some of the agricultural communities of India and the Hindu Kush, as we have seen, hold their general clearance of demons at harvest, others at sowing time. But, at whatever season of the year it is held, the general expulsion of devils commonly marks the beginning of the new year. For, before entering on a new year, people are anxious to rid themselves of the troubles that have harassed them in the past. Hence, it comes about that in so many communities, the beginning of the new year is inaugurated with a solemn and public banishment of evil spirits. In the third place, it is to be observed that this public and periodic expulsion of devils is commonly preceded or followed by a period of general license, during which the ordinary restraints of society are thrown aside, and all offences, short of the gravest, are allowed to pass unpunished. In Guinea and Tonkin, the period of license precedes the public expulsion of demons, and the suspension of the ordinary government in Lhasa previous to the expulsion of the scapegoat is perhaps a relic of a similar period of universal license. Amongst the Has of India, the period of license follows the expulsion of the devil. Amongst the Iroquois, it hardly appears whether it preceded or followed the banishment of evils. In any case, the extraordinary relaxation of all ordinary rules of conduct on such occasions is doubtless to be explained by the general clearance of evils which precedes or follows it. On the one hand, when a general riddance of evil and absolution from all sin is an immediate prospect, people are encouraged to give the rein to their passions, trusting that the coming ceremony will wipe out the score which they are running up so fast. On the other hand, when the ceremony has just taken place, men's minds are free from the oppressive sense, under which they generally labor, of an atmosphere surcharged with devils, and in the first revulsion of joy they overleap the limits commonly imposed by custom and morality. When the ceremony takes place at harvest time, the elation of feeling which it excites is further stimulated by the state of physical well-being produced by an abundant supply of food. Fourthly, the employment of a divine man or animal as a scapegoat is especially to be noted. Indeed, we are here directly concerned with the custom of banishing evils, only in so far as these evils are believed to be transferred to a god who is afterwards slain. It may be suspected that the custom of employing a divine man or animal as a public scapegoat is much more widely diffused than appears from the examples cited. For, as has already been pointed out, the custom of killing a god dates from so early a period of human history that in later ages, even when the custom continues to be practiced, it is liable to be misinterpreted. The divine character of the animal or man is forgotten, and he comes to be regarded merely as an ordinary victim. This is especially likely to be the case when it is a divine man who is killed. For when a nation becomes civilized, it does not drop human sacrifices altogether. It at least selects as victims only such wretches as would be put to death at any rate. Thus the killing of a god may sometimes come to be confounded with the execution of a criminal. If we ask why a dying god should be chosen to take upon himself and carry away the sins and sorrows of the people, it may be suggested that in the practice of using the divinity as a scapegoat, we have a combination of two customs which were at one time distinct and independent. On the one hand, we have seen that it has been customary to kill the human or animal god in order to save his divine life from being weakened by the inroads of age. On the other hand, we have seen that it has been customary to have a general expulsion of evils and sins once a year. Now, if it occurred to people to combine these two customs, the result would be the employment of the dying god as a scapegoat. He was killed not originally to take away sin, but to save the divine life from the degeneracy of old age. But since he had to be killed at any rate, people may have thought that he might as well seize the opportunity to lay upon him the burden of their sufferings and sins, in order that he might bear it away with him to the unknown world beyond the grave. The use of the divinity as a scapegoat clears up the ambiguity which, as we saw, appears to hang about the European folk custom of carrying out death. Grounds have been shown for believing that in this ceremony the so-called death was originally the spirit of vegetation, who was annually slain in spring in order that he might come to life again with all the vigor of youth. But as I pointed out, there are certain features in this ceremony which are not explicable on this hypothesis alone. Such are the marks of joy with which the effigy of death is carried out to be buried or burnt, and the fear and abhorrence of it manifested by the bearers. But these features become at once intelligible if we suppose that the death was not merely the dying god of vegetation, but also a public scapegoat, upon whom were laid all the evils that had afflicted the people during the past year. Joy on such an occasion is natural and appropriate, and if the dying god appears to be the object of that fear and abhorrence which are properly due not to himself, but to the sins and misfortunes with which he is laden, this arises merely from the difficulty of distinguishing, or at least of marking the distinction, between the bearer and the burden. When the burden is of a baleful character, the bearer of it will be feared and shunned just as much as if he were himself instinct with all those dangerous properties of which, as it happens, he is only the vehicle. Similarly, we have seen that disease-laden and sin-laden boats are dreaded and shunned by East Indian peoples. Again, the view that in these popular customs the death is a scapegoat as well as a representative of the divine spirit of vegetation derives some support from the circumstance that its expulsion is always celebrated in spring, and chiefly by Slavonic peoples. For the Slavonic year began in spring, and thus, in one of its aspects, the ceremony of carrying out death would be an example of the widespread custom of expelling the accumulated evils of the old year before entering on a new one. End of chapter 57. Chapters 58 and 59 of the Golden Bough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Golden Bough by Sir James Frazer. Chapter 58. Human Scapegoats in Classical Antiquity. Section 1. The Human Scapegoat in Ancient Rome. We are now prepared to notice the use of the human scapegoat in classical antiquity. Every year, on the 14th of March, a man clad in skins was led in procession through the streets of Rome, beaten with long white rods, and driven out of the city. He was called Mamurius Veturius, that is, the Old Mars, and as the ceremony took place on the day preceding the first full moon of the old Roman year, which began on the 1st of March, the skin-clad man must have represented the Mars of the past year, who was driven out at the beginning of a new one. Now Mars was originally not a god of war, but of vegetation. For it was to Mars that the Roman husbandman prayed for the prosperity of his corn and his vines, his fruit trees and his copses. It was to Mars that the priestly college of the Arval brothers, whose business it was to sacrifice for the growth of the crops, addressed their petitions almost exclusively, and it was to Mars, as we saw, that a horse was sacrificed in October to secure an abundant harvest. Moreover, it was to Mars, under his title Mars of the Woods, or Mars Silvanus, that farmers offered sacrifice for the welfare of their cattle. We have already seen that cattle are commonly supposed to be under the special patronage of tree gods. Once more, the consecration of the vernal month of March to Mars seems to point him out as the deity of the sprouting vegetation. Thus the Roman custom of expelling the old Mars at the beginning of the new year in spring is identical with the Slavonic custom of carrying out death, if the view here taken of the latter custom is correct. The similarity of the Roman and Slavonic customs has been already remarked by scholars, who appear, however, to have taken Mamurius Veturius and the corresponding figures in the Slavonic ceremonies to be representatives of the old year rather than of the old god of vegetation. It is possible that ceremonies of this kind may have come to be thus interpreted in latter times even by the people who practiced them. But the personification of a period of time is too abstract an idea to be primitive. However, in the Roman as in the Slavonic ceremony, the representative of the god appears to have been treated not only as a deity of vegetation, but also as a scapegoat. His expulsion implies this, for there is no reason why the god of vegetation, as such, should be expelled from the city. But it is otherwise if he is also a scapegoat. It then becomes necessary to drive him beyond the boundaries, that he may carry his sorrowful burden away to other lands. And, in fact, Memurius Veturius appears to have been driven away to the land of the Oscans, the enemies of Rome. Section 2. The Human Scapegoat in Ancient Greece. The ancient Greeks were also familiar with the use of a human scapegoat. In Plutarch's native town of Chaeronea, a ceremony of this kind was performed by the chief magistrate at the town hall, and by each householder at his own home. It was called the expulsion of hunger. A slave was beaten with rods of the agnus castus, and turned out of doors with the words, "Out with hunger, and in with wealth and health." When Plutarch held the office of chief magistrate of his native town, he performed this ceremony at the town hall, and he has recorded the discussion to which the custom afterwards gave rise. But in civilized Greece, the custom of the scapegoat took darker forms than the innocent rite over which the amiable and pious Plutarch presided. Whenever Marseille, one of the busiest and most brilliant of Greek colonies, was ravaged by the plague, a man of the poorer classes used to offer himself as a scapegoat. For a whole year he was maintained at the public expense, being fed on choice and pure food. At the expiry of the year he was dressed in sacred garments, decked with holy branches, and led through the whole city while prayers were uttered that all the evils of the people might fall on his head. He was then cast out of the city or stoned to death by the people outside of the walls. The Athenians regularly maintained a number of degraded and useless beings at the public expense, and when any calamity, such as plague, drought, or famine, befell the city, they sacrificed 2 of these outcast scapegoats. One of the victims was sacrificed for the men, and the other for the women. The former wore around his neck a string of black, the latter a string of white figs. Sometimes, it seems, the victim slain on behalf of the women was a woman. They were led about the city and then sacrificed, apparently being stoned to death outside the city. But such sacrifices were not confined to extraordinary occasions of public calamity. It appears that every year, at the festival of the Thargelia in May, 2 victims, one for the men and one for the women, were led out of Athens and stoned to death. The city of Abdera in Thrace was publicly purified once a year, and one of the burghers, set apart for the purpose, was stoned to death as a scapegoat or vicarious sacrifice for the life of all the others. 6 days before his execution he was excommunicated, quote, in order that he alone might bear the sins of all the people. Close quote. From the Lover's Leap, a white bluff at the southern end of their island, the Leucadians used annually to hurl a criminal into the sea as a scapegoat. But to lighten his fall, they fastened live birds and feathers to him, and a flotilla of small boats waited below to catch him and convey him beyond the boundary. Probably these humane precautions were a mitigation of an earlier custom of flinging the scapegoat into the sea to drown. The Leucadian ceremony took place at the time of a sacrifice to Apollo, who had a temple or sanctuary on the spot. Elsewhere, it was customary to cast a young man every year into the sea with the prayer, "Be thou our offscouring." This ceremony was supposed to rid the people of the evils by which they were beset, or according to a somewhat different interpretation, it redeemed them by paying the debt they owed to the sea god. As practiced by the Greeks of Asia Minor in the 6th century before our era, the custom of the scapegoat was as follows. When a city suffered from plague, famine, or other public calamity, an ugly or deformed person was chosen to take upon himself all the evils which afflicted the community. He was brought to a suitable place, where dried figs, a barley loaf, and cheese were put into his hand. These he ate. Then he was beaten 7 times upon his genital organs, with squills and branches of the wild fig and other wild trees, while the flutes played a particular tune. Afterwards he was burned on a pyre built of the wood of forest trees, and his ashes were cast into the sea. A similar custom appears to have been annually celebrated by the Asiatic Greeks at the harvest festival of the Thargelia. In the ritual just described, the scourging of the victim with squills, branches of the wild fig, and so forth, cannot have been intended to aggravate his sufferings, otherwise any stick would have been good enough to beat him with. The true meaning of this part of the ceremony has been explained by W. Monhart. He points out that the ancients attributed to squills a magical power of averting evil influences, and that accordingly they hung them up at the doors of their houses and made use of them in purificatory rites. Hence, the Arcadian custom of whipping the image of Pan with squills at a festival, or whenever the hunters returned empty-handed, must have been meant not to punish the god, but to purify him from the harmful influences which were impeding him in the exercise of his divine functions as a god who should supply the hunter with game. Similarly, the object of beating a human scapegoat on the genital organs with squills and so on must have been to release his reproductive energies from any restraint or spell under which they might be laid by demoniacal or other malignant agency, and as the Thargelia at which he was annually sacrificed was an early harvest festival celebrated in May, we must recognize in him a representative of the creative and fertilizing god of vegetation. The representative of the god was annually slain for the purpose I have indicated, that of maintaining the divine life in perpetual vigor, untainted by the weakness of age, and before he was put to death, it was not unnatural to stimulate his reproductive powers in order that these might be transmitted in full activity to his successor, the new god or new embodiment of the old god, who was doubtless supposed immediately to take the place of the one slain. Similar reasoning would lead to a similar treatment of the scapegoat on special occasions, such as drought or famine. If the crops did not answer to the expectation of the husbandman, this would be attributed to some failure in the generative powers of the gods whose function it was to produce the fruits of the earth. It might be thought that he was under a spell or was growing old and feeble. Accordingly, he was slain in the person of his representative with all the ceremonies already described, in order that, born young again, he might infuse his own youthful vigor into the stagnant energies of nature. On the same principle we can understand why Mamurius Veturius was beaten with rods, why the slave at the Chironian ceremony was beaten with the Agnus Castus, a tree to which magical properties were ascribed, why the effigy of Death in some parts of Europe is assailed with sticks and stones, and why at Babylon the criminal who played the god was scourged before he was crucified. The purpose of the scourging was not to intensify the agony of the divine sufferer, but on the contrary to dispel any malignant influences by which at the supreme moment he might conceivably be beset.
Thus far I have assumed that the human victims at the Thargelia represented the spirits of vegetation in general, but it has been well remarked by Mr. W. R. Paton that these poor wretches seem to have masqueraded as the spirits of fig trees in particular. He points out that the process of caprification, as it is called, that is, the artificial fertilization of the cultivated fig trees by hanging strings of wild figs among the boughs, takes place in Greece and Asia Minor in June, about a month after the date of the Thargelia, and he suggests that the hanging of the black and white figs round the necks of the two human victims, one of whom represented the men and the other the women, may have been a direct imitation of the process of caprification designed, on the principle of imitative magic, to assist the fertilization of the fig trees. And since caprification is in fact a marriage of the male fig tree with the female fig tree, Mr. Paton further supposes that the loves of the trees may, on the same principle of imitative magic, have been simulated by a mock or even a real marriage between two human victims, one of whom appears sometimes to have been a woman. On this view, the practice of beating the human victims on their genitals with branches of wild fig trees and with squills was a charm intended to stimulate the generative powers of the man and woman who for the time being personated the male and the female fig trees respectively, and who by their union in marriage, whether real or pretended, were believed to help the trees to bear fruit. The interpretation which I have adopted of the custom of beating the human scapegoat with certain plants is supported by many analogies. Thus, among the Kai of German New Guinea, when a man wishes to make his banana shoots bear fruit quickly, he beats them with a stick cut from a banana tree which has already borne fruit. Here it is obvious that fruitfulness is believed to inhere in a stick cut from a fruitful tree and to be imparted by contact to the young banana plants. Similarly, in New Caledonia, a man will beat his taro plants lightly with a branch, saying as he does so, "I beat this taro that it may grow," after which he plants the branch in the ground at the end of the field. Among the Indians of Brazil, at the mouth of the Amazon, when a man wishes to increase the size of his generative organ, he strikes it with the fruit of a white aquatic plant called aninga, which grows luxuriantly on the banks of the river. The fruit, which is inedible, resembles a banana, and is clearly chosen for this purpose on account of its shape. The ceremony should be performed 3 days before or after the new moon. In the county of Becus, in Hungary, barren women are fertilized by being struck with a stick which has first been used to separate pairing dogs. Here, a fertilizing virtue is clearly supposed to be inherent in the stick, and to be conveyed by contact to women. The Torajas of Central Celebes think that the plant Dracaena terminalis has a strong soul, because when it is looped it soon grows up again. Hence, when a man is ill, his friends will sometimes beat him on the crown of the head with Dracaena leaves in order to strengthen his weak soul with the strong soul of the plant. These analogies, accordingly, support the interpretation which, following my predecessors W. Monhart and Mr. W. R. Paton, I have given of the beating inflicted on the human victims at the Greek harvest festival of the Thargelia. That beating, administered to the generative organs of the victims by fresh green plants and branches, is most naturally explained as a charm to increase the reproductive energies of the men or women, either by communicating to them the fruitfulness of the plants and branches, or by ridding them of the maleficent influences. And this interpretation is confirmed by the observation that the two victims represented the two sexes, one of them standing for the men in general and the other for the women. The season of the year when the ceremony was performed, namely the time of the corn harvest, tallies well with the theory that the rite had an agricultural significance. Further, that it was above all intended to fertilize the fig trees is strongly suggested by the strings of black and white figs which were hung round the necks of the victims, as well as by the blows which were given their genital organs with the branches of a wild fig tree, since this procedure closely resembles the procedure which ancient and modern husbandmen in Greek lands have regularly resorted to for the purpose of actually fertilizing their fig trees. When we remember what an important part the artificial fertilization of the date palm tree appears to have played of old, not only in the husbandry, but in the religion of Mesopotamia, there seems no reason to doubt that the artificial fertilization of the fig tree may in like manner have vindicated for itself a place in the solemn ritual of Greek religion. If these considerations are just, we must apparently conclude that while the human victims at the Thargelia certainly appear in later classical times to have figured chiefly as public scapegoats, who carried away with them the sins, misfortunes, and sorrows of the whole people,
At an earlier time they may have been looked on as embodiments of vegetation, perhaps of the corn, but particularly of the fig trees, and that the beating which they received and the death which they died were intended primarily to brace and refresh the powers of vegetation, then beginning to droop and languish under the torrid heat of the Greek summer. The view here taken of the Greek scapegoat, if it is correct, obviates any objection which might otherwise be brought against the main argument of this book. To the theory that the priest of Aricia was slain as a representative of the spirit of the grove, it might have been objected that such a custom has no analogy in classical antiquity. But reasons have now been given for believing that the human being periodically and occasionally slain by the Asiatic Greeks were regularly treated as an embodiment of a divinity of vegetation. Probably the persons whom the Athenians kept to be sacrificed were similarly treated as divine. That they were social outcasts did not matter. On the primitive view, a man is not chosen to be a mouthpiece or embodiment of a god on account of his high moral qualities or social rank. The divine afflatus descends equally on the good and the bad, the lofty and the lowly. If, then, the civilized Greeks of Asia and Athens habitually sacrificed men whom they regarded as incarnate gods, there can be no inherent improbability in the supposition that at the dawn of history a similar custom was observed by the semi-barbarous Latins in the Arician grove. But to clinch the argument, it is clearly desirable to prove that the custom of putting to death a human representative of a god was known and practiced in ancient Italy elsewhere than in the Arician grove. This proof I now propose to adduce. Section 3. The Roman Saturnalia. We have seen that many peoples have been used to observe an annual period of license, when the customary restraints of law and morality are thrown aside, when the whole population give themselves up to extravagant mirth and jollity, and when the darker passions find a vent which would never be allowed them in the more staid and sober course of ordinary life. Such outbursts of the pent-up forces of human nature, too often degenerating into wild orgies of lust and crime, occur most commonly at the end of the year, and are frequently associated, as I have had occasion to point out, with one or other of the agricultural seasons, especially with the time of sowing or of harvest. Now, of all these periods of license, the one which is best known, and which in modern language has given its name to the rest, is the Saturnalia. This famous festival fell in December, the last month of the Roman year, and was popularly supposed to commemorate the merry reign of Saturn, the god of sowing and of husbandry, who lived on earth long ago as a righteous and beneficent king of Italy, drew the rude and scattered dwellers on the mountains together, taught them to till the ground, gave them laws, and ruled in peace. His reign was the fabled Golden Age. The earth brought forth abundantly. No sound of war or discord troubled the happy world. No baleful love of lucre worked like poison in the blood of the industrious and contented peasantry. Slavery and private property were alike unknown. All men had all things in common. At last, the good God, the kindly king, vanished suddenly, but his memory was cherished to distant ages. Shrines were reared in his honor, and many hills and high places in Italy bore his name. Yet the bright tradition of his reign was crossed by a dark shadow. His altars are said to have been stained with the blood of human victims, for whom a more merciful age afterwards substituted effigies. Of this gloomy side of the god's religion, there is little or no trace in the descriptions which ancient writers have left us of the Saturnalia. Feasting and revelry, and all the mad pursuit of pleasure, are the features that seem to have especially marked this carnival of antiquity. as it went on for 7 days in the streets and public squares and houses of ancient Rome, from the 17th to the 23rd of December. But no feature of the festival is more remarkable. Nothing in it seems to have struck the ancients themselves more than the license granted to slaves at this time. The distinction between the free and the servile classes was temporarily abolished. The slave might rail at his master, intoxicate himself like his betters, sit down at table with them, and not even a word of reproof would be administered to him for conduct which at any other season might have been punished with stripes, imprisonment, or death. Nay, more, masters actually changed places with their slaves and waited on them at table, and not till the serf had done eating and drinking was the board cleared and dinner set for his master. So far was this inversion of ranks carried, that each household became for a time a mimic republic in which the high offices of state were discharged by the slaves, who gave their orders and laid down the law as if they were indeed invested with all the dignity of the consulship, the praetorship, and the bench. Like the pale reflection of power thus accorded to the bondsmen at the Saturnalia, was the mock kingship for which freemen cast lots at the same season. The person on whom the lot fell enjoyed the title of king, and issued commands of a playful and ludicrous nature to his temporary subjects. One of them he might order to mix the wine, another to drink, another to sing, another to dance, another to speak in his own dispraise, another to carry a flute girl on his back round the house. Now when we remember that the liberty allowed to slaves at this festive season was supposed to be an imitation of the state of society in Saturn's time, and that in general the Saturnalia passed for nothing more or less than a temporary revival or restoration of the reign of that merry monarch, we are tempted to surmise that the mock king who presided over the revels may have originally represented Saturn himself. The conjecture is strongly confirmed, if not established, by a very curious and interesting account of the way in which the Saturnalia was celebrated by the Roman soldiers stationed on the Danube in the reign of Maximian and Diocletian. The account is preserved in a narrative of the martyrdom of Saint Decius, which was unearthed from a Greek manuscript in the Paris Library and published by Professor Franz Cumont of Ghent. Two briefer descriptions of the event and of the custom are contained in manuscripts at Milan and Berlin. One of them had already seen the light in an obscure volume printed at Urbino in 1727, but its importance for the history of the Roman religion, both ancient and modern, appears to have been overlooked until Professor Cumont drew the attention of scholars to all three narratives by publishing them together some years ago. According to these narratives, which have all the appearance of being authentic, and of which the longest is probably based on official documents, the Roman soldiers at Durostorum in Lower Moesia celebrated the Saturnalia year by year in the following manner. 30 days before the festival they chose by lot from amongst themselves a young and handsome man, who was then clothed in royal attire to resemble Saturn. Thus arrayed and attended by a multitude of soldiers, he went about in public with full license to indulge his passions and to taste of every pleasure, however base and shameful. But if his reign was merry, it was short and ended tragically, for when the 30 days were up and the festival of Saturn had come, he cut his own throat on the altar of the god whom he personated. In the year A.D. 303, the lot fell upon the Christian soldier Decius, but he refused to play the part of the heathen god and soil his last days of debauchery. The threats and arguments of his commanding officer Bassus failed to shake his constancy, and accordingly he was beheaded, as the Christian martyrologist records with minute accuracy, at the Durostorum by the soldier John on Friday the 20th day of November,
being the 24th day of the moon at the 4th hour. Since this narrative was published by Professor Cumont, its historical character, which had been doubted or denied, has received strong confirmation from an interesting discovery. In the crypt of the cathedral which crowns the promontory of Ancona, there is preserved, amongst other remarkable antiquities, a white marble sarcophagus, bearing a Greek inscription in characters of the age of Justinian, to the following effect: "Here lies the holy martyr Decius, brought from Durostorum." The sarcophagus was transferred to the crypt of the cathedral in 1848 from the church of San Pellegrino, under the high altar of which, as we learn from the Latin inscription let into the masonry, the martyr's bones still repose with those of 2 other saints. How long the sarcophagus was deposited in the church of San Pellegrino we do not know, but it is recorded to have been there in the year 1650. We may suppose that the saint's relics were transferred for safety to Ancona at some time in the troubled centuries which followed his martyrdom, when Moesia was occupied and ravaged by successive hordes of barbarian invaders. At all events, it appears certain from the independent and mutually confirmatory evidence of the martyrology and the monuments that Decius was no mythical saint, but a real man, who suffered death for his faith at Durostorum in one of the early centuries of the Christian era. Finding the narrative of the nameless martyrologist thus established as to the principal fact recorded, namely, the martyrdom of Saint Decius, we may reasonably accept his testimony as to the manner and cause of the martyrdom, all the more because his narrative is precise, circumstantial, and entirely free from the miraculous element. Accordingly, I conclude that the account which he gives of the celebration of the Saturnalia among the Roman soldiers is trustworthy. This account sets in a new and lurid light the office of the king of the Saturnalia, the ancient lord of misrule, who presided over the winter revels at Rome in the time of Horace and Tacitus. It seems to prove that his business had not always been that of a mere harlequin or merry andrew, whose only care was that the revelry should run high and the fun grow fast and furious, while the fire blazed and crackled on the hearth, while the streets swarmed with festive crowds, and through the clear frosty air far away to the north, Soracte showed his coronal of snow. When we compare this comic monarch of the gay, the civilized metropolis with his grim counterpart of the rude camp on the Danube, and when we remember the long array of similar figures, ludicrous yet tragic, who in other ages and in other lands, wearing mock crowns and wrapped in sceptred palls, have played their little pranks for a few brief hours or days, then passed before their time to a violent death, we can hardly doubt that in the king of the Saturnalia at Rome, as he is depicted by classical writers, we see only a feeble, emasculated copy of that original, whose strong features have been fortunately preserved for us by the obscure author of The Martyrdom of Saint Decius. In other words, the martyrologist's account of the Saturnalia agrees so closely with the accounts of similar rites elsewhere, which could not possibly have been known to him, that the substantial accuracy of his description may be regarded as established. And further, since the custom of putting a mock king to death as a representative of a god cannot have grown out of a practice of appointing him to preside over a holiday revel, whereas the reverse may very well have happened, we are justified in assuming that in an earlier and more barbarous age it was the universal practice in ancient Italy, wherever the worship of Saturn prevailed, to choose a man who played the part and enjoyed all the traditionary privileges of Saturn for a season, and then died, whether by his own or another's hand, whether by the knife or the fire or on the gallows tree, in the character of the good God who gave his life for the world. In Rome itself,
and other great towns, the growth of civilization had probably mitigated this cruel custom long before the Augustan age, and transformed it into the innocent shape it wears in the writings of the few classical writers who bestow a passing notice on the holiday king of the Saturnalia. But in remoter districts the older and sterner practice may long have survived, and even if after the unification of Italy the barbarous usage was suppressed by the Roman government, the memory of it would be handed down by the peasants and would tend from time to time, as still happens with the lowest forms of superstition among ourselves, to lead to a recrudescence of the practice, especially among the rude soldiery on the outskirts of the empire, over whom the once iron hand of Rome was beginning to relax its grasp. The resemblance between the Saturnalia of ancient and the Carnival of modern Italy has often been remarked, but in the light of all the facts that have come before us, we may well ask whether the resemblance does not amount to identity. We have seen that in Italy, Spain, and France, that is, in the countries where the influence of Rome has been deepest and most lasting, a conspicuous feature of the Carnival is a burlesque figure personifying the festive season, which after a short career of glory and dissipation is publicly shot, burnt, or otherwise destroyed, to the feigned grief or genuine delight of the populace. If the view here suggested of the Carnival is correct, this grotesque personage is no other than a direct successor of the old king of the Saturnalia, the master of the revels, the real man who personated Saturn, and when the revels were over, suffered a real death in his assumed character. The king of the bean on Twelfth Night, and the medieval bishop of fools, abbot of unreason, or lord of misrule, are figures of the same sort, and may perhaps have had a similar origin. Whether that was so or not, we may conclude with a fair degree of probability that if the king of the wood at Aricia lived and died as an incarnation of a sylvan deity, he had of old a parallel at Rome, in the men who, year by year, were slain in the character of King Saturn, the god of the sown and sprouting seed. Chapter 59. Killing the God in Mexico. By no people does the custom of sacrificing the human representative of a god appear to have been observed so commonly and with so much solemnity as by the Aztecs of ancient Mexico. With the ritual of these remarkable sacrifices we are well acquainted, for it has been fully described by the Spaniards who conquered Mexico in the 16th century, and whose curiosity was naturally excited by the discovery in this distant region of a barbarous and cruel religion, which presented many curious points of analogy to the doctrine and ritual of their own church. They took captive, says Jesuit Acosta, quote, such as they thought good, and afore they did sacrifice him unto their idols. They gave him the name of the idol, to whom he should be sacrificed, and apparelled him with the same ornaments like their idol, saying that he did represent the same idol. And during the time that this representation lasted, which was for a year in some feasts, in others 6 months, and in others less, they reverenced and worshipped him in the same manner as the proper idol. And in the meantime he did drink, eat, and was merry. When he went through the streets, the people came forth to worship him, and every one brought him an alms, with children and sick folks, that he might cure them, and bless them, suffering him to do all things at his pleasure. Only he was accompanied with 10 or 12 men, lest he should fly. And he, to the end he might be reverenced as he passed, sometimes sounded upon a small flute, that the people might prepare to worship him. The feast being come, and he grew fat, they killed him, opened him, and ate him, making a solemn sacrifice of him." Close quote. This general description of the custom may now be illustrated by particular examples. Thus, at the festival called Tochcatl, the greatest festival of the Mexican year, a young man was annually sacrificed in the character of Tixcatlipoca, that is, the god of gods, after having been maintained and worshipped as the great deity in person for a whole year. According to the old Franciscan monk Sahagun, our best authority on the Aztec religion, the sacrifice of the human god fell at Easter or a few days later, so that, if he is right, it would correspond in date as well as in character to the Christian festival of the death and resurrection of the Redeemer. More exactly, he tells us that the sacrifice took place on the first day of the 5th Aztec month, which according to him began on the 23rd or 27th day of April. At this festival, the great god died in the person of one human representative and came to life again in the person of another, who was destined to enjoy the fatal honor of divinity for a year and to perish, like all his predecessors, at the end of it. The young man singled out for this high dignity was carefully chosen from among the captives on the ground of his personal beauty. He had to be of unblemished body, slim as a reed and straight as a pillar, neither too tall nor too short. If through high living he grew too fat, he was obliged to reduce himself by drinking salt water. And in order that he might behave in his lofty station with becoming grace and dignity, he was carefully trained to comport himself like a gentleman of the first quality, to speak correctly and elegantly, to play the flute, to smoke cigars, and to snuff at flowers with a dandified air. He was honorably lodged in the temple, where the nobles waited on him and paid him homage, bringing him meat and serving him like a prince. The king himself saw to it that he was apparelled in gorgeous attire, quote, "for already he esteemed him as a god." Close quote. Eagle down was gummed to his head, and white cock's feathers were stuck in his hair, which drooped to his girdle. A wreath of flowers like roasted maize crowned his brows, and a garland of the same flowers passed over his shoulders and under his armpits. Golden ornaments hung from his nose. Golden armlets adorned his arms. Golden bells jingled on his legs at every step he took. Earrings of turquoise dangled from his ears. Bracelets of turquoise bedeckled his wrists. Necklaces of shells encircled his neck and depended on his breast. He wore a mantle of network, and round his middle a rich waistcloth. When this bejewelled exquisite lounged through the streets playing on his flute, puffing at a cigar, and smelling at a nosegay, the people whom he met threw themselves on the earth before him, and prayed to him with sighs and tears, taking up the dust in their hands and putting it in their mouths in token of the deepest humiliation and subjection. Women came forth with children in their arms and presented them to him, saluting him as a god. For, quote, "he passed for our Lord God. The people acknowledged him as the Lord." Close quote. All who thus worshipped him on his passage he saluted gravely and courteously. Lest he should flee, he was everywhere attended by a guard of 8 pages in the royal livery, 4 of them with shaven crowns like the palace slaves, and 4 of them with the flowing locks of warriors. And if he contrived to escape, the captain of the guard had to take his place as the representative of the god and to die in his stead. 20 days before he was to die, his costume was changed, and 4 damsels delicately nurtured and bearing the names of 4 goddesses, the goddess of flowers, the goddess of the young maize, the goddess of our mother among the water, and the goddess of salt, were given him to be his brides, and with them he consorted. During the last 5 days, divine honors were showered on the destined victim. The king remained in his palace, while the whole court went after the human god. Solemn banquets and dances followed each other in regular succession and at appointed places. On the last day, the young man, attended by his wife and pages, embarked in a canoe covered with a royal canopy and was ferried across the lake to a spot where a little hill rose from the edge of the water. It was called the Mountain of Parting, because there his wife bade him a last farewell. Then, accompanied only by his pages, he repaired to a small and lonely temple by the wayside. Like the Mexican temples in general, it was built in the form of a pyramid, and as the young man ascended the stairs, he broke at every step one of the flutes on which he had played in the days of his glory. On reaching the summit, he was seized and held down by the priests on his back upon a block of stone, while one of them cut open his breast, thrust his hand into the wound, and wrenching out his heart, held it up in sacrifice to the sun. The body of the dead god was not, like the bodies of common victims, sent rolling down the steps of the temple, but was carried down to the foot, where the head was cut off and spitted on a pike. Such was the regular end of the man who personated the greatest god of the Mexican pantheon. The honor of living for a short time in the character of a god and dying a violent death in the same capacity was not restricted to men in Mexico. Women were allowed, or rather compelled, to enjoy the glory and to share the doom as representatives of goddesses. Thus, at a great festival in September, which was preceded by a strict fast of 7 days, they sanctified a young slave girl of 12 or 13 years, the prettiest they could find, to represent the maize goddess Chicomecohuatl. They invested her with the ornaments of the goddess, putting a mitre on her head and maize cobs round her neck and in her hands, and fastening a green feather upright on the crown of her head to imitate an ear of maize. This they did, we are told, in order to signify that the maize was almost ripe at the time of the festival, but because it was still tender, they chose a girl of tender years to play the part of the maize goddess. The whole long day they led the poor child in all her finery, with the green plume nodding on her head, from house to house, dancing merrily to cheer people after the dullness and privations of the fast. In the evening all the people assembled at the temple, the courts of which they lit up by a multitude of lanterns and candles. There they passed the night without sleeping, and at midnight, while the trumpets, flutes, and horns discoursed solemn music, a portable framework or palanquin was brought forth, bedecked with festoons of maize cobs and peppers, and filled with seeds of all sorts. This the bearers set down at the door of the chamber in which the wooden image of the goddess stood. Now the chamber was adorned and wreathed, both outside and inside, with wreaths of maize cobs, peppers, pumpkins, roses, and seeds of every kind, a wonder to behold. The whole floor was covered deep with these verdant offerings of the pious. When the music ceased, a solemn procession came forth of priests and dignitaries, with flaring lights and smoking censers, leading in their midst the girl who played the part of the goddess. Then they made her mount the framework, where she stood upright on the maize and peppers and pumpkins with which it was strewed, her hands resting on 2 banisters to keep her from falling. Then the priests swung the smoking censers round her, the music struck up again, and while it played, a great dignitary of the temple suddenly stepped up to her with a razor in his hand, and adroitly shore off the green feather she wore on her head, together with the hair in which it was fastened, snipping the lock off by the root. The feather and the hair he then presented to the wooden image of the goddess with great solemnity and elaborate ceremonies, weeping and giving her thanks for the fruits of the year and the abundant crops which she had bestowed on the people that year. And as she wept and prayed, all the people standing in the courts of the temple wept and prayed with him. When that ceremony was over,
the girl descended from the framework and was escorted to the place where she was to spend the rest of the night. But all the people kept watch in the courts of the temple by the light of torches till break of day. The morning being come, and the courts of the temple being still crowded by the multitude, who would have deemed it sacrilege to quit the precincts, the priests again brought forth the damsel attired in the costume of the goddess, with the mitre on her head and the cobs of maize about her neck. Again she mounted the portable framework or palanquin and stood on it, supporting herself by her hands on the banisters. Then the elders of the temple lifted it on their shoulders, and while some swung burning censers and others played on instruments or sang, they carried it in procession through the great courtyard to the hall of the god Huitzilopochtli, and then back to the chamber, where stood the wooden image of the maize goddess, whom the girl personated. There they caused the damsel to descend from the palanquin, and to stand on the heaps of corn and vegetables that had been spread in profusion on the floor of the sacred chamber. While she stood there, all the elders and nobles came in a line, one behind the other, carrying saucers full of dry and clotted blood which they had drawn from their ears by way of penance during the 7 days' fast. One by one they squatted on their haunches before her, which was the equivalent of falling on their knees with us, and scraping the crust of blood from the saucer, cast it down before her as an offering in return for the benefits which she, as the embodiment of the maize goddess, had conferred upon them. When the men had thus humbly offered their blood to the human representative of the goddess, the women, forming a long line, did so likewise, each of them dropping on her hams before the girl and scraping her blood from the saucer. The ceremony lasted a long time, for great and small, young and old, all without exception had to pass before the incarnate deity and make their offering. When it was over, the people returned home with glad hearts to feast on flesh and viands of every sort as merrily, we are told, as good Christians at Easter partake of meat and other carnal mercies after the long abstinence of Lent. And when they had eaten and drunk their fill and rested after the night watch, they returned quite refreshed to the temple to see the end of the festival. And the end of the festival was this. The multitude being assembled, the priests solemnly incensed the girl who personated the goddess. Then they threw her on her back on the heap of corn and seeds, cut off her head, caught the gushing blood in a tub, and sprinkled the blood on the wooden image of the goddess, the walls of the chamber, and the offerings of corn, peppers, pumpkins, seeds, and vegetables which cumbered the floor. After that, they flayed the headless trunk, and one of the priests made shift to squeeze himself into the bloody skin. Having done so, they clad him in all the robes which the girl had worn. They put the mitre on his head, the necklace of golden maize cobs about his neck, the maize cobs of feathers and gold in his hands, and thus arrayed they led him forth in public, all of them dancing to the tuck of drum, while he acted as fugleman, skipping and posturing at the head of the procession as briskly as he could be expected to do, incommoded as he was by the tight and clammy skin of the girl and by her clothes, which must have been much too small for a grown man. In the foregoing custom, the identification of the young girl with the maize goddess appears to be complete. The golden maize cobs which she wore round her neck, the artificial maize cobs which she carried in her hands, the green feather which was stuck in her hair in imitation, we are told, of a green ear of maize, all set her forth as a personification of the corn spirit, and we are expressly informed that she was especially chosen as a young girl to represent the young maize, which at the time of the festival had not yet fully ripened. Further, her identification with the corn and the corn goddess was clearly announced by making her stand on heaps of maize, and there receive the homage and blood offerings of the whole people, who thereby returned her thanks for the benefits which in her character of a divinity she was supposed to have conferred upon them. Once more, the practice of beheading her on a heap of corn and seeds, and sprinkling her blood not only on the image of the maize goddess, but on the piles of maize, peppers, pumpkins, seeds, and vegetables, can seemingly have had no other object but to quicken and strengthen the crops of corn and the fruits of the earth in general by infusing into their representatives the blood of the corn goddess herself. The analogy of this Mexican sacrifice, the meaning which appears to be indisputable, may be allowed to strengthen the interpretation which I have given of other human sacrifices offered for the crops. If the Mexican girl, whose blood was sprinkled on the maize, indeed personated the maize goddess, it becomes more than ever probable that the girl whose blood the Pawnees similarly sprinkled on the seed corn personated in like manner the female spirit of the corn. And so with the other human beings whom other races have slaughtered for the sake of promoting the growth of the crops. Lastly, the concluding act of the sacred drama in which the body of the dead maize goddess was flayed and her skin worn, together with all her sacred insignia, by a man who danced before the people in this grim attire, seems to be best explained on the hypothesis that it was intended to ensure that the divine death should be immediately followed by the divine resurrection. If this was so, we may infer with some degree of probability that the practice of killing a human representative of a deity has commonly, perhaps always, been regarded merely as a means of perpetuating the divine energies in the fullness of youthful vigor, untainted by the weakness and frailty of age, from which they must have suffered if the deity had been allowed to die a natural death. These Mexican rites suffice to prove that human sacrifices of the sort I suppose to have prevailed at Aricia were, as a matter of fact, regularly offered by a people whose level of culture was probably not inferior, if indeed it was not distinctly superior, to that occupied by the Italian races at the early period to which the origin of the Arician priesthood must be referred. The positive and indubitable evidence of the prevalence of such sacrifices in one part of the world may reasonably be allowed to strengthen the probability of their prevalence in places for which the evidence is less full and trustworthy. Taken altogether, the facts which we have passed in review seem to show that the custom of killing men whom their worshippers regard as divine has prevailed in many parts of the world. End of chapters 58 and 59.